streaming. We are actually live. We will bring our man Brendan with us to see if he, can say something before he.
The stream, so.
Yeah, so he can confirm the stream. And it looks like this is playing, and so everybody gathering in the chat room, hit the upvotes first, because the first thing they do is they hit us with any number of downvotes to eliminate us appearing on searches.
We got excellent connection, and we got currently no views, so let's start getting the links here.
Yeah, and so I will then open up on my own channel, reset the page on the live stream, and let's do that. That way I can get the link as well. I'll go straight to the link. We got one watching at three upvotes. It's four now. Everybody hit that upvote because it takes a few hours for YouTube to filter out the Autobots who give us downvotes that prevent us from showing up on searches. And the only way we can combat that is to play as dirty as the enemy, and nice guys finish last. So understand that I know this through experience. My dad was a nice guy, or rather my legal father. Not necessarily my biological father, but my legal father was a nice guy. 6 upvotes now. Yes, hit every IP address you got. Your PC, your tablet, your cell phone, whatever you got with a different IP address, you hit an upvote from it. Got 8 upvotes now. This will help us appear on searches, and we are fundraising. We need to raise $266 for me to make rent. And so in order to avoid spending money on Coke, I ran all the way down to Walgreens, all the way at the bottom of Russian Hill on Polk Street, over 2 blocks down, and had to run in and buy, because they were on sale, 3 12-packs, all paid for by food stamps. And then I didn't have to spend any money at the corner store. Ran back up here before tonight's show. T-Tank Barry says, loud and clear. Hope you got the drop, brother. I got 100 United States dollars from T-Tank Barry. Didn't have a moment's chance to thank him. So thank you so much. 100 United States dollars from T-Tank Barry. Plus $48 earlier. We had $48 from him earlier. So basically $150 from T-Tank Barry. He's done his share this month, more than his share. Holly Caditis Kiefer sent 100 United States dollars. We have some wonderful people in Germany sent me about 50 United States dollars or more. Thank you. Just got the video link from our man Brendan Zoget. So I'll read out the name of the people from Germany later. Good God, don't let me forget, and I'll try to give them the credit they deserve. People are sending money, and that's why at this point, thank God, I only need to raise $266 instead of $1,000. So definitely not spending any of that money on Coca-Cola or cocaine, and we are now going to aim to get the rest towards rent. So
I want to clarify that you do not spend money on cocaine.
Thank you. It's true. It actually is quite true.
Does have it. It's provided to him from Sugar Daddy.
That's true. It is true. That is true.
I don't want people to think that they're giving you
drug money
for cocaine.
Thank you.
I also want to mention that my friend Chris tried to donate to you, but he got a dead link, and I told him, you go to DouglasDietrich.com and you go to the upper right-hand corner. I will be addressing some of his questions too when it's appropriate.
Absolutely. Thank you
for
so
his
much.
comments.
Yes. Wonderful. Goddess bless you, as well as Brendan. Has he taken off for the night? He's still with us. Do you want to say goodbye to the audience for now, Brendan? Say good night to the audience for now, or good day?
Yes, everyone have a good night, and may the force be with you.
Thank you.
Force with a PHORCE.
Cool.
Like divine force.
I love it. Yes. Thank you so much. And
good evening.
You're the best. Okay, that's our man Brendan Zoget. And now what I'm going to do is publish this link, and I will share it with Peter Moon. This is a hyperlink. Okay, what did I just do? Let's press the post button and see if it gives the kind of manifestation of a, well, it didn't manifest a screen. So I'll try that again. Let's delete that, try that again, and give the hyperlink anyway to our man Peter Moon. And it'll probably manifest the screen for our man Peter. So with that, dear Peter has been noticing a lot of action in terms of the Cho front, and he will share that with us along with other things that he's observed. There we are. So there's our hyperlink for Peter Moon. Do share that on your page, sir, and that will take people.
Oh yeah,
directly.
did you? Sorry to interrupt again.
Sure.
Did you tell Peter about what the real name of Cho chocolate is?
Oh yeah.
Maybe something we can bring up another time. But
oh no, I think it's all
That'll
right.
be brought up tonight.
Oh, you got it. You got the message.
Yeah, it'll be brought up in context.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. Okay.
Yeah.
This
I won't.
Be a Cho tonight.
Yeah.
Yes, good.
It's going to be a Cho show, a Cho tonight.
Okay, so I will retire into the night.
For now, yes.
For now.
Blessed be.
Okay. All right.
Okay. And with that, let's. How are you feeling about taking it on, Peter?
I'm ready to go.
Great.
I'm posting the link.
Excellent.
And good. Okay. Now, I'm going to. God.
And what I'll do in the meantime.
Give me a break.
Sure.
It's not you. Give me a break. I'm going to answer them live. Okay, hang on.
Sounds good.
I am going to answer them now. Live. Okay. All right. So he says, okay, so this is Chris's question. Interesting things going on. Does Douglas not work to pay his rent? Last I tried to donate, it went to a bad page. So I sent him a link and explained. Well, I have to explain to you, Chris, Douglas is disabled, okay? You might not have heard enough, but he is actually disabled from a numerous amount of things. And we're not going to go into it now, but from physical disabilities to PTSD, disabled. He can work X amount of time, but he can only make so much money because if he does, then they cut off his social or whatever it's called, disability payment. So he can only work a limited amount of time. Like I can only pay him so much of any per month, if royalty, if it amounts to that. So that answers the question.
To a degree, I'll be happy to answer it more in depth later. But that will suffice for now, most certainly. Please go on.
Well, yeah, and it answers his question. How is my wife doing? Well, she's doing pretty good, but I'm not going to go into her personal details. We just had a nice dinner last night, and she did some cupping on me, but she's fine, more or less. As I say, as she's a human being, she has issues, but it's not for that's nobody's real business. But if I may delve, how is your Scientology helping you deal with these attacks? Are they psychic in nature? Are they cyber in nature? Well, I said all of the above. If it wasn't for my Scientology training and experience, I wouldn't be able to deal with any of this stuff. Not one iota of negative spirits, of disembodied spirits, of all the occult crap I've dealt with. So, yeah, is it helping me deal with them? Yeah, I know what to do. But this is a heavy duty attack, and you kind of have to listen to a lot of the stuff to really understand what's going on, because I think you haven't heard enough of Douglas in the recent months to really know. I mean, it's a lot to listen to, I know.
A lot to absorb.
Yeah, and he says, I recall our talks in the barracks 10 years ago with fondness, but I am slightly soured on Douglas because when I chimed up that I knew you and talked to you from a post I was stationed at, all he did was mock me and say I was a plant or a fake. Well, I don't believe you to be a fake, and he doesn't know who the hell you are. And if you were talking from a military barracks, what might not he think? I don't know, and I can't account for that.
Yeah, I have no conscious memory of that. It could be simply the way people take what I say. Sometimes I'll say something.
And
Yeah.
things have gotten a lot better. But anyway, he hopes we are all doing well, and thank you for your sentiments and support, Chris. So, and anyway, so good. That handles that listener. Now, I want to explain that the first thing I did announce that my distributor has virtually just no longer supporting the book. It's technically not been delisted, but it's as good as that. In other words, it's an informal ban. And
A shadow ban. What's called a shadow ban.
yeah. Now, it's been out there for 2 years. And so anyway, this is, and Douglas, I'm going to be sending you a priority mail pack box of books.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay? So that you can give out and circulate.
Yes.
Or sell.
Yes.
Whatever the hell.
Thank you.
But this is, and I'm going to start this off with, we're coming upon the 4th of July and the 5th of July. Of course, you all know what the 4th of July, the 5th of July is the anniversary of the publication of the Roswell book, our Roswell book, but also the anniversary of the Roswell incident.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a focal point in history. And I'm going to share a dream I had last night. And the first part of the dream, I saw a lot of people in jail.
Wow.
I said, what are these people doing in jail? Wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't the Trumps or Bidens. It was, I think it's the public. You're all in the prisons of your mind. Of course, we're all in the prisons of whatever situation we're in.
That's true.
But
Plato's cave.
I had a dream last night, and I was playing football, and I was playing quarterback in the dream. Now, I don't play quarterback when we play. I used to, very familiar with the position, but in this game, in the dream, I was playing quarterback. I wasn't quite sure why, but all the plays were close to the goal line. And I threw this tight pass, it's pretty tight pass to this guy named Cole we play with. And he dropped it. Okay, all right. Well, Then I throw him another pass. Easy pass. He had to dive for it, but it was easy. He drops it. He sort of apologizes. Then I throw him a third pass. Drops it again. And that was it. And who the hell is Cole? Cole, really nice guy. He'd catch all those balls in real life.
Mm-hmm.
He would catch them. Why him? Why Cole? Why the hell am I dreaming of Cole? Oh, I saw him the other day at the barbecue. And of course he got hurt.
Oh.
He had an injury. He kind of had hurt. What did he hurt? His ankle. He went through a long recuperation. He refereed the games. So he's come back and he tweaked his knee a little bit. He'll be okay. He tweaked it so he stopped playing. And he said, but this is the thing. Cole is his profession. He's a teacher. He is a teacher. And he dropped the ball. Okay, in my dream. I mean, I'm not saying he dropped. In fact, I asked him, I said, is school over now? And he says, no. He says, we're just watching movies. And he teaches in the Bronx, and it's not fun.
I can imagine.
It's not fun.
I was about to ask what subject he teaches.
I think he teaches something of everything.
Okay.
But, and he's probably the only white guy in his school,
Oh, my God.
And they give him shit, but, he can handle it. It's just par for the course. But anyway, this is what I realized the dream is. The teacher's dropping the ball. In other words, we have to be better teachers. You and I.
Yes.
We have to be better teachers. And because people have to be educated. You know, we have a small group of us who are dedicated to listening to these shows and listening, and some people kind of come in and come out. Like, you know, my friend Chris hasn't come in enough to, you know, to hear the whole gambit. And I'm going to try and give a bigger, better picture. The first thing I want to say is, and I'm getting it from all over the place, this world is inundated with the consciousness of aliens. And I was talking it over with a friend of mine this morning. It's really getting worse.
Yes.
And people are possessed and obsessed with the subject of aliens to the point where they're not thinking with their right mind.
Yeah.
And when I started writing, and I mentioned it in my Montauk Revisited, I'm trying to get people to think outside of this dimension. Now, that's not only successful, there are many people that are talking about in other dimensions. I certainly wasn't the first, but that was part of the impetus of the early 90s and, you know, other dimensions and the science of it and all this stuff. Okay, there are other dimensions. Now that everybody's learned that, you better start paying more attention to this one.
Yes.
Because it's like you're being buttered all over the place, and to your own detriment. It's like everybody's going, hey, there are other dimensions, there's other dimensions. There's a reason insanity or components of insanity are referred to as dementia.
Yes.
Because you're not in this dimension.
Thank
you're
you.
not referencing this dimension.
Thank you.
And you have to honor and respect this dimension, at least while you're in it.
Yes.
And this is a big problem with people. And it's just like after I wrote the Montauk Project and talked about Preston's talking, it's me writing for him. And after a few years, people start writing me letters. This remote viewing is really hot stuff. You should get into it. Just really stupid stuff. Like they were going with the flow. And then there was this guy I was put in touch with. Joe Matheny put me in touch with him to help me market theoretically. And his claim to fame was that he had put a banner ad on Coast to Coast for a remote viewing course. And I think he made $20,000 practically overnight by putting up a banner and offering some course. Was this guy a remote viewer? No. Did he know anything about remote viewing? He knew enough to put a course together.
Jesus.
And so could you out there in the audience with a little bit of coaching, a little bit of reading. In other words, you have a hot audience, you give them something, and they'll buy it. Can you follow it up? This was this book, James Redfield, distinguished from Renfield, from the Dracula movies. Redfield, he wrote the book Celestine Prophecy. There was all of this hoopla about it, but he couldn't follow it up with anything. He was gifted with some inspiration, and it clicked all over the place. But he couldn't follow it up. Like, in other words, there was nothing there.
Right. Thank you.
I think Bob Dylan, if you look at some of his interviews, will basically tell you he's in the same gambit. He says, I don't know who wrote that. Who wrote that stuff? You know, all the stuff he wrote in the 60s, like he was the focal point of the times they are a-changing.
Right.
And he was, and somebody once told me years ago, before I heard his interview, they said, like, his his astrology chart was such with Pluto that he was like, he was just kind of like, basically placed. It's like being, like, to put a baseball analogy, it's being propped up at home plate and somebody swings your arms and you hit a home run. And like he's even said, he says, I write that. How can I write that stuff? Listen to that stuff. I'm not a Dylan fan, by the way.
Understood. Yeah.
It's not that I don't have certainly a certain amount of appreciation for his influence. I think the most, just for my own personal prejudice, the most offensive thing about Bob Dylan to me wasn't necessarily his fault, although he's responsible for it, is when it seemed like the whole temperature changed when his music song came out, his record called, what was it called? Like a Rolling Stone.
Yeah.
Now, the reason that was so offensive, because I think the damn thing went on for 6 minutes. And in those days, that changed. Like when you heard the hits of the early 60s, they were all like 3 minutes. The songs were 2.5 minutes, never less than 2.5 minutes. 2.5 to 3 minutes, and sometimes they go a little over 3. But this was like a 6-minute song or something, and it just became tiresome. And I didn't, it was like this, like a Rolling Stone. I didn't care for the song. I mean, there's songs that I liked a lot less, and it just like, it's like it hypnotized everybody. What it did do is it allowed longer songs to come on, which wasn't a bad thing. But that sort of was so long, and his gravelly voice, I mean, if you heard Peter, Paul, and Mary, or the Byrds sing his songs, I mean, it's like on a scale of 1 to 10, it's like Dylan's down there about a 2 when he sings them, or a 1, and the Byrds or Peter, Paul, and Mary are up there in the 9 and 10 range. They're so much better. They're musicians. Not that Dylan's not a musician. Some people, just think he's, this incredible thing. And I can't help but to find Bob Dylan as one of my friends who was a musician, quite a good one. But I think she was either ran into his bus or was on his bus, and they were just sitting there just doing nothing but, bringing in the alcohol. It's just like debauchery. Not necessarily sexual debauchery, but it's just like, booze. Yeah. And there are probably drugs there too. Yes. Which,
of course.
I mean,
that's a given.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like, but nevertheless, but Bob Dylan changed so much. He was at the focal point of change. But the point of it was, whether you like him or don't like him, he was at the focal point. But he was not like, he was put there as much as he was participating. But he kind of admitted to this, and that was kind of my point, is that some people are just put in their position. And this is kind of like with this Redfield character from the Celestine prophecies. And a lot of these writers, they just kind of find themselves in a spot, like these contactees from the early days, like George Adamski. He had an attention of everybody, and then he started lying about it. And this is typical.
Yes.
Channels, and this is the big problem, is that people, they are gifted, and I say gifted in quotes, and they have this big revelation. And then they try to live up to that. Yes. Jean Dixon probably had some real ability. And then she'd just write wrong and wrong after prediction, and they'd post them. But she became a columnist for the National Enquirer. You know, she had quite a reputation, but she was no good.
Yeah.
So maybe she was good for FDR or whatever. I don't know. I never heard anything she said was true, but I'm sure she probably did have some good moments. But so this is a big problem with human beings when they begin to interface with the world of spirit, and the world of spirit is ruled by Neptune. Neptune is nebulous. It has no boundaries, so it will phase boundary or make them hazy. So it's like somebody who had Neptune conjunct Venus would be completely, hazy with their boundaries, and they might treat the next door neighbor, man living next door, as they would treat their husband. Because there's no boundaries, and I'm not joking. I mean, or it could be the other way around. It's like boundaries. That's Neptune.
Yeah.
And it doesn't apply to just sex. It could apply to business, or it could apply to the common things that people use, where the boundaries begin to, phase out. And there's a mental boundary. Now, the remedy for Neptune is Saturn, which is very structured. And Virgo is also very analytical and is going to analyze and, scope out the differences, whereas Neptune is like the ocean. Everybody lives in the ocean. We all share the same water. So because it is the highest octave of spirituality, when you have these spirits, they are not particularly, I guess what you'd say, circumspect in who they communicate through or how they communicate. Preston Nichols and Stuart Swerdlow once said this to me. He says, there's a lot of entities in there. I got the picture of Preston being like a switchboard. And Preston was a switchboard. He was a triple Gemini. Rising Gemini, Sun sign Gemini, and Uranus Gemini. And it's just like,
wow.
Gemini is, I think, brilliant sign, very intelligent sign. So he had like all this stuff going on. Very busy mind, very busy, active in the spiritual realm.
Too much stuff. Too much stuff going on.
And of course, he could blur boundaries.
Yeah.
He could blur boundaries. He could also be as precise as hell at given times. He could be so precise it wasn't funny. Where did that come from, Preston? I don't know. I can't repeat it. But he could sometimes. It's like just so. This is and of course, Gemini is ruled by Mercury, which is the mercurial nature. Now it's here, now it's there. Blah, 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 blah. So this is a problem in dealing with spirits and aliens. One of the biggest issues with aliens, and I think that magazine is called Omni.
Yeah.
I think
Omni.
once Answer asked for proof, they, give somebody $25,000 if they could deliver proof of an alien. And somebody claimed to send in a hand of an alien. I don't know. It was stupid, but
by the way, the publishers of Omni were Penthouse Magazine. Omni was.
I'm well aware of that. but the point of it is when you want physical proof of an alien, you're not going to get it. You see, that this is the problem. Deliver the proof. Deliver the proof. People will argue about the proof, and it's really, in the end, it's not about proof. And of course, they can't deliver the proof. Now, I want people to understand something, and this gets very personal, because when I wrote the Montauk Project with Preston Nichols, the first people to really approach me or approach us were the Japanese. And they translated, the biggest publishing house in Japan published the translated edition of the Montauk Project. And it was, then it was the German. It was only Axis countries that would touch the book.
Yeah.
Only Axis countries. And I thought that was odd. I noticed that. It's only until I met Douglas and got more involved with this that I understood that the Axis is not what everybody thinks it is.
Thank you.
I'm not saying that the Axis is something you should go join, but I'm telling you, I grew up as an American. I liked America. I still do like America. As of right now, I would prefer it to other countries. It's a lot more challenging to live here than it used to be. But it's still preferable. My wife, Paula, no comparison, much prefers here to Romania. It's America has its positives. It's also got its negatives, like any place. Earth has its challenges. But this whole thing with the Axis nations, and people have to understand, and it was illustrated today. We have a local cable news station called Channel 12, Long Island News, and they have really upped their quality lately in terms of professionalism. It was always kind of hokey pokey, and they've just upgraded their professionalism of their announcers and broadcasters. I'm not saying it's just better than it was. Let's put it that way. But they said, and they were doing a teaser on it because it took me about 10 minutes before I left the station on. I'll basically look at it for weather and sometimes traffic. And sometimes they have some news, and they said, okay, we have a symbol of hate on a local playground in Nassau County, where I live. Nassau County, and Nassau County's over 1 million people. It's like, it could be anywhere. And they said, on a playground, a symbol of hate, and they showed a swastika in chalk. I said, I know that playground. Well, it turned out I didn't know that playground because it looked similar to a playground near where I live, but it wasn't. It was in a park. But this particular swastika was put in an area called North Woodmere, and that's a very Jewish area. Very Jewish. It's part of or near what's called the Five-Town regions. 5 towns. They call it 5 towns. There's 5 towns, and it's, I guess, what you call east of the JFK airport, which is on the border of Queens. If you take the JFK, you go east to JFK, before long you'll be in Nassau County, out of Queens, in Long Island. And somebody made a swastika in chalk, and they said this symbol of hate, and the police are saying they're going to stop this symbol of hate, and it's like, obviously it appears. Now, it could have just been some 12-year-old making a
That's
chalk.
the first thing that comes to my mind.
Yeah, he could have been watching the wheels or something and said, I think I'll do this, or he didn't even but then again, but the point of it is they don't even understand what the swastika is. The swastika is immediately interpreted as a symbol of hate because it has been conveyed that way, when it is actually one of the oldest symbols, and it meant good.
Yes.
It meant beneficence. And it's also a way to exorcise evil spirits. That is its pragmatic use. And it has other esoteric functions beyond that. But so it's like, when you start. But this is where people are. This is what their education. They've been taught to hate, and they've been taught to hate the symbol that teaches you to get rid of hate. It gets complicated. So anyway, but that's where we have to be better educators. And of course, I wouldn't suggest anybody go putting swastikas around anywhere, because it's not going to be interpreted correctly.
Right.
If you want to use the swastika as an exorcism, you can do the motion. You don't need to leave the imprint. You don't need to do the imprint. So, but this whole, and we go into it in the book, The Roswell Deception, because see, this is the problem. It explains how, and the new book does this even better. Emperor Hirohito was an Axis power. His country was not aligned with Germany in World War I at all.
Right.
But he found out that Jack London and the communists and the Americans wanted to destroy his country. Yes. Of course, they had a track record of it.
Yes.
From Commodore Perry.
Yes.
And I was already picking up on this information in my book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal. And I actually borrowed from Antarctic Press some stuff about Commodore Perry, which I, 20 years later, found out that Douglas was the one who supplied that information.
Thank you. Yes.
I didn't know that. I didn't know who the hell Douglas was. I had these outrageous comic books that I was given by two very interesting characters that were, I guess one of them, I was told by my girlfriend that his father was a Nazi from Brookhaven. That's what I was told.
Yeah.
And they had and they used to come to the meetings. They were quite interesting characters. But be that as it may, the Axis, Emperor Hirohito had to defend his country from the United States because FDR had war plans. And this is all historical record. This is not something certainly I or Douglas are making up. He had war plan, read to invade Canada, and it was all in the book. It's all the history. And that book should be read.
Yes.
And this was after he had become known as the Butcher of Haiti, when he was the Assistant Secretary of the Navy, virtually the Secretary of the Navy, because the real Secretary of the Navy was really disabled, incapable of doing his job.
Yes.
And FDR went in and he became known as the Butcher of Haiti and did some really grueling stuff, which actually inhibited him from winning the election in 1920 against Warren Harding. Or was it Hoover? No, was it Hoover? No, it was Harding. It was Harding. Because FDR was running as the vice president. I forget who the candidate was. But Harding, who was a member of the KKK,
yes,
attacked FDR for his butchery of Haiti, and they knew his crimes, and it helped Harding win the election.
That's right.
Yeah. So, in other words, FDR was a known disgusting person.
Yes.
And after he did this, what was his karmic reward was polio. Right after this.
That's true.
People even got upset with me for saying this. This is how he got polio. Oh, no, I didn't get polio from that.
I mean, and compare that to Wilson and how he entered a state of paralytic dementia after all the crimes he committed against humanity.
Yeah, and that's pointed out in the book too.
Yes.
That his characters were evil as hell. Wilson brought in the whole Palestine thing. In other words, he was forced and he was blackmailed. He was blackmailed by Untermeyer. Samuel Untermeyer the richest and most powerful attorney in the country. He was Jewish, and Untermeyer bribed Wilson, because he had love letters from Wilson, to basically get the Jews Palestine. And if he entered World War I and brought in what we know as the Spanish flu,
That's right.
really Army-Navy flu, the American Army-Navy flu,
That's right.
and basically, killed so many of the soldiers and population.
Yeah, basically, 100 million people died pretty quickly. Like, you would use the term immediately in the sense that they died within 2 years, and another 100 million had their lifespans shortened by at least 10 to 15 years. So effectively,
Yes, and keep in mind, this was done deliberately, and Wilson was a progenitor of this. Samuel Untermeyer was a progenitor of this. It was all about securing Palestine. And, of course, the Germans did kill, millions upon millions of Jews and other people. But 100 million is more than 6 million.
By orders of magnitude,
and
yes.
it was even more than 100 million. So this is, now, what is this genocidal? It's not just about, securing land for Jews or punishing Jews. It's not about that. It's about a feeding frenzy with our star guest for tonight, the Chichoa. But we'll get into that. We'll get into that later, very soon, actually. But I'm trying to say this whole axis thing, this axis of nations, was trying to defend itself. Now, Untermeyer is famous for Untermeyer Park in Yonkers. Untermeyer Park is where the cult that carried out the Son of Sam murders used to do their rituals,
Yes.
used to do their abuse of kids.
Yes.
This is a fact.
Yeah.
Untermeyer Park, named after Samuel Untermeyer. It was based on a layout of the Kabbalah. This is not to say that the Kabbalah is bad, but it's to say that the Kabbalah was misused. And this is Samuel Untermeyer. Now, Samuel Untermeyer was long since dead, but the energy lives on.
That's right.
So this is, now, as you say, when you get into real geopolitics, you move into the occult realm. And to get back to my friend Chris's question, does my Scientology training help with these attacks? Well, this is what we're dealing. We're dealing with real effing live occult energy here. And I want you to know, Chris, that it took me 5 years before I could even get into Douglas's circle. Not that I was trying to get into a circle, I just wanted to dialogue with him, but his circle was surrounded by too many gargoyles.
Yes. It took that long, at least half a decade, for Peter to get into my space, because my space, I did surround myself with a lot of buffers, to put it as mildly as possible. But as Peter says, gargoyles is an appropriate term. So go on.
I will quote, I don't know his first name, I will quote Chi-Chi, the character Chi-Chi from The Godfather.
Yeah.
He says, yeah, the family got a lot of buffers. Family got a lot of buffers.
Yes.
That's one of my favorite lines from that movie. But so anyway, so in other words, when you come into Douglas's space, you might get rebuffed, you might get this. This is more of an energetic thing than anything. Now, So anyway, we're dealing with real occultism here. This is real live occultism. When you read a Peter Moon book and he writes about this, that, or the other thing, it's like it's all packaged. It's information. It informs you. It's kind of like done investigation. This is a little more electric. And of course, the book Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, which is 450 pages or something like that, was written as an exorcism to rid my space of all the negativity that had been accrued from writing all the Montauk books, accrued in my own universe. But it was a very successful exorcism. It basically introduced me to the world of the Moors, who teach you that the world is so upside down. For example, Old Glory was the name of the original flag of America, but it was from Morocco. It was a red flag called Old Glory. And then that was transmogrified as America was overtaken by slavers, and they would use that red flag to rally the slaves around. Yeah. Only it was no longer, it was more like a pennant. But, and so Old Glory is not what you think it is. It's a superimposition. It's a bait and switch. So the world has been very turned upside down. And of course, I brought this theme out in Synchronicity of the Seventh Seal. I brought it out in the Black Sun book, and I'm bringing it out in its most perhaps expository and illustrative manner in this book that Douglas and I did, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, because it pins the tail on the donkey. And it's very uncomfortable to the powers that will not tell the truth. I watched some of the congressional hearings on the FBI for hiding information on the Biden scandal. And the FBI, it's like the guy is lying his ass off. He's stonewalling. And they call him for it, and he just comes up with these answers that are just, he should be run out of town on a rail for what he's saying. He's lying his ass off. He's protecting the scandal. Basically, we know better than you. And the Republicans are saying the American people have a right to know this. And it's so egregious. And it's hard to believe that they're not brewing a revolt, because it's so egregious and outrageous what they're doing. By withhold the FBI, I'm talking about, not the Democrats. Democrats are behind it, but of course they would be. But it's real, and if the astrology dictates, which is Saturn in Pisces, the truth is coming out on all this stuff, and it's going to be very uncomfortable for everybody except for maybe Kamala Harris, because she may inherit the presidency. I don't know what'll happen. But in any case, this country, and people see this country falling apart. They see it falling apart. And it certainly is having some issues, to say the least. But what I would say with these issues that I brought up of the Moors, and you see these, I guess what you call, it appears that they're reversing the trajectory of the United States, because that's what I was pointing out, but they're doing it in a very perverted way, to where they're just perverting things. The left is very perverted. They take these themes. They're not going to embrace the themes that I brought up about the Moors. They're not going to embrace what I'm bringing up with Douglas about the Axis. They want to make America wrong for all the things they've done, which is
actually correctly targeted prejudice and worse, but they're not bringing up the right things. So this is a big issue. But so when I bring up, or with Douglas, the issues that Japan was not as evil as FDR and his Marines and his flying tigers and his drug traders.
Thank you. Yes.
And all of these people, when we bring this up, somehow people think that the United States is being threatened. And what's so sad is that the people who are on board with being anti-Trump or anti-Republican. It's very understandable to be anti-Republican, but they're not going to get on board with what we're talking. They'll start defending the United States, just as a Republican would. And I say, defending, what are they defending? They're basically defending the Cho.
Yes.
The
Ultimate.
indigenous Cho.
Yes.
The Chogram. Now, I'm gonna state something, and I put this into my email, which some people have read, and some people have not, because not everybody gets the broadcast or gets the notification of the broadcast. And I would invite everybody to sign up you can sign up for free, or you can sign up for a paid subscription to the Time Travel Education Center. And it's a very valuable site, but you can sign up for free and you'll get the notifications. And this is what I wrote. For those who have followed Douglas, he has gone into great detail about how the cannibalistic Cho, meaning the Chichewa, the indigenous group subspecies from Tibet, he's gone into great detail about the cannibalistic Cho and how unsuspecting diners at their quote-unquote ethnic restaurants in ghettos throughout Asia, which have now been covertly smuggled into and or produced locally in the New World, meaning America. These restaurants have dishes enhanced by what is known as bakbanjao. Did I say it okay?
Yeah, all right, good, well enough. Bok ban jiao, another way, just kind of.
I didn't get the jiao right.
Yeah.
Bakbanjao. A phrase which literally means human ganglia paste in their native tongue of Chochoa. Yes. Now, that means the Chocho have their own language, and when they say that word, it means human ganglia paste. I mean, it's coming from human ganglia.
Yes.
Now, it gets translated when they're putting it into Asian restaurants as white pork sauce.
Yes.
But the color is actually purple. But outsiders who come and see the menu, oh, white pork sauce. Oh, how was that? Okay. And it's spread over the vegetables and takes days to prepare beforehand. But the dressing is comprised of pounded human ganglia. It's pounded into ordinary elements mashed into a thick paste, and is served in accompaniment to other white pork-based dishes. And when I say white pork, that's an allusion to human flesh. It's kind of an inside, ha-ha.
That's right. Yes.
Poking the ribs. Hey, white pork. It tastes like creamed artichokes with a hot, peppery aftertaste. Now, okay. Now,
by the way, for anyone who's curious how he knows that, he found that out from me because I had the misfortune of being served back bon jiao without my knowledge by none other than Michael Aquino himself.
Now, it has. Now what I just said there is excerpted from the new book, and there's more involved in it than that. It's just I took that out so people would have a fast understanding. I'm sitting there. I think it was Channel 12. Might have been another channel. Might have been Fox. I don't know. But they said, they were talking about TikTok, and they said there's this big fad on TikTok, and it's called pink sauce. And all of a sudden, my ear, what? I go, what the hell are they talking? Because they were just talking about China and China's influence on America and all the stuff that's going on with China. And they say TikTok has now, a TikTok user and has basically sold 600 million users to eat pink sauce. Pink sauce. And I'm saying something is wrong here. Now, I want everybody to appreciate what I'm going to share now. I did a quick search on pink sauce, and I went straight to Wikipedia. Listen to this. Pink sauce is a pink dipping sauce created by TikTok user Veronica Shaw. The sauce went viral on TikTok in the summer of 2022 with over 680 million views on the pink sauce hashtag. The product garnered controversy over safety and labeling concerns.
Ooh.
Veronica Shaw announced the creation of pink sauce on TikTok June 11th, 2022. However, the featured sauce appeared more purple than its name suggested. Okay, purple. It sounds like pork sauce, white pork sauce.
Back Bonjour. Yeah, it sounds like Back Bonjour. Gone industrial and shit.
The product was revised for safety purposes and went on sale on July 1st, 2022, and sold out sometime August 3rd.
I like how it's revised for safety purposes.
But listen to me. Dave's Gourmet, the company that produces sauces featured in Hot Ones, partnered with Shaw and reformulated the recipe. There were plans to sell the sauce in retail stores in the fall of 2022. On January 11th, 2023, following a reformulated recipe and packaging changes that officially adhere to FDA regulations, pink sauce was made available in 4,000 Walmart locations. The sauce has aroused controversy due to several issues with the safety and labeling of the product. Concerns include discrepancies between the actual amount of sauce in the bottle and the amount labeled.
Weird.
The sauce's color varying widely from batch to batch, the product being poorly packaged, the alleged presence of ingredients that are not in the label's list of ingredients, such as mayonnaise to thicken it,
or human ganglia, perhaps.
and the sauce containing milk, which when packaged in a bag could be infected by botulism. Some consumers of the sauce have allegedly been sent to the hospital, and some have reported the product smelling and appearing rotten. At least one TikTok user falsified their death consuming pink sauce as a full social experiment to see how quickly other people could spread misinformation. YouTuber Matt Pat made a video covering the pink sauce on the Food Theorist channel, claiming the ingredients list was extremely unrealistic and that the food proportions on the label were inaccurate. He also attempted to figure out the genuine recipe. He recommended not consuming the sauce due to potential health risks.
Oh my God.
I mean, this goes on and on. And it's like, so, this is what is known. Now, August of last year, the FDA began to review the sauce. Shaw was quoted as saying, the effing DA, meaning the FDA, came to my business yesterday. I'm 100% compliant. I'm abiding with the FDA. I'm not in trouble. I'm not going to jail. Shaw received no fines or litigation, and the reformulated product with new FDA compliant packaging has been available in Walmart stores since January 2023. So this is on the wake of Cho Chocolate.
Yes.
And Cho Chocolate just made up their new origin story in response to what we've been talking about, Cho Chocolate.
Right.
And there's also Cho Mobile, a company that Bill Gates formed so everybody in Haiti could have cell phones. but they couldn't use the cell phones because they didn't know how to use the cell phones, and there was no network down there.
Right.
But they're saying Cho.
Actually, he was using the full ethnic name, Cho Mobile.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So this is the, see, and I'm looking at pictures of this pink sauce. It's grotesque.
To say the least. Yeah.
It's truly grotesque. It kind of, even if, well, actually, I heard that the main ingredient was dragon fruit, which is kind of pink like that. Pepto-Bismol colored condiment.
I was about to say, we got pink sauce in America for years. We've been calling it Pepto-Bismol.
Yeah, it's disgusting. And see, but here's where we get into, I talk about live occultism, synchronicity.
Yes.
Synchronicity is the ninth dimension. And don't anybody write to me and tell me that there are 13 dimensions because you don't know what you're talking about. Yes, but there are 13. Yes, there are 22. There are as many dimensions as you can imagine. But the ninth dimension is the precursor to the 10th dimension, which is the God mind or the God dimension. And that's the Tao, as defined by Carl Jung, the precursor to the Tao. So it tells you that you're getting a message, a meaningful coincidence that's saying the Cho are coming.
Yes.
You see, we've got Cho Mobile, we've got Cho Chocolate, Cho Mobile in Haiti, Cho Chocolate in the Bay Area, because it moves. They're very, and who else is in the Bay Area? The Cho people themselves.
That's right.
So, and now we have, Cho sauce, the
Backbone Joe. Oh, and the pink. Yeah.
and it's as if the Cho are, and the Chinese are the ones behind it, and this shows the energetic connection with the People's Republic of China.
Yeah, the Communist Party. Yes.
The Communist Party, who want the Cho, they're behind the Cho. They are the Cho, in fact.
Yeah.
And that would explain the retaking of Tibet.
Yes. And the brutality of the genocide campaign in Tibet as well. I do want people to understand it was much different from the Japanese who were killing the Cho. The communists were killing the Tibetan people as opposed to the Cho. The Cho have overwhelmingly, or to a large degree, been relocated to North America. They're concentrated in San Francisco in particular, but they're certainly all over North America and Canada. And they've been dispersed and generally live on government subsidies and are just kind of turned loose to feed on the American public. This isn't necessarily mean cannibalistically, though it can, but it generally means they're dream feeders, dream eaters. They feed off your inability to sleep by basically rendering your sleep vulnerable to their attacks. You don't die immediately as many Southeast Asians do if you're European American, but you're certainly impacted, and it can impact you in a way that you interpret this as alien abductions. And this was going on for decades. It started in the 80s and the 90s, well, in particular, late 80s, 90s, when the government originally let them loose because they were no longer able to feed off the people they had imported from Southeast Asia as their fare, as their cattle. So when that cattle, their human cattle, was rescued by Dr. Cheryl Adler, dispersed into the countryside, then the Cho took over, and the dreams of white people who they were unleashed on. And this is when a cover had to be provided, and that cover was provided by everyone's favorite crazy uncle, Whitley Strieber. And just to put in the pork connection here so people understand, white pork sauce as the kind of in-joke that it is. And why is it that people will say when they're alluding to cannibalism, they'll use terms like, yeah, just avoid the pork dishes, something of that nature. What's this connection between pork and man? Just remember that pigs are so close in anatomy and their physiology to humanity that human organ parts can be replaced by porcine or pig parts. So heart valves can be replaced by porcine or pig valves. And these are much more flexible than organic than the mechanical valve. And in some ways are advantageous in that regard. But, they disintegrate theoretically after about 10 years or so, just kind of like biologically degrade potentially. But nevertheless, in an emergency, certain pigs, they have tried blood transfusion from pigs in the past. Some people have speculated that it's this close physiology, the parallel physiology to humanity was why the Jewish and Muslim peoples, the Semitic peoples, refuse to eat pigs. But in reality, it's because they cannot sweat and therefore are too expensive to raise in the desert. To the resources that it would take to keep them hydrated would deprive entire populations of water. So with that, we turn it back to Peter. By all means, just take it from there, kind of give him the background on the parallel between pork and humanity. And this is why people will say, who are like sailors who have traveled in the past and actually dined on human meat with Polynesian islanders or various cannibal tribes. They would say that this meat's sweet. That's human meat tastes like pork. Pork is the sweet meat, as it's naturally sweet compared to other meats. So that's human meat can be passed off as pork. Theoretically, that's one of the things that they've used as kind of like a insider's identification. This is why a lot of sailors would not eat any meat that tasted sweet, because it was implied then that it must have been a sacrificed human being that the cannibal tribes were offering them. And yet sometimes sailors, because of the lack of food and being stranded or not having any food at all, even if they weren't stranded, you could be on a ship and run out of food. This is why they would try and capture these enormous land-based Galapagos-type turtles. The turtles were taken on board a ship, and a turtle can live for a very long time without food and then be killed and feed an entire crew. So these big Galapagos-type turtles would accompany ships on voyages around the world for a last-minute backup source of protein or food. But if all that failed, sometimes sailors were forced towards cannibalism or landing on an island and dealing with cannibals, this sort of thing. So this is, again, how do you identify human meat from other types of meat? Well, it's sweeter, tastes like pork, and therefore the inside joke about pork dishes. That's where all of that comes from. And again, the compatibility of pork parts with human parts in terms of medical transference, where it's actually medically transferable to take on a pig's organ at times and place it in a human body, and it will work. So with all that, back to Peter.
Well, yeah. So, and I want to point something out to people. And to go back to Chris's, question, my Scientology training, it's like one of the stresses, and it was very, I suppose you could say stressful, very strenuous is the word, not stressful, strenuous, was looking up every word in the dictionary. Now, when I say every word, I don't mean every single word, but virtually every word. Virtually, in other words, all the important words, not necessarily looking at, but if I would encounter words in obscure subjects, I had to look those up too. Or if you're looking up a chain of words. So what you're doing is you're clearing, you're putting information in your mind rather than going by it and ignoring it. Also clean up your subjects. Like say, what didn't you understand in chemistry? I didn't understand qualitative analysis. What the hell is this? We just did it. You go back, you look up qualitative analysis. Oh, that's what I was doing. And persuaded to go into junior high school books, which I recommend anybody who thinks they don't know squat about biology, chemistry, even math, go to the library and check out some junior high school books, or maybe high school even. And you will have a basic fundamental understanding of these subjects. When you get into more complicated stuff, it can be still very tough, but you'll at least have a grounding. And so, but the point here, and the reason we were to do this is so we would understand the materials that we were studying. And you either knew the materials or you didn't. And most people didn't get through this strenuous training that I did. And then it was, it was too tough. But I was very persistent with it. Certainly people did get through it, but then sometimes they didn't do it quite right. I know I did it right because I did it twice. I didn't do it right the first time. So, in other words, you're really going for the words. And what words are the basic of magic,
Yes.
grammar?
Yes.
What is behind them? So this kind of gave me, in addition to my horoscope, it gave me sort of a built-in understanding. One of the things I didn't realize about my horoscope was that because I have Venus and Mars together in the 6th house of Pisces, they're ruled by Neptune. So this is a very, I guess what you'd say, predisposition to dealing with Pisces, which is the collective unconscious. It's an occult sign because you're dealing with the whole sea of all the information that's out there. My Mars means I'm active. My Venus is a benefic. It's positive. It means that it's also exalted there. So I have a great love of the occult, I guess. I mean, I never considered myself a fan of the occult at all. But I kind of have a deep Venusian aspect to it. And it's in my 6th house, which is my work, sign of my day-to-day work. So I work. I also have Jupiter in the 8th house of Taurus. And Jupiter magnifies. 8th house is the occult. Secrets. It's a different aspect of the occult, ruled by Scorpio or Pluto. Now, I also have in my 12th house Pluto, which is again 12th house, Pluto, and occult. Pisces is the 12th house of the zodiac. So I have a lot of, I guess what you'd say, aspects in my chart that predispose me to dealing with the occult. In addition, now, so like, here I am, just investigating Montauk, and I have these synchronicities with the occult, with Aleister Crowley, 666, and I follow and pursue them, and it leads me literally to the personal meeting with the head of Aleister Crowley's OTO.
Right.
Just like, this is not how somebody gets acquainted with the OTO typically. That was my first encounter with them, was through the head of the order. And it's like, wow. And the next thing I know, a few days later, I'm with Marjorie Cameron. He was the gatekeeper. kindly introduced me to her because I was on a pathway of a cult. So it's just like when I see ex-Scientologists musing, usually in a negative sense about Scientology, and in a positive sense, okay, like I knew L. Ron Hubbard. I worked for him. And even all of the stuff I did for him, I'm only now realizing how impactful it was vis-a-vis the typical Scientologist didn't have that reference point.
Yes.
And so it's like you've got L. Ron Hubbard. I'm like, directly working for him and having a relationship that other people typically didn't have. And I know people that had much closer relationships with I did, and they got burnt. And I would tell you that they got burnt because they didn't understand what they were dealing with. More than the fact that he screwed them. Because I know what they did wrong. I'm not saying he did everything right, but I know what they did wrong. You got to know what you're dealing with. It's kind of like the dog whisperer. In my own reference frame, I was a Hubbard whisperer, but I was not with him every day. So, that would have been a bigger challenge. But I would have had a very strong advantage in dealing with that. And the reason for that was because I understood his gift to the world, what it was, and I received that gift. So I considered what he had to offer was quite valuable. And I understand that, there are other issues there. But when you understand and appreciate somebody, and they know you appreciate them for it, it means all the difference in the world.
Yes.
Appreciation, and I learned this from Hubbard, from sitting in, they called it the internship, but it was where they would go over all the case folders, and Hubbard's comment on the case folders that he looked at that night, which could be up to a dozen or 2 dozen. And they would read what he said about this case and that case. And you were getting live instruction on how to do things right. Now, what they were teaching at that point, for all of us, was over my head because I wasn't at that level. Nevertheless, I heard it. And years later, I began to fully appreciate what he was talking about. I never forgot what he said. But one of the things was that lack of appreciation or no appreciation goes hand in hand with psychosis. If you don't appreciate the fact that you have a roof over your head, that you have a job, the fact that you have an income, the fact that you have food you can get, even if it's not good food, it's food. Now, if you can appreciate your substandard food, then you can find your way to getting standard food. You have to appreciate what you have. Not everybody has perfect parents. Nobody has perfect parents. If you appreciate your parents, maybe your parents will be better. If you appreciate your spouse, you'll have a better spouse. What is appreciate comes from the word precious. What is precious about somebody or something? And what is precious about the Axis powers, not to say that the Axis powers were doing all good, was that they were fighting the evil of the Allied powers.
Thank you.
Specifically. And they used evil to fight back. That might not be precious, but they were fighting back. They were opposed to the evil. And the Japanese were not set on conquest. They were set on survival.
Yes.
And preservation of their empire. The German situation is a bit different because it's based upon the principle of Lebensraum or living space. And this goes all the way back to Transylvania.
Yeah.
As Radu explains in his books, when they ran out of space in Transylvania, all the families, they're not going to keep carving up their land. So they say, you go elsewhere. You got to leave the Carpathians. You got to go out and start farming in Wallachia. And then once Wallachia gets filled up, you got to go south into Bulgaria, into Greece, over into Serbia, whatever, and Germany, and fill the world. Because migration was forced because there's only so much space.
Yes.
And of course, this became a whole cultural imperative in Germany, because you need living space.
Yes.
But in any case, to get back to the occult thread, dealing with Hubbard, it was what was left after I left Scientology. Well, there was a lot of, I guess, loose ends that I didn't understand, and when I began to discover the extent of it, investigate those threads, it led me to the door of the energies and the people, in particular Marjorie Cameron, who he dealt with in a live occult current. Now, so much of what I encountered in Montauk investigation was occult. Now, it took, and of course I was opposed by Michael Aquino.
Yes.
Now we're coming decades later, and what people need to understand is that Douglas was in the employ of Michael Aquino.
Yes.
He was with him on a day-by-day basis. He was dealing with one of the most distinguished evil men.
Yes.
Certainly the most visibly evil man.
Yes.
And this is something I hope you people can appreciate, that this is a live occult current that he was dealing with. And to his credit, and to all of our credit, he subverted this man. He screwed him up badly.
Thank you.
He undermined him.
Thank you.
Because he has his own, occult connections. And so when so much of what was attracted around Douglas at the time I knew him were fragments of this negative, occult, demonic crap. And of course, people are going, why would you deal with that? I don't want to deal with it. I'm clearing the energy. I'm clearing it. It's, as George W. Bush would say about whatever he was doing in, I think, rebuilding Iran or Iraq, rather, hard work. Hard work. It's hard work. So yeah, it is hard work. It's my work. And it's very tough right now. But if you're not doing tough work, I could always go, rent out my apartment upstairs and, sit back and, watch the NFL or something, Those Jets look pretty good this year. Yeah, so this is work. It's hard work. But it's challenging work, and it's not a joke. It's not light. And to tell you the truth, it's getting a little bit tougher and more challenging.
Yes.
I just finished today my newsletter, the Montauk Pulse, for the summer edition. It's primarily about the dream workshop I'm doing in Transylvania. I want to encourage people to sign up for the Montauk Pulse. I put it in the email, skybooksusa.com, Montauk Pulse. It's $19 a year if you're in the U.S. If you're in foreign country, it's $29. There's an international subscription, or if you want to get an email, you can sign up for an e-copy, $19. Do support the Montauk Pulse, and if you do sign up now and maintain your subscription, you will get a substantial discount on Douglas's new book, which is going to be very expensive. I do end the newsletter talking about the Chichewa, or the Cho, as we call them.
Yes.
I always mention them Chichewa in the book. I don't call them Cho.
Which is the proper term. He's using the proper term. We simply use the term Cho vernacularly as a kind of slang.
Fun. It's more fun to say Cho.
Yes. By the way,
it is more fun.
Yes.
If there's any fun you can get from these creatures, it's to call them Cho and to make fun of them.
Yeah.
They're not funny.
Yes, but that pink sauce is hideously funny, and at the same time frighteningly, obviously an attempt to normalize ban bok jiao. It's like to norm. You know, one of the things that our friend Brendan didn't get. Of course, he's a vegan. Brendan doesn't even eat animal meat of any sort, not even eggs. But I was telling him, trying to explain, and I hope Peter can help also explain this to people. I was attempting, when I was trying to get a lot of Asian comfort food earlier this month, I was explaining how that day I had spent $200, but it was really necessary. I haven't had a lot of these things in a long time. A lot of the shrimp, abalone, and the like. And at the same time, I did pick up a number of items to combine them to try and recapture that taste of the pan bok chow. And of course, our man Brendan was like, why? And by the way, it's so easy to mispronounce it because, you know, you do try to consciously or subconsciously forget it. It's actually Bak Ban Jiao. Bak Ban Jiao. Remember, I'm not a native speaker of the Cho language, and I do not know the Cho language per se. The Cho have their own language, and I did know someone who spoke that language, truly spoke that language, and tried to get him a job with the San Francisco Police Department. But they would not recognize the existence of the Cho, and therefore would not accept that interpreter. By the way, for those of you who don't know, San Francisco Police Department is very hot on interpreters. Or at least they used to be in the old days before everything went to shit with COVID and all the basically the anti-police riots and the defund the police movement and and all the police departments all over America just fucking checked in basically and just said fuck it and and stop policing to the degree that they used to. So when it came to the SFPD, they would try to have interpreters for every culture because San Francisco is the melting pot. Far more so than New York City, where people are ethnically enclaved into their own little worlds. You know, the Italians in one area, the Jews in another. I mean, everybody's pretty much in their own echo bubble. It's kind of like a physical version of the internet. But in San Francisco, people are much more melded, and so the need for interpreters is dire. It's a necessity. But they wouldn't want an interpreter. They didn't want an interpreter for the Cho language because they simply said we don't recognize the Cho and as existing, even though the Cho are committing many crimes. So this is one of those things where this is where the alphabet agencies come in and just kind of like pull rank and tell the local constabulary these people don't exist. And you will not acknowledge their existence. And because of that, they're given a 007 license to kill, just like all the Satanists, that the police ultimately enable by erasing the evidence of their crimes, because it gives them less work. They don't need to investigate it, and they therefore avoid a quote-unquote satanic panic. by eliminating evidence of satanic crimes, and all on behest of a greater government, shall we say, license on the part of these satanic cults to do as they will in the Crowleyite sense. Do as thou wilt is the whole of the law. And so Maury Terry, the man who wrote The Ultimate Evil, that was the title of his book, The Ultimate Evil, about the connections between the Son of Sam and the Charles Manson family cult, he ultimately drank himself to death because of this reality that the police departments were on the side of the satanic cults, in effect, for all intents and purposes. If not in spirit, then certainly in practice. Simply because they would eliminate the evidence of satanic crime because the U.S. government told them to do so. I've gone in depth as to how this came about, why it came about. Basically, James Channon was dispatched by Michael Aquino to speak to federal agencies, major police departments, telling them that just as you wouldn't arrest a Roman Catholic criminal who in desperation robbed a bank and happened to drop a St. Mary's Virgin Mother medallion on the scene of the crime, and you wouldn't take that as evidence of his crime because you wouldn't want to implicate the Roman Catholic Church. Obviously, that would be ridiculous. Then so too you wouldn't take any evidence such as a human pentagram drawn in blood, a pentagram drawn in human blood, or goat's blood, or cat's blood, or whatever, dog's blood, or whatever was there on site. You wouldn't take that to implicate the rest of the Satanic Church, because that would be persecuting an entire people for their faith. So all of the police departments ripped out all their occult crime manuals, all those sections that they had put into their ring binders. They just ripped them out, burned them up. Interestingly enough, it all makes sense now. A person who found one of those satanic crime segments, the sections that had been in an actual police ring binder at one point and had been uploaded onto a PDF file. The one lady who found a copy of that for me was Lena Shea. That was her name at the time. It's now back to being Lena Crane, which is not her real name either. The Edomite cultist, which explains how she had a copy. But even that was censored. Even that had parts of it that were removed. So it's she wasn't able to find, or intentionally did not relate or relay the entire volume of that work to myself. And I did share that with Peter Moon. I don't know how much of it we can get into the book later on, but certainly one of the things that I do want people to understand when it comes to this phenomenon of the Cho and the cults, of course, that abet them, the U.S. government that essentially feeds them with you're their food. By that I mean in terms of the psychic energy that they leech from you in your sleep through various kinds of paralytic nightmares, what Americans tend to call the hag experience. And all of this ongoing nightmare of that Americans suffer from. Peter Moon and I are truly, at this moment in history, we're not just voices in the wilderness. We are truly suppressed. They have launched a suppression campaign against us that is unparalleled. There's nobody that's being as silenced as viciously and effectively as we are. And we have entire networks that are coordinating to shut us down. So again, it all comes down to you. It's your war. You've got to fight it. We have an individual who wrote Peter Moon an email saying, have you reviewed Douglas's 12-hour interview with the Bulgarian bozos? And this individual appears in the chat a lot, and he seems very neutral, very friendly or supportive in his own way, 180 now. And he was saying, so what's the solution? Well, you're the solution. You have to be. You can't count on me and Peter to be your solution. Ultimately, I can be, to the degree that it's recognized that essentially this is something that people say is totalitarian or a kind of totalitarian tactic where I say, I'm the only man that can help you through this. Unfortunately, it is down to that. I am terminally unique in my background, and because of my terminally unique background, I alone really possess the narrative that makes sense of what is otherwise a senseless world to you. The only other man that really had that level of comprehension of the narrative of why we are the way we are was a man like Michael Aquino, or men like him. And they're your enemy. They're working against you. They know why it's like this because they made it this way. But you, on the other hand, you're victims. Children disappear by the thousands. Adults disappear by the thousands every year. The explanation becomes quite obvious, self-evident, when you hear my narrative. But that narrative is being suppressed. Now, the one thing that we know is the new book that we're working on at least won't have the same kind of visceral denial that the Roswell deception has received, because people feel patriotically obligated to reject everything the Roswell deception exposes. This new book will then help to bring the Roswell deception back to the public eye, because people will say what other books have been written by Peter Moon and Douglas Dietrich, and that book will come up. So it will return into circulation, but right now they've effectively suppressed it. They've effectively suppressed me for weeks to try and render me homeless. And if it weren't for you, all of you listeners, but especially some of you, we've had one man contribute today. He wishes to remain anonymous. I'll read aloud his contribution later. As I said, also the community in Germany, or the individual in Germany who is part of a listening community there. They all of this is something that I want to give credit for. I kind of, because the situation is vast and because we go over the story a lot, I've kind of lost track of where I started with this, but I'll turn it back to Peter and we'll probably remember later. But I think the details I provided simply reinforce what Peter is saying at the moment, and obviously that helps give him a break for his voice to recover. And I understand the need for that.
My voice is actually okay, but thank you for that. But we have, yes, it's time to mention to support Douglas, DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner yellow button. This is important for him, for us, for you. One can wonder why you're listening to this. What does this have to do with you? I can say the same thing for myself. I don't have to be investigating the show. I don't have to be doing these broadcasts. But I will tell you this, for those of you who are hardcore fans of either myself or Radu Cinemar, that this stuff is coming up right now in Romania. And there are going to be several discussions, some of them with high-level people. And information is being revealed to me right now that I cannot prudently go into because it wouldn't make adequate sense. But it has to do with the fact of this alien paradigm. Now, the alien paradigm is convoluted and polluted with demonic paradigm. It's very convoluted and polluted. If you read the work of Radu Cinemar, and there has been a certain amount of effort in Romania to discredit it, there's also a certain amount of effort in Romania to co-opt it or to get on board with it and brag about it with people that have nothing to do with it. There is a core of truth, of a higher vibrational frequency that is in those books. When you see Radu talking with other people, in particular 3 characters, Cesar Brad, the Lama Ripasundi, and Eleanor, the alchemist, these characters are distinctly different from Radu. He is not them. He is quoting them, basically quoting them. They have a much higher level of consciousness than Radu. And Radu is the messenger. There have been a certain amount of attacks on Radu as the messenger. I don't know, whatever these attacks are, and whatever the relative truth of them, is all bathwater. Doesn't matter what his involvement in the bathwater is, because I don't know if there's any involvement with it, except that he's being attacked. And the baby is in the bathwater. The baby is in the bathwater. So with this big 20-year biorhythm in Romania, I'm going to be fleshing some of this stuff out. And I will be having conversations that I never had before, that I never thought to have before. It'll be interesting that the responses I will get and what will come out of the woodwork. These are with old friends that I've known for 15 years and told me certain things when I first came, before I'd even gone to Sarmaseja that I'm going to go back and say, hey, remember when you told me this? Now we have something to discuss about this. And it's going to be different. And as I say, I write about it in the Montauk Pulse. About it's quite an interesting article, because it ends up with the Choa, but it starts out with the biorhythm and goes into some pretty interesting areas. And of course, I will try and connect with Douglas while I'm at Atlanticron. That'll be probably, I don't know if I can contact on the Sunday more. Might be able to contact on the first Sunday I'm there.
Great.
More possibly the next Wednesday. And then that following Sunday, because I'll be connecting in the morning, that second Sunday, I'll be in the hotel in the Buchej Mountains.
Right. I'll be back in just a second. I got to answer the door and pick up a package. I'll be right back.
Go ahead. I'll be in the Buchej Mountains on that Sunday, getting up in the morning. I don't know if I'll be up that early. That'll be the day we go to the Sphinx and the Alamita Cave. On that, no, that'll be, yeah, on the 7th. Yeah, that would be the 6th in New York. But yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to transmit that day. And then the following will be virtually impossible after that, because I'll be up in Transylvania with limited internet. So I might be able to connect with Douglas then. But I would encourage people to sign up for the Montauk Pulse at skybooksusa.com. And also definitely the free membership in the Time Travel Education Center. Yeah, we've got some interesting things. I'm also going to try, I don't know, I'm going to try and take time before I leave to send out messages on the Time Travel Education Center telling people where I'll be and what I might be doing. I did that last year. They were all time release messages. They weren't live, but people enjoyed them. It made, in fact, it gave me a presence when I'm gone, that I'm more there than when I'm gone, because I mean, I'm more there when I'm gone than when I'm there, because I'm giving messages out every few days saying, now I'm here and doing this. One of the things I'll be doing at Atlanticron is a dream workshop, which will be really a mini dream workshop because people, predominantly students, but not exclusively students, adults and stuff, will be making dream catchers. And the dream catchers will be, but we make the dream catchers every year. But this year I'm going to add some, let's do some dreaming as well as just making dream catchers. And then we'll take the materials up to Transylvania and we'll do making dream catchers as part of the workshop. You make a dream catcher, you put your intent into it, and you hang it where you sleep. And it'll catch your dreams and help you dream better. So this is a very important broadcast we're doing tonight. As I say, this is real serious business. And I know people can listen to stuff. I mean, how much time does anybody have to listen to what's on YouTube? And you get directed and redirected. Some of the stuff I'll listen to is on health. Sometimes it'll be on Tai Chi or Qigong. Sometimes very little on conspiracy. A little bit, some topical thing, rarely. Astrology, I've listened to quite a bit. And the interesting thing is, the more I listen to the astrology, it sharpens your mind in some of those areas because you hear repeated things and you begin to think better with the actual archetypes, which are all underlying. Those are what underlie the collective unconscious. The collective unconscious is all of the primal experience in the history of humankind, in addition to what lies beneath humankind, whatever that is, whatever life impulses. That's all unconscious stuff that is all layered under how we got to where we are. And over time, that experience in terms of mental machinations forms into archetypal symbols or representations. And this is where we get the gods and goddesses, whether they be Roman, Greek, or from some other pantheon.
Right. Yes.
And you get all of these things, so they become summations of experience and reference points to what happens in life. How did the promulgation of amoebas and amino acids transmute into concept of Venus, into the concept of Mars, Neptune, and so on. Now, I've got to ask you a question now, Douglas.
Of course.
What I just said
Yeah.
comes out of a lecture I was listening to, because I was listening to Carl Jung. This comes out of Carl Jung's work.
Mhm.
And I was learning a deeper appreciation for Carl Jung. And I said there was a professor I was listening to. Very, very astounding thing. Well, I didn't recognize him because I didn't know who he was. They didn't announce who he was. They didn't say who he was. He's just talking. He was giving an excellent lecture. And then, even when I finished it didn't say who he was. So if I want to know who this professor is, he was pretty young at the time.
Uh-huh.
Well, I began to put two and two together and see that it was none other than one of your least favorite characters, Jordan Peterson. Now, I want to hear your iterations on him, but first I want to say something about Jordan Peterson.
Yes.
I'd never really listened to him before. I'd heard him referenced. I'd heard Douglas go off on him. I never really, had any response to this guy because I never really knew who he was.
Right.
And this is the first time I ever sat down and listened to him. I didn't know it was him.
Yeah.
I might have been a little jaded if I knew it was him. I will say this. Guy who's younger, brilliant mind, brilliant professor, had really studied Jung. I was interested in Jung, not the
Right.
professor. But then I
Understood.
began to, who is this guy? And he's a very good lecturer. People loved his lectures. They just loved him. He's a good lecturer. Has a talent for it and a broad base of data. So I began to look into him. I said, I don't remember all Douglas said about him. I've certainly heard his name a lot, but I have to say something about him. And I'm just, before I hear what you have to say. And he went to Harvard, at least his graduate school there. And I'm not going to, draw back on saying that he had a brilliant mind. But there's a big but. Basically, when you look at his whole biography, he has, I think what happened to him, I mean, I don't really know what happened to him. His head got too big.
Good way of putting it.
Because if you get too much attention, it can throw you off. It can throw you off your game.
Yeah.
But this is the pink elephant in the room. Health problems. Of course, anybody can have health problems. In late 2019, Peterson sought emergency detox from benzodiazepine addiction. Major flag. Peterson stated, who cares what he says? But he might be true, but who cares what he says? Because you're not going to listen to the patient. Peterson said this rehab was the result of his prescribed dosage of clonazepam being increased after his wife Tammy was diagnosed with kidney cancer. Okay, so he needed more drugs because his wife was diagnosed with kidney cancer. Now, maybe he thinks that's true. According to Peterson, he made several attempts to reduce dosage or stop the drug completely, but experienced horrific benzodiazepine withdrawal syndrome. Then I didn't read this part. It says, in January 2020, Peterson was unable to find North American doctors willing to accommodate his treatment desires. So flew to Moscow.
Yes! Yes!
Along with his daughter, son-in-law, and granddaughter to pursue treatment there. You have to wonder if he was connecting with Alexander Dugin.
Of course! Of course!
Doctors in Russia diagnosed him with pneumonia in both lungs upon arrival and placed him into a medically induced coma for 8 days. 4 weeks in the intensive care unit, during which time he suffered a temporary loss of motor skills. Several months, I didn't even know this when I started reading.
By the way, this is intensive. This is what Michael Aquino would immediately identify as intensive brainwashing. Go on.
To say the least. Several months after treatment in Russia, Peterson and his family moved to Belgrade, Serbia. In June 2020, Peterson made his first public appearance in over a year when he appeared on an episode of his daughter's podcast recorded in Belgrade, at which point he was, quote, back to my regular self.
Right. By the way, just so people understand, I was fighting in the wars in the Balkans in the 90s, and Belgrade is, of course, the capital of Serbia. It is the Serbian word for white city, Beograd, white city. It is let's just put it this way, at that time, everything was very different. The politics was very different, and I was very different. But the one thing that I do need to emphasize is that the Serbs are the most pro-Russian people in the Balkans by far. They are have always considered themselves Russia's little mini-me kind of, and just been this as much as they could be as supportive of Russia as possible. So when he goes from Moscow to Beograd, the capital of Serbia, it's just such a patently bizarre thing for any normal person to be doing. I, of course, was in an extraordinarily exceptional situation, as opposed to Jordan Peterson. You see, I'm not an established character. I'm a mercenary who's paid to kill, and I was working with the Prince and Princess of Yugoslavia, or for them indirectly, with plausible deniability, as opposed to this man is a licensed academician. He himself is originally a psychotherapist, trained as a psychotherapist, goes to Moscow, undergoes intensive brainwashing where they put him in this medical coma, then goes to Serbia, of all places. I mean, it's just not anything a normal person in the West would ever do. This is like Cold War level shit. So go back to that, Peter, and then I got...
Look at this guy is a brilliant lecturer. The guy was great. But you're talking about common sense.
Yeah.
And it's like he's got addiction to drugs. And it's then the drugs, and then he goes over to Russia. And it's like, what is effing wrong with this person? Like how, now, it's just like, it is so off. And this is parallels what I was saying about channeled information that might be brilliant in particular, and I'm going to digress briefly because I want to get back to this Jordan Peterson thread, is that you have channel information, particularly with reference to what they call the 24th chromosome. And this is really brilliant and problematic at the same time. And one of the indications of the problematic is they refer to it as the 24th chromosome when it's actually the gene pair, 24 gene pairs. Humankind used to have 24 gene pairs that somehow meshed into 23 gene pairs. And the whole idea is that if you can unmesh this 23rd gene pair, you will have a full-fledged Ubermensch, a superhuman. And the problem is they're calling it chromosome. Well, there's 2 chromosomes that make a gene pair. So there's actually, it wouldn't be 24 chromosomes, it would be 48 instead of 46. But so this is a misnomer. And the misnomer is not the most serious thing. But some of these channel information that comes through is utterly brilliant, but then it has a cutoff point where the whole thing loses traction and can't be integrated. So it just gets interpreted as New Age bullshit, which in effect it becomes. But I've spoken to at least 2 very grounded scientists who said, yeah, this stuff's real. But they don't, one of them wanted to have discussions with it every week. So this stuff's important. It's like, there's so many directions you can go at the great deliverance of the great secret that will, the apocalyptic crescendo's got to be wrapped up in this gene pair somehow, one way or another, or at least related to it. So the problem with this, what I'm saying is this channeled information that can be so spot on. Duncan could come up with this stuff, not particularly that, but his stuff was very obtuse and abstract, but it could be quite brilliant. Preston could too. Anybody, and then there's your standard channelers that I don't listen to, that are basically full of too much BS, but they can come up with brilliant stuff. You can come up with brilliant stuff, you out there in the audience, if you sit there and, start doing creative writing. Just start writing. Stuff will start coming through you. It's called stream of consciousness.
Yes.
And that's what it is.
Yes.
The problem with the channeling is that it gets into an identity crisis. You begin to have an identity crisis and an ego takes over. And we can argue whether that ego is your ego, whether it's the hurt child who didn't get enough attention. Now you're getting attention because you're channeling. Or it's it's some entity coming in and overtaking you. And this is the problem. This is a big problem when it comes to filtering higher consciousness data. This is the Radu Cinema data. Evidently, if you read it as many times as I have, there's a higher consciousness coming through. And that higher consciousness, it hits a point, it's almost like it hits a satiation point where how far can it go? The reader can read and say, oh, that's far out, neat. I want to, but how far can you project yourself into changing your vibrational frequency to arrive at this Shambhala destination, this level of inner harmony? From a Qigong perspective, it starts with your own breath. There's many things I could have recommended to Jordan Peterson, Qigong-wise. Seriously, I mean, they're really deficient. And that's where, it's like, it's one thing to think about it and talk about it. It's another thing to actually do it. And because the cerebral machinations become so, that I didn't know who he was, but I'm saying this reminds me of many professors that I've endured, or back in when I was surrounded by academia in Davis when I went to high school, and their sons, I was surrounded with it, and it's just too damn cerebral, and it's quite brilliant. But, as Hubbard would say, you have to balance the mass with the significance. You can't have a disproportionate amount of significance where, there's no pragmatic application of it. And so Jordan Peterson, of course, if you're lecturing on it and you're getting paid for it, there is a pragmatic application to it, but then it can even feed to the point where it's too significant. And then you start getting into, and we started getting into geopolitics and getting a big following. He got into trouble somewhere along the line. I'm not that interested in his personal life, but he sounds like somebody who ran amok. And why? Yeah. Now, how in the? Do you have any idea how in the hell? I mean, I didn't even know he ended up in Russia.
He started his own right-wing boys cult where he was mobilizing young boys and basically telling them shit like, every time you see a cat, stop and pet the cat. And basically the Freudian programming here is every time you see a pussy, stop and stroke it. This is the Freudian programming where he's telling boys every time you see a girl, grab her by the crotch. Literally, this is what this guy was going into, and he caught up all these young men who began to, quote-unquote, defend him violently. And so, basically, I received myself a bunch of attacks when I began to deconstruct him. And we're talking like 2021. So I was, yeah.
Make him sound like he has a gay component.
Oh yeah, definitely, because he also said that we need to basically bring back forced marriage, and that women need to be forced to marry men, and that basically everything was geared towards the male, nothing towards the concept of a woman's right to choose. It was just like women.
Why did he go off the rail? How did he get so far off the rails? I mean, how did that happen?
Well, it's. He would say that basically that what you said was one of the factors. What Brendan Zogit says was another. One of the factors that you brought up was it went to his head, which is quite true. He got some celebrity and quite a bit for an academic. Then it really went to his head. Brendan says it's colon pin, K-O-L-O, like colon, K-O-L-O-N-P-I-N, colon pin. It's junkie level shit, and they call it K-pins. So Brennan said he was hitting the K-pins, and when it got to the point where he was shutting down, he basically decided he would go to Russia for help because nobody in North America was going to help him, quote unquote. Now think about this. This is very bizarre, and it's not something that makes any sense, because you have somebody like, say, for instance, Jameson Reese, who was like melting into rhabdomyolysis, where his muscles start detaching from their bone and melting because of all of the cough syrup that he's constantly slamming down, and getting to the point where he has to take larger and larger amounts to detach himself in terms of his feeling of numbness, so he can go on these long maniacal walks all around New York City where he's not feeling the ground beneath his feet. So he's like tearing his feet apart, tearing up the streets. And then, when he begins to fall apart, he checks into a hospital. It's not like hospitals turn you away. In his case, Jameson Reese would just walk out of the hospitals, because the hospitals would say, "Hey, you'd better stay here till you basically detox. Why don't you hang around?" And oh no, and then he'll just walk out. And so it's like Jordan Peterson. It's not like people in America are not going to try and help him. That's absurd. But no, he felt he could only get help from Russia. He goes to Russia. Now imagine this. You've got a foreign citizen.
Where did he get that? He's like, where the hell did he get that idea?
Thank you.
This guy is too smart to think like that.
Thank you.
Too smart.
Yeah, thank you. This is not, no. This is not normal. I mean, it would make more sense to go to Mexico. You could understand something like Steve McQueen. When Steve McQueen was just deathly afraid of surgery. The poor bastard, and it might be karmic. He was known to be pretty hard on the ladies, a bit of a woman beater. And, then Steve McQueen got this stomach cancer. And, by the time he acquiesced to, okay, I'll operate on this, I'll go under the knife, he looked like he was in late-term pregnancy. It was very sad. He went down to Mexico, and they were the only ones who were willing to work on him in that condition, but he didn't survive the operation, as I understand it. So he may have survived the operation, but didn't last much longer thereafter. It was just very sad, but it would make more sense in some case like that, where you're going down to Mexico. There are things they won't do in North America that other countries will take a risk with.
Yeah, there was cancer. There's probably still are a lot of cancer clinics in Mexico.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, and that goes without saying.
And Cuba, yeah.
I've never heard of these things in Moscow.
Thank you. It's just, now, Moscow, on the other hand, Russia is known for pretty much medical treatment and dental treatment being back in the Stone Age. It's like, medical tourism is a thing. People go to India because, a comparatively middle-class person can go to India and be treated like they're a wealthy person. Your dollar stretches so much further in India, or at least it used to in the past, where you could be basically leasing an entire floor of a hospital to yourself, and you would get this class treatment in India where, you could have something done in India that in America you'd be treated like shit. I mean, they'll treat you, but you only in a technical sense, you're treated like shit. But if you go to India, you'd be treated in such a way that you would recover without a lot of problems that people have when they're just discharged from hospitals, like walk in, walk out the next day in America. And Peter was just talking about something like that earlier. Somebody just, kind of went to a hospital and got discharged pretty much, very quickly. I mean, it's infamous here for this sort of thing. Or Canada's is better by orders of magnitude, much better, but there's still things that, but medical tourism in Russia, no, that's like going to Russia for the beaches. It doesn't make sense. It's like, it's like there's almost nothing to go to Russia for in terms of tourism, of any sort. So then this guy goes to Russia and then, gets put into a medical coma and, comes out even weirder than he was before. But
the medical coma is over the top. Like, what the hell?
Thank you. For someone to put you intentionally into that, that's like what they do with someone who's literally, it's like someone, what they do is somebody's been in a plane crash and you're in multiple parts. And like they're putting pieces of you back together and shit. Then they'd say, okay, put this guy in a medical coma while we do this. Then you're dealing with Frankenstein's monster level shit, where, you know, every once in a while they do things like this. But in his case, this is obviously, as Michael Aquino would readily say, if he were there to listen to that, he would say, man, okay, they put him through intensive brainwashing and just, you know, and then when they release him, where do they release him? Serbia! You know, like I said, which is kind of like a, you know, by the way, Brendan says, definitely not an approved treatment for drugs to coma through withdrawal. Yeah, so in other words, yeah, this is just not conventional treatment of any sort. This is all unheard of. It's just whacked. And like Brendan says, goes against his hero's journey bullshit. In other words, it's not that the hero's journey concept is bullshit, but what Brendan is saying is that coming from Jordan Peterson, it turns into bullshit when you've got this guy basically not walking the talk. He's not walking his talk.
Well, I mean, yes, but it's much more serious than that.
Yeah, yes, thank you. Beyond that, by the way, just so I can get it out of my mind, I remembered now what I was talking about earlier and where I lost the way. Talk about losing the path. And basically what happened was the doorbell rang, and of all things, my neighbor, same guy I was bitching about, so he's good for something. I was bitching about him to Peter Moon and other people, but I'll talk about this to the audience later. But I've got several things that annoy me about my neighbor. He's passive aggressive and he does silly little things, but he rang my doorbell to give me the package that was sent to me by Crystal River, who sent me some Asian comfort food, abalone. Sent me both canned and dried abalone. And that's great of her, really, really wonderful. She sent this as to be supportive in this time. And so that reminded me of what I was trying to say earlier that I got lost in, because it was what Brendan was bitching about when I was talking about Asian comfort food. And yet at the same time, when I went shopping, I was trying to look for the components that I could put together to remind me of the taste of Bak Bon Jiao, because I was trying to trigger some memories to see if there was any more I could tell Peter Moon. And that's when Brendan couldn't get it at all. It was like, why would you do that? And but I found out that some little sliced hot peppers that come in a jar that are very small and they're sliced, and you get these little things in vinegar, and that combined with some of this bruschetta, which is this kind of combination of more regular conventional peppers with artichokes into kind of a paste, combined with some of the pork shavings that you find in Chinese comfort food, which they sprinkle on their noodles and the like. I'll bet it's a little too sugary to give you that original taste that I got from the Bak Bon Jiao. It was all together. They did kind of bring back some taste bud memories. And of course, I was trying to trigger memories so that I'd see if I could remember anything else to share with Peter about the chochoa. But really, he's done so much research on his own. And I must confess, I didn't really bring back any real memories. So I think I pretty much shared with him a lot that I can consciously.
I appreciate that, but I'm not really, I mean, it'll come when they're supposed to.
Thank you.
It's okay. I wasn't asking for any more. It's like I say, I'm overloaded with Cho. Now, just for the book, we got to get on to the other stuff. It keeps coming up naturally.
Yeah.
And then with the Chinese, if the Chinese aren't giving us air balloons, if they're not, now they're giving us pig sauce, and Cho Mobile, and. But
by the way, yeah,
Bill Gates is going to China. He already gave us Cho Mobile, and then there's Cho Chocolate sitting there.
But by the way, did you notice how Xi Jinping said that Bill Gates is his old friend? He said he welcomed Bill Gates. He said, Bill Gates is my old friend. I welcome him as one of my true friends. They had like this bromance going, kind of like who was that black guy who was the basketball player who had all the piercings and shit? Pierce Brosnan or something? What was his name?
Stephen Marbury.
Yeah.
Don Rodman. Dennis Rodman.
Dennis Rodman. Thank you. Dennis Rodman. I don't know why I said Pierce Brosnan, poor guy. Dennis Rodman. Yeah, Dennis Rodman had this bromance going with Kim Jong-un. And so that you got the same vibe from Bill Gates and Xi Jinping. And Brendan has also asked, did we cover that horribly stupid, miserable excuse of an acronym that they said Cho Chocolate was for? You did go into it briefly. I don't know if people really understood.
I can go into that now if you want.
Yeah.
But let's finish on Jordan Peterson.
Of course. Yeah.
And what I would also say that Bill Gates was walking back his relationship with the Chinese guy, just like he's walking back his relationship with Epstein. Yeah. And taking people's attention off his relationship with Epstein. All of this stuff with Epstein is about massive blackmail.
Yes.
And I want to say one thing I heard Donald Trump say, which he deserves some credit for this, is that he was saying in his interview he did, he says, well, I was offered $2 billion by the Saudis. Great people, Saudis. No, he doesn't deserve credit for that. Great people, the Saudis. Great people, the Saudis. He doesn't deserve credit for that. But he says, they offered me $2 billion basically just to use my Trump name on this building they're building over there. And he says, I told my son, no, we can't do this. We can't do this because it looks bad. He says, I gave up $2 billion. And I believe he's saying this. I mean, Donald Trump's name is worth that. I wouldn't pay $2 billion for his name, but that's, he does command that. And he says, and here Biden's going around for, 5 or 10 million getting this stuff. It made Biden look like such a low roller.
Yeah.
Which he is.
Yeah.
But Biden, see, he is the perfect president because he's so controllable. He's totally in lockstep. He's totally in lockstep. You couldn't have a better guy if you had certain motivations. But that's just a side comment. Let's get back to Jordan Peterson, and let's get and then go on to the Cho chocolate. But there must be a Cho connection with Jordy.
I mean, it almost becomes like it's what one would expect at this point. To me, I think the worst aspect when it really culminated in terms of the weirdness, just the sinister nature, was his alliance with Margaret Atwood, who was the authoress of The Handmaid's Tale. And so what happened was...
I'm not familiar with that at all, but carry on.
Oh, yeah, well, Margaret Atwood, she wrote a book in 1985 titled The Handmaid's Tale that became kind of like this feminist book. And it was like a science fiction novel about a dystopian future America in which women are rendered as property. And she does mention that racism in the book is like this factor she doesn't go into in any great depth, but that racism is obviously a part of the dystopian future in the sense that black people are essentially identified as the sons of Ham by this religious fundamentalist reactionary evangelical government that takes over and essentially either deport it or exterminate it. And so it's actually mentioned in the book, but then they refuse to bring that up in the series and actually convey the dystopia as if racism does not exist. Now all of this was something that I was pointing out as extremely disingenuous, and what made it so bizarre was that both herself and Jordan Peterson, they were products of the same university in Canada, and basically what had happened was that Jordan Peterson acted as a consultant for her series, The Handmaid's Tale, which when they made it into a series, she was given pretty much a leeway, which is extraordinarily rare. You don't usually have the author in control of translating their work into...
Absolutely not. They hate that.
Yeah, they hate that. They hate that. But in her case, she was given pretty much leeway, but she counted on Jordan Peterson to a degree to render it more palatable. And so you've got these people, this so-called feminist and this male supremacist, cooperating to create this dystopian future that in which supposedly racism does not exist, but women are property, and this is like there is something so bizarre, so sinister, so nonsensical about this. It just you're left without any ability to analyze it because it defies all reason, all logic, all common sense. What are these two people trying to pull? Yeah, and they're supposedly at opposite ends of the spectrum. But this is like the weirdness that we're dealing with. At this point, you've got someone like this, basically this Manchurian candidate. This is what Jordan Peterson is. He's a Manchurian candidate, and he became kind of like this cult figure for a lot of young men. And basically was giving them quote unquote good advice. And this is just bizarre shit that is what. Let's just put it this way. Scientology makes more sense than the crap that this guy was spewing, because Scientology, at least, there was a framework, a template in which you were supposed to accomplish something by following certain steps. With Jordan Peterson, he's like saying things like, clean your room. I mean, it's literally like that. It's like several things to do. Stop and pet cats whenever you see them. Stroke that pussy. I mean, literally, he's saying stuff like that. With clean your room, do this. I mean, it's like this can be read in several ways, but it comes down to these seemingly innocuous little statements like by clean your room. I take it what he means by that is hide your porn stash. It's like, don't let your parents find your porn stash. What else would this guy really mean in context of the other shit he's saying? Because it doesn't make any sense. But basically, he's speaking specifically to young men. And, that's right. And he was saying things like, don't bother skateboarding kids. Yeah, Brendan just brought that up. That was another one of his things. Don't skateboard. Somehow that's emasculating or something. It's like so he's giving these like very bizarre kinds of advice, things that apparently that definitively swept the internet. He had millions of followers on YouTube. So you're talking about somebody who then used that, monetized it, became a bit of a millionaire. So you're talking about someone with discretionary income. That would also explain kind of like the madness. When he went to Russia, I have no doubt he put down a good deal of money. And that they, in turn, brainwashed him because this is what he felt was what he needed. It was almost like he volunteered to surrender himself to Manchurian candidate programming and paid for it. I mean, it's kind of like...
He was really in bad shape. From his drugs. I mean, there's no question about that. So that affected his mind, how he ended up there. Yeah. The guy, and maybe he was somehow gotten to, when he started generating all of this powerful influence, he became a big influence peddler.
Yes, he was an influencer. He was amazing.
He took the bait for becoming a full-class jerk.
Thank you. And this was, I have no doubt, I would bet the farm he met Alexander Dugin and probably even maybe for a few moments Vladimir Putin. It doesn't strike me as impossible. Certainly Dugin. So Brendan points out the fact that Jordan Peterson was also a large collector of Soviet art, according to his daughter and himself, that his house was full of Soviet art, according to them, which, by the way, is a contradiction in terms. But it's basically, propaganda. It's Soviet propaganda illustrations, propaganda posters. That's basically what the Soviet Union...
Maybe it's got Hunter Biden's art, too.
Yeah. And Hunter Biden's pled guilty. I'm sure you heard this. Yeah.
Oh, he's pled guilty. He got a great deal.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. He's not going to go to jail. He didn't pay his taxes, but he's not going to go to jail.
Jails for other people.
That's right. Yes, it's not even a stop on the Monopoly board for...
It's for the little people.
Yeah.
And it's funny to watch these people just stonewall, and just it's like, because it's even beyond, I think, being pro-Trump. It's like, it's just outrageous and egregious. And Adam Schiff said today, he was saying, well, I feel vindicated because he's being censured by the House.
Yeah.
And he says, I feel vindicated because I'm effective. They attack people who are effective. So he's I mean, the talking points are, great, I suppose. I mean, they're completely disingenuous. But they seem to work because nobody can take him to task.
No, and yeah, the best thing that I can say is that, thank God that Jordan Peterson seems to have fallen into obscurity because, in the year 2021, when I was deconstructing this guy at that time, he was called the most influential public intellectual in the Western world. And he was big, big, big. So when, he was getting together with Margaret Atwood and they were producing the race-blind Handmaid's Tale, it was like that was part of the sinister nature of what they were doing. I think where they coordinated or where they gelled was let's make a dystopia, but we'll say there's no such thing as racism, so we can just avoid a major issue that's obviously one of the trigger points, one of the supermassive trigger points of today's world, and instead then promote this bizarre female disempowerment, which is what the so-called feminist is actually promoting, is female slavery and disempowerment, along with her consultant Jordan Peterson, who's an obvious male supremacist and obviously a white male supremacist at that, not simply because he's white, but because he was promoting quote unquote Western civilization, which was kind of his code word for white, the white world order. So altogether, it just became this. It was like their propaganda coup d'etat, and they got all kinds of people watching this shit, and it was just pumping people's brains full of their propagandistic crap. And but with after that, he seemed to fade, and thank God for it. I don't hear too much of him now, and you don't have a lot of young men trying to seek him out as some kind of guru. But that's what he was for a long time, and it's other than that, and what we've exposed thus far, when I really was taking apart his arguments in the past, it was he had some obscure obsessions, usually French intellectuals. He had a pathological hatred for French intellectuals. So I went a bit into why he might be hating these French intellectuals so much. Just what they were exposing to us about basically social injustice, which he, of course, considered social justice to be a mass pathology, a symptom of a sick society. So that was where he was coming from. And it's the only one distinct difference that comes to mind between Atwood and Peterson is that he believes white privilege, Islamophobia, and rape culture are all false constructs that push a progressive agenda. Margaret Atwood, on the other hand, is kind of like promoting a disempowered feminine submission as a so-called dystopia, but she's really offering a blueprint. So the two of them got together on that, and it suddenly makes sense. Suddenly you see the connection, why they were cooperating. So with that, back to Peter for the moment.
Why did you get involved in deconstructing him in the first place? Because
everyone kept recommending him. I was assailed by all these people saying, what about Peterson? Address Peterson. Finally, I'll address Peterson, all right. And it was beyond that. It was the Russian issue, because I was speaking to people about, this was, of course, before Russia really fucked itself over with its own foot bullets and invaded Ukraine all out and just, managed to blow its nuts.
I got to say something.
Yeah.
I had watched this channel, Redacted.
Yeah.
And because they had Whitney Webb on it, I discovered Whitney Webb. And I was watching it today, only, a few minutes, and they are complete apologists for Russia. They are
Incredible.
completely, and they were saying how sinister Ukraine was because Putin is holding up this document in Russia saying that we had peace terms with the Ukraine, and they reneged on him. And this is like a year ago.
Oh my God.
Now, it's like, why is he coming out a year ago saying we had peace terms a year ago? It makes no sense. And they even argue it. And they say, we've killed so many people. The Ukraine has killed so many people in NATO. I mean, look, at NATO is not anybody's walk in the park. But they're complete, like they reverse and they say, we are the new rebels. We are the new rebels. It's like, it's just disgusting.
Who are these people again? What was this again?
Called Redacted.
Redacted, right. I've heard of them. Oh my fucking God.
Oh yeah, they were talking about, the truth about Roswell and this stuff. I mean,
oh my God.
It's like,
and what do they say about Roswell?
nothing you want to hear. It's like, they kind of alluded they want to know the truth, but it's all a big scam.
Yeah.
And it's like people telling you, what about Jordan Peterson? What about Jordan Peterson? I only think I started hearing about him from you. When I heard you talking about him, I never paid much attention to him. But I guess there's all these things called influencers. Yeah. Now, Paula would watch influencers and stuff, but she's watching more, Romanian influencers that are talking about pragmatic things of taking care of the skin or the beauty or just life things.
Yeah.
They're not like political things.
Right.
And I'm saying like influencers is a big term, but
by the way, just so people understand, when it comes to Redacted and what the crap they were trying to pull, honestly, I'll just get into it later on in monologue. I'll get back to Ukraine and all that stuff because it's obligatory, obviously, and I do talk about geopolitics, and this is the forum for it. I mean, geopolitics is my passion. When it came to what Peter was just discussing now in terms of the NATO, just to put this into perspective for people. As I mentioned, Jordan Peterson, when he comes out of Moscow from what's obvious intensive brainwashing, and just understand there's three parts to brainwashing. There's essentially the deconstruction of the personality, and in between the kind of emptying of the vessel, so to speak. And after that, you implant, in a sense, a new personality. You basically, this is what, in professional terms, they don't use the term brainwashing. That's just popular nomenclature. Professional vernacular would be behavior modification. So with behavior modification, when you take somebody and you essentially put them into a coma, this is kind of like a rebirth, truly, like a gestation period, and this person is being fed all kinds of subliminals while they're going through this. There's all kinds of lights and strobic effects that are played over their eyeballs, whether they're open or closed. They get this strobic effect in color psychology that goes a long way towards reprogramming your persona. But afterwards, when they dispatch him to Serbia, of all places, let me tell you a little bit about NATO back then when I was fighting. I was fighting NATO when it was cool to fight NATO, back in the time when NATO really was the villain, when NATO really was the aggressor. Understand that NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, its entire charter as a treaty organization is that if one member of the NATO, the treaty organization, is attacked, all members are obligated to respond in its defense. And all of this was set in ink as a treaty of defense, strictly defense, against the Soviet aggressor. So when the Soviet Union collapsed, NATO really had no reason at that point, theoretically, to exist. And yet so much had been invested in it that they had to find a rationale to keep it going. And so they attacked Serbia. So at that point, NATO revoked its reason for existence. NATO essentially became an organization of aggression at that point. And at that point, when I was fighting on the side of the Serbs, was when NATO needed to be fought. Okay, everything has changed radically, 180 degrees since then. The entire situation is now completely different. You have a situation in which Ukraine, and I think this was incredibly stupid, beyond foolish, beyond naive. This is just suicidal, auto-destructively surrendered all of their nuclear arsenal, their entire bomber fleet, the entire Black Sea Fleet, one of the largest nuclear navies in the world, surrendered it all, lock, stock, and barrel, completely to their Russian enemy, under the promise that the Russians would never invade, on paper that was signed by co-signatories, meaning witnesses, witness nation states, such as Great Britain and the United States. And Russia said, yeah, give us all this, and we promise we'll never invade. And then turned around and invaded. Okay,
Well, this is a funny thing, because they were saying, why won't Ukraine, take Russia at face value? Why won't they accept Russia's terms? They had no knowledge of that history whatsoever, which was just astounding. Like, what's the word? Hubris.
Thank you. It's beyond hubris. It's prideful ignorance. So at this point, right now in history, it's completely different. NATO is not even really engaged on the ground, and is still, in my opinion, by my and my opinion's pretty fucking studied. You're talking about a former Department of Defense research librarian. This isn't just some guy in a bar. I can tell you, I think NATO's holding back far too fucking much. But NATO is doing what needs to be done for the defense of Europe. At this point in history, they are living up to their charter. So at this point, they have become essentially relevant again. NATO is again relevant because Russia is again the aggressor. So at this point, this is where we are in a situation where all of this Russophilia and so many people acting as apologists for Russia, as epitomized by these redacted assholes that Peter Moon was referencing, it's just inexcusable.
They don't know what they're talking about, and people are constantly fooled by the same old stuff. I mean, they're fooled.
Thank you. And of course, now what everyone needs to be conscious of when we go back to someone like Jordan Peterson and the kind of part that a pawn like him played in this, he was kind of like one of the lead-ups to Russia's all-out invasion of Ukraine, in the sense that he was one of these vanguard Manchurian candidates, one of the vanguard apologists for Russia, up there with oh God, who's our favorite, goober, who said, yeah, I guess I'm one of the bad guys now. Then he wound up with Max Spears' sword. Oh yes, Sean Stone. Oliver Stone is like Jordan Peterson and Oliver Stone and Steven Seagal. These are like Putin stooges. And they kind of like were this vanguard that kind of softened up the West for what Putin thought would be a death blow. And but whether you're on the side of, say, for instance, conservatives or say liberals, I mean, we obviously, Peter and I differ in some of our politics. In a certain sense, in some ways, we're part of we're the ultimate example of being able to communicate in a world full of polarization, because we are at the opposite ends of the political spectrum in some ways. But at the time that Peterson was really active, at the apex of his influence, one of the things he was arguing against was intersectionality, because that was like a buzzword. And he saw that as a new caste system that was placing non-white, non-heterosexual people on top. Which is basically what he was saying was that because you're a minority, you get special standards, special treatment in the eyes of some. And so he was essentially insisting that it was promoting solipsism, where you create your own reality at the personal level and division at the social level. So he felt that this was a form of feminism, which he considered a completely subversive and evil ideology, which added to the surrealism of his working with Margaret Atwood, where basically he felt that there was a conspiracy theory of victimization. But while he was exposing what could be argued to be a relevant observation, even a truth, he was promoting a conspiracy theory of victimization for young white males that led to violent assaults against anyone who spoke against him. I did not receive violent death threats because of deconstructing Jordan Peterson, because those were all directed mostly towards any female critics that he had. A female journalist who once confronted him got so many death threats she had to ultimately be given police protection. So it's like you're talking about somebody who abused his influence because he was not deterring these threats. He was not saying you should not do this. He never once said that no one should act on my behalf in an illegal or inappropriate manner. He thrived off this violence. He thrived off the fact that it was being done in his name. That's what ultimately makes him so evil. That's what ultimately makes him just a villain, as opposed to any.
It sounds to me like he was subverted by the Cho energy.
Thank you.
Seriously.
Thank you.
I mean, like, because that's what they feed off of.
Thank you.
And he got,
Yes.
he got swept up into it just through his own vulnerabilities that were exacerbated by his,
Drug abuse.
well, yeah, but road to power.
Thank you.
And somehow the drugs got kicked in because he couldn't cope emotionally. He had something got to him. Yeah. And he fell apart, which does happen to people, unfortunately. And I guess the irony of it is that he was a therapist.
Yes.
But he, and it didn't work. The therapy didn't work for him, which is certainly not the first time. But therapy didn't work for somebody. But God, it's a tragic story, and.
Beyond that, Brendan Zogit brings up, of course, himself being a vegan and particularly repulsed by this. He says, and Jordan Peterson and his daughter are the #1 pushers of the carnivore diet, just beef and salt. Then he adds, nasty fuckers. It is pretty funny. I'm sorry. That's
It is. It is indeed funny. I mean, it's tragic funny.
Yes. Oh my God. I thank you for bringing him up. It is relevant, and
it's relevant because I'm watching Carl Jung, and then this just comes on. I'm not asking for it; just comes on, and he starts talking, really making a lot of sense. And I'm thinking, oh, what is this? I want to hear this, and I don't regret listening to it. It really helped my understanding of the collective unconsciousness. Unfortunately, he's a part of it that became, very negative, at least for himself. What a tragic character.
So to answer Viviana Sanchez, because she was asking why we were using the past tense in describing Jordan Peterson, saying, isn't he still alive? And the reality is that in a very real sense, Peter Moon is using the past tense for he was a brilliant lecturer, because in a sense that Jordan Peterson died. As a matter of fact, the Russians put him into a fucking medical coma, and you could literally say he did not come back the same Jordan Peterson from that. Yeah, though I'm sure he died in a sense long before that. That kind of clinched it. After that, he's just a meat sock puppet. But yes, you certainly take it from there, Peter. Anything else that brings?
Well,
to
I didn't know. I saw. She said, "What are you talking about past tense?" I didn't understand what she was saying. But yeah, he was.
Yeah.
He was. I mean, he still is something. But as they say, I enjoyed his lecture on Jung. At least one of them. He started to give another one where his face was all white, the lighting was off, and he looked like a vampire. I know it was just a bad lighting thing, but it was so weird, and it wasn't as good as his other lecture. But I mean, this is what happens to, I guess what you say, a brilliant mind. Beware of a brilliant mind.
Thank you.
As the Tao Te Ching will say, beware of too much cleverness.
Yes.
Beware. And it doesn't mean you shouldn't be intelligent. But God, what? And I mean, we see a lot of people on TV, pundits, that aren't that smart.
Yes.
George Bush had had a really dumb attorney general, really stupid one. And you sometimes see these people surface really stupid that are just yes men. But sometimes you see these people that are just have a really brilliant mind, but they strike out. Noam Chomsky is one.
Yeah.
He's got a big intellect, but he doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground.
Yeah.
And it's like, what is this? It's like, it's just the way of the world. It's like, so what is all that intelligence? It becomes a mockery of itself.
Yes.
It's just the world we live in, and there's not too much you can do except turn it off. Yes. Because I was thinking about, I mean, all of this politics is it's really bad news.
Yes.
It's really bad news. You turn on and you start listening to this stuff, and it's just corruption, and war, and you understand why survival becomes such a important issue. It's like, because you're trying to survive amongst all this insanity. Yes. And all of these, corrupt officials. Mexico has traditionally been known for its corruption, even before it got bad like this. It's known for corruption. But now, I mean, politics has always been known to be corrupt. But I think what it's so flagrantly in your face. It's never been so aggressive. It's kind of like a minister, going around and literally shaking down the parishioners. This is what it's getting to. They shake them down, but they do it in a way that's got a little bit of sophistication to it, instead of just, But I'm saying that this is what it's getting to. It's like we lie because we're entitled to, and people are getting, fed up with it. And there were a lot of people that were fed up with it and got cajoled into going down on January 6th and making fools out of themselves.
Yes.
This was an unfortunate thing. Especially for them.
Yes, it was. Now when you take a look at the jail time that some of them are getting, oh my God, that one guy who tased an officer, 12 years plus. So it's they're still passing out the sentences.
Well, yeah, and then Hunter Biden, who's selling out his country, and it even comes down to what are the technical details? Why is it really illegal to do this? In other words, they redefine it all, and then they don't look into it, and it's like you could see where some people could get really pissed off about what's going on. In other words, how could this stuff go on? How can it go on? And I don't take it too personally. I've survived a lot of presidents. Harry Truman was president when I was born for a few months.
That's right. Yeah.
1953. Yeah, he went. I think he went out of office in January, or maybe a couple of weeks. I don't know whether he went out in March or January, but yeah. So it's like, I think Eisenhower, for all of his malfeasance as a general and as a human being, man, this guy had integrity compared to what we have today.
Oh yes, I brought up before that at the time that the Suez Canal crisis was going down, and Gamal Abdel Nasser had nationalized the Suez Canal, and then the Allies turned against each other. At that point, the French and the British and the Israelis all conspired, where they were going to launch an invasion to take the Suez Canal back, and the Israelis would get to occupy the Sinai Peninsula. That would become an integral part of Greater Israel. Eretz Israel. Then at that point, the Americans were going to go to war with all of them. And that's when Eisenhower basically said publicly, he stated, it's time for Jews in America to start identifying themselves as Americans instead of Jewish. Can you imagine any president saying that today? Impossible.
Wouldn't go over too big.
Yeah, it's the fact that he had the balls to say that then, it's amazing he wasn't taken out.
Well, I think it was a lot easier to say it then than it is now.
Yes, true too. Yes, that's right.
We live in very, very different times.
Yes. And
the influence, I mean, we haven't even had the 6-Day War at that point.
Yeah.
So, and the 6-Day War, of those who you are not familiar, it's when Israel basically had a 6-day war with Egypt and took over the Sinai Peninsula, a big stretch of land between Egypt and Israel, right next to the Red Sea, on the eastern side of the Red Sea. They basically took a bunch of Egyptian territory, and that kind of put Israel on the map in a big way. It was a huge military victory for them.
Yeah.
And that was Israel really feeling its oats and its power.
Yeah.
It became, whatever power it had, it was now a global power.
Yes.
Egypt was leveled, and Egypt had a lot of support at that time by Otto Skorzeny.
Yes.
Who was the top commando of the Nazis. He was very influential in Egypt. He taught them taught the Egyptians how to fight. So there was a fight going on between the Egyptians, between the old guard of the Reich and in Israel, and Israel got the better of it, at least on the surface.
Well, in terms of some of the details behind that, the Israelis, one of the reasons why they won was they hired Otto Skorzeny away from the Egyptians. Just a lot of people didn't know that. So Otto Skorzeny, of course, at that point was offering his services as a mercenary, and the Jews paid more. And so the Otto Skorzeny, just so people understand it, he actually became, for a period of time, along with a lot of ex-Nazi officers, an Israeli hitman. The Israelis, don't forget, had this background where they understood they wouldn't exist without the Nazis. So don't take my word for it. You can look this up in Haaretz and other Israeli newspapers where they wrote articles about this. And just basically, Skorzeny was brought to Israel and met the head of the Mossad, Isser Harer. Guy's name was spelled Isser. Surname, his family name was Harel. I mean, I think even the Jewish Virtual Library has published articles on this. Then he was subsequently sent to Cairo, where he compiled a list of German scientists and the like. You're talking about the Israeli victory was not some defeat of Otto Skorzeny's tactics as taught to the Egyptians. It was the Jews couldn't do jack shit without the fucking Nazis. Let's get that straight. It was Otto Skorzeny who won the war for the fucking Jews. And they knew they couldn't win it without the Nazis. So that's the thing that needs to be shoved down the throats of the fucking world. And never let them forget it. The Israeli Security and Intelligence magazine, Matara, Matara, published an article in 1989 that confessed that Skorzeny had been recruited by Mossad in 1963, the year my sister was born, the year Kennedy was killed. And that was when he was basically employed to make certain to fuck up the Arabs by the training he gave them, so that they'd fall over like bowling pins when the Jews came running in. Any of these...
I never heard of that. That's fascinating.
Yeah. Skorzeny was recruited to help Israel's intelligence agency take out even some of his former compatriots. It's important to remember that he always considered himself first and foremost loyal to Adolf Hitler. None of this would have been done without Hitler's permission. There was still a game going on the surface world that was that Unterland was moving the pieces, the pawn pieces of. And so when it comes to the reality of the situation, all this crap about, the Jews being the scrappy little people that were taking Israel and making it this global level superpower militarily and gaining enormous amounts of territory, valuable geostrategic territory like the Sinai Peninsula. Only the Nazis made that possible. And so Skorzeny was someone who, of course, was never taken to task or put on trial. He's simply someone who was doing the work of the Führer on the surface world by restabilizing the situation in a way that for that period of time, it was something that was considered to advantage of Das Drittmacht, the third power, the Third Reich in exile. And remember that Skorzeny became military advisor to the Egyptian president Mohammed Naguib in 1953. That's when he recruited a staff of former SS and Wehrmacht officers. So it was 10 years later the Jews paid him an astronomical sum to turn towards their side. And that's what he did, and explained to them the entire inner workings of the Egyptians that guaranteed them a victory. So he, of course, he was hired by the Egyptians originally after recruiting a staff of former Wehrmacht generals to plan raids into Israel through the Gaza Strip. But in terms of the Jews buying him out, again, I cannot overemphasize the fact that his primary loyalty was always to the Führer. He took the money, but only did so because he had the Führer's permission that this was the thing to do at that time. And look at where the Jews are now. If anything, if anyone looks more like Nazis than anyone else on earth, or the way Jews try to portray Nazis as looking, it's the Israelis. I think my biological father's manipulations of the situation have paid off at this point in history, to the point where people realize who the real quote-unquote Nazis are. That's just a little observation there. And Peter, of course, anything else that comes to mind before?
What would be Hitler's motivation for allowing this to happen?
Well, look at where the Jewish people have taken it. They became intoxicated with overconfidence, pride, hubris. The Nazis put them in a position where they couldn't help but behave like Nazis themselves, expose themselves for what they truly are. They're seen by the rest of the world increasingly as an apartheid state of genocidal maniacs. Certainly, my father could have wished for nothing more.
Well, it's pretty far-reaching.
You might think so. But
Far-reaching. I'm not saying far-reaching perception of the situation.
Thank you.
It's like it's looking. I mean, it's hard to imagine anybody looking that far ahead.
But look at how far back he was dealing with them.
I can see Scorzeni dealing with it because he's getting immediate, infusions, cash injections.
Yes.
I understand his perspective very well.
But at the same time, bear in mind that first and foremost, what was it that scared everyone on Earth who was not a Nazi? What was it who scared everyone on Earth about the Nazis? What scared them was the fact that the Nazis could never be bought out. That was why the Allies all united against the Third Reich. The French, the British, the Communists, the American capitalists, the imperialists, all the colonialists, the French colonialists, the British imperialists, the Russian communists, the American capitalists. What was the one thing they all had in common? They were completely corrupt. Any one of them could be bought out at any time. But nobody could buy out the Nazis. Ever. Because the Nazis were true ideologues. So when it comes to someone like Otto Skorzeny, it's not that he was being bought out. It's not that he really needed the money. There are people who do have a sense of when greed overcomes practicality. There's how much money does a man need? It's certain men, of course, can never have enough, and it becomes their sole identity. At that point, they will take money and try to amass money, and they do so because it's all they identify themselves with. But when it comes to someone like Skorzeny, he had a lot more going for him than that. He didn't need that. He was taking the money, but a lot of that went back to the Nazi cause. A lot of that went back into financing what was still the ongoing exodus in many ways, or the stabilization of Unterland at that time. There was still a lot of trade going on with the United States, still a lot of threats that were being projected at the United States to make certain the trade continued. There was never enough money to make certain everything worked on the surface world to expedite this. That's where a lot of that money went with Skorzeny. It wasn't like, no one ever remembers Skorzeny for having large estates. There's literally pictures of him turning dirt up while he's trying to pretend to be a farmer in Ireland and shit. So you're talking about a guy who lived a fairly Spartan life. He was a warrior, not a merchant or some kind of estate dweller. He was first and foremost a commando. And so this individual who lived this incredibly full life, full beyond any historian's understanding, because no historian has ever truly tried to pin together his entire career, because it would take them to Unterland and beyond, and historians just have to stop there. It's kind of like the people who try to write a biography for R.H. Barlow, and then they run across the cult of the kings of Edom, and after that everything stops, and even though multiple people tried to start, none of them ever finished. Same with trying to write biographies on Otto Skorzeny that go beyond very limited aspects of his life. So when it comes to Hitler, understand Hitler was working with the Zionists back when the Zionists were just getting started. He knew them all from the beginning. So when he played the game with them, he was playing the long game. He wasn't going to basically let them take what he had gifted them, the transfer agreement, the Havara agreement, which allowed them to take their money with them from a depressed and bankrupt Germany and move to Palestine with all their money. Any other German who tried to do that, they would have to leave their money in Germany and go elsewhere as a pauper. But he let the Jews leave and take their money with them. When he gifted them this and enabled the start of Palestine back in the days when people like Moshe Dayan and these anti-British terrorists were considered a Nazi insurgency, and then they established themselves on his back while trying to decry themselves as victims. He was never going to forgive that or let that go. So he thought far ahead as to basically exposing them and giving them the victories that ultimately caused them to overstretch their resources, force them to basically become occupiers of various Bantustans, these apartheid restricted areas where they take the indigenous peoples and basically starve them out. Increasingly, they've shown themselves up for what they are. And the end game is yet to be played. They'll lose their democracy, and that's obvious under Netanyahu. As a matter of fact, when it comes to the emerging Cold War, which will likely become a third world war between the Sino-Slav-Indic synaxis, Russia, China, India, these other dictatorships, these autocracies, these authoritarians like Turkey under Erdogan, who just won, his 30th or beyond year as president for, an umpteenth time in another election, which he never fails to win. When it comes to these people, who's lining up on their side? Against America, against England, against Japan, against Germany? Israel under Netanyahu. Israel under Netanyahu is giving up all pretense of democracy. They're turning themselves into a legal ethno-state in which the only true citizens are blood Jews, and everyone else is not subject to their rights, not subject to the same law enforcement, and therefore subject to capricious arrest, detainment. This would include visitors, not just Palestinians. Netanyahu is putting Israel in the camp of the Sino-Slavic synaxis and what will be America's enemies in a third world war. Certainly America's enemies now in a conflict. If we're truly standing on the side of democracy and against these authoritarian autocrats, Israel is on the other side. They've proven themselves that by supplying all of the drone weapons that wiped out so many Armenians. The Armenians themselves suffered a genocide, but the Israelis deny the Armenian genocide ever happened. So look who the Holocaust deniers are now. The Israelis are the scum of the fucking earth.
This is the same problem you have with the denials of, of the administration and the FBI saying, nope, Biden didn't do that. Or they just ignore it. It's this hubris. It's like saying, no, it didn't happen. Or don't talk like it happened. It's a form of thought stopping. The same thing going on, which you're talking about in Israel. This isn't unique to Israel. It's not unique to the Democratic Party or Joe Biden or any politician. This is what politicians do. We're living in a time where it's just, we haven't seen it be this aggressive and in our faces. It's just so, it's always, you always expect this of politicians. but it's really, I guess what you'd say, egregious in a way, because I guess we have so much media that might have something to do with it.
Yes.
Putin is notorious at it, you know,
Yes.
absolutely notorious. It's like, I can get away with it because, you know, I can get away with it. That's kind of the mentality. And the reason they get away with it is because they can. It works. It works because they have power and they can make you knuckle under. This is the whole problem. It's who can shoot who is what it all comes down to. Who can kill? And then there's this veneer of politeness, which is completely and utterly phony. But such is the way of the world. And such is the way of the world that we need to promote Douglas to get his target money for this month. It's already the solstice. I want to wish everybody a happy solstice.
Thank you.
And especially Douglas. So if you could donate to his cause, douglasdietrich.com. This was welcome back to Douglas's channel.
Thank you.
I hope that we can continue streaming on his channel. And it's, this was an interesting show. I didn't expect it to go in this direction because I didn't expect all this stuff to happen. So it's like we're living a very alive occult thread here. So thank you for those who tune in, and thank you to those who donate to Douglas, and thank you, Brendan, for your support here. And I want to remind people of the Time Travel Education Center to sign up there to get emails, and also the Montauk Pulse at skybooksusa.com. And with that, I'm going to say good night.
Oh, and before you go, sir, we love you dearly, and a little bit about that so-called name for Cho Chocolate, what they claim it stands for.
Go ahead.
Oh my God! Well, you can share that much better than I.
I don't. It's on the tip of your tongue. Go ahead.
Oh no! It's so much better when you say it. Do you want to cover it with our next show?
I don't have it. I don't.
Okay.
I don't have the document in front of me.
Oh, okay. Well, we can cover that the next show. But basically, just so you will all hear this again on Sunday, we'll go a bit more in depth. But basically, they're claiming that it's actually an acronym for Tech Chocolate, which is so fucking phony. It's like, it's you can't even. It's so stupid. Tech Chocolate, but it's an acronym with the T and then the CHO. Get it? Cho? That's how we put it together. That's the damage control. That's the damage control for all that Peter Moon and I have been exposing as of late, is to go in and say that, yeah, it's really an acronym for Tech Chocolate because, started in the Bay Area. Startup, right? Kind of like that startup submersible where everybody went to look at the Titanic and now they're all dying at the bottom of the sea. I'm sorry, that's a horrible, horrible thing to happen to anybody. But
well, about that,
yeah.
I'm thinking, why on earth are these people going down there?
Thank you.
Why? And furthermore, when I heard that the thing had a history of having issues, it's like people become oblivious to danger.
Yeah.
Oblivious to danger.
Yes.
And there's a certain arrogance of thinking, well, things are all right. Things have always been all right. They'll always be all right.
Oh, it's so sad. It is so. These people are living in a video game or they're living in a movie where nothing happens to the main character. They're the main characters in this cinematic fiction in their minds, this long-running show in which they're the star, and they can't die. And now they're dying horribly. It's awful. It is awful. I cannot even begin to imagine. I presume that they'll tear that man apart alive before the rest of them die. Because the man who runs the company was down in the submersible with them. I don't know if you knew that. And he was there to prove that all of the past happenstance was meaningless. See, I'm piloting the submersible. I'm here with this Xbox. He's using this little control thing like an Xbox on a video game to pilot the submarine, to navigate it. And he takes these people down. They're all paying for it. They're paying for it. to go miles underwater to look at the Titanic, and the dead do draw you in. If you're taking a look at the rest,
This guy sounds like he was out of his mind.
thank you.
He sounds like he was out of his mind. I haven't followed it Did the time limit come up? They're now lost officially.
As far as I understand it, yeah, they're lost. Yeah.
The last I heard, somebody was pounding on something, and I don't know how they could tell somebody was pounding on something, because
Well, my guess would be that they're sending down other drones, submersible drones, to take a look at the submersible full of people who are down there pounding. I mean, I don't understand why they can't rescue them, but I guess it would be an operation costing millions.
They can't locate them. The last I knew, they couldn't locate them. But as I say, I didn't follow. It's hard to avoid it if you turn on any sort of TV or news.
Yes.
Um,
Well, it's truly a horror story. It's truly a horror story. So I guess they can't. But if, like you said, they heard someone pounding, that would mean they located them, right?
well, that would seemingly, but maybe they're listening to some sounds.
Okay, right.
And who the hell knows what's going on? But it's, people, you can't take anything for granted, particularly in the ocean, on boats.
Thank you.
I don't, I wouldn't very reluctantly ever go on a cruise ship.
Yeah.
And because you have these mishaps from time to time.
Yeah.
And it's like nothing, don't assume anything. Even, airplanes are supposed to be the safest, but they even have crazy things happen there. Your odds are much better on the airplane. But, it's like you can't assume safety. And we've heard so much crap that goes on with airplanes, not so much sometimes on the plane, but in the airports, not getting to where you want to go. You can't assume anything, especially in today's world. It's, it's can be quite chaotic.
Yes.
So anyway,
Well,
Joe Chocolate is changing their face, changing their look. And just so you know, it's like, astronaut chocolate. It's like, they're giving this story that it's all inspired by NASA giving you the right chocolate. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, NASA inspired people. Yeah, in what way? Well, we don't know. It's
Yeah, and they do it right in the backyard of Ghirardelli Chocolate, which is right there on the wharf of San Francisco. Yes. Probably the biggest chocolate manufacturer in the U.S. next to Hershey.
Yes.
And it's like, why? Well, they're making special chocolate. I don't know. It none of it makes any sense.
And that pink sauce. Yeah, with the pink sauce. Yeah.
Yeah. And what's happened is our level of inside joke has gotten too inside. I hope people can appreciate it. It's like this big, it becomes a huge inside joke, and the reason it's an inside joke, Douglas knows it well, but I've written so much about it that I have a great grasp than I would otherwise if I hadn't been working on the book. So all of a sudden, this is what comes up. This is part of the process of consciousness, stream of consciousness. You start writing about something, and it starts coming up, and then all of a sudden you have this awareness of something you never had before. And this is what happens when they're stirring up documents on Trump, stirring up documents on Biden, stirring up documents on Hunter, or all of this stuff. We're supposed to be in a time when truth is coming out of Saturn in Pisces, and nobody's going to be able to hide from these truths. It's going to come up and slap people in the face. And this is, none of these stories not over. And a lot of these old subjects are coming up for repetition. Like Saturn, there was a Saturn-Jupiter conjunction around the time of the election and all the upheaval. Yes. Now this is coming up again right now with a sextile of those two planets. So it's bringing up these two okay, this issue's coming again. It's going to say, okay, what didn't go on back then that we don't know? Now it was a lot of disharmony then. Now we're going to get some harmony out of it, which might mean exposure of the other side. That's what it should mean, logically. Or maybe it's, the other side, whatever it is, but it's more truth coming out.
Yes.
And this will be interesting. And we're just getting into it.
That's right.
We're just getting into it.
That's right.
So,
and so just to confirm what our man Peter has said, banging sounds were heard during the search, that the Navy's manned rescue craft can only descend about 2,000 feet underwater, but they think they might be hearing some banging sounds, but like Peter said, that could be anything. Jesus Christ, 5 people.
One would think it would be the victims.
Yeah.
That would be the assumption.
Yeah.
But what we could, one would like a little bit more clarification.
Yes.
We heard banging down there. What is it? It's, people get desperate. They get around. They get so concerned. They get so concerned about the life of these people, but they don't get concerned about Douglas Dietrich and what happened to him, which is a much more important story. It truly is. In other words, what happened at the Presidio? What happened to all these victims at the Presidio? What happened to Michael Aquino? They act so loving and caring about these poor people.
Yeah.
And it's understandable, but this is what you call profiling the victims. It's a great story for media. It's a story. It's human life. But it's, it's all what's crafted.
Yes.
I mean, it's a real story. And it's okay to feel sorry for the victims, but what about the victims we don't feel sorry for?
Thank you.
What about that?
Thank you.
And it's not that these people shouldn't be paid attention to. One can certainly question their, relative sanity or intelligence for going in such an endeavor.
Thank you. They paid $250,000 each. Yes. At least 3 of the people, I'd say maybe 4 of them, because they've got 5 down there, and one of them is the guy running the show. The other, I guess the rest are passengers, or maybe there's one other crew member, but
one's money would be better spent on Scientology.
Yeah.
Even on Scientology that didn't work out so well. God, it's like, wow. I imagine these people that spent this money either had it expendable income, or they got it raised for them, or it wasn't.
That's a hell of a way for a rich person to die.
Well, one of the things, the money. It's like, man, it does strange things.
It does.
It does strange things, and
I'm sure there might be couples down there. Like, it could be like a married couple spent $250,000 each. It's I don't want to even think about it. But before you retreat into the gentle night, dear Peter, do say happy birthday to Joe Tai.
Okay, he's born with today's solstice.
Yeah.
Boy, I think yesterday was the solstice. Or was it today? I think it was today.
Oh, it was today till midnight. Yeah.
Oh,
or through to tomorrow. Through to tomorrow, actually.
His birthday, the 21st or the 22nd.
Oh, his birthday is the 21st.
Okay, so I'm now in the 22nd.
Yeah, he's still in the 21st.
I'm 22 minutes into the 22nd as of right now. 22 minutes into the 22nd. It's 12:22, and it just turned 12:23. Now, happy birthday, Joe. I'm talking to you from the future.
Yes, that's right.
Talking to you from the future. Happy birthday. Your birthday was on the solstice. I think you should look up my birthday today.
Yeah.
What does my birthday today mean?
Yes.
Maybe you'll get some insights into your future.
Yes.
Choke tie. Anyway, Joe, happy birthday. Okay, I'm going to say goodnight.
Blessed be.
Maybe are you going to transmit into the morning?
Probably. We'll see if I can last. I think I will. But drop in if you're awake. Drop in if you wake up.
Okay, good night.
Okay, good night for now. Bye for now. Okay, and that's skybooks.usa.com. I'm going to restart the call with various wonderful people. Let's see if I can start with someone we all know and love. And then I can bring on some other people as well. So, honey, you made me realize the horror of that situation. I owe everything I said about the Titan, which is the submersible that sank or was lost in search of the Titanic. I owe everything I know to Brooke Gibson. I just want credit where credit is due before she really rips a second asshole into myself. And with that, dear lady.
At least you knew that it had even happened. Normally, I tell you something and you're like, "What? There was this submersible."
Yeah, actually, when I had vaguely heard about it, but you're the person. I thought it was some robot drone, and I couldn't understand why everybody gave a shit. I said, "Why does everybody give a shit about losing some submersible?" Because they kept using.
That's why I said you're welcome, because I'm the one that said. I was like, "No, at least the fucking owner of it was." I said, if they're going to go down, I'm not saying anybody should die.
She told me that. That's right. It's true. But actually, I think that it's valid to say that if anyone should die, it should be him, because he was carrying on the business after all of these.
After all the warnings. He had several warnings. And yes, he had gone down in this, people... It's called an experimental. You have to sign over basically pages. If people that haven't come up with it, just the first page you sign over when you sign it up. Like there's 3 warnings of death and mental harm. That's on the first page.
Holy shit!
And so it's called a experimental craft. Yeah. But now it had gone down before. But it has never, ever gone down, first of all, without losing communication.
Right.
Ever. So I think when they lost communication, that's probably why they asked why it waited. So they waited a while to get the Coast Guard and everybody involved.
Oh, my God.
Because it had lost communication before. But it several times it had to come back up immediately, like within a few feet. And it had made it to the bottom before. The problem is it was made of... titanium and I can't remember the other word for it, but it's not what you would normally use on these ever. It has never been.
Interesting.
And so...
An experimental metal. So just by the way, so people know that titanium is strong in some ways, and then in other ways it's very weak. So it's an interesting metal to use on a submersible of all things. Very strange.
Yeah, that was the problem. He combined because that's obviously not what has ever been used on any submersible. So he combined titanium with I cannot remember. I'll have to look it up. But the other thing that he did was he controlled it with, which obviously it's a little more technical. Then he controlled it, and he shows on his interview. He said, I control it with this. And he held up it wasn't even an actual good version of the Xbox controller.
He held up like a primitive old Xbox joystick.
Xbox controller, and he said,
But that's the other thing I got from from Brooke. I keep calling her Brendan. This is
we've done that recently.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
And you call Brooke, I know. So, but yeah, he basically, it was made a carbon fiber. It was made of titanium and a carbon fiber. And so, number one, had never been done. Number two, obviously he controlled it with a like I said, an Xbox controller. And on his interview, which I'm sure a lot of people may have seen, he says that it's great because it's Bluetooth, and so I can just throw these around. They're made for like teenagers, throw them around. He said we have several replacements. We can throw them around and let anybody control this submersible. Yes, because I want anybody in the ship me 12,000 feet down. I would just like that. throw it to the teenager right there. That would be good. Like with your like. But the worst part, I think, and I'm scared what probably happened. Actually, it's what I hope happens to them at this point, since they haven't found them, because they are most likely out of oxygen at this point, or they will be shortly in a few hours, maximum capacity, unless some crazy miracle. And even then, you couldn't probably get them up. The point is when they lost contact about an hour and 45 minutes, and they wouldn't have been low enough. They should not have been low enough. They would not have been at the Titanic yet, but they would have been at about 9,000 feet. The pressure there is the way it's described was if you run your car into a pond. Okay, so your car sits like 4 feet in a pond. You know, like just your doors are all covered, right? You can't open your doors. That's why they tell you windows. Because of the PSI. Now that's in 4 feet of
pressure.
water.
That's pressure per square inch, right? Is that correct? Thank you.
Pressure per square. So the PSI. So if that's in 4 feet of water or whatever, like where your car's just basically your hood can even be off the car, but you can't open those doors. Now that's the pressure from the water. So when that's at 4 feet.
Yeah.
You're talking about they were at 9,000 when they lost communication. 9,000. Most subs don't even go that low. They usually don't. Subs don't go to 12.
That's true. Just so people understand, unlike whatever fantasies you might have about military submarines, they're not meant to dive as low as you think. Scientific submarines are meant to dive very low, and these are scientific submarines. But military submarines, their only intent is to dive low enough to escape the effects of a nuclear blast on the surface. So beyond that, they're not really built to dive any lower. So they're actually quite fragile, and they will experience what's euphemistically called crush depth at a certain point where they will crumple like an aluminum can. So go on, honey. Yeah.
So that's exactly what they were
So
saying.
they can't go 20,000 leagues under the sea?
No, they cannot. They cannot. No, not military subs. No, unless we were to build them with a completely different purpose, like war with the undersea civilization and shit. So, honey, by all means. Oh, I do want everyone to know we have 3 other people with us. Brendan Zoget, who has obviously introduced himself. Nemo Albano, who's waving his hand.
Hello.
Speaking of Captain Nemo.
Yes, and of course the lovely Viviana Sanchez. So welcome aboard, dear lady. Hey, honey. And we will all say happy birthday to Joe Tai, who Peter Moon calls Cho Tai, which I think is a bit
Oh my
heartless.
God, is it his birthday? Happy
He
birthday.
looks good for his age. He's 50 years old. He looks young.
How do you even know his age?
I think it says on the Facebook thing, like his
Jesus.
birthday shit.
Yeah,
I said happy birthday to him on Facebook.
I guess you paid Facebook. I have not been on there to even know it was his birthday. I need to say happy birthday.
Yeah. I mean, he stopped aging. He stopped aging when his head cracked open. Anyhow, go on.
I was about to say something stupid and insulting like he does every time I make a post and he comments.
Getting us in trouble. Jeez.
Anyway,
Don't blame me.
the average military one is like 3,000 feet. Is average is
wait! I want to hear. Tell people about some of the stupid shit Joe Tai says whenever you make a post, whenever you publish a post.
I go back and find it. I mean, it's just unfucking believable. Like, I made a post, like a comment, like it was a fucking video of this movie, like TV show, where the bitch, like, it was like this older lady, like her daughter, who was like 25, her boyfriend had beat the fuck out of her, like beat her to a pulp. And so this woman walks up to her, and then what the image, what the video, a little short clip was, the mom, like I would do, she was older than me, but she walked up to this man who was like in his convertible, right, that had beat the shit out of her daughter, and she has a fucking shotgun. When he's sitting in the convertible out the girl, she takes a shotgun and puts it to his fucking crotch, right? And anyway, it was like, you want to fucking beat the shit out of my fucking daughter? I don't know if she pulls the trigger or not. I'm pretty sure she does, and you just don't see it. The point of the matter is, Joe Tai's average was like, is that why your lesbian book? You just think all guys' balls should be blown up? Did you? I don't even know how to respond to that.
That was quite a segue. Like, your daughter could be like, shoot to kill. She was ready for it. She'd be ready for it. And then he's like, making it about man hating.
I mean, I guess he thinks if somebody goes and eats broccoli, or you must be a vegetarian because you eat broccoli. You don't eat vegetables.
Look who's joining us! It's the birthday boy himself! Now, this is rather sad to me. Oh, Joe, don't you have family to be with on your birthday? Or are you... No. No, I answered it for him. I'm gonna cry.
You're my family. Right here. I'm spending it with you guys.
Hi, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Joe.
Hi, Joe.
Thank you.
Are you
Thank
really
you, guys.
50 years old, Joe?
Yeah, I'm older than that now. Chinese 1 more year older.
Yeah, that's...
You look young for your age.
Yeah,
Thank you very
doing
much.
well.
What he
Thank
means to
you
be
very much.
saying, is that a person in Asia is considered 1 year of age when they're born out of the womb. So, he's
Right.
51 in Asia, and thank you. So, Joe, there were other things that you said that were just like, every once in a while, your comments are often very hard to follow, or maybe they're too easy to follow. I don't know how to say it, but when you mention us as your extended family, I'm not quite sure how to take that.
That means I'm a penis unlike you guys.
Like, there's another statement. What does that mean? It's like, what do we do with that? It's like...
That's my point with Joe. I love Joe. Joe, I love you, but your comments...
Thank you.
So, like, I don't know what you just meant at all.
Yes. Yeah. It's just... We just go blank.
If you meant to be self, how you, like, sometimes I put myself down to be funny to other people. I don't know if you meant to be, like, self-humiliating, like, I'm the penis. But, I mean, everybody around here is a fucking dick, so... and one other.
Oh, my God.
But, so happy birthday, though, Joe, for real.
Thank you.
Yes. And so, who added the Viking dragon necklace? Was that Nemo?
Hey,
Okay.
yeah, I want to get some Nordic jewelry. I just want to know if it's safe to wear.
Okay.
Like, there's no negative effect from wearing it.
Brendan's Amanda asked. Brendan? Before we get back to our lady Brooke with her talking about the submarine talk, because it's fascinating. She's very technically savvy about this. I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. I mean, she's really done her work. So, Brendan, you there? The funny thing is when he's like, half the time he's not mute, and then you hear this banging and shit, and then when you try to ask him something, then he's totally fucking mute. It's really weird. It's kind of like, just the occult aspect.
I dig it.
Yeah. What's that, Viviana?
You notice the dragon...
Yeah.
The
What was
dragon heads are rotating like the swastika.
Yes. And
yes, that's a very nice image.
Oh yeah.
Should I get it?
A style.
Is it safe to wear?
If you're so inclined.
Nordic dragon?
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, dragon
Okay.
is like the Rahu Ketu nodes, like the world serpent. It's a positive motif.
Okay. Should I get oxidized, polished, or gold plated? Gold plated's most expensive.
It's kind of just your preference, but
What would you get if you were going to get it? Gold plated or polished or oxidized?
I think the polished. If it's stainless, just get it polished.
Okay.
Oh, get silver. Antibacterial.
It's already sterling silver in the
okay.
description.
Okay.
Yeah, then don't get it plated.
Get copper
Okay,
off the
just
bottom
polished.
of the Titanic. Has some really good copper.
Right.
Okay.
Ever since I saw that film when I was little, I wanted one of those like stalactites that was like growing out of the bronze, the iron stalactite looking things coming off of it.
Yeah. I
Do you
guess.
mind if I just, you can tell me whenever, I'll DM you some more links to let
Yeah,
me
go
know
ahead.
if it's worthy getting. Okay, thank you.
What are you
Yeah,
thanks
cooking,
for that.
No big
Brendan?
Well, of course, I'm cooking the
Steak.
Siridanyas.
Steaks.
That's
Are
like
you
the
really?
last thing I would cook. I'm cooking the Siridanyas. I just cooked some. I believe this one was foxtail millet. Very beneficial.
Oh yeah, what? You go to the woods and pick stuff, right?
Sometimes,
Yeah.
occasionally. But I just ate some of my own home harvested tomatoes.
I
So I
honestly.
have these black cherry tomatoes. So
Cool.
I just harvested
Oh
them.
my gosh. Do you think they taste like
Like what?
Licorice.
licorice?
No, they were like regular tomatoes. Just like more depth of flavor, more heirloomy.
And they're just growing in your backyard?
Yeah, they're black.
Nice.
I could not eat like licorice.
Yeah, I did an experiment. I have one growing with monatomic gold ormus in the soil,
Wow.
and one growing with just conventional
like we all
manure.
know it. I love how you said that.
And-
Like, none of us know what the fuck you just said.
Yeah,
And,
do explain, like, how do you grow this?
Douglas knows the
to a degree, but I don't
golden
know how you get something to grow with that shit. I mean, are you just taking like powdered forms of this stuff and putting it over the earth? Or
Well, there's a special that thing.
so explain to
mixture.
everyone what it is. Explain to
Alchemical
everyone.
mixture.
Yeah, explain to everyone.
Ormus
monatomic.
is an alchemical mixture
Yeah.
of basically atomized metals such as gold, silver, iridium, platinum that are suspended in these Ormus configurations. And Ormus is like an acronym for orbitally rearranged monatomic basically elements. They're called OMREs or something like this.
Mm-hmm.
But it's basically
So, like,
just
Brain is
What?
what you could say. Like Douglas has an organ brain.
no,
that
he doesn't
be-
have an
would
Ormus
that-
brain.
But by the way,
Like-
Brooke, why should I call Ian West? I'm scared to death of what he might say. I mean, oh my God.
Gotta eat those.
Comment
Cameron
fucking
soda.
post. I swear to God, where he's at is fucking hilarious, and I want.
He's probably looking up some more HD content.
I have to make fun of
Is
him.
he at a Taylor Swift concert?
No, it's gonna be so much funnier and better.
That would be concerning.
Okay, so let me see if I can find him here on.
I tried
I
to add
want to go
him.
see
I don't
Taylor Swift.
I mean, like,
I did notice you did try to add him. Yeah, it was, so I'll press all the buttons, and so there
Perhaps
we
he's
are.
on road or something.
Yeah,
Isn't
yeah.
Taylor Swift Anton LaVey's granddaughter?
That's a hot rumor. Gee, I never heard that one before. That's
Apparently, Anton
Really? You've never
LaVey's
heard
daughter sold one of her eggs, and that got
Okay,
impregnated,
you-
and Taylor
what
Swift
we
was
did-
born from it.
once we, you know,
Oh, yeah,
what,
they
once-
do look alike. Yeah.
My God. I
Yeah, they
swear-
look very similar.
Ty, an Australian dude, fucking Nemo, and fucking Florida boy Ian and his Wawa. You guys have your own
Bro, you're as hot.
conversation.
You're as hot.
Taylor
Okay,
Swift
You're as
and
hot.
all your
It's like
other
my spirit sister.
conspiracy theories.
Spirit sister?
Yeah, she totally is.
cool. Cool.
And, oh,
Yeah.
did you say I'm your spirit sister?
Yeah, you're my spirit sister
Oh, I
too.
love you
That's
so
right.
much. Already, you said Taylor Swift was. Fuck you.
Yeah, she is though. She really is, dude.
Take it as a compliment.
Like, no, seriously, she's like we're intertwined somehow.
Oh my God.
Well, they they
daughter
say that
tried.
she's.
Yeah.
They
Well,
say she's
she's what?
part of the devil worshiper. You know?
Did we just
She's a
lose someone?
5 lobe.
Did
She's
we
What?
a 5 lobe.
What is a five blow?
It's a person who operates at a higher brain power using 5 lobes. It's kind of like also
Hey, so Ty, you'd have
dimensional
to
with.
get to like 2
magic.
rows before you
Well, wait, I'm just referring to things.
Oh, I was just laughing at what
heard.
Brooke said about Joe Ty's,
Don't expect me to understand it.
Oh my God. So I tried to call Ian and George Knight. George Knight appeared to appear for a second and then disappeared. And it made me get the feeling that we might have lost somebody else. I'm not quite sure who, but I guess we didn't. It's hard for me to keep track. So what I will do is I'll grab a liquid Coke. I'll be back in a few minutes. I mean, oh my fucking God, just kind of, refresh myself. I think you're all holding so well. And I'm less frightened because Ian West is not with us, at least not yet. And so we don't have to worry about him going off, but we do have to worry about Joe Ty going off. So, yes, keep those 2 lobes or 1 lobe or whatever
Brendan is in charge.
I was just gonna go
I
off
was-
about
I
Ormus,
was
but
just
it's up to you.
empowered.
Hey,
I
so
would
Brad,
Charge.
does the copper work? They said you put the copper into the ground and grow vegetables, makes the vegetables bigger.
Electroculture, yeah, that's real.
Yeah, that is real. And by the way, I So when I get back is when I want to start hearing about the submersibles again with Brooke. But right now, let Brendan swing it, and I'm glad he's answered some of Nemo's questions, and Nemo and him will have a few more exchanges. Brendan's.
Just don't ask any more fucking bullshit about Taylor Swift, please.
It is funny though. You got to admit it's funny. I mean, just the fact that do you
Guys,
honestly
stop hating on her.
I mean,
I
It's
love
not hating
her.
on her. It's just
Taylor
Yeah,
Swift is awesome, and if
She
my
just looks
daughter
very
heard me,
yeah.
she looks like a direct descendant of Anton LaVey's daughter.
would
If you look at
probably
both
fly
pictures
to
compared
Australia.
together, they look very similar.
God.
Oh, okay. Well,
Well, I
I mean,
don't.
I mean,
You
but
don't
there's
understand.
That's not being negative.
She is her own person now. She has
Right.
risen from the ashes. She has become her own
Oh,
artist.
by the way, I personally
She
would
does
think
her own
it, I
thing.
personally think it would be really neat. I think it would
Yes,
be really
thank you, Doug.
sexy if she were Zena LaVey's daughter or her
Yeah, she was
clone.
very attractive.
Yeah,
Yes.
Zena LaVey was really fucking hot, and so Zena LaVey was. There's nothing wrong with Zena LaVey as far as
She's not. She's not. Okay, she's from Tennessee. Like she's not.
Yeah.
Period. So
I get it. I'm just saying it would be hot if she
you
was.
guys
Because
clearly
she's
cherish
from
her out there,
Tennessee.
so
Yeah.
I can't speak to it as I want to. So.
Yeah.
So I heard Venus's
Hey.
husband is a werewolf. Is it true, Douglas?
Zena's husband claimed to be a werewolf, and he was some kind of neo-Nazi. You know, there's actually a Satanist out there named I can't even remember her first name, but she was named Dietrich because she took it from some neo-Nazi she married, and she wound up going to jail for a while because she had sex with an underage kid, some boy that she seduced. And the amazing thing is, I was only once
can we
accused.
ever get one without like a child molestation?
Yeah. At any rate, thank you, honey. Yeah, right. So let me go grab that liquid Coke, and Brendan will go on about Ormus and the structure of the monatomic, and again, you're just taking this stuff and you're putting it on the ground and you're planting a seed in it. I mean, is that basically what's going down here?
Well, not exactly, but you take this. It's an optical fuse that is prepared specifically for the garden, and it has these monatomic elements in it. And then, so I did like a test with these tomatoes. They were bought at the same time from the same place with the same soil, the same pots, and the same water and the same sun. And one of them is already dying and only produced one yield. And then the one with Ormus is like going off the charts, like as far as production quality. It's literally breaking its own limbs with the amount of production that it's making from these, tomatoes and stuff. Something I've never seen before.
So where do you get the Ormus? Is it where you purchase that?
You can find it online. It's very common now, or more common than people had it before. Yeah. So what Ormus is?
Almost breaking its own limbs with what it's producing, with the way it's producing it.
Yeah, and it's an organic tomato,
like-
so it's not GMO
I
or
was-
any kind of.
Every
Yeah.
time I had good sex,
Wait, what happened?
nothing.
Brendan's paying attention.
Something about sex.
Yeah.
Well, it just cut out. I
Joe's
don't
paying
really.
attention.
I
I
said
don't
I
really
didn't
care.
know with an Ormus every time I had good sex, where I almost broke the limbs.
Uh huh. Oh, I get it. Yes.
Mhm.
Ouch.
Sounds
So-
fun.
That could be dangerous.
No comment from my end.
Anyway.
So Ormus is a beneficial alkaline mineral supplement that supports good health and wellness, to say the least. That's kind of like a generality. But what it stands for is orbitally rearranged monatomic elements, also known as ORMEs. And the term Ormus and M-state materials, they actually exist naturally in the soil. So someone in the 70s, forgot his name at the moment, but he discovered this in the mineral-rich soils around Arizona. He found these what are called M-state matter, which are these metals that are atomically charged, but they're single atoms, and they're sitting in the soil freely, and they're not able to be used until activated. So he developed a method to activate them, and that's why even now in Arizona and stuff, their agriculture output has increased, because they found out if you spray like a field with sulfuric acid or like carbonic acid or something like this, it'll break apart the minerals in the soil, and then it'll make the land viable for farming. So that's how they're able to farm the Southwest, is through this technique, but it's not like public domain. So they won't tell people about it. Yeah.
That's awesome.
So, but
that's a neat trick. I want to try it.
Yes.
That's
Yeah,
where
if
you
you
are
have
at,
some
aren't
desert
you?
soil.
You're just close, right next door, right, Vivian?
Yeah, well, we have a lot of cinder, so I work with a lot of red cinder, and I was wondering if that would
Yes.
also produce. Cool.
Yeah.
I'll try that.
If there are farms nearby you, then they pretty much have to use this technique for the most part.
So with the other minerals, are those like derived from like the dust of gold or the dust of all those minerals, and then they're like a chemical or something?
They're like basically it's like beyond dust. They're like single atoms. So that's what the monatomic gold is. That's what that means. It means they're not crystalline. So like when you see like a jewelry, it's like the gold and silver are like in a crystal structure, but these ormus things, they're single atoms. So they're like very minute, like clusters of just single atoms, like colloidal silver. It's the same concept. It's like a colloidal silver, but they get locked. But they get locked in other crystals and soil, and it's also prevalent in seawater, which is why sea salt is beneficial as well, because you get all these minerals like so-called Celtic sea salt. You get 88 minerals out of the 100 that you need to survive, so it's very super beneficial. So these M-state molecules and atoms are trapped in the molecular structure of plants in volcanic rich soils, their abundance in oceans, and certain healing plants get their healing ability from these things, such as aloe vera. Like aloe vera actually is high in like iridium and rhodium and palladium, which is why it heals the skin, because it's able to like uptake these things from the soil, and that's why it's like healing. And even aloe, like I have 2 pieces and they've been cut off the plant for like almost a month now, and they're still green and alive. So they have this ability to, endure.
Did you know that, since you know so much about this, did you know that mustard seed heals the skin?
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's like Ayurvedic, very well-known thing.
Yeah,
mustard seeds.
I learned that from just like a chef years ago, and every time I've ever gotten a burn, if you put mustard, it will keep it from blistering. You have to do it immediately.
Yeah. Also, like yellow mustard has turmeric in it as well. So turmeric is super healing.
Well, what do I put on my burns? What do I put on my burns? Mustard?
Mustard. It's an old chef's trick.
Okay. So go on, Brooke. What were you going to say about that?
I was just going to say it's an old chef's trick that I was taught years ago, like Brendan said, and I did it for my kids every time they got burned. It did it on me. Anytime I got burned and I didn't have yellow mustard, then it would blister. You get the blister. But if you put yellow mustard on it, yellow mustard's messy. You got to cover the burn with the mustard and just leave it on for like maybe 20 minutes. But that mustard, my mustard, I don't know if it had turmeric in it, because some yellow mustard doesn't, but I assumed it was the mustard seed or the vinegar in it or the combination. Yeah. But it works, completely works.
Wow.
Very beneficial.
Thank you. Brendan as well. Thank you as well. And Viviana, you were saying something earlier. I couldn't hear what you said. Was that something that you could repeat, or? If not, don't worry about it. Yeah. So,
no. Am I not coming in?
Yeah, you're coming in.
All right.
Yes. And
I was just listening to Brendan, and I was really interested in how he's talking about the activation of the areas in Arizona for, activating the soil. So that's pretty cool.
Wonderful. And George Knight has joined us. George Knight, how much time do we have with you tonight? How much time do you have to spare with us?
Hello, Douglas. Thank you for having me on, and good evening, everyone. I'm just I've got about a good hour, Douglas, I believe. About a good hour.
Great.
And yes, thank you. And just so you're aware, I am off this coming Monday, so for Sunday's transmission, I'll be able to remain with you throughout the entirety of the transmission after Peter Moon has retreated. So
Yes.
I'm looking forward to that.
Wonderful. I look forward to that as well. And I want you to know that you were missed the other day when you dropped out. And I also, I hope you heard the earlier part of tonight's show. I really went into some Nazi history concerning the post-war era, which Peter was not aware of until now.
Oh, wonderful.
So you do replay that later, the last hour of Peter's time with us. And so it's just so glad to have you with us on our being back on the regular channel. We'll see how long we can last. And before I think that the enemy has done their worst, or I like to think that. And of course, they're ever watchful and looking for any opening. So, but I don't know if you've been following what Brooke was giving us some great details, and she's very technically savvy about this, talking about how the military submarines really don't dive that deep, as I've mentioned in the past, and she was aware of this, and of course you're aware of this submersible and this horrible loss. Do you know anything about it yourself, George?
Yes, I've been made aware. Thank you, Douglas. It was actually my wife that brought that to my attention initially a couple of days ago. This is the third day they're actually trying to locate the submersible submarine object. Yeah, so there's a very wealthy billionaire on board as well. That resides in the UK. Yes, so they're trying to locate the sounds, and I think the area they're trying to locate is the area size of Connecticut. So it's a large area.
They said it's twice the size of Connecticut. They said twice the.
Is that it? Oh my God! Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
holy shit! And was any of these like I thought that? Go on, honey.
There were 2 billion, including the person. There were 2 billionaires on board, and one of them had his 18 or 19-year-old, 17, 18, 19-year-old son.
Oh.
That's what's killing me. Yeah, because imagine being that age.
Fuck.
Bummer.
Yeah, that's just awful. I mean, I was worried that there might be couples on board. Was there any one of them a couple, like a married couple?
No, there was the owner that I said, if anybody could go down with the ship, it needed to be him. Not that anybody should have to, but he
ignored multiple, like you said.
He ignored multiple warnings and did not want to pay for things that needed to be paid for just to save cost. That's all provable and will come out later. That's all been talked about.
How did the billionaires bet on this? Did they know this, or did they?
They must have not known it. And like I said, it had gone down a couple of times and actually made it successfully. And no, there had been a couple of billionaires that pulled out because they had one or two reported that they actually, they took the time to do the research. Kind of like James Cameron. I'm familiar with James.
Brendan, if you could go mute while you're doing that. Yes, he's like out in the backyard digging up whatever bodies he buried to fertilize his herbs. We lost Joe Ty. We lost Birthday Boy.
I know we lost. Oh no.
He's trying to get back on. Let me see if I can merge the call. Go on. Yeah.
But yeah, they 1 or 2 billionaires, but it's kind of like James Cameron actually went in deeper than that. He went to Titanic, then he went into the depths of the Mariana Trench.
That's true.
And he had it on submersible built just for that. And they said, the guy that built that submersible was talking about this. And again, there is a submersible committee that you're supposed to submit to, right? Mm-hmm. But you don't have to. And this guy decided, I don't want to submit to it because I don't want to pay the fees. They've written a letter that, hey, like, these are warnings we have and issues. After they had their big meeting, there were a lot of people, that were obviously part of this, engineers and things, that said they had some major issues with what he was doing as far as development with the titanium and the carbon structure that he'd used. And not only that, but the head plate, like whatever the plate that you look out of, the glass plate, that's another thing he did. So the company that built that for him said they would only guarantee it to go down to about, they use meters, but it was about they're going 12,000 feet. They guaranteed it to about 3,000 to 4,000. They said they would not guarantee it anymore because he would not pay for the funds to make sure that it could go there, or to so in 2 different ways he cut costs. He he was spending obviously millions. You spend millions of dollars making these things, and so he was cutting costs. He was losing his ass. So he cut costs. There is not funding, and even though the entire submersible committee wrote a letter saying they did not think that they thought there could be structural issues with this device, he went ahead because there's not something to stop him. And then even the company that developed the eye, which is basically what you look out, the glass port, I forget exactly what it's called, the glass port that looks out, that head of it, they that developed that said that they could not guarantee that could go below like 3,000, 4,000 feet. And then their letter said, and he did not want to pay for anything that would ensure, from further testing and further problems that it would, further issues that it would be able to. So in two ways, he had already cut corners there, besides the fact that he had also gotten lighting from Home Depot and like
Why do I find that funny? Go on.
Yeah, lighting. He was using an Xbox controller he could throw around. He'd gotten light he bragged about from Home Depot or the local whatever bait and tackle shop, I'm pretty sure is what he called it. And that he had used that lighting. And the other problem was nuts and bolts. See, when James Cameron went into the Mariana Trench, he was so, and that's the thing about James Cameron, that's where you have to be. If you're going to be this kind of person that's going to go, the guy that built this, James Cameron's not an engineer, but James Cameron, the engineer that built it for him, said James Cameron was so involved, he would come in and be like, so into, okay, are we using titanium bolt or like we'd be between two different kinds of bolts, and James Cameron would be very involved in just what bolts we were using, right? Because that's how important it is. Once you have a break in one tiniest seal of this thing, you're completely, the way they describe it is like, so imagine your largest styrofoam cup at pressures where they were going down to and even 9,000 feet. They would release the styrofoam cup. If you would release it in that, it would come back and it would be the size of like the tiniest piece of paper you'd ever seen, because it immediately sucks out like every piece of oxygen in that styrofoam, right? So what happens is, what probably happened to them, and I actually pray that this did happen to them at this point, because my worst fear, I'm claustrophobic, and no one wants to imagine being on the bottom of the sea in the dark, and I pray for the son's sake. The best case scenario, to be honest,
y'all just died instantly, or quickly. Right?
So what they were already warning, they had not been down in the last year there because there had been a lot of bad weather in the last year. But they felt this was an opening, and that's why these guys jumped on to go, because they thought there was an opening to go with the weather. But this craft had been warned it had made it down. It did make it down to the Titanic. Like I said, several times. It lost communication every time it even attempted to go down. Several people never made it even like a quarter of the way down, and they'd have to come up. Or 1,000 feet.
But by the way, I'm looking at what Brooke was describing in 2022 when CBS News correspondent took a trip inside Ocean Gate's one-of-a-kind carbon fiber submersible that the CEO, Stockton Rush is the fucker's name, Stockton Rush, held up the handheld device saying, "We run the whole thing with this game controller," and it's literally, oh my fucking god!
It's a console gaming controller.
Throw them around to anybody in the ship, so anybody can, and we have several of them in case one, breaks.
Oh god! And by the way, our man George, tell us, because you're a gamer. Tell us a little bit about this. You're a gamer. this shit.
Yeah, but
George wasn't even a good controller. That's the problem. It wasn't even a true Xbox controller. It was a cheap controller. You could tell.
Yeah.
Right. I was just about to say, it was just very unnerving to hear that it's operated by a gaming console controller, and I think some people alluded to it was like a Nintendo gaming controller. So
it was just it was a generic.
It's just a normal generic gaming controller. It's not even made by Nintendo.
Yes, that's what he said. It was a generic Bluetooth controller. So it was just because he was bragging that it was Bluetooth, like that made it.
And they're saying that some people said it resembles the widely available Logitech F710 wireless gamepad. It might have been modified or customized, but nevertheless looks like a cheap piece of shit. Yeah, that's oh my fucking God, I am appalled.
Yes.
And you paid $250 to go down with him, and $250,000 a person to go down with him. And the bad thing is the other person that went down is a Titanic Explorer, and I hear this guy is awesome. Like, and it is truly sad. He was basically.
Well, how would he be so stupid? How would he not?
That's a question on whether he was being paid so much money or why he thought, because they had made it down and they would come up, because this guy he would come up if there were any problems, but this thing had made it down. It had a communication problem. That should, first of all, it should have had better communication. It had no. First of all, you can send these things down tethered. How was going to go and when it should be tethered? Okay?
Yeah, that's right.
Tethered.
How is this not tethered?
It's not tethered. Secondly, it had no default communication system that would at least release defaults. Like if they had a problem, even a major power outage, where it would have released immediate signals, which they could have done, and he could have had on those, which they would at least located them where they were when if they had a major power failure. What I am saying is power failure could have been one, and they could have gone ahead and sank to the bottom because I don't think they were there yet. This thing only communicated every 15 minutes with the boat that it was on. This is the communication, because you don't have sonic waves that can get through there. So the way it communicated was every 15 minutes it would send a signal back to the boat that it launched from. And it was texting in the way of, I don't know if anybody remembers the old texting. I know Douglas and I remember like the texting where you had to do like A, B, C, like, Jesus. For 1, 2, 3. Like it's that kind of communication. But that kind of communication is what they were using and had to use to, and then the ship would give them coordinates. Like say, they would be like, okay, and then they'd be like, you need to go like where you at, like you go further right or further, like go 20 degrees this way or whatever.
Wait, I'm just like I'm just losing my breath just thinking about all of these interlocking factors of stupidity that doomed this.
You gotta remember they're in pitch blackness after a couple thousand feet, right? Yeah. Or less. So in pitch blackness, and if you lose power, and then he did have 7 backup buoyancy systems supposedly. The problem with that is it doesn't matter if you have 7 backup buoyancy systems. Number one, if there's 2 problems with Titanic. Number one, if they were to make it down there safely, you're moving around with basically paddles with that little thing he's talking about, the little the controller. So it only moves like forward, backward, very slow, this ship, because it can barely move. So the problem is the Titanic was so huge and so much debris and broken too. They had already had one of the people that had gone down there in another ship had gotten stuck, thought he was going to die.
Right.
Had got stuck.
I vaguely remember that. But by the way, just another example of the lunacy of these private submarines. In August 13th of 2017, there was this Danish inventor, and he built his own submarine, and I couldn't understand why he was so lacking in any sense of creativity that he named it the Nautilus. But his name was Peter Madsen, and Peter Madsen built this Nautilus submarine, which looked far more conventional, a lot more seaworthy, actually, than this piece of shit that all these billionaires are dying on now. And then he invited this journalist, and so this freelance Swedish journalist named Kim Wall, a female, basically went in the submarine with him. He tried to rape her, apparently, or made a pass at her, thinking it would be romantic, and she said no, and then he proceeded to sexually assault her, after which, to prevent her from talking, he killed her. And then, of course, when he surfaced, said, oh, there was this terrible accident, and she panicked, and I tried to stop her from opening up the basically the exit portal and drowning herself and myself together. And I wound up killing her because she was so violently resisting. And anyhow, I think they put him in jail.
I did hear about that, honestly. But, I will say this with those subs or like what they were in. Yeah. So that's what they were saying. Even if they had been released, if they were able to get to the top, if they didn't, number one, implode, which I hope they did at this point, because they would have been dead within a second. Okay, because if you implode it, if they
Still
had
would be a horrible death, but yeah, it'd be fairly quick, comparatively
it would
quick. But
be quicker. It would be so quick. It'd be just as quick as getting shot in the head. Because once the implosion comes, once the water comes in, the pressure is so immediate. Every oxygen cell in your body is like immediately absorbed out because the pressure is so heavy. May even be faster than a gunshot wound to the head. Like you literally would not. By the time you realize, you'd be gone. Like that because it's the pressure. It's not drowning. You don't have time to drown. Like everything, you're crushed. Just like I told you, if you release a styrofoam cup, it immediately turns to like a tiny piece of nothing.
yes, that's right. It's all
So
crushed.
it's
Yes.
implosion. So hopefully that happened for them for this. Like I just would hate to be at the bottom of the ocean just waiting for days. You know, like that cannot imagine. But these people do it. But I feel sorry for that son especially.
Oh my God.
But they get locked in. The other thing is, if they do make it at the bottom, there have been some that have been locked in. One that was locked in got hit into the engine, and the reporter that was with him really thought, like he said, you know, I reported, you know, in Iraq and Afghanistan for like, you know, 10, 15 years. I've been to, you know, he had done so many things in his life that were so dangerous. But he said at that point, because they were stuck for about an hour. But he owed his life. He said he owed his life to the commander, the guy captain of the ship that was able to eventually maneuver it out. But when you say maneuver it out, what happens is when you're down there, it's just like wind. So it's not strong enough to go against the forces of the wind, which is basically the current. Okay, so then the current takes this in because it doesn't have an actual engine, so it can blow you right into being stuck into a piece, and then if you can't get out, you're stuck. Now, could they have lost power and sank down and then not, you know, there's multiple things that could have happened. There should have been, but regardless, there should have been better signals. And secondly, he had been warned not only not to make it this way, but even since he had been down and made it successfully, he had his own people say, we think there's breaches now in the mechanical. And see, we made it out of titanium and this carbon fiber. And probably I'm going to assume what happened is the titanium and carbon fiber and whatever he made it out of is cheap shit. The other, I'm sure cheap bolts or whatever. And I'm not putting him down, but I obviously cuts corners. So the bolt, they may have held up for a few times, right? But they decided to go down again, and obviously each time that pressure is building on, it's just like, you know, any of us, pressure builds. At some point you get all it takes is the tiniest breach in something like that, the tiniest breach, and one screw coming loose and water coming in, the pressure's so high, that's it, it's an immediate done.
Oh my God. Oh my God! So George, add to that, please, by all means. You know the
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. I'm just reading about the company who was overseeing all this, OceanGate. It's got the executive founder of OceanGate, Stockton Rush, was on board that. It's called the Titan, it's submersible vessel. And I was just reading about it, and some of the passengers from last year were stating, they wrote an open statement saying that they had to sign a waiver, and in that waiver it mentions the term death 3 times in that waiver. So you're signing a waiver which signifies that you're highly likely to probably die.
Yes, I mean, if they're signing that, Brooke, why? I mean,
concerns, yeah. And the concerns, and there have been a number of issues regarding the safety procedures and measures in place when before the expedition even commenced. There's many people that raised their concerns before it even initiated. So they've got 2 billionaires on board this. One of them was the founder of OceanGate, and the vessel was called Titan. And yeah, I'm just reading about it now, and I'm just looking at the depths of it. It's around 3,800 meters down beneath the ocean surface. So it's just there's no way of them actually in the vessel. way. There's no way of them locating it at all. It's just a goner.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's all so awful.
Can you hear? Yeah. Sorry, I didn't know if I dropped out there.
No. We heard everything, and what you did was reinforce. You reinforced what Brooke had said earlier.
Brooke was saying.
But everything is important. This is important, and it's really you begin to wonder at these wealthy people. Was it something like Peter said, just a sense of immunity? Is it just the wealth gave them this sense of immunity from? I mean, this is something where people. I mean, honestly, a submarine of all things, a fucking submarine. It's not, this is not like there's nothing childish here. This is like this is like going into space. Except it's worse. It's worse in some ways. In space, you explode. In undersea, you implode. I mean, it's kind of like these are just bad neighborhoods overall. Just. The idea of somebody saying, "Okay, and let's go and take my son with me." Oh my God! So if they're, I was imagining them with the lights on, which they might have turned that off to conserve oxygen, or no. I mean, it depends on. Yeah. Oh shit!
So the lights would have gone out, Douglas. Yep, they would have been in pitch blackness.
Oh shit!
Total darkness where light couldn't penetrate it.
Yeah. So why? But again, why are we concluding that? We're concluding the lights have gone out because just the why? Because the battery, Brooke, George, help me. Yeah, go on.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Douglas. It's the same with an aircraft. When you're on a commercial airline, when you're running off backup generators or backup battery units, they will conserve the energy for the main function of the craft or the vessel itself. So I believe that's the reason for the total darkness, unless they've got like dim lights, like there are some form of backup lights. So you do in like for signaling where you exit for emergency purposes, such as for fire hazards. Emergency exits will be indicated by light, but that's probably the only source of light they have in the vessel. But if that's even in place, it's custom built. I'm just reading about it. It's all custom built. This Titan vessel.
They wouldn't have. They would not have cut them off, Douglas. Because here's the problem. So they would have never cut off communication. Sometimes communication would have gone out, but it wouldn't have gone out that long without a power breach. So a power breach was actually the best case scenario, even though that sounds horrible, because otherwise you've got an implosion. You see, so the implosion meant they were immediately dead, meaning there was a breach in the hull, a breach somewhere. Now, the only other option they could have had, we could have internal fire, which would also cause a power breach, right? Mm-hmm. But whatever it was, for them to not have any way to communicate signals, that's how we know that they had no power.
Yeah.
They sank. So if they were either imploded or they sank or they were already there and stuck, they could have been stuck and then lost antenna signals. That would have been the best case scenario, that somehow antenna signals and all that got taken out. But at this point, the chances of that are pretty slim to none, because they've sent. We will know that because we have sent now an ROV, which is what you were discussing, which is a non-manned vehicle, an ROV, which will be able to go down and actually explore both the Titanic, where they were headed. But because of the breach, if they lost power, it didn't implode, then what would have happened is they would have probably been swept off course anyway, which is why when they did hear some knocking recently. Knocking is the one thing that they said would be the only way to communicate at all.
Indication.
Yeah, and so they did say that one pilot the captain, that is apparently, supposedly a really good guy and has done this a lot comparatively, and he would have been the one that it would have made everyone else conserve oxygen and try to sleep, and he would have done the knocking every 30 minutes, which is what they heard. Some planes picked up knocking every 30 minutes. That was yesterday, and that was the first time any signal had been picked up. But our Coast Guard and people that review this are still reviewing that material, although they did go ahead and deploy units over to that area. Canadian Air Force heard that in several different planes. So they did go ahead and deploy into that area, which is a little separate than Titanic. Again, we're looking at, again, like you said, twice the size of Connecticut. And they deployed over there. But the problem, again, is they haven't heard any more knocking. And we don't know for sure. That's why that they're went ahead and deployed, but we don't. There are other crafts in that area, you have to remember. So knocking, even though we think it's man-made, it wasn't ocean-made, it could have come from somewhere else. Either way, the chances with them not having any knocking, they haven't found them. And even if they have found them, like, they would need to have found them at minimum by this time, because 96 hours runs out in the morning, and that was never tested. Again, like everything else, the 96 hours of oxygen was not tested. If you have people panicking in that thing, they're going to be heavier.
Yeah.
And
they're going to suck up all the oxygen screaming.
Yes. So, he would have tried to keep them calm, I'm sure. I think, number one, if you're going to send people down in these, I'm just going to be honest, I would never go down in one. I don't know who fucking does. But I think they should have, like, shots of fucking, I don't know, some knockout drug.
Yes, I agree, yeah.
If I'm going to die at the bottom of the ocean, give me some fucking heroin or something. I don't know, just knock the fuck out. Because you can't, and that's the other thing, if it floated above, if they had submerged, they were also doing air searches. Because the problem was, if it was able to even get to the top, these white caps are like 20 feet, these ocean white caps, okay? It would have barely, you would have barely even had a tiniest little bit sticking out. So it would have really blended in with the ocean. And the problem is, because of what you said about, like, that woman trying to get out, you are sealed in.
Well, by the way, she wasn't really trying to do that. The man killed her. Yeah.
I vaguely remember that story, and that was his story. But what I'm saying is, on these, because it's so small and people can panic, I guess, too, you're sealed in with screws. So even if they were to float to the top of the ocean right now and could see the sun through some tiny little hole, barely floating, they would still run out of oxygen, because they cannot get out of that craft without being unsealed with
exactly.
mechanical.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
They're properly riveted and bolted in. There's about 18 bolts, but the 18th bolt, the number 18 bolt, is actually a bit loose. That's what I read yesterday. And so, there's no way of them escaping that vessel.
Oh my goodness! I mean, that's just.
They couldn't escape at the bottom or anywhere. They'd have to be at the top to escape and live anyway. Because but you can imagine if you were at the bottom of the ocean and you're freaking. I mean, I would never be there. But if I was panicking, I mean, I might just be crazy enough at one point, after being in a tiny little thing the size of your own, not even a twin bed, basically, with 4 other people in blackness for 4 days, running out of oxygen at the bottom of the ocean. Like, I might just be like, fuck it, let me open this shit. But they would have immediately died anyway, because the implosion would have immediately happened. So they bolt them in. But that also means even if they could get to the top, they can't get out because they're bolted in.
Yeah, that's.
So they would still die. They would still be dead. They would still be dead by tomorrow morning with the most amount of oxygen that they supposedly had.
My God.
That's right, Rick.
I think
devastating.
So true.
Just devastating.
Well, I was just alarmed when I read that.
Yeah, I mean,
it's, the number 18 bolt is loose, and it's loose deliberately, and it's so people can open it from the outside, but they can't come out. It's impossible for them to escape.
Right. There we are. So, oh my God,
interesting. I didn't read that part.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't understand why one bolt being loose would help, but regardless.
Well, like he said, it's so
it would
that
seem like you would want all the bolts tight to keep it from a breaching hole. So I don't understand that.
No, like he said, it's so people
That's
from the outside.
What I read yesterday. That's what I read.
Yeah, it's so that people from the outside. Yeah, if a diver were to reach them.
What they found in their research.
I just don't understand what's the purpose of keeping the 18th bolt loose.
Because if a diver were to reach them.
Look up quickly now for you, Brooke. I'll post it in the chat.
Yeah. So if a diver comes from outside, he can open it.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. I just was curious as what that would be a reason, why that would even be a reason. Because if all the other bolts are still in tight, it seems like you would want them all still in.
It's definitely it's just horrific. No matter what, it's like Oh, I'm just appalled, and
Would that be
I
in case of a worst case scenario? Then there
Yes.
is some kind of leverage so that it would
mhm.
collapse.
Right, honey. Viviana, you're
So they
adding
would
to that, right?
die maybe sooner than being stuck down there.
Mm-hmm. And so Brendan
I don't know. I
Zoget
mean, I
says,
They,
oh, yeah.
that wouldn't make sense either. Then they would just be able to
Mhm.
breach the hole or take
Right.
a fucking gun down there with them, blow their heads off, and blow a hole in the side of the boat.
God,
I mean,
yeah.
be
Well,
better off than having a breach that, because if you
well,
have one bolt that's loose, like why have one bolt loose?
Well, I think it's for somebody from the outside to be able to open it,
I don't
but
know.
even if no one from the inside
I
can.
haven't read
So,
that.
so
I don't have any idea.
Brendan, do say goodnight to everyone before you go.
Like I said, I think there should be a gun down there and probably some medication, because if you're going to take that risk, I would definitely not want to
Yeah.
survive
Yeah.
at the bottom of the.
Understood. No, I get it. Brendan, say goodnight to everyone before you go. There we are. Brendan's going to say goodnight. And Brendan, can you talk? Say goodnight before you go. Let's see if he can talk. And somebody
Have a
muted
good
me.
night, Brendan.
Yes, there we are. Brendan.
Yes.
Yes.
Gratitude and have a good evening.
Yes.
I love you,
too.
Brendan. Thank you so much. You're
Yes.
an awesome person. I love you.
Yes.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
But love is half of the word of evolve.
Yes.
So the full word is evolve.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to
Yes,
evolve.
I appreciate it. nonetheless.
I would prefer. I'm choosing not to evolve. I'm just gonna stick with the love, man. I don't need to evolve.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've evolved enough.
All right.
I
Good night.
I agree. Yes. Well, we love you dearly, Brendan. And blessed be. Okay. That was he slurring? Could just be the hour, of course. Or it could be his psychedelic tea. He has those special mushrooms. Yes. Yeah, he's one of the few people I would trust with picking wild mushrooms. And of course, I actually wouldn't trust anyone with picking wild mushrooms, to tell you the truth. It's kind of like going down in submarines that are like handmade, or might as
I'm
well be
sorry.
handmade.
Give me. I'd rather eat 40 gallons of shit than fucking go to the submarine and fuck my life. I don't know what they're thinking. And then pay $250 and then take your kid with you. I'm sorry.
Yes, paying for it too. Yes, the idea that you paid for it too is just the assault on the wound. It's just
$250,000 per ticket.
yes. Oh God. Oh, that's the Darwin. That's a Darwin Award. That's just awful. I'm just left
I
shocked.
should start paying prison inmates to end their misery.
Well, I mean.
Making inmates pay to end their misery.
Well, I mean, that would be cruel and unusual punishment, I suppose.
Yeah, it was a joke.
Hey, understood.
Of inmates, I know who should go down on that sub. Who's that guy that slept in a sleeping bag purposely in like negative 49?
Yeah. Fuck. Let me look him up. He's down here on my list. Among my favorites. I never removed him. Poor bastard. I mean, God, he's suffering enough. He's so, and the Russians aren't even paying him. John Miranda. Miranda.
He wouldn't even see that. He could be at the bottom of the ocean. He wouldn't even see his suffering. He just go out.
Yeah.
Another
yes.
day.
Here we are. We're sharing screen. We're sharing screen, and I'm going to take everyone to John Miranda. Of course, this is a tiny picture of him, but that was back in the day when he was an Olympics level swimmer, and he represented the United States via the U.S. Navy. And the Navy does this shit, as do all branches of service. They'll send some guys who are simply good at basketball or some shit to the Olympics, and they never see a day of combat. So he was spared all combat, so he could go swim in the Olympics representing the U.S. And like I said, he married this girl from Georgia who provided him 2 sons, and her entire family was
not Georgia in the South of America, like in Southern United States, because we would not have been that stupid. We may be redneck, but we would not have married that fucker.
Thank you. And she gives him 2 sons, and it's like she won't let him near them for a good reason. Her family was wiped out by the Russians, and after she married him in the hopes of escaping to America away from the Russian terror, then he says, I want to help the Russians liberate Europe. And that's
God.
yes. And so
By liberate means take over.
yes. Yeah, and so she said, fuck you, took the kids and went to Norway, and he was not allowed to follow her, and he was stuck in Sweden for years, and then, then finally able to visit them once in a while, but then spends the rest of his time, so he claims, Peter Moon doesn't believe him, by the way, he claims he was spending all his time sleeping out in sub-degree zero snow and shit. And
Not even sub-degree, like negative
30,
like,
negative 30.
Fahrenheit, I think it was like negative like 70
Something
degrees.
like that. Yeah.
Celsius, he was like, negative 20. His sleeping bag would go down to, and like even Douglas is like, so what did you do when you pissed? I'm like, it froze in midair. If it was that fucking.
Thank you. Yeah, you don't piss at times like that, I guess. You're right, honey. It would freeze in his bladder. Basically, it would freeze in his bladder. I mean, it's.
You'd have to be superhuman to survive sleeping in that temperature.
Thank you. It was just, and he said he was ice fishing, like he was doing this, and and Peter Moon was guessing he probably ice fished once, slept out, but he just couldn't imagine someone doing this regularly. But the person who was with us that night, and in a sense, side by side with John Miranda, not in the sense that was he in West? Yes, that's right, Ian West.
And Ian's on the phone now. Ian, are you there?
Hey, Douglas, can I segue back to the vessel, please?
Yeah, please.
Right.
But all means, so do be patient, Ian. We will get back to you about this. Yeah, and no, George Knight, by all means, because he only has a limited time with us. Yes.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to play something. It's just a clip, Brooke. I just went off to find it quickly. I'm just going to play it.
NASA and the University of Washington, and that, he says, is his lockdown as a guess. His exact words were, everything else can fail, the lights can go out, the propellers can stop, but you will still be alive. You are bolted in from the outside. There are 18 bolts in a circle around the hatch, and by the way, they only fasten 17 of them. The 18th one is way up high, and they say there's really no mathematical difference. So you're right. The really nightmarish scenario is that they are alive at the surface, bobbing away, running out of air, and unable to get out.
Right, that's just what I wanted to qualify, Brooke. Is the 18 bolt, there's one of them that is loose. They don't tighten up.
He didn't say loose, he just said they didn't even bolt it at all.
Well, that's it. It won't be tight. It will be there's 18 bolts, but 17 of them are sealed. They're tightened, and one of them isn't tightened. So, that's just what I wanted to qualify.
With saying, I don't think that has any relevance at all.
Well, I mean, it obviously has some relevance.
I'm just saying, no relevance, because it could be relevance. We could find later that if they had tightened that 18th bolt, maybe that's where the breach came in. But if they're saying, and they've gone down before, and for some reason they don't lock in that 18th bolt, and it just has no bearing at all in it because it's at the very top, which means it's above the hole and above where you get out, then it couldn't breach. I mean, I don't know. I think that, who knows? I mean, maybe the 18th bolt's the problem. But at the end of the day, they can't get out. They're bolting it with 17 bolts.
Right. I think the logic... Yeah, go on, George.
Yeah, thank you. That's just what it was qualifying earlier, Brooke, was they cannot escape. There's no way, the means of inside out, there's no way of escape. This was actually, this was explained before they even jumped on the vessel, before the expedition even took place. What was explained to them.
Yes, he signed like 4 pages of papers. There's death written the first time at least 3 times, and also the death written at least 3 times on the first page. Also that you may experience mental health problems from this.
They will now, yes.
So, I mean, the amount of liability that they sign over, and they know that it was also an experimental vehicle. They signed that over. I mean, I've seen the papers.
I'm sorry, this is Darwin Award shit. I mean, this is like, how did these people ever get rich? It just goes to show you that it has nothing to do with a type of survival intelligence. It's a different kind of. Oh my God! It's just everything that you've described there is the person is relieving themselves of all responsibility for essentially everything. But by the way, speaking of this,
went down with them if they were going to go. I mean, the fucker that came up with the idea and cut deserves to go with them.
Yes, that's right. That way they can tear them apart while they all die, which is, if they were alive, I'm sure that's what would happen. And speaking of mental breakdowns, yeah, they'd all die insane. Now, I'm insane, of course, for bringing Ian on. He's saying, take your time. I'm setting my shit up. Okay, I'm scared already. What? I don't even want to ask. It's like, I'm setting my shit up to get Dietrich terminated permanently. We're really going to shut his channel down this time. Yeah. It says, I'm thinking they're escaping to Earth too. See, then he just wants to make me angry. Okay, because then I'll start asking stupid questions like I did with Joe Tai. And then he'll start answering them. Then I'll just get angrier.
Whatever. You just let him play something that on record that literally could have been got you pulled, because you play a newscast, you play things that are recorded. You might get pulled. I mean, I'm not allowed to play anything, but King George just got to play it.
Well, that won't get us pulled, because it's just, basically it's the rationale behind that was that somebody coming from outside could conceivably use that loose bolt to open it up from outside. That's the rationale, I think. But yes, oh my God. Honestly, I'm just left almost. Oh God, he's unmuted.
Well, will you quit blaming me for your little temporary ban? It was not me. It was those Bulgarian dudes. God damn.
Yeah, it's true. The Bulgarian bozos. Yes. But it's like, so hey, you put the Brett Luter interview together into one episode. Could you upload that?
Yeah, was it good? Did you like it?
Upload it on your YouTube channel so I can download it and then publish it on mine, please.
But then I'll get a copyright. No, I'm joking.
So funny. That Brett Luter guy wasn't even going to upload it, except that, Peter Moon called him, and then he said, oh, okay, I'll upload it. But then he was like keeping it all on Rumble to himself, because, not like he gets many hits, but there's this desire to monopolize information. It's very bizarre.
Look, I watched the whole episode. I mean, I watched both of them all the way through. I thought it was really good, to be honest.
And we lost somebody. We lost Brooke. Brooke.
Yeah.
Oh my God! What?
She'll be back.
Yeah, she's the one who told me to call you. It's
good,
like
good.
Yeah, I hope you remember that when she comes back on. I hope the two of you are nice to each other. Oh my God.
Oh, I talked to her earlier. I told her about her daughter.
What? She says, sorry, can't. Yeah, honey! Yes, that's ridiculous. Oh my God. So at any rate, by the way, Joe, it's Joe Ty's birthday. Say happy birthday to Joe, Ian.
Happy birthday, Joe. How are you doing, buddy? Oh, good to hear from you too, bud.
I believe Joe's turned 50.
50.
Is that correct, Joe?
Yeah,
correct.
Happy birthday, Joe. I know I wish you happy birthday on Facebook. I sent you a message on your timeline. Yeah, put a post up.
Yes. Oh my God.
Yes. I'm sorry. I had a problem with my iPad.
No,
thank you.
Dude,
don't apologize.
He's cruising for porn. He's alone on his birthday. He's cruising for porn. I would be too. So he had to put his dick down so that he could, think again. Then the blood would rush back to his head so he could speak. Oh my God.
Everyone pray for Joe Tai.
Yes, we should. It's when I asked him, why aren't you with your family? And you're my family. And that's, and I don't know how to take that either. It's kind of like, should I be insulted? Should I be, but we do love Joe, and it's, yeah, Joe, it's so how would you rate your life so far? It's at the halfway mark.
Oh, it's great. I mean, working on a bunch of things that are not panning out.
Same here.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can I kill myself now?
No, not after you.
Not till after the show. Not till after the show. Done.
It's these two will drive me to it. It's like, oh my fucking God. It's like, and then Ian the other day. It's like, he's like, which girl was stealing from him this time? Oh yeah, the one who said she was his sister. Yes. Yeah. And it's like, does he know what she stole? No, but he saw her steal something on camera. She was putting it.
Oh no, I got it on camera.
Yeah, she was putting it between her cleavage, so she must really have a pair of tits.
I can send you guys the picture.
Yeah, could you? I'd like to see tits that size.
Oh no, they're worth every penny. Every penny they're worth it.
Every penny of whatever she stole. Oh.
Somebody's got to pay for those tits somehow. So.
So let me tell her this. So I'm busy being distracted by Brooke for a few minutes. So Viviana, come on for a few minutes and tell us about what's been going on with you, honey. Hey, did you know that Ariana, that chick named Nancy Toulouse, she blocked me on Facebook, Viviana?
What's that, Douglas?
Oh, you have no
Welcome
idea.
to my world. Welcome to my world.
Yeah. Yes. Were you ever acquainted with her at all, Viviana?
Slightly.
Yeah. So do you have any idea what's going on with her?
No clue.
I think she's moving to where Ian is, right?
Yeah, Florida. Yeah, along with Deanna
Well, no,
Fraser.
she texted me last week and she said it fell through, that she wasn't going to move.
Oh, really? Yes. Well, that's because, I told her, maybe that's why she blocked me and shit, because I told her you shouldn't be moving in with a woman whose name you do not know. All she knew was this woman's name was Stormy. And I said, that's not a name, that's a stage name for a stripper.
Yeah.
And then she says, like, I guess I should have asked her name. And I'm like, no shit. And you said, what's her home like? She showed you footage of her home and there's no furniture. Apparently the woman says, I've been living here for a year. I need someone to babysit my daughter. And she says, no, we haven't furnished it yet. And I said, yeah, that's because they sold all the furniture to support the crack habit. Yeah. And you want to move into this in Florida. Where they could just feed you to the gators after the murder, and
Ian West talks about what's there over there. What was there? Some
the Spirit Gate. Yeah, the Spirit Gate spot is over there, like literally right across the street from her.
Oh my God, yeah, and it's so. It's just, it sounded like she was not thinking, and she's better off where she is, as miserable as it is. But I could understand why Amy Como was advising her to move out of Mexico, because it was, she's alone with, and nobody will talk to her because, she's this white woman, and, all the men are making passes at her, but she's living with 7 Mexican girls who ignore her like she's the white ghost. And it's because they got nothing to talk to her about. I mean, she's like...
Well, if she really needs a place to stay, I got a place for her in Albany.
Great.
Pay the same amount.
Fuck it. Maybe let me get you two in contact with each other. I mean, shit. Let me see if she's still online with me on Skype. And
Mexico's going to be dangerous soon, so...
Yeah.
They're turning commie and... They're turning communist because
I believe it.
Yeah.
This is Mandy. Let me see if I can find. Oh, Ariana. So,
Mandy was so nice last week. Thank you so much, Doug.
Mandy.
She was the second smartest guest on your show behind John. Oh shit.
Miranda. But by the way, when it comes to when I said side by side with him, I meant like. Not that you were guys on the same side. I believe that Ian was much more malleable. Ian had it more together than poor John. John was just a total fucking dupe.
I gotta write his name down because that was just too good of a joke to fuck up.
Yes, John Miranda. Yes. Yeah. So let me see.
Erling Hoffman is growing taller because.
Ooh, what is that? Geez, be careful with whatever you're doing. Jesus, I don't want something. Any claims on anything. Oh my God. Okay, let's see.
I remember John Miranda.
Yeah.
And he was like on RT.
Was he on RT? How about that?
Yeah. No. John Miranda is a Russian dupe. He's a total Russian dupe. Poor son of a bitch. He's like, I just feel he's sad. He's fucking sad.
He's like Razvedka.
Yeah.
You You should listen to the memoranda rights like his last name.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, so Viviana, your memory is incredible. You do pay good attention to this. I mean, I'm impressed. Trying to find. I've got Ariana up here, but where am I supposed to get her? Like, how do I get share contact? There we are. Okay.
Wait, is this like where we read the emails now?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Ariana, this is your roast.
So I just sent her contact to Joe Ty, and somebody sent an image. Oh God, I better look at this just to make sure that somebody's not pulling something while I got to hall monitor. Okay, New World. You see, I can't even read this stuff out loud because if I do, I'll probably get myself into trouble. There we are.
This is my new piece. This is fill in the blanks.
Oh my God!
Joe might be good at this one. Joe, if you can fill the
No,
blanks.
Joe, don't read that out loud. Oh my God!
Can I just say this real quick?
Yeah. What?
With like you and Ariana, like I don't understand what's going on, and I'm sorry, and I hope the best for her.
Yeah.
No matter what happens, that you're safe and protected.
Yeah.
But this is kind of one of the reasons why I don't go private with people.
Go private with people.
Yeah, like to have conversations, to get private with people, because in any kind of instance, something can happen, and the next thing you know, it's just drama.
Mm-hmm.
She said, and blah, 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 blah. And then, so it's kind of easier. Like, I like public platforms that what we say on here is public. There's nothing going on behind the scenes or whatever. But we're friends. Like, if we're friends, then that's cool. But these weird internet relationships can have these strange dynamics that...
Well, there's a lot of scammers out there, so you got to be careful.
Well, go on, Joe.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like when you get into these you can't really trust some of these things because you never see these people. So
Why do it? What? She left again. Brooke left again.
Viviana left again, huh?
No, it's
Brooke. And by the way, I do a pledge to the flag. The Japanese American flag, the 50-star flag. I don't need to do a New World Order pledge.
Okay, that's cute.
Good job, Joe. Good job.
That's Joe. That's like that was a non sequitur. It's like.
What does everyone think of the 28th Amendment? Gavin Newsom wants to bring in.
Oh, it's just an idea. I have to look at it again, but
Newsom they said Newsom might be Biden's illegitimate son because they look similar.
Oh my God! Why do people come up with this shit? At any rate,
well, Newsom's a Getty. What's it called? A Getty agent. He works for the Gettys.
Oh
okay,
God.
Interesting.
Oh my God! Yeah, it's like please. So when it comes, I'm sorry. What's that, Viviana?
Sorry.
Say that.
I didn't know it was gonna go there. I just thought it was interesting that it's always freaking Gavin Newsom trying to start shit. We hear about it on Twitter, and it's like a demand and da 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 da.
In the company that we're in, where do you expect it to go? It's gonna go like it's Taylor Swift. They were saying earlier was Zena LeVay's daughter or clone.
That's true. That's true.
Oh God. Oh God.
Yeah, she was her surrogate.
Oh,
that
of
is
course.
true.
Oh, of course. Yes. Like I
they're
said,
just doppelgangers, okay?
Like I said,
Zena needed that money. Zena was selling her eggs and shit.
Oh my God! Like I said, I think that would be neat myself. I think that'd be cool. But okay.
Yeah, I think Douglas would buy up all the eggs.
That's cute.
Yeah, she was her surrogate. That's a true story.
So now that we've got that settled, thank you, Joy. Just really needed that. That's okay. So George, to try and bring this conversation back onto some level of sanity, I know it's a forlorn cause. It's like, what was that, Viv?
Thanks a lot.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. I mean, your question was actually what would be considered legitimate on any normal gathering, but this is not any normal gathering. Now, we only have a few minutes with George left. George, how many minutes do we have left with you?
Yes, Douglas, only a couple. I will wrap up on this part, but I will look forward to joining you on Sunday's transmission.
And I look forward to that too. Yes.
Yeah.
We'll practically be here for a full transmission with George, just so everyone has that.
George, before you go,
yes.
I was trying to make light of the situation in Leeds with their plastic explosion and how it links up with ours in the United States.
Right. I'm not.
I missed you a couple of weeks ago. I missed you a couple of weeks ago when I dug it up.
Right, thank you.
But our thoughts are with you in Leeds and shit and all that, and it's fucked up that went on.
Yeah, he put together one of those kidnap notes with all that strange lettering to say that, no doubt. So do feel free to wrap up, George, and then when you're done, I'll turn towards Brooke, who has rejoined us, and make her feel better about my slackery. So George, go on. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And I just wanted to respond to Viviana, actually, when she was saying earlier about being aware of what you're saying publicly. One of the things I've always been taught, educated about, is the term and phrase that people use when they use the word hate. And the reason why it's such a strong word is because if you ever tell anyone in the public that you hate someone, if you use that term, I hate that person, and then if anything happens to that person, then if you've told any number of people that you hate that person, then you're automatically looked upon as a suspect. If anything happened to that person, detrimental or fatal, anything like that, then you are looked upon with complete jurisdiction. Well, complete legality to any law form of prosecution against yourself or some form of investigation against yourself. So that is why I've always been refrained to ever using that term hate, and it's for legal purposes. So in case any ramifications occur to yourself.
So the only reason you do not use the word hate is for legal purposes, George?
You don't say you hate someone, any individual person.
But you're saying because of legal purposes is why you're saying you don't use it. I just want to clarify.
No, I'm saying this is what I've been taught my whole entire life. Why you don't use that term hate.
Right, he's coming from his perspective. But of course, Brooke,
it's not wise to tell people who you hate.
Right.
Yes.
But
because he can come back on you. Yes.
But I do think that British and Commonwealth law is different from American law. And that's why British and Commonwealth...
Right now, I could say I hate all of you, and if any of you die, then you come...
Yeah, she'd be pretty...
I don't hate Viviana, okay?
Well, that's a probable cause. Just don't.
I don't hate you either, Joe Ty. It's your birthday.
Thank you very much. It's just probable cause.
But now, Ian, George, and Douglas, that's another story.
And Nemo.
Thanks for that, George, because I agree. I think it's wise to never appropriate the word hate and use it flippantly without having that certain aspect of people who are going that's a very common and good legalistic approach to consider someone a suspect. But I believe that hate is so strong that it is murder. It is the root of murder. It's in your heart. So it is very, very serious. It's to hate. It's to.
I would more say that. That's why I asked, because I would more say that I wouldn't hate someone. I would try not to hate, because first of all, that hurts my own soul to hate them, right? And there's a fine line between love and hate. Really, to hate someone.
Well, it takes a lot of energy. It's an investment of energy, an emotional investment that's very, it's draining. It's just draining.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
That's what I just think that's a better argument than legality. But I understand what George is saying. I'm just saying that I don't think in America that if you say you hate someone, I mean, God, you know how many murders I've been arrested for?
Oh yeah. No, I do believe that George.
I'm sorry, I said I hated everyone in the world.
Yes. Yeah, there's a multitude of reasons not to use that term. There's a multitude, and that was very well explained, Douglas. It's draining on yourself. It's too much toxicity in yourself to ever emphasize that to anyone, or amplify it, or to to articulate to someone that you hate someone is just such a lot of negativity or drainage in yourself. You're not doing yourself any favors from having that resentment for someone. It's best to purge it.
Yes.
And
it's
like saying you hate the lion or the shark or the alligator that ate your own child. You can't have, you can't say that you hate that sentience, that for doing what they naturally do. For instance, I know it's a very
that's an extreme example. But
yes,
I mean,
it's a very extreme example. I've used that before. And
probably the better example. I'm sorry, Brooke. What was that?
If a person murdered my child, at that point I would be subject to hate.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, absolutely. There's a reason for that. Yeah, absolutely.
But a better example would be a natural disaster. It would be like hating the hurricane or the gale force wind or the tsunami that claimed your relation, your loved one, your child. That would be, you don't hate a force of nature. It's a better example than the animal. But like I was saying, my perspective on this is that George and Nemo are both coming from British and Commonwealth law, which is a bit different and more nuanced than the American law. So in the British and Commonwealth law, for instance, there is the concept of lurking with intent, meaning that if somebody is in the wrong place at the wrong time for no good reason, then it can be reasonably assumed that they intend harm, like mugging someone or assaulting someone. So they don't have laws like that in America per se. That there was something similar, but it's just the laws are a bit different. So I can understand he is coming from a legal perspective, so he's pointing that out. But the legal perspective doesn't apply here, this side of the Atlantic necessarily, because people here, in case anyone hasn't noticed, they spend all day talking about who they hate. I hate Democrats. I hate Republicans. Yes.
Hate is a monetary frickin' part of the whole fractional ideology of everything around America, drama, money, news, even drama in the news, and drama's entertainment. So everything is marketable. Everyone's expendable.
Polarization. Yeah, and so did you say what some of the people in this submersible were British? Were one of them, or were?
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Actually, I believe he was the son-in-law, the father or the father-in-law. He's the billionaire that resides in Britain. But I saw yesterday a headline saying that the son-in-law, he basically attended a Blink 182 concert. He attended it whilst the father-in-law is on this vessel and is missing. And so he goes in a public statement saying that, they would want me to still attend this concert. So he's the son-in-law of this multi-billionaire that lives in the United Kingdom. No idea what his name is. I've not looked that up. I've not gone into details. But that was a headline that I saw yesterday. Whether or not it's true or not, I have no idea. But that was one of the headlines that was that was published yesterday that I read. But but one of the things my wife brought to my attention was there is a multi-billionaire on board that vessel, because the cost to participate to do this expedition costs around $220,000 to $250,000, around that range, between that range.
So it's prohibitive to anyone other than privileged people. Yeah,
like a normal average person, who can't afford that. Yeah, absolutely. So makes sense. But no, thank you very much for having me on, Douglas, and I will definitely look forward to joining you on on Sunday's transmission.
So we look forward to that, and thank you.
And then thank you so much for having me.
Then we'll what? What were you going to say? Then we'll what?
I was just going to say that we could go into more of the historical reality narrative about American history or British history. We could go into that aspect where we have that's where our strengths are.
Absolutely.
If you like, or any direction, we can go into any direction.
Yes. Well, we love you dearly, and do listen to the last hour with Peter Moon so you can catch that bit and you can bring that up too. Okay.
I will do. Thank you very much, Douglas.
Bye.
Have a good one, George.
Thank you very much for having me. Yeah, good night, everyone.
Yes. So there we are. Now let me bring Brooke back on if I can. So please, Brooke, come on, and I'll apologize to you on air.
Stop leaving me, Brooke.
Yes. Brooke, never will I come on air. Brooke, that's that.
What did I miss? What did I miss here?
Come back on now. Yeah, Brooke.
What did you do now? Douglas?
It's Brooke, come back on now. Come on. She said that I let George repeat what she had said, and I went with it. She said, F you. She says, like, I ever get to out-knowledge him, and you still went with it. Brooke, you out-knowledged him. He was just looking things up to verify what you were saying. He was verifying what you were saying. Brooke, come on, come back on. Come on. He only talks, and you allowed him to repeat everything. I am gone. No, Brooke, please. No, it's not like that.
You fucked up, dog.
So Brooke, please come back on. It's like it's unnecessary for look, he
Doug, can you go on mute so I can talk to everybody and tell them hi and stuff?
Well, I'm afraid of what you're going to say.
Well, no, just talk to Brooke. Try to give us 5 minutes. Hey, Vivian, how are you doing?
Hi. Hi, Ian. How are you? I'm good, thank you.
And Nemo, how are you doing?
All right, how about you?
Doing good. Okay, Doug, go ahead and go off mute now. You can come on
I'm
Next
still...
time you go AFK, have a good read of the conversations.
Okay, so basically, the last person to speak to Ariana, so to speak, was Nemo Albano, and so I won't read that.
Well, that combo was a while ago, but yeah.
Okay.
I did say hello to her on Joe's birthday yesterday or something.
Okay, yeah.
I told her to tell Joe to say hello. I mean, happy birthday. But I don't think she did.
Right, and Brooke, you can vocalize rather than type. Blocking. I told you not to diss me with him the way you respect him in his time. Good luck. Change your shit if you haven't. I am out and need to be sick.
I am so sorry, Doug. I am so sorry.
Brooke, this is uncalled for.
I'm telling you.
What's that?
You don't deserve this, Doug.
I don't. This is ridiculous. Yes.
Got to do with it.
Brooke, please. This is absurd.
Tina just passed away. Tina Turner just.
Yeah, last month, wasn't it?
Anyhow,
Tina Turner.
You can cuss me out on air. So anyhow,
drag out the fight up here on the panel, please.
So what's the deal with the Juneteenth? I mean, Juneteenth is a new federal holiday. Douglas.
Yes, Ian West is the poster boy. Yeah, they freed him.
Oh, they made it a federal thing now?
Yes, it's been a federal thing for a few years now. Yes.
I thought it was a joke.
I only realized it when my motorcycle tire blew up on me.
And what is the connection?
Huh?
Oh, that's the connection. Your motorcycle tire blew up on June 10th. But for him, it's just
when I was going up to Albany.
And also, you do realize your initials stand for it too. JT, Joe Ty, Juneteenth. Get it?
He got you there, Joe. He got you there.
Wow.
Mind blown.
Yeah. What was Viviana saying? Viv?
Mind blown. Because what's weird is I was thinking of the same thing about Joe Ty going with Juneteenth.
Yeah. There you go.
Like.
Yeah.
And you said that, and I was like, mind blown, dude.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, that's right.
I only found out about it because I couldn't get any tires replaced on that day.
Oh my! How is that possible? It's a federal holiday. It's not like private people are really taking it off. I don't even know
what it means.
They'll take any excuse they can.
Wait, she wrote. She says blocks. Oh my God. Let me take a look if she really has blocked me. Oh my god. She says blocked. She blocked me. She blocked me. She said blocked. Fuck you with him and his transmission. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh my god.
You take your love away just like this every time, leaving
Probably
us
demonically
dragging.
possessed.
I think she's jealous of you, Douglas, whenever you talk to George Knight, okay? That's what happens.
She says, unless you are going to put down that fucker with any balls, then I would never. And you kiss his ass. Oh, she leaves me in tears.
Oh,
Put
that's
down
not
who?
I
fair.
knew it. I told you. I knew it.
Fair.
She's jealous.
Oh my god, Brooke, it's not like that. Oh my god.
You
It's
better grovel. You better
Oh, you want
grovel.
me on? You here want me on? Hey, you all want me on? Then let me tell you this. You want me on, Douglas? Let me tell you this. George Knight is a cheating piece of shit on his wife.
whoa,
I hate the
wait a second.
fucker,
No,
and
honey,
I don't give a shit what he fucking
wait a
said.
second, wait, he
Fuck
didn't,
him. He repeated everything I said, and you Googled at it. He's like, you just said, he said 250. He said 220. I'd already told you. Cat's repeating things. He doesn't hear shit I say.
He didn't hear what you
knows
said.
repeats it.
He didn't hear what you
Fuck
said.
him. He is a spoiled fucking mama boy brat.
Yeah, but
So
in
you
all
want
fairness,
me to- that's why I say you're blocked, because you don't want me to go off on somebody that I truly do not like.
honey, in all fairness, he didn't cheat on his wife. It's not like he went off with another woman.
He
Was
cheated with his own mother.
in that sense, yeah, but it's not incestuous. It's not, you give people the impression it's incestuous. We don't know that.
It's
We
worse
don't
than
think-
incestuous when you leave at 7 weeks and you go home running home to mama and you don't check on your baby for 3 weeks at a time because you're sitting at home with your mama getting drunk.
No. Okay, just so our
You
listeners
don't know what he's personally going
Whoa,
through.
understand that. His wife.
I'm like a spoiled brat all the fucking time. Yes, Douglas, and Douglas didn't kiss his ass. Yeah, I'm jealous of Douglas kissing his ass because Douglas knows, and Douglas knows I said everything he just said about that shit other than the 18 volt. And you're just like, oh, did we get it again? I do not like that fucker. He is fake.
It's honey.
I don't like fake people.
Honey, I love you dearly. You shouldn't treat me like this just because I have my failings. I mean, I'd really like it if you were
Had I not said early in the conversation, I think twice, it was $250,000.
Yeah.
Down there, and he's just like, I heard it's $225 Saturday. And it's so pretty good. And you're like, oh really? Is it? I can't believe people would go down there at that. I'm sorry, I'm pretty sure. Not only did I tell you that earlier today, I've said it once or twice on transmission while George Knight was here. So he wants to wonder why I don't like him when he takes over the conversation. You allow him because it's not Viviana. You don't ask Viviana, how long do you have, Viv? How long do you have? You don't ask Brooke. You don't ask Ian West, how long do you have? Joe Ty, how long do you have? But George fucking Knight comes on. Oh, how long do you have, George? Oh, how long? I mean, yeah, I'm tired of hearing you suck his fucking dick on air, dude. I think most of us are, if we're honest.
It's best to make friends and enemies, though.
Darling.
I don't need. You can sit here and say all you want, and you can go suck his dick too if that's what you want to leave. But
I'd rather suck my own dick.
Brooke. Look, I honestly don't believe he heard you. He came into the middle of what.
I'm sure he did it because he's too busy listening to himself and what he is thinking.
But.
Don't get me wrong. There's times I don't hear you, but you know it. I'm either snoring or I told you I was in the bathroom. But if I'm on air, I am listening.
I'm profoundly impressed by how technical you were about explaining this situation, and I want you to know just how I'm just.
Well, I can be on air. I'm off Monday too, so I get to be on air with you and George all night Sunday night. It'll be wonderful.
George, I mean Brooke. Good God, look at what you've got me doing.
Yeah, you just called. That was great.
You drive me insane. Honestly, it's literally
you drive yourself insane. All you have to do is literally, and I don't care. I get people think that I'm going off too strong, and maybe I am, but at the same time,
that's right.
Douglas knows at the same time. Like, has he ever asked you, Nemo, how long do you have with us, Nemo? Have you ever not heard him once say that to fucking George? Like, my time is as valuable, and so is Nemo's, and so is Viv's, and so is Ian's, and so is Joe Ty's.
Yeah, but he asked George that because he knows he's a busy person.
I have 2 children. He has 1. I don't leave my spouse and run to mommy. And I support myself without a husband, so goddamn don't tell me he's busier than me.
No, but he has a full-time professional job, doesn't he?
That's right. Yes.
You're right, and I have a full-time professional fucking job too, so fuck you.
Yeah, but honey,
I know what you have to do now, Douglas. She already told you what you have to do. Okay.
This is coming from JT, whose initials stand for Juneteenth. Yes, go on.
All you have to do is just stop asking him how much longer does he have with us.
Just DM him that.
Did Joe Ty just pick that up now? And you couldn't pick it up when I told you about it back in October or November of last year. But this has been going on nonstop every freaking time.
Honey, honestly, it should. I think Joe Ty has a good suggestion here. Yes.
I think it's a great suggestion because I think that either his time is valuable or none of our times are valuable.
Honey, your time is valuable. Of course, I adore you. Obviously, I adore you, or I wouldn't put up with your.
Well, I adore George Knight for repeating everything I said tonight. Which, by the way, when you said,
but it's just reinforcing the facts being conveyed. It's not a big deal.
Well, she feels that in a sense, it's almost a kind of mockery. That, in other words, it kind of steals her thunder. But
honey, take it that way, though.
Honey, you definitely acknowledged him. I honestly.
Yeah, most of the time I'm on here, it's George talking the entire time. George is on here, right? And I'm listening.
Actually, in all fairness, just the latest episode before tonight's, when you were talking, he stayed silent and then just dropped off silently. So I mean,
probably because I was there and have already confronted him, and I don't care. Like I even apologized to him, and at this point, I don't even care about saying it on here. Like I am so over people being fake. It's just fake.
Well, he has a certain.
He's just being proper. It's just not because he's fake. It's how they are. How they.
He has a certain matter of comportment that is unusually. It's unusual. Yes.
Oh, thank you, Douglas. Thank you, Douglas.
Brooke. Okay.
I have 34 minutes, Douglas.
Yeah, honey. Okay. Well, when you use that term "fake," I'm just curious. What is genuine to you? I mean, I'm genuine to you, right? Right.
Douglas. Okay, you're a Libra. You can't be genuine in some ways. Like, I already expect that from you. You're gonna be half-assed, like at kissing everybody's ass. I already know that. It's part of who you are. But a fake person is like you can't get down to the root of who they are, which is almost narcissistic.
But George is born as a Libra too, so.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know what his birthday is, but I do know one thing. That George is. I will say this. You're right. He does keep his personal life is very divided. So you are correct here. Unlike the rest of us, this is true. Brooke Gibson is right on something in terms of the way the rest of us behave. Most of us are pretty easy with talking about whatever dysfunctions we have with our families, and but George does not. So Brooke, I can see what you're saying there. I can see what you're saying, but I will also say.
Apologize that I've been drunk, like I did this, I did that.
Yeah. And so I'm acknowledging. So I'm acknowledging you're being correct here. Yeah. I'm sorry. What?
I said I appreciate that.
Thank you. So you're right. He does. However, I will also say that this is probably because his problems are a lot more scandalous than our family dysfunctions that the rest of us talk about.
That would make for better subject than repeating what I say.
Admittedly, that was but my logic was.
I let it go. I apologize. Okay. I don't apologize to him. I'm done apologizing to him.
George Knight's filthy rich, isn't he?
No. Oh God, no.
I thought he was rich.
No. Oh, God, no. No, comparatively speaking, this is what I'll explain. Comparatively speaking to other British people at this moment in history, he and his wife are doing pretty well. In the sense that they both have
Upper middle
jobs.
class.
In the sense that they both have jobs. And very few other people are in that position in Britain. So they're actually, comparatively speaking, doing pretty well. But they went through a period of time. Now, they did go on a honeymoon together to this island off of Africa. So they had some time together to kind of make up to each other. They were just this side of severance. And just so people understand, Brooke's not making this stuff up. What she is repeating is what she heard directly from George Knight's wife. Okay, but do go easy on that term cheating, though I get where Brooke's coming from. Basically, George was kind of like retreating. He was raised by his mother alone, and it was like he is in this period of life where he does need to make a choice whether he's going to be a husband or a son. Now, I think when he went off on that honeymoon with his wife onto that African island, at least that's a step towards becoming more of a husband. So
at that age, you want to stick with your wife. Why would you want to stick with your fucking mother?
Yeah, that's a good question. But do you want me to tell you he had done it several times? So in the latest one, he didn't even pay any child support for 3 weeks and wouldn't text his wife back for 3 weeks with their own daughter. And I will say this, the only reason that honeymoon didn't change anything, you know what changed his mind? Douglas stood up to him.
Let's not talk shit about him.
Well, it's not talking shit about him. I mean, basically, what had happened was that at the time when his wife was getting ready to leave, she felt a desperate need to talk to save the marriage. So she did approach myself and Brooke. So she shared a lot with us, and so I did basically confront George at the time with the situation. So it's not that we're talking shit about him, but I am uncomfortable with going too deeply into his personal affairs.
I apologize.
Yeah.
But I should have. I may have brought up a little too much. I apologize for that part. But at the same time, like Ian's open on his shit.
But at the same time, it does humanize him. It does humanize him.
Everyone else is open here. I don't know much about Nemo's personal history, but he's told about his nightmares and things like that. And
I'll tell you about Nemo's personal history in a second. But first, just to clarify this about George, what he did need a little humanization, and the problem that a lot of people might have with George is that George does have a privilege that angers Brooke, and the privilege that he has is that he does come on as kind of this presenter without a flaw. So it's kind of like his flaws are hidden, and in a sense that's very unfair, because everyone who's with us here, we're pretty open about all our flaws. In fact, our flaws are pretty much what everybody sees first. So he is truly the exception to the rule, and it does make it seem as if he's highly favored to the point where Brooke finds it obscene. Though of course I've also presented the counter argument that if Brooke behaved a lot more like George Knight, it has to repeat.
I'm working on my British voice.
By that I meant, not necessarily in the accent, but like I said, if you kind of hung out and just cooed and tittered and told me how intelligent I am and
repeat on every word. Have you ever heard in the entire time I've been here, people have been here longer than me, has anyone ever heard George Knight ever say, "No, Douglas, that's not right," or "No, I don't agree with that"?
Yeah, why can't you be like that? Yeah, that's
why.
Everybody's different.
There's not another person on this call that has never, not at least one time, said, "Well, no, that's not how I feel," or "I don't agree with that," or said something to piss you off.
He's not American, Brooke. We can't expect that from a non-American.
I didn't know he was Jewish, man.
Well, Nemo's not American, and Nemo does things like I like Bill Hicks. Yeah,
I like his comedy. I don't like him as a person, just his comedy only.
Okay. Fuck all y'all. Bill Hicks is the greatest person that ever walked the
There you go.
I've never heard him. I wouldn't know one way or the other. But
he's just He's just a naturally funny guy.
I never heard the guy either. I mean, but looking at his photographs and reading what I read about him, the impression wasn't altogether all that great. But I'd have to hear his routines. I'd have to hear his routines.
You'd have to actually listen to him to make a good judgment.
Yeah, I do hear that he went into rages, and that's why some people were saying he was Alex Jones, was because the rages.
He was anti-Bush, anti-Republican. He'd shit on them in his comedy.
Okay.
He was all for helping poor people.
Nemo, so you're okay with him shitting on Republicans and people personally and going in rages, but you're not okay with me suddenly want to defend everything about someone you don't even know?
I don't care.
Well,
I'm just trying to be fair here. I'm trying to be nice and fair.
Brooke, you like Chappelle. Let's give Nemo Bill Hicks.
Whoa, wait a second. I thought Brooke's not talking about
Joe.
Bill Hicks. Yeah, Brooke's not talking about Bill Hicks. Brooke was. Do you feel, Brooke, that Nemo was defending George?
Yeah.
Oh,
George
okay.
George. No.
Yeah, he said George who? Yeah,
I'm just trying to be nice and fair.
I don't think Nemo was defending.
I don't think the English are more proper.
Yeah,
you understand?
She doesn't need to hear that either, Joe.
And I'm not really fond of British people anyway.
Yeah. It's just so everybody understands the dynamic. It's kind of like when that black guy named Abdul Karim Haq, who later on changed his name because Abdullah means slave, as in slave of God, which is a proud servant of the divine. He changed it to Abu, which meant daddy or father. In other words, he assumed the place of God himself when he gave up his religion. But anyhow, what he said was, when I went to England, they put me in a waiting room for like 24 hours with all these other colored people. And I said, were there any white guys in the waiting room? He said, yeah, one Australian guy. I said, shit, that's the same as another nigger to the Brits. I said, those were all...
I've never heard you say it like that. Shit, you sound literally ghetto.
Oh, yeah, well, look who I was talking to. And but when it came to the Australians, these are descendants of Irish exiles that the British sent to a prison continent that they were hoping would never come back. And so whenever one of them shows up, the Brits are like oh God, they're coming back. It's like, it's not like the Brits like them or want them. They can these days things have changed a bit and the Brits are desperate for friends, but yeah, there's not any love affair in general between the British and the
right.
I don't know what kind
any Australian that adores the royal family in England is a fucking fool.
They're definitely different people, but when it comes to Nemo's own life,
I would say any person in America that in the world that adores the British family is a royal fool, because I mean it's the country.
It's just some Australians do actually adore them, and it sickens me when I see that shit.
But I mean, the country's taken over more countries and done more damage than any other country.
They've colonized a lot, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that definitely, believe me, that's not forgotten. But what was I going to say about?
They're going to get theirs.
Yeah, there is actually.
They're already getting it. Yeah.
There is actually an Australian man who has a fairly compelling claim to the throne. In Australia, so you can do your research on that. It's not like a hoax or a joke or something.
Oh, it's Camilla Ball's a little bit child of Charles, right? The one that got adopted out.
I don't know about that. It's someone else, I think, but I appreciate what seems to be a very erudite statement from Joe Tai coming out of nowhere. So that's interesting. Yeah. As for Nemo's own story, Brooke. So Nemo's story is basically. As I understand it, if I were to summarize it, I'd say Nemo was in a car with his dad. I'd go further. I'd say basically they had a real bad relationship with his mom, and apparently his mom tried to sell him out, or like literally sell him.
She tried to she took me away from the father when I was a baby. She was 16. She gave birth to me at 15, but yeah, she just put me in a retirement home instead. I mean, foster home, not a retirement home. Yeah. And my dad had to come all the way down to pick me up from there. Like, she just can't. She has a bad life, and her family's a piece of shit. My family's a piece of shit. I should have just been left in the foster home, probably adopted by a decent family.
Oh my God! So then
thank you for making me feel good. Okay, thank you, Nemo.
Yeah. But by the way, our man Ian just left. He said, I'm gonna watch some Bill Hicks. And so okay, yeah, and
And he was being cool, and then he wasn't getting any attention. So
yes, poor guy. Yeah, he's strangely enough, Titty Bass left me a message earlier saying, "Oh, like the conversation, like because we finally came back on my channel. I guess he noticed it because he got a notification because he was subscribed." And so he was saying, yeah. And I said, well, I've been wondering about your status. And he was like, just said he's been busy writing his music and stuff. But there was a guy who wanted attention too. And we weren't really giving it to him. And he was trying hard as he could. He was showing us bags of mushrooms and shit and bags of dope. And then he put on some fucking neon psychedelic shirt that Brooks said looked obscene. And after that, he was all hurt and shit and hung up. So, oh my God! So,
I mean, he's a nice looking guy, but that shirt did not go. That was bad.
Yeah,
that was bad. That was a bad call.
Yeah. So, so Nemo. Yeah. So I was gonna say. So then, our man Nemo was in the car with his dad, and they crashed. And holy shit! And then when they crashed, it like left him. Okay. Do you want to share this? I'm telling you.
Yeah,
a story.
I can't. For good reason, because I'm living with him.
Oh, God. So,
did he say I'm lubing? What did he say?
It's Brooke. It's in the private. Can you see this? The text? Can you see the text in Skype?
Oh, I wasn't looking at the text, but I can go there.
Yeah, go there. Look at the text, and I think you can kind of vocalize it because everybody will think you're just telling the story.
Because I'm living with my dad.
Yeah. You can't vocalize this, yeah, but if you look up what he said, yeah, basically Dad tried to kill him in the car crash. He was drunk and on pills, and he was acting like a devil. Got an underage girl pregnant. dude. I mean, any normal guy would do that. I mean,
yeah.
So,
sounds more interesting than being stuck in a foster home.
Yeah.
I mean, at least he came for you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, at least he still loves you, even though he almost killed you, though.
Yeah. Last statement, of course, puts it in a different perspective. Read the last statement, Brooke. Ooh.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
There you go. I understand.
All right, Nemo.
Wow. Still living with him.
Yeah, it's a hard, long story to explain.
Well, you were left disabled. You were left disabled by the accident.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Not in a wheelchair, just fucked up.
Yeah. So, oh my God.
Thank God he didn't. Thank God he's not that way with you.
Well, he hasn't said that yet. Now, wait a minute. He may be leaving something out.
Yeah.
That's why he's still living
Yeah,
there.
maybe he's going to get there. He might get to that point. Yes. So, if you were to compare yourself to appearance as to which celebrity would you look like?
Who?
You, Nemo.
Oh, I wouldn't.
We know which celebrity Joe Ty looks like. One of the Muppets.
I'm not really comparable to any
more like a
known
dildo,
celebrity.
Remember?
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes, true. Yes.
I've got sort of a unique look.
A unique look. Okay.
Go on air.
What's that, Brooke?
I said, show us. Come on air.
Yeah.
I don't have a camera.
Yeah. I mean, Ian is never afraid to show himself, and
he loves to show himself off.
He loves to show himself off. Yes, that's right. Oh my God! Wonder if he can still hear us. It's anyhow. So Ian.
Fun of him. Do you know where he was earlier? That's what I missed because it's stupid fucking bullshit English fucking fucker. I swear to God. You know what was funnier than anything of him repeating everything I said was the fact that our man Ian that hung up. Do you know where he was when I called him? He was at the Wawa. And he said, I was like, it's loud. Where are you at? I'm at the Wawa. They're having a hoagie sale.
A hoagie sale.
A Wawa, for anybody that you don't know, is a gas station that he frequents for his food.
Yes.
And he's like, they're having a big hoagie sale. I'm at the Wawa. And I was like, oh my fucking God. Like, Ian West, man. It's just Ian West. Like, it just killed me. I know people that will not think that's funny. I think it's hilarious.
It is funny. It is funny, and it's also just sad. It's one of these things which Brendan.
It's on sale, 50% off. Everything's expensive now, so
yeah,
you gotta go for it.
At the gas station, though. I mean, come on, if I'm gonna get 50% off.
I mean, this gas station is a big part of his life, and that's alarming. And
they're building a Wawa right next door to me right now.
You're kidding?
Nope.
So it exists. It
And
exists. This is an actual franchise.
Yes, actually, it's big in Pennsylvania. It just moved here, like Jersey, South Jersey.
Jesus Christ! I didn't believe this shit was anything more than some quirky, like, singular gas station in his area. But you're telling me it's an actual franchise.
It's like
it's a franchise.
Yeah, like
with two Canadian geese. I think that's what they call them, Wawas. I don't
or like 7-Eleven. They're like 7-Eleven or something.
No, what he's talking about the logo.
Japanese.
He's talking about the logo of Wawa is apparently two geese, and that's what it's supposed to mean is the geese sound. The goose sound is supposed to be Wawa, I guess, right, Joe?
I think that's what.
I didn't
why
even.
They would have two geese on there. I'm just making an assumption.
Yeah.
Is that what geese say? Wawa.
They do, and they eat that shit that's served at the gas station. Yeah. Yeah.
Whoa. That's what I make when I'm throwing up. Whoa.
Oh my God.
Well, they used to have very good pastrami sandwich. I mean,
how do you know this?
Because I love the pastrami sandwich.
So you've been eating this shit too?
No, but that's not shit. Pastrami is expensive.
No, I mean, oh my God, so you and Ian are on the same diet. No wonder this explains everything.
No, I'm a chef. I only go there when I have, when I go,
I'm a chef. I'm a chef, but I eat at Wawa, the gas station. When
that's the best pastrami I've ever had.
Yeah,
Wawa.
Jesus fucking Christ,
hey, pastrami is already preserved. Okay, it doesn't matter if you are in Cat's Diner, the famous pastrami place, or in a gas station. Gas stations don't Gas stations don't even have it anymore. That's like the best deal ever.
Oh
you can't get it. Wawa doesn't have pastrami no more because it's goddamn expensive.
I'll tell you why it matters. We have a local gas station here that sells subs. I swear to God, we do. We have.
Well, not pastrami. Pastrami's expensive now.
Well, can I just finish my goddamn?
Oh, judgy.
It's a gas station. I'm just saying this. I went in there one night. It's a gas station with a Subway in it. Okay, it's a gas station that had a Subway in it. I was like, younger and 20 and fucking.
Oh fuck! What did I just do? Oh shit! Oh shit! Whoa! Who do I answer on this one? Okay, what did I just do?
You accidentally called me, I think.
Called you? Oh, shit! And knocked everyone else off the call?
No, they're still on. You just got to rejoin the room, I think.
How do we do that? Let me see now. Rejoining the room. Let me see. Rejoin.
You'd have to, end call and just look in your list.
Okay. I was trying to look at that shit you showed me. So don't send me anything anymore because I was trying to open up your shit. Don't ever send me anything anymore in there while we're on air because I tried to look at your shit and it wound up hanging up for everybody.
That's why I asked do it when you're AFK.
Okay, so don't ever do that again. Okay, so now I got to call everyone all over again and bring everybody back on. This is so maddening, and it really fucks me up. So and we're still, so don't do that again. And who are we having on again? Joe Ty and let me see who else was there. Viviana. Okay, and Ian. So let's see if we get the right Ian because he's got two different numbers. Oh my God! So I should never have tried to access that crap you showed me. Really pissed off about that. Okay, there we are. So there we go. So hopefully they all come back on. Most of them will probably be so pissed they won't do it. And
so if you leave, it ends the entire call for everyone. if you leave.
Just don't ever send me anything again, okay?
Yeah, I won't. I'm just saying, if you end the call right, you should be able to just rejoin that room. It should be an open
It doesn't
room.
work like that. It fucks up the whole call. It shuts down the
Alright.
call. It just hung
I
up
had no
everybody.
idea it
And the
was gonna
problem
do
is,
that if I knew I'd win this.
it's now you know. It's just
Yeah. I won't do it again.
Oh God! So what happened was that I tried to access this crap he had sent me, and so it hung up everybody. So thank you, ladies, for coming back. Both you ladies are the most important ones. We'll try and get the Joe Tai and Ian West back, but they're probably talking to each other on Discord.
Line talking because you left us all on the other line talking to each other.
Yes, I know. That's
It's
the
still
problem.
active, that room, dog. I can join it if I want.
It will tell them to come over here right now.
Okay.
That's the problem. And now Vivian has left us. That's okay. Yeah, tell them to come over here. Maybe that's why she left, to tell them that.
Recall end and join.
Yeah. I'm sorry, honey.
Because I just got like an end and join, so I just ended that one call and joined this one.
Yeah. So thank you. So that's what we got to get everyone else to do. The problem is he had sent me screenshots of the idiot that he was speaking to, and then when I tried to access them, it automatically hung up the call. It's just something that doesn't help. So I can access things that are sent into the call on text, but not things that are sent into somebody else's call. Then when I try and do that, then it winds up calling him and hanging everybody else up. So
I asked them to join.
Yeah, good, and we'll see if they carry that out.
Doug.
Yeah.
Whenever you're in when you have a chat, you can set up your contacts and chat and live talk all in one view when you press that diagonal arrow button. And it has, you know what I mean?
Right now I've only learned enough over the years where I can do things like try to merge Joe Tai like I just did, but you know, these things are just, the problem is that the X buttons are just right next to each other. So you wind up pressing that X button to shut down a screenshot, and it just shuts down everything. So it's all fucked up. It's just the way
I
Skype
had that
is set up.
problem earlier today.
Yeah.
Let me go back to the fact of Ian West join, and I did not say it correctly. When I called Ian, I said, "What are you doing?" And he said, "I'm at Wawa." Go ahead, Ian, and tell him what you actually said.
No, Hoagie Fest. It's Hoagie Fest right now.
Oh God, are you chewing while you're talking? You're chewing on one of the hoagies now.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my bad.
It's called
Fest. It's called Hoagie Fest.
Oh my God, Hoagie Fest.
You can look it up. It's a thing, you know.
But
all the footlongs are $6.
So how does it attract a so-called chef like Joe Tai? He says pastrami is expensive, so somehow that rationalizes it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's a chain or if it's a fancy Cat's Deli in New York City that serves pastrami. A pastrami is a pastrami. It doesn't matter if it's served in a gas station or in a high-end place. It's still good quality meat.
Have you had the boar's head pastrami?
No, they got no flavor.
I dig the boar's head pastrami.
Yeah, I gotta try it then. But pastrami is pastrami. It doesn't matter because it has to be brined, and it has to be seasoned with a lot of expensive spices. So I can complain about everything else, but they could have better bread. But
there you go. Yeah, that's something.
That's about it. The only reason I like a good cheesesteak from Jersey is that they got good bread. I mean, the Italians make the best goddamn bread in Jersey.
They do. It's like all buttery tasting and shit, you know?
Yeah.
Wow, delightful. Thank you, both of you. This is just
join. I will say one thing Ian said. I don't even eat meat, but I buy my dog's boar's head, beef and London. Because first of all, Joe Tai, like all the meat you're talking about is all full of nitrates. It doesn't matter what kind you get. If you're getting a processed meat, it's processed, it's full of nitrates. Causes Alzheimer's, by the way.
But I eat it all the time. I mean, they don't have it anymore. I don't even go there for.
It's
You
it's,
have to worry about Alzheimer's too.
Yeah. Yeah. So I do want to thank all of you for joining us back on the call. Want to thank Nemo for helping to bring the other people back. Viviana, goddess bless you, honey, for bringing the other people back on call.
properly.
Yes, and so as for Ian and Joe, Mark H has joined us. So Mark H, do say happy birthday to Joe Tai. It is his birthday today, and do join us.
Actually, Mark will join us as being the most intelligent person in the call and leading us we sing happy birthday.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I'd be happy to. Well,
All right.
good to talk to everybody, and happy birthday, Joe Tai. What are you, like 40 now?
50, man. 50. 50. Big 5-0.
Yes.
That's incredible, man. What are you doing today? Did you do anything to celebrate it, or was it just like another day for you?
I went to the opposite of what Ian had. I got myself I tried to get a pastrami from a Quick Check today, but they don't have pastrami, so I had to go for the roast beef.
All right, yeah, you got to watch out for the nitrates, man.
I know I don't have it all the time. I just once in a while. You know what I'm saying? You gotta deviate once in a while because I have Chinese every day.
Realistic about diet.
He's rocking out that fucking lighting up that cigarette. He's man enough to come on air, unlike anybody else on here.
He just had
Thank
sex
you,
with
thank
a
you.
hoagie. That's
To
why he's
guilt
smoking
us into
now.
turning on the camera.
Yeah. Actually, Mark H turned on his camera. He's fine. He looks like he does in the icon.
I didn't have his camera on. I still see his picture.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about he turned his camera on in the past. He's turned it on in the past, and
I've turned my camera in the past, and I apparently got in trouble.
Well, no, not trouble. I mean, you got, our man Ian jerking off. I mean, he was on camera at the time and just forgot he was on camera and just started, whacking it like that. Yes. And Viviana, she's been on camera. I mean, I see her and she makes faces.
If you were more into watching Ian jack off than you were me and what he was jacking off to, then maybe it's just something about you watching Ian more.
Well, actually, it was Brendan that brought it to my attention. I was staring at you, but Brendan only caught, the glimpse of your nipple because he was looking at other things. Yes.
Yeah, I totally missed that.
No, you didn't. But
Providential.
Yes. And Nemo saw it all. Nemo, tell us. I mean, you saw it all, right?
I saw more than just a glimpse.
Yes.
I saw the whole titties.
I didn't even know anybody saw, but Douglas Nemo's the one that no, I brought it up first. And I'm
Yes.
like, I missed that.
Yes.
I didn't even know it until the next call we had.
Yes. That's
so flattering, Brooke. So flattering.
When it comes to nude women, I have an eagle eye.
Yes.
Hey, y'all call me in bed, and the only reason is Ian thought I cut the fucking camera on. Because Ian was like, you had something on your fucking face. And I was like, fuck you. And my stupid ass was like, look at my fucking face. But I'm laying in bed naked, so obviously there was a sheet up. And I apparently turned at some point, and all these nasty fuckers.
Yes, you need a fans only. You need a fans only, Brooke. Really.
You'll make money.
Yes, that's right. I mean, yeah.
They make millions of dollars. I think you can make it there.
Yeah, and maybe not millions. I mean, that's like I doubt many make millions, but
you can make enough to live off.
Yeah, most certainly. Yeah, you'd make it.
Air this together, Douglas, and I'll air mine on fans only, and I'll be in bed naked, right? And then we'll be airing you, and then people that want to pay to subscribe that aren't giving you money, right?
Yes.
They can pay to subscribe, and we can split that.
Yeah, more bang for the
Brooke's
buck.
an entrepreneur. See that?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So then they're still hearing the show, but if they want to
good at
watch,
marketing and sales too.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yes.
And she's hot.
Yes.
Listen to you guys.
So how have you been, Mark? How you been?
You guys are wagging dogs.
Yes, that's right, dogs. That's a better word for it, Viviana. Yes.
I think
Thank
the dogs
you.
are me if that's what y'all were talking about. Is that what you mean? The dogs are.
Yeah, the dogs as well. Yes, that's right. She's got enough of them.
I cannot keep clothes on those dogs. I'm telling you what.
Yes. Yes. So, Mark, as lovely Brooke said or suggested, you can lead the conversation for a little bit. I'll go mute for a few minutes, kind of like You know, again, I thank all of you for joining, and this way, you know, we can occupy a little bit of time, and then I can go into monologue eventually, perhaps. But you know, once I get started, you know me, I suck all the oxygen out of the room, and everybody dies. So before that time, might as well.
And before I hang up, I just want to say I'm sorry to everybody. I will not be back for a while. Obviously,
Don't be like that.
Well, no, I just don't mean to put people down, but I had to, and I don't want to. I don't, and you know I'm not.
Honey, oh my God, don't be like that. Mark, help me talk her out of this nonsense. You know, just of course we want you back, honey. How could you say such a thing?
Wait a minute, you haven't asked Mark how long do you have, honey? And you say thank you, and no, Mark, you say. Thank you, Douglas.
Well, admittedly, George's situation is somewhat specific in the sense that he often calls when he's at work. So then what happens is he's on a break time. Whereas Mark, when he calls, he's pretty much definitively out of work, or, you know, not out of work like without a job, but out of, you know, he's not working at the time that he's calling. Whereas, and then you take a look at people like Ian and Nemo, and, you know, they're just not conventionally employed.
I don't know what you mean. I have a job, and Ian and Nemo are part of my fans only, so I would be working right now, and they'd be there too if it wasn't for you, so we would all be working.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, they'd be working something all right. Yeah, namely their one-string meat guitars. Yeah, they'd be working that.
Man.
Yeah. And as for Joe Tai, he's like weirdly employed. I never know what the fuck he's doing. It's like, what are you doing?
He's
Joe?
not tied to a roof. That is all that matters.
Yes, that's right. Thank God he didn't.
Well, I might be. I might have gotten me contracting work doing a roof on a garage because of my tires being repaired by the garage.
Why are you doing this to yourself?
I'm subcontracting it. I might not be doing it.
Oh, thank God. Okay, there you go.
Joe, you really made it to 50, man. At this point, why don't you try 60? Because you and roofs don't work out well, as we know.
Yes, that's right. Oh my God.
Well, that's the only way I get high.
Metal roofs.
Yes,
you know,
metal roofs.
Okay.
Cool. Yes, right, Viviana. And Viviana, of course, has her own form of employment, which is something like, I'd call it kind of like a social networking. It's
Viviana works full-time to take care of her mother, which she's awesome at. Let me tell you, that woman has more patience than anyone I've met. She's so awesome.
That's true. Yes,
she's an angel, right? She's an angel.
It's incredible. Yes, So I was care provider, so I know that that's a killer. Yes, it really is. Oh my God.
Well,
what's that?
Douglas is actually an angel, a peacock angel.
Well, thank you. Yes. So Viviana, I mean,
I don't get money from social media.
But I know that. No, I mean, and you take care of your mother, and oh my God, that's a killer right there. Like I said,
she's nice to you. I mean, even somebody nice to you should pay. I don't know. Everybody but George should get money for that.
That is funny. That's funny. So, Mark, how have you been? Tell us a little bit about what adventures you've had.
Same adventures as always. But you know, it's definitely it's so much fun coming back and talking to the team out here, and it's definitely just totally different from the real world. I think we have our own little world every time we talk on the show, which is incredible.
Oh, you're telling me. Oh my God.
I like that, Mark. Yeah. That's a great point. It's a nice break from the reality of all the other bullshit.
Absolutely.
Yes.
But it's a great way for everybody to catch up and to give their points of views on things, because everyone has, like I said, a special aspect of their point of view. And it's also great to see how everyone mixes with each other. You know, as much as it obviously drives Doug up a wall and it's going to give him a heart attack, but, it's definitely a good experiment to see how everybody reacts to each other. So yeah, I just think it's pretty cool. And it's actually pretty lovely in a way that, you know, we all kind of blend in our own little way with each other. Yes. And I'm glad to hear Joe Tai talking, because I haven't heard this guy talking in like months.
Yeah.
I know, me too. I'm so glad to hear Joe, and I'm so happy it's his birthday.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. So Joe, if you had a fantasy wish, what would you wish for?
This is when you ask
Come on, Joe. Come on, Joe.
I don't think the girls can handle it.
Joe, if you need our girls to hang out so you can tell the boys how you wish to be with them, we can. I mean, whatever. You can do it on air. See you later.
What is Ian opening? He's on mute while he tears into a bag of something. It is like
It's Viagra.
It says 99 cents on it. Yeah. If it's Viagra, it's 99-cent Viagra. What is that? Joe, what is that? I mean, Ian. Jesus Christ, I'm confusing them both now because they're both Wawa
It's a
clientele.
blunt. It's a blunt.
Okay.
It's a blunt. I'm about to roll a blunt.
Okay, there we are. You were
For
just
Joe's
smoking
birthday.
tobacco. Yes, you were just smoking tobacco.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Well, this is how I get down though.
You got a vape too?
No, it's just that it's the Negro in me that I have to have a blunt.
Jesus Christ, dude! Let's
That
not.
explains why his hair's so springy.
Yes, remember.
His name is Frank Black. He's half Jewish and half black. That's
Hey,
why-
Jesus! Hey! Remember what we said about protective Look, let's try and keep me from getting banned in the next 90 days.
That's why they call them sand blacks.
Hey, Joe, you don't say anything. You're not allowed to say anything but then I will.
I didn't use the N word.
Yes,
I didn't
so,
use the
so,
N-word.
so let's change the topic immediately. Nemo obviously has had a very hard life, but he's done a lot to preserve a lot of my episodes from the past. How many hits?
One of the episodes got over 14k views on Rumble.
14k views, 14,000 views on Rumble.
Yeah.
Good.
See?
Good job, Nemo.
See, thank you. That was that's one of my.
Oh,
episodes.
that's good, Nemo. That's really good.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Well, since my motorcycle.
That wasn't the one with my nipples showing, though, was it?
No.
You gonna show it again? Come on, bro.
It's a late night in the Midland
I want to look at it.
episode.
Yeah.
Do you
Okay,
remember
we
that, Doc?
Yeah,
wish.
how could I forget? Yeah, those people were like the host was so naive. He had somebody who was controlling his life, just another guy who was manipulated by his producer, in his case.
Right.
And he had me on a few times, and then he said, "I keep wanting to get you back on." I said, "Your producer won't let me on, you idiot." And he's like, "Oh." It was just that was it. That was it. He's all fucked up. The few nights, one time he had me on, this one guy freaked out and just started, trying to wail on me. Where are you coming from? Where are you coming from? It's hard for people to tell where I'm coming from, I guess. It's like, they can't tell my gender, they can't tell my politics, so they just freak out.
Well, they said 1/3 of men can't accept reality, so.
Yeah, well, no shit. That's true. And so that being said, thank you, Nemo, for that. And our friend Mr. Ian West is now smoking a cigar-sized pile of weed that he's managed to roll expertly. I have to imagine that looks like a fucking Tipperello. That looks like it was mass-produced.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if we do a fucking, whatever you call it, whatever you call it. I could have this.
Fans only, honey.
Only. You can be on there rolling his blunt.
yeah. Nobody would pay to see that.
No, you know what they would pay to see? You smoke a blunt from your.
That's his fantasy. That's his fantasy for his birthday.
This is why you're not allowed to tell what your wishes are. You're right.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. Thank you.
No, I'm just selling a marketing, a kink.
Yes.
You know.
And he's got plenty of them.
Money that way, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm just giving you ideas.
I'll smoke a blunt from your ass.
Yeah. Hey, let's. I gotta play hall monitor here just in case. I don't think we would get banned for weird sexual innuendos yet.
Actually, but the point is, I smoke a blunt from your ass. I would just stick a blunt up your ass, fire first, and watch you fucking run.
Yeah, YouTube doesn't really
you're gonna have
mind if
to
you
use a
talk about
firecracker for that.
It'd be like Russian roulette.
Yeah. Okay. So, at any rate, now that Ian has shut his video off, it's less distracting. I have to admit, it's fascinating to watch him smoke, just in the sense that he does roll that.
I prefer Brooks' peekaboo stuff.
Yes, of course I do as well. That goes sans saying.
I'm sorry you weren't there. You missed it. Apparently, I didn't know I was peekabooing, but yeah, you weren't there. I don't think.
Yeah, he was.
I wasn't there. That's why I said,
He was hoping you would do it tonight,
Quick.
for his birthday. Got it. Yeah.
No, it's just her go in the bed tonight and do that.
That's what I hope Joe Ty was going to say. That's what we were banking on.
Yes.
For me, I was like, oh, there's Brooke at it again.
I tried.
Yeah, I know, Joey. We'll get him. We'll get it next time, bro. We'll get it next time.
Oh, Mark wasn't there either. Apparently, that's right.
That's right. He wasn't. He wasn't. But he was there one time where you did kind of.
Yeah.
So I'm like, dude, I'm out. Bye.
Yeah, that was great.
Viviana, where are you going?
No.
I was like, yeah.
No, yeah.
I'm just
It's
out.
public domain. You don't have to worry about personal contacts.
Yes. You do find. By the way, I do put up votes on your little videos that you put up there on YouTube where you're making faces, Viviana. And so, what mood are you in when you do that? Then she went mute. It's
I think she's done.
Well, like, whoa, that was weird. I mean, Viviana.
There was some background noise before she.
Yeah, there was some background noise. Yeah.
Dog.
Oh, okay. Your dog. What kind of dog do you have, honey?
Before he got shit and cut it.
You know you glitch a lot because you're on speakerphone, right, or something like that.
Hold on.
It's awful. Your audio is terrible. We've got to do something about your audio. Most of what you say is why I keep losing it. I keep losing what you're saying because her audio fucking sucks. Technical. Yeah. She definitely needs some tech support. She needs some tech support. So, at any rate, so Mark, your parents are both still alive, if I remember correctly, and you're. Oh, Viviana, you can talk again, Viviana. Then, yeah.
So Mark, your dad's from the Air Force, right? Well, is he a commissioned officer or
intelligence, no less? Air Force intelligence, no less. Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, he just did his 4 years supposedly, and that was his MO. That was his MOS when he was in there.
Oh.
And, I literally that's pretty much it. That's all. That's all I was ever told, and it makes sense because I really was never told shit ever. So I just had to do my own little research as far as that goes. But
yeah, my son said if he had to tell me anything, he would have to kill me. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
That's a joke. Well, your son's a sailor on a carrier, right, Joe?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. He's IT, so.
IT. Okay, information technology. Okay, that makes sense. So then he would be a little bit above the security clearance level. Yeah, honey?
I think Joe's son's just looking for a reason to kill him.
Yes, that too. That too, yes.
Thanks, man. Thanks, bro.
Happy birthday, Joe.
I love you, Joe. I love you.
Yes. So, so Mark, catch us up a little bit on something. Take the lead of the conversation. I'll take a short break. I'll go mute. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Thank God for Douglas. We get our, information from the horse's mouth,
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep. And it's one of those things where it's if you really want to learn a good perspective on what's going on or what's in the past. Yeah, come to the show.
We don't even need to go to we got our own info here. Right.
Absolutely.
From where DOD is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say I don't know. It's kind of hard because for someone like me or for all y'all because we're used to sort of Douglas's vernacular, and we're sort of used to the way the show is. But I kind of have to remind myself what it was like, the first few shows listening to Douglas's show. I don't know if any of you can remember that, but it takes a little bit to I guess acclimate to the show.
Yeah.
It moves very
because he's got Hitler, he's
got
it's like now we got Flat Earther Eon West on here, now it makes it questionable, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean it's a lot of information. You can tell that Douglas can hold all this information somehow and disseminates it accordingly, and then eventually I in my experience, from listening to all the different interviews, different shows, and listening to them live, it culminates into something more understandable to conceptualize for people. And so it's not, I think it's a gift that you spend time listening to it. Like I said, I think it's a little bit hard for somebody to just jump on the show and be like, oh, okay, Jesus,
Well, exactly. You might have the data, but you don't know how to process it.
Exactly.
That's what Douglas is able to do. He's able to make things connect. This is like, I'm guessing my son, he might have all the info, but he does not know how those info can be used. You understand what I'm saying? It's only useful to the people that are searching for what they need to make sense of this world.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
You're both so kind. Yeah, Brooke, listen to these men. Listen to how kind they are to me, Brooke. You could be like this too.
Well, I was just thinking of that. I was thinking that you do put words together so well, and you put things together so well. But what they're forgetting is that you're the type of person that can sell like acres of swampland, to fucking, for $1 million an acre, like unbuildable.
Well,
but you'd make it fucking work. You'd sell it, man. You would be like the one, like, you don't understand this land.
It's a pretty boy. It's a pretty boy, right? And because you're a lesbian, sort of, and that might turn you on because he has that long
I wasn't
hair.
actually. I faked being a lesbian, Joe, until you came on. And then
oh my god! So delightful. So, like I said, I'll go mute for a few minutes. And Mark, you recently read an article on gambling. You might explain to some people what you've seen that article was talking about. You've kind of seen this with your own eyes.
So how Mark has kissed her ass just now, but he did it in a real way versus a fucking fake way. Fake. I'm just saying.
Most people are in England that are middle.
I didn't say anything about England. I don't know what you're insinuating. I just said real.
Well, the interesting thing is, actually, I was going to go where Joe Ty was going in a sense. I was going to say there might be a little bit of cultural bias here, Brooke. Maybe because Mark is so American that when he says what he says, it comes across as more genuine. Is that possible?
Speak fucking genuinely and not be like, oh, thank you, Douglas. And you're not, how long do you have, sir? And then I do everything you say, sir. And like, oh, yes, you're right, Douglas. Oh, yes, you're right.
So I will say this, if I don't mind interjecting there. I will say that in hospitality, we get this thing called Forbes 5-star, basically shoved down our throats because it's all wording, it's all like this neuro-linguistic programming, it's social engineering.
It's trying to be like Knight, right? George Knight.
Well, no, it's funny because when he speaks, that's all I hear is Forbes. It's like it's very proper. It's good evening, good afternoon. It's requesting things without certain words. It's like may. It's all about requests, not demands, that kind of thing. So, I mean, I don't know. He probably went through the same training that I did. I don't know.
Exactly.
It's fucking just bullshit. Like, you just can't be a person, man. May I, please? Thank you. Yes. Thank you. May I?
In all fairness, he was a bartender for a long time. And
I was a bartender too, bitch. Do you still mean?
I had no idea.
Yes, I was a bartender. I was a waitress, now I'm a bartender.
Shit, you made tons of money, didn't you?
You must have.
Yes, and then I ended up pregnant. And
oh man, I was gonna say I got a visual on that. I got a visual on that, so that makes sense why she got pregnant.
Yes,
I can only imagine.
Yes,
she's a bar wench.
Yes,
I was in college and bartending. Yeah,
she's not a bartender. She's a bar wench.
Oh my God!
I swear to God, Joe Ty, this is why you're lucky you don't live close to me. I would slap you. I
got that from Amanda, the girl that worked at Rain. She moved down south.
Don't worry. I didn't say I punched you or shoot you. I just said slap.
Oh my God. It's my birthday. I didn't even get a picture from you. Come on. I get away with this, bro.
This is Viviana's turn. Man.
Yes. Well, Viviana said goodnight and she left us. I do feel bad that she left, but I guess her dog was doing something, and we couldn't hear her really throughout the night anyway. I realized that only I thought she was just like mumbling. Then
I thought it was echoing, and I kept muting myself because I thought mine was echoing. But then when I finally realized it wasn't, like, even if I muted, it was still echoing. It was hers.
Yeah, so I'll have to bring that up with her next time. It's just we'll have to kind of get her to talk for a bit.
So that's interesting, Mark. I mean, I love the protocols they make you do. I guess all Englishmen have to do the same things.
Right. Well, in terms of whatever training that George went through, it really stuck, and it's like, this comes from basically having no father, because he was raised by his mother. Then the father was basically the training. That's basically what the father was. The father was.
Anybody wants to know the truth? First of all, it's English. Joe Ty was right. I believe that it is probably more of an English thing, and maybe I'll have some hindrance there. But
you do realize he's not your average Englishman. Your average Englishman can talk like a fucking soccer hooligan and shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, not everyone.
Yeah, your average Englishman is, as I said, the black. It's like the black and white rednecks. I mean,
black and white rednecks is like.
You ever heard about that?
I mean, because I live in the South around a lot of rednecks, and I have yet to see a zebra redneck.
Well, there is a black redneck. I mean,
you said black and white. Anyway,
well, they have the same culture. That's the thing.
Just Southern people.
Okay, we're not getting in there. You're getting racist, and there's no.
No, it's not racist. It's
British. I think he meant to say British are like the Southerners of Europe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, the lower class.
Really? British? My point, let me make a better point. The fact of the matter is, I believe the Brits do talk differently and have some more proper...
They have different regional dialects, so not all British sound...
No, I'm not saying all of them. I'm saying the lower class.
Wait a second. So, Brooke, George Knight is saying, hi, Douglas, can I come back on, please? So, may I let him back on?
Oh, my God. But let me say this first. I do believe George Knight, since you're listening, I do believe because he didn't have a father, as you said, and I do believe that like everything he has ever said is agreed with you, and I do believe he looks at you as a father figure or something like that. I mean, what else would be?
I think that element is obvious. Yes, that element is obvious.
Yes.
So if I bring him on, okay, you're gonna not be.
If he says one fucking word, he's going to get it. So go ahead.
If he says what word? What?
To me, that is fucking disrespectful because I'm done with it.
Just look. I want both of you to be. What did I just do? Oh God. So let me try. You got me so nervous, honey. I just honestly, you're gonna be the death of me. So let's see now. I think he can just jump back on. Maybe no. I guess not because we had to rearrange the call because of that stuff. So let me.
Tell me only to tell me something about something I said, then he's going to regret it. But he can come on.
Well, he might try to clarify something or put something into context.
Well, I'll allow that. I will totally allow that.
Yeah. So I'm not quite sure what I'm doing right now. Go to call. Did I just add him or not?
I think if he calls you, Douglas, you can merge the call into ours.
So George, just go ahead and call us, or you might already be on the call. Yeah, I think he's on the call, right? Yeah, he's on the call. So yes, he's on. So he can he's on. So he's on the call. Okay, so no arguing, please. We're all going to be civil to each other, and
thank you, Douglas. Thank you, Douglas.
I'm saying that for both parties.
I have 34 minutes left.
Honey, he is at work. So George, welcome back.
So am I. Fucking being here.
Yeah. Okay. So Brooke felt that you were repeating a lot of what she said, and I was feeling that you probably didn't hear a lot of what she said originally, but I did say she was very technically astute, and I was very impressed by what she had said technically, and I'm sure you were too, right? Right?
Yeah, no, she's very knowledgeable, and as you said, Douglas, she was far more knowledgeable about it than me, and I admit I don't know anything about it. I'm just getting what I'm getting from the internet. But I did say earlier that I was qualifying what Brooke was saying. That's the reason why it was repetitive. It had nothing to do with listening to what she was saying. It was because I was qualifying what she was saying because I read the same thing.
Exactly.
But I do have to say I did listen to everything because I did try to play back what you said, Douglas, to listen between you and Peter Moon. But I have listened to everything Brooke has just said, and that's why I've been forced to come back on
Understood.
just to say that most of the things that she said. I'm sorry, Brooke. I'm so sorry to hear that you feel that way about me. I have no idea why you feel that way about me.
I'm sorry I feel that way about you too. I would love to not feel that way about you, but you have yet to be real with me. Even when I tried to contact you after I'd spoken with your wife, you did not contact me back. You did not say anything remotely emotional or anything else. You come on and you're like, thank you, Douglas. And you're very professional and agree with everything he says, which sounds great. You say you listened to me tonight and you were being repetitive, but at the same time, like even just at the end, like the multiple things you repeated, like you were like, oh, it costs $225. Well, I had already said twice it costs $250,000, which was the price.
But
so,
I was qualifying what you said, bro, but I have to make an executive decision now. I'm listening to what you said tonight.
Right.
Unfortunately, most of the things that you said are completely not true about myself and my personal circumstances. None of it is true.
Okay, well,
And
it's
that's
what your
I wanted
wife said.
The
So-
reason why, Sarah. The
Well,
reason why
let him
I
qualify.
contacted you-
Yeah, because we've repeated what we understood his wife to say, so we do have to give him the opportunity to say his side on this. So
No,
yes.
thank you. But the reason why, Brooke, she contacted you is because she knows you come on the show and she wanted you to say all this stuff about me to cause a rift and to badmouth me. None of it is true. Unfortunately, none of it is true. You don't know the circumstances, and it's made me forced to come up to conclude to this executive decision I've made, and I come on as a professional because I do come on, and I come on only to speak to Douglas.
Well, you did
talk
hear
about history.
you did hear what I said, that what she did was I said I was not comfortable with her going in these personal directions. You did hear that.
No.
Okay, I did say that.
I
And
do-
so
yeah, you
so
did,
so
Douglas,
what
but
what
I
I also
won't-
want you to know is what I told her was what I told Brooke was also what she did was, in a sense, she humanized you. And I did say that George Knight is one of the few people, I pointed this out. So in case you didn't hear this, so let me tell you what I said. I said that of all the people who come on this program, most of us have our flaws pointed out up front. We're basically presenting our flaws before we present almost anything else. You, on the other hand, have been given kind of a privileged position, which I'm not saying is bad. I'm just saying it's just the way it worked out, because you have a very professional presentation, and because obviously I'm pleased with the way you act, and so obviously I try my best to accommodate that. But you have managed to maintain a kind of mystique where your personal life is very separate from,
Exactly. It's secluded,
so in a sense what she did was she merely humanized you, and I did say that we're not saying that what we presented was exactly the case, but so when it comes to an executive decision, before anything is said that is definitive and sets anything in stone, I just want you to understand that I think that this can work out quite well, where we've just said that obviously what Brooke and I have said was based on what your wife had said, and it wasn't flattering at the time, but at the time she was under a lot of stress, and at the time she was angry and she was lashing out. But both of you did have that honeymoon where, as I said, I feel that you are becoming as much of a husband as you are a son. So the fact that you were on that island with her, and I think it was a great advancement for both of you. And so what you might say is that in context, what led to that honeymoon that finally took place, because it's and the discomfort that went on before then, what you might do is just clarify some of the things that were going on. Obviously, basically the impression that Brooke and I had, based on what your wife said at the time, was that you were just kind of abandoning the family and running back to your mother a lot, and that this was kind of like, in a sense, very negligent per the daughter. And obviously, like I said, the only reason that this should, in a very real sense, if this were any conventional program, nothing like this would be allowed to be presented. It would just be poor taste. It would be unprofessional. It would just
Yeah,
be wrong.
exactly.
I mean, this would just be. It would indeed be lawsuit material. This is
all irrelevant.
Yeah, but this is not anything conventional. And again, as we said, for the majority of us, we present our flaws first. And so Brooke has had a lot of flaws presented. Ian West is, Jesus Christ, he's a fucking epitome of flaws. Joe Ty is like, Jesus Christ, he's like a walking poster boy for everything you hope never happens to you.
Thank you, guys.
No human being is.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah. So you've been humanized a little bit, but put it in context. Put it in context so that you don't. Yeah. So you can explain to us.
Well, how about this? I think we should bring George nice personal things out. Brooke, we should not attack George for his personal stuff. That's their private.
I think that's a given from this. I think that's a given from this point forward. But we do need to let George contextualize. We do need to let.
And I'll just say this. I agree that I mean, it's not of it. That's the whole point. That like I will bring out my flaws. Like one of my flaws is sometimes to speak too much, and I apologize for that. But in my anger, of getting like personally, like where I feel like George sometimes comes off as fake. And then to hear George, you have to understand something. No matter what else you say or whatever executive decision you've made, like I don't know why you get an executive.
I'm not even spoken.
Well, bear in mind that George.
I want to finish this. That what was said to me by your wife was very personal because I am a single mom. I have had what she said. What happened? What I was told happened to me personally. So I took that very personal.
Okay, so now let George put it into context.
Can I just explain? Because all the stuff that you've regurgitated tonight, none of it is true. Because I've not run back to my mother's. I've not made that decision.
I didn't say you did.
Well, let him talk. Let him talk, honey.
I've not gone back there on choice. That's the circumstances. And it's not because I'm making a husband decision or a son's decision. I'm making a father's decision because I'm a father. I'm doing it because I'm a father, not because I'm a man or a husband or a son. I'm doing it so my daughter doesn't listen to mummy and daddy fight 24 hours a day. That's the reason why we're going through counselling.
Thank God. So counselling has, as I suggested, has been set to motion.
You've got children with a father who's no longer in their lives or in your life. That's correct, isn't it? Not everything works out or pans out the way you want it to in life.
Yeah. And in her case, the father being gone is for the best.
Yes.
Go on.
Yes.
Yeah.
I am trying to reconcile everything with Sarah. That's why we went on our honeymoon, to try and reestablish our connection as a couple together where there's no one else involved. Because the problem is, Brooke, people get involved in relationships and they shouldn't do. The reason why she contacted you in the first place is because she knew you'll come on and start spewing that on this, that and the other, which is not true. None of it's true. I've not cheated on her. I've not left her. Everything has happened due to circumstances. She wanted you to come on the show and actually spew that to cause risk, so everybody hates her.
No. In all fairness, your wife never used the word cheated. Your wife never used the word cheated.
No,
and she didn't use cheat. That came out of my mouth. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, but she does listen to the show, Brooke, and she has told me, she heard you say that you used the term that I've cheated on her, and she doesn't agree with it.
No, I didn't say the word cheated. If I used the word cheated, it was in a different contradiction, which is what I've already clarified tonight. But if I need to clarify again, I will.
But this is why we're going through counselling, Brooke, because people get involved in our relationship.
No. People only get involved in your relationship.
No, I'm not saying.
Wait a second, honey. He's going through counseling with his wife. This is pretty. This is pretty
impressive. Great, but George is on me for saying people get involved. I didn't call up Sarah and be like, "Hey, Sarah. Hey, I just noticed George."
No. Yeah, but honey, relax. All he's saying is we all agree Sarah was reaching out to you and I because she was very angry and she was desperate.
Fine. I'm great. I'm so happy you're in counseling, George. And I literally, you're right. I don't.
We both need to be proud of George. We all of us.
There's two sides of every story. There's two sides of every story. You're right.
Yeah.
I took it personally because as being a woman and being, like you said, single and having a much, probably maybe worse.
By the way, Mark's raising his hand. So Mark.
Yeah, I just want to say, I mean, I don't want to get into the drama, but I want to say, from a guy that's come from, my parents were divorced when I was very, very young, even before I even can recall. I want to say that it's hard for men to find father figures or to have someone that's relatable, especially in this day and age. Men typically will give up if it's not a situation where they feel like it's conducive. So without, like I said, I'm not trying to be cheesy or fake, but as someone that's come from as an only child, and know how important a father figure is, I got to commend George that he's actually putting the effort in to going to, because it's not easy, especially as a male figure, to admit, you're not admitting defeat, but you're admitting that you need some help. And it's not easy. It's not easy mentally, spiritually, to sort of accept that. So that's pretty amazing that you're doing that for your family, George.
Yes.
Yeah, because I want us to be a family. I want us to be a family. My mum and dad separated when I was 11 years old, and I know what it's like to grow up without my father being there. My dad was around me every single week of my life, but what it's like to grow up with a household where there's fighting going on, and it was violent between my mum and father. It's not like that between me and Sarah, but I don't want my girl to grow up listening to us fight. I want her to get the best upbringing possible, and to set I want to be a role model. I want to set an example, and that's the reason why. Yeah, and we do need help. It's not just one person or the other. We're both at fault. It's us, and I don't want to accept defeat. I know. Sorry, I know that we are. I know we are. It's no relationship is perfect. It does take work, massive amount of work, and that is the reason why I have, admitted that, we're not failing. We have, we haven't failed each other yet, but we are, on that verge, and I don't want it to get to that point. I'm not gonna and go down that route of divorce.
Well, George has been nice.
George, you're making me cry because I'm sorry. I feel bad for what I said because I want you to understand. I'm so thankful. Like, what you just did is humanize yourself that you've never done. And I'm not saying that you ever should have had to, but at the same time, you come on so proper and perfect. You don't understand. Like, I'm this Southern girl and can sound redneck or mad or whatever, and then was drunk before. At the end of the day, like, you can come on so perfect, and it's hearing humanity in your voice and hearing the imperfections is part of what makes this show and makes us a group too, right? And so that's all I'm saying. Like, I you're right, Sarah, I'm sure said things just out of anger or whatever. It takes two to tango always. There's never one person at fault in a relationship. No. But I had a personal thing towards you as well, just because Douglas would be like, oh, well, how much time do you have? And it was almost a jealousy thing as well. And I apologize to you for that. I appreciate you humanizing yourself, is all I'll say with that.
Yeah, no, thank you, Brooke. And I just want to just say something else. I don't come on the show to talk about my personal life. I come on because I've learned so much from Douglas that I come on just to help spread that information. That's the reason why I come on. It's my passion. That's what I love doing, and I want to write a book or a volume of books one day, and that's what I'm compiling at this moment with my archive.
That's really important because they may be the books that actually will be remembered, even if Peter Moon's are not. I do want George to know that Nemo wrote, of course Ian wrote what he did just as a kind of like his usual lash out, which is poor taste and irrelevant, that's 75% of this show. And George Knight from Nemo says, George Knight, you're a good father and good husband. I wish you and your family well. Of course, our man Nemo was already explaining just how truly dysfunctional his family was. So yours looks like the model of function compared to his, believe me. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I can tell you privately later. But George, I do want you to understand that we are all proud of you, the fact that you're entering counseling. We're proud of Sarah for entering counseling with you, because it takes two people to agree to do that. The fact that the two of you have agreed to do that is just already you're light years in progress compared to so many others, where that's just was never going to happen between Brooke's husband and herself, because Brooke's husband was simply...
My daughter asked to go to counseling after we divorced with her own father, George.
Yeah.
She asked to go to counseling with him. She was 17. She asked him to go to counseling with her so they could have a relationship again.
And he said no, right? Essentially.
He said no.
Yeah. He's just a piece of shit. But George, what I do want you to know is I do recognize that you see me as kind of a father figure. Of course, that's profoundly appreciated. And of course, I appreciate the fact that you take what I say seriously. And just to emphasize something to everyone, try and understand this from my perspective. The reason someone like George is so important to me is because do remember that I am attacked nonstop every day by literally dozens of people. We have an entire cult that comprises
Join the
ultimately.
crowd.
I'm sorry, honey?
Join the crowd.
So at any rate, you are suffering, of course, attacks yourself. Brooke Gibson, we can go into that another time, but her attacks are of a different sort. You see, she's going through occult assaults, but as is Brendan Zogit. But I, on the other hand, because the occult attacks don't work on myself, for reasons I've explained before, they're left with trying to assassinate my character. So understand that because I am undergoing a chronic character assassination from what ultimately amounts to dozens, scores of people that actually network, produce entire videos attacking my character, not only attacking my character, but the character of my dead parents. They have nothing on my mother, so they simply attack my dead legal father, the man who raised and guided me. So, honey, if you can understand those attacks going on nonstop, it's very important to have someone supportive like George Knight. So while he may seem to be overweening in his support, try and think of that as a counterbalance to the nonstop attacks I get from what ultimately amounts to scores of individuals who are networking in a coordinated effort to assassinate the character of myself and my dead legal father. The insanity of that and the madness of that. And of course, I need every bit of emotional support I can get in counterbalance to that madness. As Mark H. can attest, there's thousands and thousands of pages written just attacking me by madmen and lunatics who network with each other.
To kind of piggyback on what Doug is saying, it's like, it's in the most bizarre manner too. Like, we mentioned before, I don't even want to repeat his name, but that guy that, like I said, he's got scores of these documents, and it's just bit by bit sort of breaking down what Douglas has shared, which I believe to be truth, about his father. And then it's just little details that are just like, well, Douglas is wrong about his father at this point. He didn't serve on this boat. It's just really weird, bizarre little points that he picks out, or that these people pick out, in order to just drive. They know it's going to drive Douglas nuts. You know what I mean? That's the objective. It's not about. I don't think it's about other people. I think they know it hurts Douglas more. Does that sound right, Douglas?
Of course, it's all part of the psyop.
Right.
That these are people who are trained by Michael Aquino in psychological operations.
Can we say the not spoken, please?
What's that, honey?
I said I think we need to start doing like Vandermort, like on what do you call that? The name not spoken.
Well, the individual he's talking about is Richard K. Cole Jr., who's a complete total maniac who's threatened my life repeatedly and just gets away with it, no matter how many times he's reported to the FBI. Yet he calls you and claims I'm a government agent. This is the kind of maniac that everyone just lets slide. I mean, the reason he gets away with what he gets away with is because all the women he terrorizes refuse to report him. And
that's Gunner 65, right?
Yeah, that's Gunner 65.
You're a protected agent.
Yeah, that's what he claims. Yes, he claims I'm a protected agent, while meantime, quote unquote, doxing me. And especially about, of all people, my late father. My father has a tombstone that literally says World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. My father was a 3-war veteran. He won more medals, over a dozen medals, than any average sailor. And that's just the medals that he accepted. There's plenty of medals he qualified for he never even accepted. So when it comes to, by the way, George, you're saying thank you for having me on. Do you need to go, or you have a few more minutes?
No, I do apologise, Douglas. I do have to make a move. Thank you. Is it all right if I come on this Sunday?
Of course. Don't be silly. And George,
I'll apologise for if I went too far. I do apologise. there are two sides to every story. And yeah, I mean, I think I just explained my preface on why I feel the way I did, and you know, it doesn't make it right or wrong. It just makes my feelings what they are, and I can see the point of what you're doing, and I just think that's great. You being in counseling, and I'm sorry for saying things that I shouldn't have. I'm sorry for getting angry with you. You know, like you said, you come on here and you want to do it because you're in the professional doctrine of it, which I do get. But at the end of the day, you know, I think the show keeps its relevancy also because of the personal things that Doug, you know, it's a 12-hour broadcast, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah, absolutely.
The personal things that are affected, and yeah, when you come on, like, you know, it's been hard to build anything personal with you, or just to see any, like, for me at least, to see, maybe other people have, I don't know, but to see a personal aspect of you. It doesn't have to be you sharing, you know, like, we don't all have to share the worst parts of our lives. Like, I don't always share all of mine, but so I'm not saying that you should have, but at the end of the day, it's just nice to see something personal from you, because you do have this perfect British voice, and you do come in with a thank you and a yes sir and these perfect words. And for me, it's the opposite. I would love to have that in some ways. Like, I would have been great in sales to be able to speak like you, but it's also nice to see some human side. And I just don't want you to forget that, you know, regardless of what I said, whether right or wrong, that I feel like at the end of the day, it's nice and a good thing that you, like, I don't know, that you shared something, and it was nice for you to do that.
Yeah, thank you, Brooke. I do appreciate that. And yeah, I'm more than happy to. The thing is, yeah, because I know this is on public record as well. I always bear that in mind. So sometimes you'll notice that I pause for a moment because I'm trying to find the correct words, because I know everything is public as well. So I'm not always coherent or fluent in when I speak, because I'm always apprehensive. I get a bit anxious because I know it's on public air, and I'm wary about who's listening and who's listening in. So that's what's always in the back of my mind when I'm talking. But I'm more than happy. If you said anything, Brooke, that is true, I'm more than happy to discuss anything, and I will agree with everything, and I'll happily admit anything, because I'm very open. I've always been brought up by my mother to be honest and truthful, never to tell any lies. That is why I'm backing Douglas, because he tells the truth. I verified everything he said, and that was to qualify what Douglas was saying. The reason why Douglas views me as so important is because I can qualify and back up everything he's saying. Yes. Everything is verifiable and vetted. Yes. And that is that is what I have basically self-appointed myself as that person that will verify or vet everything Douglas. I've done that for years now, and that's to go back on what Douglas was saying. Yeah, sorry, Mark. Yeah, beg your pardon.
No, I just want to add this real quick. I mean, when I consider, you know, since I've been talking on the show, when I contemplate, you know, yours and Douglas's relationship and the way it is, the way I read it is, I've always kind of just seen things in certain ways. I just see it as, you know, George does more homework assignments. You know, George does maybe a little more, you know, back research, and, you know, he does a little more sometimes preparation. So I just assume that I consider that part of what makes the dynamic a little bit different than others.
Yes.
And we don't want to break his credibility, because he's been quite, you know, credible, much like Peter Moon. So we don't want to destroy the support of Douglas.
I'd actually say a little more than Peter Moon, actually, in some ways.
No,
so.
a bit more. I mean, I wouldn't even give George that, even for everything I said.
I think
the credibility of factuality, the factuality of George has always come on with facts, right? Yes. So George is factual. And I think that I appreciate that from him. I mean, as a matter of fact, I guess, I don't know if there's a part of me that's jealous. There's also a part of me, I'll just be honest, because again, I'm too honest. There's a part of me that's like, are you spending too much of your life researching Douglas, Dietrich? Like,
no, not really, because he does have the job and he does have his wife and kids.
No, I don't know how you
and
do
his mom.
He's Superman. He has no time to cheat. Trust me.
He's not. He's not doing coke or speed or whatever strolling is like Ian West. So how's he staying away?
He's on a natural high. He did do steroids. He did do steroids, but
I did do steroids.
Yeah, we've all done that. We've all done that.
Yeah.
I know that.
Before I go, Douglas.
Yes.
Yeah, before I go, it's really funny how all these like Sarah, she always asks me. She goes, "Oh, do you ever discuss with Douglas before you go on what you're going to talk about?" And I was like, "No, it's all. None of it is." What do you want to call it? None of it's. I'm trying to figure the word. It's all spontaneous.
None of it's rehearsed.
Yeah, rehearse. I was thinking of another word.
Organic.
I can't think of it right now, but I said no. It's all completely natural. It's organic. Yeah. It's all just spontaneous. So it's not. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the word. Another word for rehearsed. But I said no. None of it's prepped. It's all. I'll just come on and just speak whatever. But anyway, I have to go. Thank you so much, everyone. Really appreciate everyone's kind words.
And we
have a good one, George.
We love you and your wife and your child.
Take care, everyone.
Yes.
And thank you, George, for your understanding. I'm sorry for anything I said that's into
I understand where you're coming from.
No hard feelings.
You come from the women's perspective. I mean,
yeah, very honourable.
Sometimes you don't understand where Sarah comes from. She already had a failed relationship prior to George, so she has a lot of.
And then I met Joe
learning.
Who belched? I mean, was that?
Sorry, that was me. Sorry.
It was fitting. It was fitting. Joe, we love you dearly, but oh my God, sometimes. Oh my God, he's just, she comes from a woman's perspective. Do you understand how offensive that sounds? How incredibly sexist.
But she was, you know where Sarah came from. Nice wife. She had a prior relationship that failed. So
actually, I'll give you the truth, and I can say this. We've gone so far. I can say this. Basically, there are 2 other daughters. Each one of them is from a different father.
So Sarah has a lot of situations.
So basically, Sarah has had 2 former husbands.
Now I'm taking up for George and being like, okay, maybe I'm too personal.
Sarah has had 2 husbands that have given her a daughter and abandoned her. So George does not want to be the third to do that. That's so as unusual.
I didn't know the other 2 had different fathers.
Sarah's had 2. Yeah, her other 2 daughters are each from a different father, and both the fathers are really problematic, and they're like, they just left her and took off.
That's what Sarah might have some issues too. So
that would leave anyone with issues. Yeah, that would leave anyone with issues. Yeah, and so obviously she was afraid that. George was the youngest. George is the youngest of these 3, and so she was afraid that this wasn't going to work out, and she thought it might be the age issue. George actually, when he first hooked up with her, then said, I need to find a younger girl, someone more my age, and then kind of abandoned her, and then decided that it was time for him to mature, and then got back in with her, and then they really worked hard to bring this daughter into this world, and that's what angered Brooke. That's what angered Brooke, was because of the work that went into bringing the daughter into this world, and then the seeming abandonment, certainly as Sarah was describing it. But the fact that they're both going into counseling now, that takes a lot on both their parts. I mean, thank God. I mean, thank goodness they're doing that. And I think Brooke understands it. Now, I mean, I've said it before, but sometimes it takes some repetition to really understand these situations. And don't be afraid to name these people, Mark. I mean, it's Richard K. Cole Jr., after all, is simply an employee of Stephen Outram. And Stephen Outram, just so Brooke remembers, if you don't remember Brooke, Stephen Outram is basically a guy who was a defense contractor back when software was just really first coming out. And so when software was truly just primitive, he had this company called, quote-unquote, Sausage Software. That was the real name of this fucker's company. And everybody in the Presidio military base insisted that Michael Aquino told him when to sell short, when the Silicon Valley snake oil boom was going to go bust, when the bubble was going to burst, that he got the call from Michael Aquino as to when to sell short, and he completely sold everything. And so Sausage Software essentially was sold, and he ran off with $77 million. And then,
all right, I just want to say out loud right now, you've always said, Brooke, I'm proud you didn't switch to the other side with all the occult assaults I've had. But I would just say, if Outram, his name is listening, or anyone that knows him is listening, if he wants to send me a check for $1 million, I'll be on your side any day of the week.
Yeah, that'll be funny. See how he responds to that. The funny thing is, he's so crazy with his money. There's this lovely young lady who is in Australia who literally was driven into an institution by him. And this was because now her name is if I just scroll down far enough, I should run into her again. Poor dear. I mean, Rhiannon Farrell, and I'll do a little screen share here. So in terms of starting to share, let's take a look at Rhiannon Farrell. See if I can get to her timeline. But this lovely young lady, see if I can still access her timeline. There we are. She was essentially driven to the point of institutionalization by Stephen Outram. What happened was she had a boyfriend who was an artist, and her boyfriend just basically was approached by Stephen Outram saying, oh, hey, I really dig your chick. And so her boyfriend said, well, you can have her if you pay me. And so basically he purchased her, quote unquote, from her boyfriend. And when he purchased her, he was trying to break in her boyfriend for some other types of purposes. So they were going past a store once, and he told the boyfriend, Stephen Outram told the boyfriend, look at that. And it was basically some Chotsky, Chotsky's souvenirs in stores. Australia's full of souvenir stores because of tourists. And it was some Chotsky, like a little toy hippo or giraffe, or more Australia, probably more like a kangaroo or some shit. And he said, I want you to go in that store and I want you to steal that Chotsky. And he said, why? You can just buy it for 20 fucking cents or whatever. He says, no, I want you to steal that. And you do that and I'll give you $20,000. And if you fail,
this might be my kind of person. I love a challenge, man.
Yeah, well, what he was doing, because she was asking me, why would he do that? And I said, because he wins both ways. If your boyfriend succeeded in stealing it, then your boyfriend's already corrupted himself, and he's rendered himself a criminal on this man's behalf.
I thought he was going to challenge me to do it. Cause that would
no, yeah. But then he was like, but if her boyfriend tried to steal it and failed, which was highly likely, he would have wound up in jail. Because they have different laws in Australia. Believe me, he would have wound up in jail for trying to do something like that, or certainly arrested, certainly would have been in trouble, and then Outram would have had to have bailed him out, in which case he's, then a slave to Outram otherwise. So he's basically just, either way, he's
slave out like a rim tire. I like that.
Yeah. And, I mean, the guy's very name, Outram, is obscene. And he's really New Zealander. He's really a Kiwi who relocated to Australia. But when he was doing things like trying to impress this,
he does not do drugs. He doesn't have an Aussie accent, does he?
Yeah, he's got an accent, Stephen Outram, and he basically he drinks like a fish. He drinks like a fish. He drinks to the point where it's like clinical. So it's but at any rate, and he's overweight. He's overweight as hell. He never bathes. By the way, I don't say this to diss him or to try and slander him. This is his ex-girlfriend sued him because she said she lived for years in hell with this individual, Stephen Outram, who never bathed, is slovenly fat, unbelievably so, and just a pig.
I was gonna have fucking Florida. I was gonna have Ian West live with me for a couple months.
To practice up, right? Practice up for that shit.
Well, he said he would take 3 Viagra a day.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
30 Adderall, do a line of fucking meth.
Yeah.
Well, she doesn't mind being crazy, okay?
I
remember that day when
if the amount is enough, right?
Yeah. What was that, Mark? You remember that day? Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I was just saying, remember that day when Ian was talking about that, and Brooke literally, I think it was like Brooke, she was almost having an orgasm on the phone.
Yeah.
Just listen to that, all that stuff, she's like, yeah, I'm ready. You got that shit? I'm fucking over there in a minute.
Well, it was more like she knew that if she put a life insurance policy out on him, she'd have him dead within weeks, just, with him taking all those substances at once to get his heart on. I'm surprised Ian's not participating in this at that point, but it was essentially...
Mark, you didn't get that, obviously, because even Ian got that. The point is if I would let him move here, or even you, if you say you will take 3 30-milligram Adderalls a day. I don't give a shit. Don't give me any of it.
Yeah.
Take your Viagra and your Adderall and do your lines of fucking meth, whatever he said he was gonna do.
Yeah, I think it was cocaine and Adderall and Viagra, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
And I knew that looking at. I'm sorry, Ian, but like you're not in the best shape. I knew that the fucking like $50,000 life insurance is nothing. Like I would have a fucking $500 million life insurance policy on that fucker, no matter how much it costs me a month, because he'd be dead within a few doing that. As long as he promised and signed a contract, he would do that every day. As long as he would do that amount of drugs every day, that was all I needed to have $500 million within my account within 6 months.
Yes. Yeah,
that's good. How much would you think the insurance would cost a month on that? Probably like 10,000.
I don't give a shit. It costs $30,000 or $40,000. He's going to be dead probably within 2 months, but I'd give him 6 at tops. I mean, do the math, man. I'm going to win either way.
Unless he quits halfway.
He can't quit because he just signed a contract, and then he owes me all that fucking money back.
Okay, all right. So it's a real contract.
Yes, every day we're getting married to keep you. I want a lot of sex, so I need you to take 3 Viagra a day and 30.
Well, at least he'll die happy. Yeah, okay, it's fair deal, Brooke. I think it's a fair deal. Yeah.
Hey, Brooke, were you serious? Were you serious or just joking? You said Ian was a half protected people's, half African American.
Okay, well, I mean, so I am serious. In fact, I've told Ian this privately. Like, I do believe that's his race. And here's the reason. Like, if you look at Ian, and then number one, and then number two, his name we call him Ian West. His name online is Black Frank and
Frank Black. Yes.
So
yeah,
Frank,
well, Black.
I mean, my father's Frank, but I mean, it's Scottish name, but like he spells it F-R-A-N-K.
Well, Black,
so Jewish
Black
way to
is
spell it.
That's true. I mean, no, that's a great point because a friend I grew up with who was of that race, that's his last name is Black.
Yeah.
And a lot of times I will find that the protected peoples will use last names that are usually first names. Not always, but a lot of times. And though they will use names that are of they're Anglo backgrounds, but they're more of, I think, what's the area in the United Kingdom that has a separate region? It's like a separate region.
Scotland?
No, not Scotland. What's the other one?
Wales,
yes, Welsh. I find them using somewhat like Welsh names and just simple English names to shorten
like
it.
Ian West.
Yeah, actually, yeah. It could be construed that way. Yeah.
Yes. So
those are protected.
And
people,
I love
people
Ian.
that
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like,
are protected people.
Well, it's just basically way of saying he's Jewish. He looks Jewish.
I love Ian. I do not know if he's half Jewish and half Black. I just thought, with the conversation we've had, or half protected people, I guess would be the name, and half the other half protected people. We should all be protected people, I guess. At the end of the day, maybe us white males.
Yes.
I mean, white males eventually are going to.
As I said, there are black and white rednecks. I mean. Oh,
shut up, Joe, before you get Shut up, Joe. Shut up.
Joe Ty, when you were talking earlier about Juneteenth, man, I was on edge. You were breaking into that. I could just hear the tension in Douglas's speech.
I know. You're about to give Douglas a heart attack every time you speak. You have no idea. I'm going to build his PTSD tomorrow. He'll be like literally on edge, and I'm gonna be like, "It's okay." He's like, "He pisses me off so bad."
None of our listeners can see this, but I'm on edge just looking at the shit that Ian West is bringing up on fucking screen right now. He's sharing screen. He's bringing up the Redacted, which Peter Moon and I
the RT channel. It's part of the RT program.
Yeah, it's what Peter Moon and I had earlier deconstructed as this program.
Yeah, no, I caught that earlier.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Anyway, no, I'm pulling from this clip because I can't find the full conference online without having to pay.
Whoa! Clip of what?
Whoa! Are you half protected and half Black? We just want
No, here. Y'all finish up, and then whenever you're all ready, just let me know.
What? No. We're never going to be ready.
We'll never
what kind
be
of
ready.
clip? Yeah,
we'll
what kind
never
of clip?
be ready
What-
ever.
what-
There's not a ready.
Thank you. What kind of clip are you talking about, Ian? What is it this time? What is it this time? It's this. What is this?
Ian,
It's the
because we're
goddamn
never
map.
ready. So just play it.
These are the confirmed like deep state underground locations, and they match up with the ones that I found like 5 years ago.
Locations
But this is just now coming out, though. This is just now coming out.
of what?
And there's a lot of spots that are on here that I have, but he's not listing on here.
Okay.
But I guess these are confirmed in their books.
And they're
these
what?
are all about to come out.
They're what? They're what? What are they?
Oh, the underground locations.
What's the name of that man on the left? He looks familiar.
He's that kook from that.
Good God! Be careful. I thought.
He's that.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a shill, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. But in this broadcast, dude, in this broadcast, he is shaking in his fucking boots. Like he gives a speech like he's watching a ghost the whole time. Like, I swear to God, I've never seen this dude act so scared in his life.
Who? Richard Gere?
Yeah, never seen him act this way. Like,
Well, let's
he's
just
trembling.
tell you what. Let's not play that because otherwise people will say that maybe Greer himself would call it a copyright strike. I wouldn't expect
You
that.
don't need,
No,
you're not
showing you
talking
a picture,
about. Are you? Wait a minute, Richard Greer. You're talking about Dr. Greer, the alien guy.
Yeah, the Dr. Greer.
Alien
Yeah,
guy,
yeah. That's who he's
But
talking
he is
about.
scared shitless in this. I mean, he's fucking scared.
What's he scared of? What's he fucking scared of?
Fuck, he's probably scared he's not getting any
announcing all
ass.
these underground locations. He
What?
announced all these underground locations and bringing up all the material and testimonies they have for each of these.
Oh yeah, he's scared the kids there will point him out and say that's the guy who butt fucked me.
Well,
okay.
He's probably in
I'm
on
not gonna allow that on fucking Greer because
That's the only way he knows about the situation.
It might be.
I know people that know Dr. Greer. I have personal people that know him, and
And
that
he
is
looks like a creep. He looks
Yeah,
like
but
he's a
look where
fucking
you're
he
at.
does
Look
look like
at the map
he
where
may
you're
look
at.
like a creep. So does fucking Ian West. So does
You
you.
got
Bitch, you
I
won't
look
even
nothing
show your
like him.
goddamn picture, so you don't have the right to say anybody looks like a creep.
Well, that's
He
why
does.
he's by Disney crawling in those tunnels.
The
Wait,
only
wait, wait.
person on this broadcast that doesn't look like a creep is my
He looks
nipple
like your
and Mark
typical
Hayes.
pedophile. That's what he looks like.
Exactly. That's where all of them are in Florida. That's why Ian's down there with.
Look,
I saw
never
you
look
with-
at me or by Brooke.
Yeah, I saw you with those minor lights. You know, where you go under the tunnel and you need to turn on the lights.
Okay, so
What are you talking about?
look, everybody. I have an eye wanker. I have an eyelash in my eye. And
I
have
can't stand it when can someone, Mark
Yeah.
Hesh, can you tell him not to say the word wanker?
It's so.
Do
I-
you say that? No,
Okay.
no, I'm asking Mark.
So-
Mark
so
is like
I-
Mark is the English version. So like I'm sure George would like I don't know because I'm not English in America. So he would just say, but I'm sure wanker is the right term, or probably it's an English term. Who the fuck knows? But Mark, do you say if you get an eyelash in your eye, I've got a wanker?
I don't know.
No,
Yeah.
but Mark talks that. Do you say I've got a wanker?
It's
Only around you, Brooke.
Okay,
Only
okay.
around you he uses it.
Yeah, so I just need
So sexually gross.
I
It's
need
like a gross sexual term. I've got a
Yes,
wanker.
yes,
I got a wanker, baby. You want to go to bed? I got a
So-
wanker.
so I need all of you to make certain Ian does not play any clips while I am gone, please. Ian, do not play any clips. Everybody,
Ian, hold your wanker up, okay?
Yes,
roll
Don't
a joint.
put the back, okay?
Yeah.
Doug, I got a couple things we can chat about while you're getting
excellent,
wank-
excellent.
you get
Well,
wanker, yeah.
well, I take care of this wanker. Yes.
Oh my god!
And so by all means, I'm in agony. Let me go handle this, and I'm gonna go mute.
I hope the wanker does not come out. I hope
Yeah.
it fucks you all fucking night.
And no clips, and oh my god, then when I come back, I'll just be curious about what Brooke finds so redeeming about Dr. Greer. I mean that will be amusing at least. Emo says AFK.
Oh,
gonna
will it
make
be
a-
amusing? Because I'm pretty sure if I was British and I was like, "Thank you, Douglas. I agree with everything, Douglas. I love you, Douglas. I agree." Now, and this is saying with knowing that I've apologized.
But by the way, Brooke, look at what's in text. Look at what Nemo wrote in text.
I love you. I agree with you, Douglas. I agree with you, Douglas.
Nemo wrote, AFK, gonna make coffee and eat a banana. We'll let you know when I'm back. I mean, that is so specific. Like, do we really need to know that detail? That is so bizarre.
That's all right. He's just
to be
copying.
honest,
Just being honest.
to be honest, eating a banana and drinking coffee sounds better than I'm going to handle
making
my
a coffee
wank.
and eating, that
But-
means
but-
I'm going to be away for a
But
while.
you did remind me. Why
need
does that
to
take so
handle
long?
my
What
wanker.
is that?
Well,
Why
that's
does
a
a
good
banana
combo, I
and
think.
coffee take so long? What does that mean? I'm going to be away for a while because of this coffee and a banana. You make it. That sounds obscene.
Yeah, because coffee.
I don't chew. I don't chew.
I didn't show you my nipple long enough for you to be away that long, dude.
I take my time when I.
Like you're bathing in the coffee.
Sure, that's gross.
Doug, you leave him the fuck alone.
That is worse than the wanker.
You're making a big deal out of it.
you were the one who was so specific about it. It's unusually specific.
All right. Well, next time I'll just say AFK, BRB, whatever.
What does
There you go.
AFK
Good
mean?
job, bud.
What's AFK mean?
Away from keyboard. Away from keyboard.
Oh,
See, I didn't know what that meant either. I was like, I don't know what the fuck that means.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a gamer's term. A lot of gamers use it. AFK.
Oh, okay. George would understand it then because he used to be a gamer. Thank God he outgrew that.
Well, if he didn't outgrow it, he could be on that shipwreck now. Kylie,
Yeah.
you can maybe get it back to the head because all you needed was a fucking Wii remote, and you might could have got the fuckers back from 12,000 feet.
I shouldn't even say this. We'll drop the subject as soon as I bring it up. But basically, Brooke said earlier she had spent $250,000 to buy Peter Moon a ticket on the submersible.
And she probably have him sign a contract for a life insurance.
Okay, that being said, drop that topic. But yes, you do remind me I do need to grab my own banana because I do try to get potassium in myself. Once 3 times a week.
I've lost $250,000 in shit coming back or whatever.
Oh my god. Mark Brooke, since Nemo's gonna be involved with his coffee and his banana. Brooke and
What drink
How
are
do
you
you
gonna
do that?
drink
Do you
with
dip
that
it? Do you
banana?
like to dip your coffee?
That's what I had in mind. That was my image. That was my visualized image. Was that he was dipping his banana into the coffee and eating it. It was just. That's what I thought.
I
Hey,
think
listen,
it's though your
Nemo.
image probably wasn't the same
Nemo.
as mine because I picture the banana in between his legs as he's dipping it.
Nemo, do you put just a dip in? You go all the way in, and how long do you keep it in
I think
for?
he's gone. I
I
think he's
love
gone.
Mark.
He's too busy doing it. He's too busy doing it. Yeah, he's in it. Yeah,
He's in it now, man. He's in deep. He's in
Yeah,
deep.
yeah, he's in there like
So
swimmer.
what are
He
you
falls
gonna
deep.
dip in your banana?
Oh my god. Yeah. So
Happy birthday, Joe. That's your birthday present. You picture that.
Yeah,
Yo, I
that's
think
much,
he's
that's much
AFK.
better than Brooke's picture, right?
I'm
Yes.
still trying to get
Yeah.
a nudie picture from you.
yes. So Ian, my dear man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I promise no clips while I'm gone. Okay.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're
Okay.
fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Don't worry
Thank
about
you.
it.
And
So what subject are we gonna discuss, Mark?
okay, I'll go mute.
All right. Thank you, Doug.
Yeah, I was going to ask any of you, actually. I was going to ask Ian just because he's usually in on this
Because
stuff
you're
like
an
right away.
idiot. You mean because you're an idiot is why you're an ass.
What about that Las Vegas alien shit, guys? I mean, I know you.
Oh, those are the
Oh.
mutants. I think it's the mutants. It's the hell.
He didn't ask you. First of all, I interrupted.
So
Yeah.
that's
It's
the
my
first thing that I
birthday,
thought.
bro. It's my
Yeah, that's the
birthday.
first
I
thing
can
that I
do
thought. I
interrupt
thought they
them
were
for
like.
at least one time. Come on.
Yeah, that's what came to my head too, Joe Ty. But what the rest of you? What did you think?
Look, I'll tell y'all what's up. The phone call was real, but the footage was fake.
Yeah, the footage is definitely fake.
The footage was fake. They ripped that alien character off of this old '80s sci-fi book, and it was actually ironically about Dulce too, which is ironic. But no, the
Yeah,
footage
but
is
did
fake.
you
The call
see that?
was real.
You saw the movie they just came out with, I'm assuming, in the last year, where they had the three Brazil girls who saw the alien leaned up against the wall and the
Yes. Now rumor has it, and it happened down here in my neck of the woods, that these creatures are coming up from above the ground. This is true, but they're not like space aliens like they're trying to sell to the public.
Well, there's no such thing as space aliens, anyways.
That's my point, but they're trying to sell the public
there
off.
There are such thing as space aliens. I'll argue fucking my Britain guy who will out-talk me any day of the week. And
So Brooke,
there are space aliens. You know what?
So,
do you know how much the percentage of the ocean that we have conquested, that we have discovered of the ocean?
Brooke,
do you understand
let me finish, though. Brooke, let me finish before you go on a tangent. Look, that down here at Rock Springs, in Rock Springs, Florida, they shut the park down because these things were coming up out of the ground, and they're saying they're pawning it off as an alligator.
I have no doubt that there are things underground. That's not what I'm arguing, though. I agree with you on that. I believe that there probably are things underground. I believe there are probably things in the water we don't know about. But what I am saying is to say that we can say that there are no things that we would call extraterrestrial, meaning
no. I'm saying the thing in Las Vegas is not that.
No,
I'm saying Las Vegas. Las Vegas, not in general. Las Vegas.
Okay, that's fine, and I agree with you. I may agree with you on that because I really did not study that enough or really care to be honest, because I figured it was just a big hoax. Because I feel like at this point they're just going to do a whole false flag at this point, because that's why all this alien shit's coming out. I believe that the extraterrestrials have been around for a while. I think they know about the extraterrestrials, both underground and out of this universe. The point is, why is it coming out now? It's coming out slowly and leaking and being allowed to because it's going to be a false flag. At the end of the day, though, the Brazil, which is what you and I were just discussing, that one, there was seen before that was a crash that was seen by multiple people. There were old people. There was one man that wouldn't even come to his house. He was too scared to talk. Like, if you watch that documentary, it's easy to look at, like, just like you heard the real life me tonight. Like, I went off, and you can't be like, oh, Brooke wasn't really mad. And you can't be like, Brooke didn't really apologize. Like, if you feel me, you feel the feelings, and you know it. Like, this wasn't acting. And you saw those three girls. They saw what they saw. And you saw the people that saw what came down, though, in the sky when that happened. And it was coming from the sky, not from underground. And that is my point. It came from the sky. So that particular case, we know came from the sky. It came from above. That's
Remember what Allie Carter said? She said underground they have every type of transportation.
I know you're so into underground because you got like locked in there in the basement as a kid and like whatever.
No, what I'm saying is that underground they have these fucking flying saucers.
Okay, in Antarctica, and you know, I mean, they've got them a lot of places. Let me tell you where they mainly have them in the U.S. We have more flying saucers than probably anywhere because at this point we have reversed the technology wherever it came from. And if you go back to Hitler, like at the end of the day, he was studying. You know, while Douglas isn't here, I'll be more than glad to elaborate on the fact of what I have studied and believe, and the fact that you know Hitler was studying ancient technologies and religions and extraterrestrials because he knew
go on, please.
Were real.
Go on. Okay.
He knew those.
Okay.
He knew those were real.
Okay.
So it's
back to the subject at hand.
What do you think was reverse technology by the Germans first?
Guys, we're trying to focus on the Las Vegas thing.
I don't give a shit about that. That's a false flag mission, man.
That was the original question.
Flag.
Mark's original question was the Las Vegas thing.
Okay, Mark, it's a false flag.
That was one of them.
Okay.
So yeah, that's I want to know everybody's. Yeah, I want to know everybody's opinion.
I don't think it's a false flag. It's just the creatures that are coming out of the earth right now because
I believe it's
nuclear stuff.
That's why we're getting hit down here.
I believe that the fact that there are creatures coming out of the earth, but I mean that's been happening since what year were you born again, Ian?
Well, I mean,
she's still trying to figure how old you are. So the 6-month contract will maybe end earlier or take longer. So.
These anomalies are becoming more prominent in Vegas or just the desert area, and so the news is just trying to cover it. Yeah, I know, but the news are trying to say, "Oh, it's just fucking aliens," when it's mutants.
Yeah, it's mutants. I mean, that's where all the radiation.
We know that's where Dulce was. I mean, Ian West and I will both agree on Dulce, I believe. the Dolce base, and that we know that there have been mutants made.
But the desert area has been used as nuclear sites for decades, so there's definitely mutants
Dolce's
in that area.
Decades, and
Well, I'm not moving to Nevada.
I
or
don't
Las
believe
Vegas for
that
sure.
they came up with the idea to make mutants back in Eisenhower's day. That's on their own. I do believe that something came up that was not that we call extraterrestrial. Now you can call it from this galaxy, out of this galaxy, dimensional, or underdimensional, as Ian likes to just put everything under the world. Like everything has to just be under our world, and nothing can be out.
They were.
But there is subterranean life forms.
There are subterranean life forms. There's subwater life forms. We know that.
I'm talking about advanced, like higher beings than us.
No, they went underground. They went underground.
They used a neutron nuclear bomb to create.
Neutron.
The neutron nuclear bombs that made those zombies are the same mutations that are happening to the creatures underground.
Okay, but I need you guys to all understand this. If you believe that the only thing that is equating us, right? The only thing that is going on is that we released some nuclear bombs and we made some extra dimensional creatures that went underground, right?
We're not saying that's only going on. That's just a part of it.
We did. And what's his name backs it up? Bill Schneider backs it up.
Okay, I'm not
but
saying
remember,
that,
he's
but
heavily
but you're
brainwashed.
going to one small bridge of a huge thing, and like it's going to be so much bigger than that. Do you understand that?
For example,
that's the map I just showed you, Brooke. That's the point. The map I just showed you are these biodomes that are underground that are now criminal.
But they're not all human, as what you would call human, even though I wouldn't call you human, to be honest. But
that's the point. The map I just showed you are these spots that we're talking about.
They're not all human.
They're all over Las Vegas.
Forms. They're not all human.
And they're all over Las Vegas.
They're not all human.
That's why they got these underground people over there, right? Remember?
Oh my god!
Exactly.
I wish we were all underground.
In Las Vegas, there's tons of these underground people.
Yo, they go in there and film it. They videotape them.
Yeah.
Oh, hey. Speaking of videotaping and weird shit, did anyone else see the Katy Perry video recently?
No, but thank you for goddamn changing the subject. Maybe that's a fucking better one.
No, I
haven't seen a lot of them. Is that what you're talking about? The one eye blinking?
Yeah. So this is the one that's most recently, and this was the second point I was making, and the third one I want to wait till Doug gets back. But this one's, I mean, I honestly, it looked staged when you look at the video. I can't tell. It's just so bold. But her eye, like, it, and this has happened to
Justin Bieber too. Justin Bieber has the
Bieber, but also it happened to another female on a reality TV show where her eye just bugs the fuck out.
There's different theories to it. There's one that they're demonically possessed. There's one that they're shapeshifters, and there's one that they're wearing the person's wearing a bodysuit and their bodysuit's malfunction.
Dude, Katy Perry is smacking her face, trying to get her eye to stop.
Yeah.
What?
Like it's a malfunction.
Yes.
Like it's a bodysuit.
Goddamn video. Can someone stop?
You can just Google it. Just
look it up.
I just get Katy Perry new video. Which one is it? What's it called?
Katy Perry eye twitch smacking eye. She's smacking her fucking eye to make it stop twitching.
Yeah, like it's a bodysuit. That's right. That's why one of the theories. I don't know for sure, but
Katy Perry addressed that viral video of her eye twitching. Katy Perry weighed in on some mild theories about why her eye was noticeably twitching during a recent performance. I'm just reading this because you asked me to Google it.
And their excuse is bullshit.
I don't care. I'm not saying she's right. I'm just going to read what first came up. The teenage dream singer was caught manually trying to adjust her eye. Oh my God, I know exactly what happened as a woman. And I'm not going to even read the rest of this. First of all, I'm going to go down. I'm going to take a screenshot.
This has happened to males too.
All
types of people.
I mean, she's got fake eyelashes fucking on it, and I bet you fucking
That's a bullshit excuse she used. That's what retards believe when she said that.
Oh my God. That's what okay. Can I talk as a woman for one goddamn second? How many times have you worn, first of all, even just mascara, but fucking fake eyelashes? Because what I am telling you right now is I haven't even paged down to see what she says. What I just screenshotted what I saw. And what the last thing I see is a picture of her at the bottom, and I see her eyes shut, closed. And the last thing I see is, no, let me finish. The Teenage Dream Singer was caught manually trying to adjust her eyelid while performing a dress made of soda cans and aluminum tabs at her Las Vegas residency last rehearsal. So what I'm saying is I see a picture of her. Now this is me as a woman seeing a picture of her, and I'm not trying to take up Katy Perry. I'm not a huge Katy Perry fan at all. I'm just looking at the picture, and I can tell you that you get that fucking glue and you're sweating and that shit fucking starts to fucking sweat. And
yeah, but the way she blinks her one eye without the other eye even twitching slightly. Try to blink with your left or right.
Sweat and stick together. Have you? Okay, you know what?
The way she does it is
Okay,
unnormal. It's abnormal.
You won't even come on video. Why don't you go?
That holds no
so
water. What
fucking-
you say? It's irrelevant.
Whoa! Wait a second. What?
You're not
What's
even listening. That is so unfair.
what's being claimed? Wait a second. So let me So I think what's going on is.
Do you understand what I'm saying, Mark and Ian?
Wait. Well, how about me? Give me a try.
Please back me up and tell Doug what's going on.
What? Yes.
Okay, so basically, we're just talking a couple things. We're talking about the Las Vegas supposed extraterrestrial sighting. Then we moved sort of into a different realm. I brought up there's a Katy Perry video where her eyes starts bugging and twitching out.
Okay.
And it looks a little bit unnatural, but she's doing it in a way where it's just really bizarre. And then Brooke came up with a good point, which speaking from a female, where you have a shitload of glue on your eye, and you have mascara, and you have
I understand that.
Well, let the sentence. Wait. Let Mark finish the sentence. Yes.
Right. So basically, just to sort of try to transition this a little bit easier, was that I think that Nemo feels as though it's a little bit more than that, which is fine. So I just want to clarify that it's okay. I mean, if you feel the way you do, no one can tell you that you don't. So he feels it's a little more than that, but Brooke it seems like she feels really strongly that it's more of like a malfunction of like
that's an excuse. Yeah, that's an easy excuse the media wants to use as a cover-up.
Douglas, you stop him.
I'm taking a look at it.
I honestly don't care. I'm just saying what I think, and that's it.
Pause. When you see new 20.
I gotta turn that off. Yeah, so I just turned that on for a bit, the Instagram, and that blew my eardrums out. But basically, Katy Perry is obviously, she has some fake eyelashes, and they're causing a blink because it's similar to my eye wanker. It's basically, she has the same problem I have when I have my eye wankers,
when you blink,
where the heavy eyelashes that are glued on are basically causing basically her eyelid to be weighed down. That's what's going on with that. Why is this causing everyone I guess, my broken doll eye party trick? So that's how she's laughing it off. And I think that it's pretty self-explanatory. But if
you could look at her picture and see what is going on there. Like, she didn't wear fake eyelashes and her eyes have been wigging back, or you saw, like, I've seen videos where they said somebody turned for a second into some reptilian or whatever the fuck. Like,
nobody said reptilian.
Well, I mean, but Nemo, the reason Briggs Gibson brings that up is because many people do say things like that.
Yeah, I know that. Right. I know that. Everything she's saying, I'm more than well aware of.
Right.
What are you saying she is? She doesn't have glued on eyelashes, and they couldn't have glued together.
So as someone who cross-dresses, someone who dresses as a woman and has passed as a woman throughout a greater part of my life, I've suffered similar situations where it can be awkward and it can just look really bad. But when it comes to, do you feel that she might be an android or something?
There's just theories that she's like a lot of celebrities are possibly wearing a realistic bodysuit and it's malfunctioning on her.
Which means
and there's others that she's demonically possessed and she can't control her body, her facial expressions properly.
I'll add a little bit to that, Douglas. Not to get too far off topic, or too off the barrel here. Is like that guy we mentioned before. I think it was Amy Como, Tim Rifat.
Yeah.
Tim Rifat has a definitely And I wouldn't say maybe a little bit of an infatuation with certain stars, Katy Perry being one of them. He is emphatic and convinced that Katy Perry is Eve, basically the rebirth of Eve, and that she has these 4-lobe Nagwal psychic gifts, and that she's basically like the queen of the deep state somehow. So
he refers to her as the Illuminati Queen and Taylor Swift.
Okay, so you're basically talking how Ian talks about me.
Yeah, Tim Rifat's a fucking douchebag.
Don't
buy his shit.
No, I do want people to understand. I do have some fans out there who seem to have the deepest respect for Tim Rifat, so I just try to lay off him in the sense, out of respect to those fans, because they're having a hard time and they still contribute to me a little bit, and they do what they can, and But that being said,
I just want to mention anybody listening right now, Douglas needs some contributions this month.
Thank you.
I can't help it because of some things I've had to go on. But if anybody can help Douglas, even $10, we all know what he does. So anybody can contribute to Douglas. I know he really needs it this month, and I don't usually ask for him seriously, but I'm gonna do that this time.
Bless you. I love you, honey. There. Thank you so much. And yes, so I do want people to understand that Tim Rifat, my conclusion about him in this regard is that he does have basically a crush on several female celebrities, and so he kind of hyperanalyzes them as a way to sublimate his sexual attraction.
He wants to marry Taylor Swift, he said.
Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, he's somebody who he's sublimating and intellectualizing a lot of his lust, and so it's kind of like, I guess I can relate in the sense that maybe I was there when I was a teenager or a very young adolescent, kind of like what Obama said.
We're developing that doll of me, and I told you to fucking tear it off.
Yeah. It's like what Obama said about, who was that black politician who was saying, "I'd rather be a werewolf than a vampire." Who was that guy, honey? You remember?
Oh my god, the fucking Georgia fucking football player. What was his name?
Yeah. He said, "I'd rather be a werewolf than a vampire," and that
was his biggest speech right before the election, too.
Yeah. That's when Barack Obama said, "I've held such discussions myself when I was 7.
Exactly. When I was 7.
Yeah. And that's kind of like how I feel about Tim Rifat. He's kind of like, he seems to be at this stage like where I was at when I was 7. Something like that. Well, when I first started ejaculating, which was around the age of 9. He's
realistically though, no young hot woman's gonna want to fuck him.
Yeah. There we go.
Realistically, no one young hot woman's gonna want to fuck you. You can't shoot your...
Yeah, that's lovely.
Ouch! How old is Tim Rifat?
He's in his 60s, I think.
Oh my god!
Yeah, he's in his 60s.
66.
He claims to do black magic work,
remote viewing.
Ritual. Yeah, and the anti-aging stuff, and he sells his stuff, and I guess there's people that actually there's people that are ripping. There's a certain guy that is quote unquote allegedly ripping his shit off, and
how does one rip off shit like that?
I don't know, man. He charges a lot too. Like if
I don't understand
for his services, yeah.
What?
Yeah, he charges a lot for his services.
Fucking breath. We do have children being sold every fucking day in the world for sex slavery, and we do have fucking people now being sold every day now for human trafficking for organs. Okay, and in even lighter terms, poor people are now selling the majority of every. Now you're in the U.S. I don't know if you've seen this documentary, but in the U.S. the majority, they have blood banks everywhere. You can make money selling your plasma. I had a friend fucking do it. Tried to tell me, you can make $300 selling your fucking plasma. And I was like,
And by the way, explain to people the difference between plasma and blood. Plasma is something different than when you sell that. For some reason, it's like you can never take a plasma transfer. In other words, you can, transfusion. It's somehow it makes you unable to receive a plasma transfusion if you need one in the future, or something crazy like that. It's a risk.
What it does is it doesn't make you never able to receive one, but what it does do is take the protein from your blood. So it's the main proteins from your blood. It's your protein. I can't remember the scientific terms for it, but it's basically protein. It's 90% water, but it's your main protein from your blood, because your we're mostly water. I mean, we're 95% water, which is why the moon affects us. But it takes the blood, it spins it out, it gives you your blood back, without the protein in it, the main protein that you need. And so what's happening now is, and it's even, in the South, it's here. We have plasma banks everywhere. I was watching in Detroit, and in the documentary I was watching was actually Swedish, and it was a Swedish documentary, and they were saying where they weren't even being American on it. They weren't even being pro-American on it. What they were saying was, where are you getting this blood from? Well, so the problem is when you think you donate plasma, you think you're donating it to a person or somebody needs it just the same way you would with blood. No, the problem is most plasma out of the U.S., so the top 3 donators are the United States, I can't remember the other 2 countries, they're all going to Europe, they go into Sweden, these huge companies, Sweden, that are bringing the blood in, and it's illegal. And France is now doing it, and it's illegal in France to bring in blood from another country. But the problem is, this plasma is not being sold to make for people to give them plasma. It is being sold to make pharmaceutical drugs.
Holy shit!
Plasma. Pharmaceutical drugs, 90% of the plasma sold is to go into a pharmaceutical drug, and the pharmaceutical drug can then be transferred, because once it's called a drug, it can be transferred into any country, because the U.S. has such high standards, and we've promoted our high standards of quality, right, and money. They've had even countries now, like we had our own, we have 2 of our own, and we have a Swedish, the 3 biggest, largest are Swedish, and 2 other plasmas, and we are the number 1 producer of plasma in the world, and we export that. The majority of all our plasma does not go to us. It goes into number 1 pharmaceuticals, and that pharmaceuticals goes into other countries.
So it's going into pills?
Yes, yes.
So this is human body, basically a human substance. This is like someone's bone marrow or sperm.
The worst thing about it,
yeah.
I was watching, because so when they went in Sweden, and they were really smooth about the way they did it, man. That would be like me being undercover. They went into their Swedish little plant that was like one of their plasma donors. They had gone to talk to the plasma donor and where they got it from. So they went there, and they were talking to the doctor, and he was like, a couple of the scientists or whatever, and they're like, no, they were like, do you test it? And they're like, oh yes, we test it, we make sure we get it over. And like, well, can we see where it's from? And the guy wouldn't show the paper, but then he would let the guy read the paper, but he wouldn't show it on camera. So because he said, he got a little nervous wanting to show it on camera, and the guy reads it, and he's like, so like right there, like there's 47 from Detroit, United States, like 47 donors, right? Mm-hmm. And it says unpaid. Mm-hmm. So they said, we decided to take a trip to Detroit, because that was the largest one on the number on that day. That was just that day of what they had gotten in. 47 from the Detroit in the U.S. That's what they had accepted. So they went to Detroit, and when this is all you can watch it on YouTube, but it is a documentary that came out in the last week or 2. And they went there, and the plasma bank, basically, number 1, they would not let them film on campus, but they went,
what a surprise. Yeah, go on.
Yes. Yeah. So they also first interviewed people off the premises where they were allowed to. And secondly, they also went in undercover to show you what it looks like in there. And it was unbelievable. There were like 40 chairs. Everybody was in a chair. Every chair was not full. I mean, there wasn't a person that wasn't in a chair, okay? And there were people lined up at 7 a.m. in the morning to donate, because you got to remember, you're in Detroit and you're a drug city. So then the people they interviewed, the majority of them were saying, they were poor, like they were so poor, they needed it because they didn't have a job, or because some of them were on drugs. Some of them were just poor for other reasons, and some of them were, and it would ask you, when you went in, before you went to the little line to get in your thing, it was a computerized question or answer. I mean, you can see one guy say, he's like, you can say whatever you want. Like, it'll ask you, did you get your tattoo in the last 2 years? You can hit yes or no. You can just hit no. And they all get paid. They get a card. It's a Visa card. And he said, the drug dealers will basically drop you off at the door and be like, all right, I know I'm going to get my money. I want to give you this drug. He's like, last year, like this big drug, K whatever, or some K drug. I don't know what it was called. I never heard of it. But he was like, that was the big one. He's like, so they drop you off at the door and they would know, like, I'm taking you here. Like, you're going to give me that. My money's going to be on my card. And then next time I'll do it again, my money will be on my card. So, like, the whole point is, number one, you've got people that are so poor. Number two, they're drug addicts, a lot of them. This plasma is being sent over for that. And it's taking advantage of...
Wouldn't the plasma be, like, compromised? Like, in the old days, they used to get blood from drug addicts and street hookers and shit, and that's what caused the crash of the blood market.
What they're saying, the plasma company refused to be interviewed for this. None of the plasma companies be interviewed. The man in France who's fighting bringing it in, because he says, they had, back in the 90s, like some blood come into Europe that had ended up having HIV in it. And he said, yeah, like the way they spin the plasma now, like they do spin it out. The way they spin it out for the way it's spent and processed. They put detergents in it, basically. They put detergents in it because they're putting it into a drug. So they put detergents into the plasma. So at this point, it's supposed to kill anything in there, or test it. If it can't kill it, test it positive for it. But that would be, I'm assuming it kills HIV, or it would test positive for HIV. They didn't say exactly what, but the detergents, he used the word detergent because I remember that very specifically. At the end of the day, he said, you're going to have new diseases crop up, new things crop up, and it's going to be a problem. And we're just bringing this in. What he was saying is they're bringing it to Europe, into France, and if you can't bring blood in, but you can bring in, once it's called a drug, even though it's plasma in the drug,
then you can bring it in, right? Oh my God. So all that reminds me of this. I'm going to share screen now. So can all of you see the cursor moving or around? And of course, Nemo
but my
gave us...
point to that is it's sickening in a number of ways, as far as the fact that you've got people that are so poor, and they know. Yeah. One guy said, it's like, I feel, like I'm like a cow. He's like, I have to look at it like I'm like a cow. Like, I have to give what I have to give to be able to survive.
Well, I mean, these people are, I think, more like to feed their drug habit. I mean, at that point, it's like...
Some of them are, but some of them weren't. Like, they had this one guy on there that was not on drugs at all, and he was just an older man that was, like, poor and just literally, like, he's like, I'll get by. He's like, but it's an extra, like, $200 and something a month. He said, and that's my tightness. Like, one day he went and the blood pressure was too high, so he went the next day. Like, they followed him on the bus.
Well, I mean, this is outrageous. This is outrageous.
And so it's taking from so basically what I'm trying to say is what we're doing there is a small thing of what we're starting to do, which you're not seeing as much of, and Ian is talking about, but like, we're starting, that's a small thing compared to, we are starting to sell people on the black market for, you need a kidney, my daughter needs a kidney. Well, I don't give a shit if I have to kill your daughter. Just find me a fucking somebody to match my daughter's kidney.
Right. So this is what it reminds me of. So if you can see these images here, these are mass production industrial scale bleeding of horseshoe crabs. So what they use horseshoe crabs for is basically an incredible substance that I'm trying to look up the name for it right now.
Has medical benefits, doesn't it, when they process
I
it?
should say liver, by the way, not kidney, because you can live with about one kidney, but livers,
right.
people that eat, there are that are just being completely a heart, a liver. Those things are being completely, people are being, like, if your kid, you so cool, your kid, if you're not that rich and somebody's rich and your kid happened to match them in a DNA test, guess what? Your kid goes missing.
Oh yeah. No, this is what happens. As a matter of fact, when I was a consultant for the film Shoot 'Em Up, that was one of the premises of the film that they followed my consultation on. They filmed it all in Canada, where it was much cheaper to shoot, was the idea of bone marrow transplant. So what happened was the politician who was the villain in the film, he was basically dependent on bone marrow transplant to survive, and so what he was doing was simply literally either fucking or using his sperm to impregnate women so they would give birth to children who would be his children and therefore compatible with his DNA and his bone marrow, and therefore he would have the children then killed so he could take the bone marrow to keep himself alive. But it's this kind of extreme example.
Yeah. Tell your self story.
I'm sorry?
I thought you weren't telling your self story.
Anyhow, so here we are, the long-term effects, as they say here, of bleeding for limulus amoebocyte lysate. There we are on the survival and recapture of tagged horseshoe crabs. And, they take them and take a look at them. I mean, they just take these horseshoe crabs and they bleed their blood. This is blue blood from horseshoe crabs. Horseshoe crabs and they need this to make the coronavirus vaccine, among many others. They need this for drugs and vaccine manufacturing. And so this is why we need to be concerned about declining population of horseshoe crabs. So basically,
they've been harvesting their blood for over 20 years now. I remember watching a documentary when I was a little kid about it.
Yeah, there you go. So I mean, this has been going on forever and on an industrial scale, and so I don't understand why they're not breeding them. How can you not breed them if you need them at this scale? Why are they not simply being bred?
Them. They want 1 billion.
Maybe they're susceptible to disease and spreading disease or parasites or some shit.
Not if you're raising them in a farm environment. That's ridiculous.
Right.
It's so.
Or maybe someone, because they're so valuable, someone will actually sabotage that farm deliberately, costing them a lot of money.
But this is a form of animal exploitation and cruelty. Supposedly they don't feel pain when you're bleeding them like this, but how would we know? But the other thing that
they said no. I love this. They've always said no crustaceans have any nerve endings if they don't feel pain. And I'm like, really? Have you been? How the fuck do you know? Because I mean, I'm pretty sure back in the 1950s they said cigarette smoking was good for you.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure
Yes.
they put to death people a couple hundred years ago that said that when they would. I remember a priest that said, "I believe that the actual Earth, the sun doesn't rotate around the Earth. I believe the Earth rotates around the sun." They put him to death.
Yeah.
So, for us as scientists, like. First of all, that's just stupid to say that. But at the end of the day, what you're saying too is that that also is stupid. Never mind.
But by the way, not that I'm accusing Nemo or Ian of this, but Ian and Nemo do talk on Discord. So a point to be made.
Not often. I only chat with them like once a while ago.
I
He's
understand.
never on Discord much.
Oh, okay. So, but just to keep in the thread.
Well, I
of...
know he's busy with his sister. You're busy with your father.
So Nemo's saying, can you farm horseshoe crabs? We can breed horseshoe crabs in captivity. See, there we are. Still a fairly high mortality rate of around 61%. This is primarily due to many eggs failing. Okay, there we are. And so with each stage of growth, the crabs were more and more likely to survive. So here's an article I pinned here that I think is important for all of us. In hidden Discord communities, child predators are using Discord to basically abuse and extort children. I mean, this is worse than the playground. Bring me money.
Imagine that. A video. It was originally for video games. Imagine that.
Yeah.
I love that you said Ian and him. He's like, we only come.
He forgot his password.
I have a Discord account, and I would tell you, how many times have you and Douglas and I communicated on it? 0.
Yeah, thank you. And what was I going to say? The really funny one.
No, the only reason I even have a Discord account, Douglas, because that fucking guy what do you call him?
I forgot which one. It's
the Colorado boy. Fucking his name.
I forgot. Which boy?
Dillard.
James Dillard, Josh Dillard, Josh Diddler, yes. And Brendan Zogit told me that Ian West got.
Did you hear how stupid these fuckers are? Do you hear this shit, Nemo? I was laying in bed, almost asleep, and I hear these two motherfuckers talking shit. We don't even get on Discord, you stupid fucks.
But I saw you guys. I saw you guys. You were sending notes to each other.
And as for the exploitation shit.
Oh, you just said you didn't, and your little boyfriend gave you up and said only for a moment. You know why he said only for a moment? Because it only takes you a moment to get off, bitch.
Oh my god.
He's like 1, 2, 3, done. Oh my god, show me your ass again. Bend over me. Oh my god, done.
And then Brendan told me, Ian, that you got banned off Rumble. How the fuck did you manage that? Then he went. What? He glitched. What?
Ian, apparently you're getting the mute confused with
stupid.
your dick.
You guys are so.
Get your hand off the dick and the mute, like you're getting them confused. You can't jack off and mute at the same time.
I'm talking idiots.
Really? Because I'm not the one muting myself while I jack off.
Oh my god!
Fall asleep, smart ass.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Well, you unmuted to come back on, and then you accidentally unmuted, muted,
All right.
kind of like a
Can I go back to sleep now without hearing you talk shit? Sound like an
No.
idiot.
How did you get banned off Rumble? What did you do to get banned off Rumble?
I never got banned off Rumble. That's more.
more bull. Did you hear him? He just limped back his dick. He had to go.
Oh my god!
Hang on. He can't get the up and down, and he's got the hand in the other, and he's just like,
So Brooklyn, you notice how Nemo brings us straight scientific knowledge, like background synopsis. Most living things adapt over time, but horseshoe crabs found their perfect form more than 400 million years ago.
Yeah, I'm just copy and pasting what I look up.
Yeah, but he gives us straight scientific dope like this,
No,
and then a little further up.
Like, cause I want to blow my brains out. I'm hoping Mark Cash is still here.
Then a little further up, he gives
Not
us.
that he was much better with his Katy Perry bullshit.
Yes, that's Nemo. Yeah, Katy Perry goes viral for mid-concert eye twitch or whatever. I mean, but the way you said it, Nemo, you said some people think it's a skin-tight. What did you call it? Skin form-fitting
I said
humans?
there were just theories being thrown around. One, she's wearing a super realistic bodysuit that's malfunctioning. Others believe it's because she's a mind control subject and demonically possessed, and others believe she's shapeshifting. I haven't been able to.
When you say,
and when he said, "I also don't care what you think, Brooke," when I tried to explain that it was an eyelash.
yeah, that's a glued-on eyelash. Oh my god, and it can make your eye look like that because I've had that happen to my eye.
Yes, I know that.
You didn't care for the fact.
It's just the way she's tapping the side of her face like there's a button on the side of her temple.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she's trying
Watch the video.
But when you say she's trying to basically it's so uncomfortable at that point, she's trying to knock the lash off basically. But when it comes,
it didn't look like that to me.
Pulled it apart. Here's what happens.
Yeah.
When you go to pull it apart, because obviously I know you bend over for fucker on your whatever. But you obviously don't wear eyelashes for him. And if you did, you would know.
Oh, I'm gonna start wearing eyelashes when I masturbate.
Well, do it. Because they get stuck together. Put them on your ass. Once they get stuck together, here's what's gonna happen. If you try to go and you put your eye up and you just try to pull the eye apart, guess what's gonna happen? The entire eyelash is gonna come the fuck off.
That's right.
So what she's doing is trying to tap it to get the fucking glue to undo. Like if she gets enough moisture in there and taps it, the moisture will tap it, and hopefully she moves it enough.
That was my initial thought. I just haven't came to a full conclusion. I just don't know what to believe.
But when you use the term, which is like form-fitting bodysuit, you're implying, not that you personally are implying this, but whoever's bandying that about is implying that there's some non-human entity within that form-fitting suit, yes?
Or just another human taking on a form of another person.
Oh my god, but why would anyone do that?
I don't know. Like I said, I haven't came to that as a full
haven't you done that, sir?
Because I don't have the money.
Come on air, so
you know how expensive a realistic Hollywood
suit
is?
Sell your dad out.
It must be hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Well, actually,
you give your dad's kidneys and liver. We can totally get you a new body right now. We
Oh my
take you to
God.
a new body
Yes.
and be advancing tomorrow.
Oh
How much
my
you think
God.
you can get?
Oh my God. So at any rate, oh my God. So that's actually quite cute. It's actually quite funny. I think the Katy Perry thing is quite cute. It's quite funny. Honestly, believe me, she just has an eyelash malfunction. So Mark, yeah, Mark.
Yeah, no. So I just with that, and I did want to ask one thing, Douglas.
Yeah.
Would you know? Is there any relationship between what's his name, Steve Outram, and the templates at Dawn Webb? Like, is there a connection with them?
There is, yes. So
Before he answers that, I just want to say again, if Steve Outram is listening or anyone that knows him, if he wants to send me $1 million and conversion, whatever he needs. If he needs a rim job, I'm fine. $1 million. Okay?
But by the way, I do want you to know, you do know how I came to be acquainted with Stephen Outram, right? I knew of him vaguely.
I don't even want that story again. It's horrible.
Yeah. So you do remember it. You do remember.
That's the bathroom story, right?
Yeah, it's the bathroom story. Yes. So he has a
If he needs
distended.
a rim job in the bathroom, he's not getting my son. He's gonna take about seven. If he wants my son, it's gonna take 10 million. But for me, 1 million.
But would you do what he asked me to do, which was to suck his extended anus? He has a prolapsed anus, honey. He's got his colon.
$1 million one time. If that check is there, it's casual. I can walk out. I'll suck whatever the fuck. I don't care if it's fucking his toes out of his anus. He sucked his dick through his anus. I don't give a shit.
Oh my
if
God.
herpes through his anus, I might suck it for $1 million if it's one time.
Oh my God. So he was asking me to do that. Yes, he has a distended colon that comes out through his anus, and he asked me to suck it like a dick. Yeah, and for $1 million. And I said no. And then he vowed he was going to destroy me, and has been, trying to do so ever since.
And all the rest of us.
I don't remember hearing that in exact detail.
I'm fairly certain it wasn't $1 million. First of all, I think you just exaggerated that.
No, it was $1 million. That's
okay. Well, then I'm even.
That's what I said the first time. Mark, help me out here. That's what I said the first time, right? Yeah.
Let me just say this loudly. Everyone on this podcast, I said donate to Douglas, but I'm pretty sure, even though I do want you to donate to him this week, I think you should never after this week donate to him again, because he could have sucked a fucking $1 million. Instead, he begs us poor people for money who never had the opportunity to suck an anus for $1 million. So,
well, evidently, he could be, obviously, from what he said, he could be a famous actor now at this point from those propositions as well. And it's funny, Douglas. A lot of these guys now around similar age, I believe. Do you remember? Joseph Lawrence.
Oh God, Joey and Joey. One of them died, man.
Yeah, the brother. I'm not forget the brother's name, but he's like coming out now talking about. He won't mention names, but he's saying that the exact same thing. His agent set up something with this big time director, and he denied it, and then he was completely just blacklisted from anything, any kind of things, because they wanted to compromise.
Right.
But that's just crazy.
A lot of actors have come out with that after the Me Too movement, which was female, obviously more oriented. But
originally, yeah.
Originally, yes. Yeah. So, but now because of that, a lot of male actors have been brave enough to come out and stand up and say what. And I was saying Joey. Who were the two that were in? Not Dumb and Dumber. It was fuck.
No, Bill and Ted's Most Excellent Adventure or something like that.
Something like that, yeah. And one of them.
But by the way, honey, look at this shit. With the latest from Nemo, the blue blood of horseshoe crabs is the most valuable, unknown, and widely used ingredients of the ocean. Eaten in some parts of Asia, but most people who catch the crabs do so for their lucrative blue blood that is sold for as much as $60,000 a gallon. Good.
Okay, I don't think that, because I can tell you, we used to eat when I ate crabs, we had blue horseshoe crabs all the time, and they weren't selling. They were like about 20 plate. So I don't know. I guess they were fucking in the 90s, fucking not getting it.
That was was posted in 2019.
Jesus Christ, you can imagine what it's like now, especially if the population is declining. So they've really got to start farming these animals. But Brooke, so and Mark, so like what Mark is pointing out is that, and you probably heard this as well, Brooke, I was offered a part in Beverly Hills 9210. The individual.
Which part?
I'm sorry?
Which part?
Oh, which part? Just to play the part of an Asian, because I didn't look so Asian that I was repulsive, because Asian men tend to look...
Maybe one that Eddie Murphy picked up and fucked.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that. By the way, for those of you who don't know, that Eddie Murphy was compromised because he picked up a cross-dresser, an Asian, and he was, fucking him, and then it got out. Word got out, and this really made him look like an idiot because of his anti-gay jokes and his homophobic attitude in general, which pretty much
He looked like a hypocrite.
yeah destroyed him in Hollywood. Well, they set him up. They set him up. That's what happened.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, and they just had someone like myself who was just not like a trained in a ninja killer sense, but just a Asian cross-dresser who just seduced him, and he went for it. He didn't give a shit. He just thought the ass was cute enough and fucked it, and then he was exposed, and that's how another way that they destroyed him. But
And he's just trying to play it off. Oh, I was just trying to give her a lift.
Sorry, but
I was just being a good Samaritan.
You fucked him in the ass and you didn't fool around and reach further because they can't have it tucked in their ass at that point. So you didn't reach around and feel their pussy while you're fucking them. Never had somebody not do that. So I'm pretty sure you felt the balls and dick, bitch.
Okay, well,
it's actually quite common for a lot of the Hollywood males having sex with trannies. 50 Cent, Ja Rule, all these rappers are doing it.
Yeah,
it's been exposed. Wendy Williams had a famous gangster, like a legitimate street gangster, who was connected with all the Hollywood and music industry moguls, and he said on Wendy Williams' show that all these rappers from 50 Cent to Ja Rule beefing with each other, they're beefing over a tranny that they're in love with.
Oh my God! Well, there you go.
And he got arrested. He got arrested immediately after that interview with Wendy Williams, and he's in prison for life.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
Hey,
he exposed all it. I'll upload the video sometime.
Right. What was that, Mark?
50 Cent frequents our establishment, so we hold it down when he comes around. Just letting you know.
He's coming around again. Someone can do it.
They all closeted. P. Diddy. There's images of P. Diddy kissing Mike Tyson on the lips.
You know what? They shouldn't be closeted. They wouldn't be closeted if you didn't have all these fucking anti-gay people, and even you going tranny, bullshit. That like now, like the Biden administration. Did you see today? Like they're all coming out of the Biden administration. This was completely conspiracy for the LGBTQ community that the Bidens did.
What?
What?
How do you guys keep up with stuff and not keep up with what is actually going on today and like in current news?
Wait, Brooke, are you talking about the sun?
No, not the son going. No, not the son going to jail.
No. She's not talking about that, and the son's not going to jail. And thanks for that other belch. That's that's.
I gotta keep muting my headset before I do it.
But when it comes to where was I? I was a bit confused when you said what you did about the fucking, but I'll let that go because I just think sometimes you come out for the from left field. Yeah, I didn't quite. You were saying yes. Were you implying like I was having sex with Eddie Murphy? I take that as a joke.
I was saying that when Eddie Murphy had sex and he was pretending like he didn't know the person was trans.
Oh, okay.
I was right. Like you didn't reach. Like you can't. I'm pretty sure.
Got it. Now I get it. Okay. Sometimes you have to contextualize the.
Sorry, I meant Eddie Murphy. Like he wanted to pretend like, oh, I didn't know they were trans.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, okay. It doesn't matter how much a person
never tried to touch the front of their body at all.
Yeah.
Like.
Whenever you see a man,
that was absurd. Yeah.
The instant thought that comes to anybody's mind, if you see a man in a car for training and he says, "Oh, I'm just giving her a lift," the immediate thought, "No, you're fucking him. Don't lie to us."
Yes.
It's so obvious.
Yeah. Yes. Very much so. And So in terms of what else was coming to my mind? Oh yes, so like Mark was saying, so you might remember this, Brooke, or you might not. Yeah, so with the Beverly Hills 9210, basically at that time I was with John Robert Powers, acting and modeling school, and so when it came to the talent calls, and what happened was that they said, oh, we need an Asian male. On the set, in the series, an Asian male character, and they said the problem is everybody loves Asian females because they all look like Cupid dolls, and but everyone hates Asian males because they're generally so repulsive, and they said they're only good for the 3Gs, geeks, gooks, and gangsters, but I was different because I was half white, so when they flew me down there, then the agent who could get me the role, who I've always protected his identity because he was very kind to me, but he definitely wanted me to fuck him. And so he was trying to get me into it by showing me other actors that he had fucked. Like, basically, it was Arnold Schwarzenegger, Mel Gibson, and Danny Glover. And those three he had sex with, had photographs of it. And then I said, yeah, look, I appreciate this and I appreciate the opportunity, but I just can't get it up for you. I just can't. It's just not something I can get into. So he tried to get me into it by showing me all this gay porn, and I just told him, look, I'm not feeling any stirring of the loins. I'm not heating up. It's just not doing it for me. And, he finally just, paid for my way home, which was fine. I mean, he was very kind about it, very civil, and, and just did tell me, unless you can really learn to take it up the ass and suck cock, throat it deep, you're not going to go anywhere in Hollywood. And, and I never did. So that was pretty much it. So the one thing that everybody can be sure of when you're taking a look at any of these actors, no matter how macho they are, in all these action scenes, looking all tough and toxic male, they're all taking it up the ass and sucking cock deep.
And here's the thing, though, it shouldn't matter, like in your, you're like not transgender, but you or what fuck transex.
I'm non-binary would be the most you could say, or cross-dressing,
What about metrosexual? Is that appropriate?
Metrosexual just means a guy who enjoys being massaged and getting facials.
Yeah, I don't have to fucking be like, yeah.
Yeah. So go on, honey.
Fox News charged the headline. So what happened was Fox News changed the headline of a story about, they did it on February 15th, I believe, February 15th, 16th. Fox News changed the headline of a story about the White House's LGBTQ pride flag that they had on Wednesday after a Biden spokesperson accused the network of blatantly lying. The network did go and change it, obviously, because they're scared of getting sued again. The article revolved around the Progress Pride flag hung outside the White House Now, I want you to understand this. Even though Fox has come back on this, it's going around everywhere on all the Twitter and all these people that are Christian.
Oh, by the way, that reminds me, Michael Christopher Andriich wrote me this Facebook message. And then he retracted it. He wrote me something like, how you doing, brother? And then he retracted it. Just want you to know that, Brooke, because you and I both have this experience. Go on. Michael Christopher Andriich.
Oh my God, he's an idiot. He's doing stupid. They're stupid, and I'll see the retraction. I can't even read it. I'm like, whatever the fuck that was. The article revolved around the Progress Pride flag on the White side. White House flew and this is what it said. American flags during its Pride celebration last weekend. This was Fox, what they put, and was originally titled, this was their title, White House flew controversial new transgender flag that promotes grooming and pedophilia, say critics. That was the original post. Jesus. Promoted a now deleted tweet by the language from the headline by its author from Fox News, Carrie J. Byrne. The piece cited Jamie Michael, the founder of the right-wing group Gays Against Groomers, who told Fox the flag represents to us an ideology, political statement of indoctrinizing kids and trans kids and pushing kids to sterilize and mutilate themselves So now I would just want to say, even though Fox rejected, there's like, they put it out there on the 15th, and now it's everywhere. And pulling that.
They've done their damage. Yes. In other words, this is a common trick. This is a common tactic where Fox and these other people, especially Fox, will put the shit out, then retract it, and but they intend malevolently to do the damage before retracting, and then retract it so they can claim they don't have responsibility. But they're trying to provoke, basically,
and keep their supposedly. You are, and let me tell you, anybody listening, like, you are not Christian, you're anti-Christian, but they believe they're Christian. Yeah. If you believe in Christ and Christ consciousness, you can't be Christ consciousness and have Christ in you if you're anti-LGBTQ. Like, you just can't. It's one or the other. Like, if you, there's no way you can sit there and go, well, this or that. Christ had no problem. Like, now you could say, I'm pretty sure the 10 Commandments, if you would even go back to those, it didn't say, don't fuck him in the ass or don't suck his dick. Pretty sure it said, don't cheat. But you go to your preacher every weekend that's cheating with his fucking girlfriend.
I mean, we can go further than that. And actually, though this will probably... I noticed that there's someone in the Bible, someone in the chat room who Nemo was basically... talking to them, but they left only one thing. What did they call themselves? Street preachers from hell or something?
Yes, yeah. And his profile pic is derogatory word for gays burn in hell.
Yeah, there we are.
I reported his channel, by the way,
for
discrimination.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, actually, thank you. I mean, yeah, something like that. That's truly just trolling. You wonder why they're here.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, I don't even have an image up in thumbnail of myself cross-dressing.
I'll be more than glad to burn in hell as long as he has to suffer at the bottom of the ocean of the Titanic. We'll see which one's real and which one's not.
Yes. Yeah, but, we can go further and say biblically.
I get people like that on my channels too, like, you repent for your sins and you're going to burn in hell.
And for what reason? Yeah, I know. In your case, for what reason?
They're just trying to brainwash you and bring you into their Christian cult, their religious cult.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Do to go to hell, like, to me, and people say hell is,
and that's just it's a fear tactic they like to use. You're gonna burn in hell.
Yes, fear and hate are the two worst things that are against love. You're the opposite of love. No. It truly isn't even hate, because hate, to be honest, like I said earlier, is really closely related. Most of the time, you can't, like, people say, I hate that, right? They don't truly hate something.
Yeah, that ain't that. Yeah.
They don't love. No, but they can truly hate something when they say it, they fear it. People are afraid. Oh my God! What if I'm gay? What if
fear is the key for controlling people?
Yeah, well, this is what most people are afraid of that ilk. They are afraid of being gay themselves, which they deep down they know they are. So it's look
at all the preachers.
It's pretty incredible. Actually, they were taking a look at statistics of Americans that were basically going into alternative lifestyles, and it was something like when they really took serious, like, in-depth census, and we're just taking these surveys that were asking questions that were really exhaustive. They concluded something like 25% of Americans are really alternative lifestyle leaders. I mean, that's and they were saying it's only growing. So I mean, you can imagine that it would be almost the norm past a certain point of time.
Grow, because at the end of the day, we can believe, like, it's like if Brendan was here, he would talk about past lives. And Vedic astrology has always discussed that in Vedic terms. We in Christ discussed us having past lives. The problem is Christianity wants us to not believe in past lives for a multitude of reasons.
Rather the churches that jacked Christianity. You could say that.
Yes, Christianity. So Catholicism, Southern Baptist, these different ones, that Christianity did not want us to believe in past lives. The point of that is you've had past lives and you've been a man, and I hate to tell all these men on here, you've been a woman. Okay?
Of course.
Hell yeah.
But by the way, there's an interesting novel that was written by was it James Blish or was it James White? I think the man's name is James White, and James White actually was famous for medical themed science fiction. He would write like science fiction that was usually about space doctors or trying to treat like supermassive space aliens that had bodies the size of planets, that kind of shit. It was just very expansive science fiction that was imaginative, and he certainly stretched the limits of certain areas of the imagination. But he did one book called The Dream Millennium, in which he was projecting, and it was very, how would I say it, a very intense book in many ways, kind of hard for most people to take, really. It was really dystopian in the beginning, but trying to provide a sense of hope for humanity, where they're trying to relocate while Earth is disintegrating into this epidemic of madness and violence, and that but humanity's trying to relocate to another planet, but they're all reliving their past lives as they are in hibernation to reach the other planet in cryogenic suspended animation. And yet he was so homophobic. His concept of past lives was that men only reincarnate as men and women only reincarnate as women. So it's interesting that some people have had that concept where they cannot conceive that you were a different sex in a past life, that they found that to be simply an intolerable concept. Just to share that.
Study even consciousness now. People that study consciousness now and raising their consciousness and their vibration, you have to understand that you, even if you didn't believe in past lives, anyone that just was to study consciousness now would know that you have a dominant masculine and a dominant feminine side in you. And it's the balancing of those, because when you're unbalanced, right, a woman that's, or man, it doesn't matter. You see men like this, too unbalanced, they're so emotional, right? They don't want anything done. But then the male side is the action oriented, the 3D, I have to do. Whereas the woman's like, I feel. It's not a woman or a man. That's your masculine and feminine side. Everyone's got it in there. And until you're balanced in it, you're always out of balance. That's why you see people that are worked way too hard, or you see people that are like.
That's very Jungian, by the way.
That's why you say butch lesbians instead of regular lesbians.
God, don't remind Brooke. Yeah, she hopefully she's gotten over that bitch. There was some bitch who was trying to drag her down into her life again, and there's something that these vicious types have in common. I mean, it reminds me of that our man Ian West's girl, Sarah, who had that vicious bull-dyke girlfriend who drowned her big-ass dog by sitting on it in the swimming pool until it drowned. I mean, it's like... Wow. Just awful stuff like that. But anyhow, so I think that we've covered quite a bit in that regard.
Time for you to go to full spill.
What's that, honey?
Time for you to do into your 3 hours. 3 hours? Do you have 3 hours?
Something like that. Yeah, I could probably could do that. But before I do that, of course, I'll take another trip to refresh myself. Just make certain that I throw this other can into the recycler. What I was going to, you were on quite a roll there that I think was valuable. We took some valuable directions.
Yes.
Joe, what happened to Joe?
Austin Mark has just some feminine and masculine side.
Mark H. Yes, he could. I'm sure he could. I don't think Mark H. has really explored those areas very much.
Well, you might be.
Yes. Wait a second. Yes, it's. I don't know if any of you heard the latest episode, but in the last episode, just before Brendan went to bed, in the last episode before tonight's, just before Brendan Zoget went to bed, Amy Como, up in Vermont, told him. I nudged her into it, but she told him about her boyfriend, who for a while was institutionalized, and that her boyfriend, before he was institutionalized, was just very, very disconcerted by my cross-dressing, and basically felt really drawn to it and really excited, but of course couldn't tolerate his own fascination with my photographs, because he just felt that somehow this was wrong or something like that. So when he was finally institutionalized and I guess coming a bit clearer with himself, he told her, well, now you can watch Douglas Dietrich all you want, and it wouldn't basically she had his phone and then could listen to me, and of course that way at least he wouldn't be bothered by these images of myself that apparently were one of the factors that drove him to institutionalization. I don't know how to feel about that, but I think it's kind of an accomplishment of some sort. So there you go with that. And she said that was pretty much the reaction of all the men around him as well. So
let's be honest. If Ian West was cross-dressing, you wouldn't have that competition, okay?
At any rate, so let me go refresh myself, re-glue the eyelashes. I say that as a joke.
Or I guess you would have had competition. I mean, like, there would have been none. Ian West, like, would totally beat you in a cross-dress.
and what
notice how he doesn't deny it either. He's just sleeping through it, like, while he continues to jekyll.
In his sleep.
In a pink tutu.
In his sleep. So what did we do to Joe Tai? Did we just intimidate him to shut down because he was just kind of going in those meandering directions again?
Joe always goes to sleep. Let's just be glad he muted himself before he started snoring. You
yes,
don't remember all that.
It's so true. It's so true. Oh my God! What is this when he wakes up and he turns the camera on by accident? He just presses the button and the camera goes on, and then you see this big erect phallus, and then you see his head, and you can't tell which is which.
I love how he said big and erect. Like those two don't go together with him.
Yeah. Oh, good point. Good point. You see the little toy soldier, and then you see him, and you can't tell which is which, except for the size. If it weren't for the size,
I'm sure you have a huge penis that I would be so scared of.
Oh yeah, like Real Tech Geek. Real Tech Geek, yes, of course. I couldn't forget.
All the way it crawls just like 21 inches of his weight.
Yeah.
And it makes me that Real Tech Geek would reach across almost Ian West's entire stomach. Like around it, like in a circle is what I mean. Like
yes,
21 inches in a circle.
Yes.
Long enough to be used as an endoscope.
Well, by the way, in Nemo, I don't know if you heard that episode, but basically Real Tech at one point, for whatever reason, started. While I was thankfully not there.
There was no reason. That was unreasonable.
But it was Joe Tai was on with him. They were both like, weren't he and Joe Tai in some kind of like...
I'll tell you who started it. You don't know which one.
And Ian! Yes!
Ian! And they were talking about the peel. And that there was some new peel. And talking about... And I had to be like, I'm a woman. I can tell you about birth control.
Right. And Ian started saying, oh, there's this new type of birth control. And he was trying to say... What was it they were saying?
It was so stupid, I don't even remember. It was so horrible.
Something like you got to shove it in her vagina and then it'll fall out again or something.
It was just horrible. But for whatever reason, Real Tech decided to stick in with his 16 inches and his fucking doctor or whatever the fuck it was.
Started saying, yeah, my dick's so big, my doctor says I should be a porn actor. And then he tried to back it up. When I came back, he was saying, my doctor's Taiwanese. And I later understood she was also a female, I guess. It was what he was saying, so it wouldn't sound too homoerotic. So basically he was like saying, yeah.
His doctor was like being like, you would fucking like believe it because of her ethnicity and it was a woman.
Right.
That's an insecure person right there. He's got to brag about his dick size and make sure the doctor was a woman.
Oh God, I tried to tell.
So that Douglas knew that, and it was like the ethnicity that Douglas would respect. It was some one of them. What did he say it was again?
He was saying she's Taiwanese, and I came back. That was all I heard. I said, "Oh, great, yeah, my doctor's Taiwanese." And he said it again, and I said,
"Yeah." He kept saying Douglas didn't know the whole reason he was saying it. That was not the first part. My dick's 16. Doctor, she's a porn star. She's Taiwanese, and then Douglas just comes back. She's Taiwanese. My doctor's Taiwanese. Douglas like, oh, okay, that's good.
Yeah, that's.
What else was he trying to do?
Well, he was trying to get in Brooke's panties. What do you think? He was like, and he thought that maybe this would turn her, this will turn her from being a lesbian. Yeah, my big.
Yeah, I totally would love a 16-inch dick inside.
Yes. Oh, he was also bragging about how long he lasted. 14 hours. Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh, that was another thing. It was horrible. I was like, I would blow my brains out, bitch. Like, I'd rather die at the bottom of the ocean right now. Like,
14 hours of nonstop pumping.
I didn't think I would ever say this, but I might have rather been with them in that self than have to do 14 hours with his 16-inch dick.
Yes, I remember one woman complaining about. Basically, I knew both these people. It was one woman who was working at the library for a while at the Presidio Military Base Library, and this retired Marine Corps colonel, and the two of them had gotten it on. I asked her how it was later, and she said, "Oh, it was awful. He just wouldn't stop." This was not something she perceived as enjoyable. It was something she perceived as basically tedious and painful after a period of time, while this doped out.
I was like, okay, are you fucking gonna be drunk like a fucking drunk fuck? Because I'm not doing that at all.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, I want to fuck for like, oh, well, I can go now because I'm acting out like a teenager. So because of the alcohol, I now can go for 12 hours. Well, you know what? I would have rather been done 11 hours and 55 minutes ago. This is not fun.
Oh my god. Yeah, it can be like that, so people should be aware. And besides, 14-hour marathon masturbation sessions really aren't...
Then 5 minutes, but just a straight up fuck you, like, oh my god, in the big bed. Or fuck you. Oh my god, learn how to eat some pussy, man.
Yes, yeah, it is work. It is work. Sexual performance is work, and it does involve, really, you do need to really learn how to work that tongue. Really, that's... The tongue is really what women want. Actually.
You can fuck all day. We need the tongue. Don't give me shit. You give me the tongue.
It's true. It's true. Oh my god.
And men never did that back in the day. They just stuck it in 3 minutes. They're done.
Yeah. Oh god. What do you mean back in the day? That's the way they are every day. That's the way they are just through the ages.
Totally, all right. You know what I mean.
No,
just every man was like that back then. Like they didn't practice oral sex, and that's why they had to go see doctors to have an orgasm to get rid of their hysteria or whatever it was called.
It's true.
Because men didn't know how to satisfy their women.
I think that's the healthiest thing about pornography is at least it shows men the need to try and be at least experimental and do something else besides.
Yeah, you learn how to pleasure a woman from watching porn.
Yes,
but at least like he said, the hysterical stuff, like they put men and they put women in jail for being gay back then.
Yes, it's true.
Like if you were caught like with a woman that could please you, you were put like in a mental institution for the rest of your life.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. Men used to go to jail for being gay. It was and worse yet,
it was a criminal offense back then in the 60s, 50s. Yeah.
Oh yeah, worse yet, there was.
Jail and they put women in a mental institution.
Yes, yes, no, which is actually worse. The mental institution.
I remember watching a public propaganda PSA about homosexuals, and all homosexuals back then were considered predators, and they always went for young boys. In this film, they're portraying it like they're just trying to demonize the shit out of them. This one boy, in the video, they have this one boy was caught by one of the gay men, and he got in trouble himself for getting fucked in the ass along with the guy that fucked him.
That's true.
How against it they were. The victim would get in trouble too.
No, it's true. It's but beyond that, I was surprised that you even saw a propaganda film that was portraying them as predators. Most of the time, it was just a man being gay. It didn't matter how effeminate and non-threatening he was. That was enough for them to put him in prison.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and it's so sickening to me because, you know, after me being so anti-gay because it was the way I was raised, and then coming out, like, it's only about love. Like, people don't get that. Like, there's sex involved, but it is an emotional attraction, is what I feel to someone.
You know,
I mean, like, it is an emotional attraction to the person.
Yeah, a persona.
And so when they say, oh my God, like, they're just want to fuck, like, yeah, this just like there's guys out there that just want to fuck girls and they go around fucking girls all the time, right? And I'm sure there are guys out there that are just going around fucking other guys sometimes. But at the same time, like, that's just the time where they're like sexually exploring. Like, it's about what you're attracted to. It's about love. Like, at the end of the day, like, it's about truly, like, it is so unbelievable to me after experiencing it that people are so judgmental. But then I was there. So I understand that people did it and do it, but it's also, I can't understand it after experiencing it. Like, it's just so, like, I just wish everyone would open themselves up to just stop.
Well, for you, it was just a liberation. For you, it was a liberation from all that Baptist shit. But
the religious bullshit, trying to indoctrinate everyone into thinking it's evil.
So I do want to ask Mark a question about something. When it came to, like, when my father was young, and a bit of history here, just in brief summary. At the time that Franklin Delano Roosevelt was the Assistant Secretary of the Navy, and as Peter Moon actually mentioned in our opening hours, because of the history he and I wrote in our book, which is now being effectively shadow banned, all of the copies were sent back to him from all the various stores saying we can't sell this, and no reason given. It's censorship. So when it came to the situation, as we didn't go into in the Roswell Deception, and probably he won't put into any of our books, unfortunately, but when Franklin Delano Roosevelt, he did put in the senility or the incapacitation of the Secretary of the Navy at the time that Franklin Roosevelt, FDR, was the Assistant Secretary of the Navy. But at the time he effectively was running the Department of the Navy as the assistant, he started this huge campaign that was to hunt down and purge the Navy of gays, because the Navy, of course, men at sea for months and at a time. Sometimes
maybe gay one,
yeah, they were infamous for many. The most effeminate would be the females, etc. And so he was going to purge the Navy of gays, and he started this entrapment program where he had sailors try to seduce other sailors and then bust them. And so at the time that my father ran away from home because of everything I explained with the Kodak company and what was going on with the rest of his family, where they were suffering from the chemical poisoning, and his father was stark raving mad, and just abusive beyond description. And so when he ran away from home to join the Navy at the age of 16, this was the context was they said, well, we want to make sure you're not some faggot joining to just be among other men. And so my father said, well, I'm not. And they said, well, we'll find out. And they immediately took this stainless steel dildo and they shoved it down my father's throat, and he gagged, and all these tears came out of his eyes, and he almost died. He felt like he was going to die. And then they pulled it out and said, okay, now we know you're not gay.
Wow.
Because when we shove that in a faggot's mouth, then they don't choke. And that's how my dad got into the Navy. So I was just wondering, when you've got facts like that, historically, did that, piece of shit who never served a day in combat, Richard K. Cole Jr., who, by the way, is a flaming faggot and a flaming coward, who joined the Marine Corps simply so he could fuck man. I was supposed to fuck him because they were illegally filming porn, and I was under illegal orders to rendezvous with Richard K. Cole Jr. and produce a porn film with him, which I escaped the fate of by being dishonorably discharged. So this individual never forgave me for it because he was so looking forward to having sex with me. The only time I had a conversation with him was on the phone with the drill instructor behind me, who had given me the orders to rendezvous with this guy in San Diego and have sex with him as soon as my deployment was over. So he was, so looking forward to fucking you. And because I never rendezvoused with him, he's been after my ass ever since. Did he ever say anything about my dad's induction into the Navy in that regard? Or that's something he never mentioned because that was too close to home?
I mean, the one thing, it was just like everything was all posted at once. I honestly don't remember what it was. If you just, like you've done before, if you just like search for certain things, actually, I think it was your name on Facebook at one point, just like, his name came up, as well as
he would set up multiple Facebook timelines under my name so that they would link with his lines, and it was also, he named his entire blogspot Critical Omissions with Douglas Dietrich, so anyone looking up Critical Omissions with Douglas Dietrich would hit his blogspot. So this is like their entire lives are parasitized off mine. The thing is that they are attempting to destroy the only thing in their lives, That I am the only thing in the lives of this multimillionaire, Stephen Outram, and this piece of shit faggot coward who never served a full term in the Marine Corps. He got out on disability for being a pink coward. And he said he had sexual issues, and so he got out before even serving a full hitch, just like that Derek Talley got out without serving a full hitch. None of these are full hitch Marines. So when it comes to someone like that, and that their entire life is dedicated to myself, but they're attempting to destroy myself, at which point, what happens to their lives? Their lives effectively end because I'm the only thing they've got in their fucking lives. And by the way, anybody who thinks I'm exaggerating this, you can just take a look at Stephen Outram and Richard K. Cole Jr., and you will verify everything I say. There is nothing else they talk about. That's Douglas Dietrich is the only thing they have in life. I mean, Mark can verify
I
that.
have nothing to look up to. I would not look them up, but at this point, it's going to cost them 1.5 billion, I think.
Yes.
But I'm not looking them up. I could care less about them. Fuck them.
Thank you. Yes.
They want 1.5. I'm thinking we could split that. That's 750 each.
Yeah. And thank you, Mark. No, I appreciate your input with that. It's like you said, it's just so overwhelming anyway. You're overwhelmed by the sheer mass of the crap that they're spewing out that it's hard to even ambiguate or differentiate certain details, because it's just really, that's their tactic, is just to hit people with a mass of crap.
I'm glad Mark shared that too, because I mean, it like reaffirms what you said, but at the same time, like, I'm the type of person, I'm not going to look it up, and not just because I don't have time, but because, like, why give them that benefit, right?
Well yes, it's as Sammy Romero said when he was trying to review some of the stuff that was being put out by Jameson Reese and Richard K. Cole Jr. talking to Jameson Reese. Richard K. Cole Jr. never shows his face. And all you ever see of him is these false images that are like literally from the Vietnam era, which he's not from the Vietnam era. He was born, Gunner 65. 65 was the year he was born. He's born 1 year before I was born. So he's my age. He did not serve in Vietnam. He shows these Vietnam era photos that are extraordinarily fuzzy, so no one can make out the features. He shows Desert Storm photos when he never served in Desert Storm, whereas I did. So you're talking about somebody whose entire life is a lie, and he won't show his face because everyone will immediately see that. So, and then accuses me of course, presenting false images, which is, of course, anyone can verify that's not the case simply by comparing them to my real images. As I've explained before, certainly my son applies a lot of makeup with professional photography and lighting, and any celebrity that anyone meets is going to look vastly different from how they look on screen. And I think that shocks a lot of people. But it's a projection of all their own failings. And but all of that being said, not to, as Brooks said, without over investing energy into them that's simply unnecessary, people need to be made aware of what's going on. And certainly, I'm sorry.
Outrage. Fucking rim me. I don't care.
Yes, you have been through a lot. Oh my God. Do me a favor. Mark, Nemo, and Brooke, take the stage while Ian and Joe are counting sheep. And I'll be back in a few minutes, and I'll probably segue into monologuing.
Yeah. What do you call that site again? You said I should have. What do you call it?
The what, honey?
What is that sex site you said I should have?
Oh, Friends Only. Fans Only. Fans Only.
Fans Only. Yeah.
Right now, I'm pretty sure Ian has one, and we'll probably see Ian and Joe tie together.
Yes.
You know, like a facial, like, oh, show me your dick, I'll show you mine.
Oh my God, I felt so bad for Joe. Oh my God, his birthday, and he's spending it with us.
He was 50. He does look good for 50, man.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he still looks like he's in his 30s from the image I saw of him.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, though. There are
Asians have good genetics.
I've never seen anyone live. I think Douglas is the only person I've ever seen live. I think, and Mark Case, actually. Yeah. I've seen Mark live, and I've seen Ian live. Those are the
Doug
only
looks young for his age, too.
Well, you're very kind. But do remember, I don't age like a baseline human does, really, and it really helps with the blood drinking. It really does. Otherwise, I really would. I looked a lot older before.
My birthday's tomorrow, like this week, am I getting invited to the
You're kidding me that your birthday's this week, right? Is it September?
My date? Well, you know my birthday. Come on.
Yeah. It's the same birthday as Pete Moon's. Yeah, it's Pete Moon and Brooke Gibson were born on the same day.
I'm not getting invited to the estate with Peter Moon. Peter Moon has a ticket on a fucking submarine, okay?
And as for Joe Ty, he stopped aging when they dropped him on his head, poor bastard. And it was like, remember that film? There was actually a film with that premise where the kid says,
I don't think that stops you, but I do think maybe the roofing material when he was glued to the roof just like glued his face.
Oh,
like, God. Or to the roof, I don't know, maybe.
Yes, that's right. Oh my God, poor guy. It's like when he was glued to the roof and everybody was just staring at him hanging upside down, and they all thought it was some kind of, because of the man boobs, they all thought it was some kind of transgender protest.
You're lying. I didn't hear that part. You're lying.
And his penis was so small they couldn't tell he was male, and the man boobs were so big, and so they just said, look at that fat bulldog, transgender protest motherfucker, and then people started throwing the tomatoes at him and shit. It was just like what I said about poor Ian when he was young and depressed and hanged himself in the classroom, and all the girls walked in and thought he was a piñata and started beating his body with baseball bats. And it just, like Brooke said, there was no candy coming out of that thing. It was just all powdered cocaine that just fell out of his pockets.
I swear to God, I'd have been only 3-year-old in there, been like,
yeah. So they just started beating him harder. Yes, they're both sad stories. Yes. So I'll go refresh myself now with those images in mind, and I'll be back soon enough. Thank you so much, everyone. I'll trust all of you not to play any bizarre clips while I'm gone. That would get us in trouble.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on the comet or asteroid Apophis that is coming by?
Go ahead.
What are your thoughts on the incoming asteroid in 2029 dubbed Apophis that's coming very close to Earth? It's going to be so close that amateur astronomers will easily spot it through their scopes. It's 340 meters wide across,
and it can walk. Billion people that are going to die between now and 2030. I don't know if you're aware.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on it? Why do you think they're naming it Apophis, the Egyptian god of chaos and darkness?
I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be diseases or what, but I can tell you about 1 billion people are going to die in the next 5 years. That's all I can say. So it's a very good chance it could be an asteroid. I have not actually checked that out. Maybe Mark knows more about it.
2029.
No. That's crazy. No, I haven't heard that. It's one that I haven't heard.
And when it misses, it's going to come back in 2030. So it's going to, every time it misses, it's going to come back later and until it actually hits
We've had tons of those that we're going to miss, though. So I'm not falling for that at this point because I've not heard about that. I'm not usually on top of shit that, and other than Ian West's underground fucking shit.
Yeah, this is documented fact and verifiable, irrefutable of the asteroid.
Okay.
It was discovered in 2004. All right, never mind.
More about it than me. Mark, what do you know about it?
About the asteroid? I don't know too much. I think I probably knew more about the Las Vegas extraterrestrial thing than I do the asteroid thing.
Right.
Just because I've seen it more, like just keep popping up on my videos, if I'm watching them on YouTube and things like that.
Yeah.
But I believe it.
Asteroid hasn't popped up on mine either, so that's why I was wondering. Like, I'm not saying that you're wrong at all. I'm just saying I haven't had that pop up. If you're talking about Apophis, I'm assuming.
Yeah, just type in 2029 Apophis in Google.
As a result of its close encounter with Earth in 2029, it was discovered in 2004. Radar observation campaign in March 2021 combined with precise orbit analysis allowed astronomers to conclude that there's no risk of Apophis impacting our planet for at least a century.
But there's no guarantee about that. Of course, if there is, they're not going to admit it because it will cause a worldwide panic.
I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong on that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, if it does hit, it's more than powerful enough to wipe out an entire continent and fuck the earth up.
We could probably have I would probably have a big argument for pole shifts happening before then.
Oh yeah, anything can happen between then. It's just interesting that they also call it Apophis, the god of chaos and darkness. You know, NASA. A lot of these NASA astronomers, they come off to be non-theistic, but yet they still like to dub these celestial objects by the name of gods, ancient gods, even though they don't believe in gods.
Yeah, because
you know what I mean?
Or by people that do know gods are real, and they do know the power of astrology and of the significance of there's more out there than we know. So that's what I would do. They already know that. The powerful ones that are running our planet already know. And if you think they're all just underground and they're all just human, it's not true. But at the same time, Katy Perry just had an eyelash stuck. So I don't know. I can't agree with you too much there.
I didn't just completely forget about that. I didn't say I came to that conclusion.
I'm giving you a hard time. It's fine. But you were pretty verbatim on it. But I get it. Like
I'm suspicious about everything I say and what I'm told to believe.
We have a reason to, because there are things, but there's so much that they put out. You have to remember, so much of the media, like if that had not been wanted to be put out in the media, like if she was truly something if you would have never seen it. That's what people keep forgetting. That there was so much, like there was I was born in 1978. There was a 77 or 78 New York Times article about the government and extraterrestrials and them having equipment, and like so much of exactly what we're hearing right now that everybody's believing, that was put out in 1977 or 78 by New York Times. Do you know what? It was completely ignored because you know why? Needed to be, shouldn't have ever been written. I'm sure the person that did write it got in a lot of trouble, probably got fired. And the media, it's not about being right wing or left wing. A lot of the media is just run by money, just like so much of our world's run by money, right? So money's run by more and more powerful. So you can be like, well, let me follow the money trail. I always tell my daughter, follow the money trail. Like, what does it matter what it is? It can be your school, and you'll be like, well, why is my school saying we shouldn't go to school on Wednesday? I don't know. Follow the money trail. Because I can assure you there's money behind it, right? Like, there's always an agenda. Always. And you can continue to follow the money trail. People stop, though. They're like, oh, well, it's Fox News. Or, oh, it's CNBC. Or then, oh, it's the pharmaceutical company behind Fox News or CNBC or whatever. You have to continue to follow the money trail. But at the end of the day, it's all what you're being put out and what we're seeing on most media channels. That's why they're stopping. They've already lost. They lost their agenda, but they're going to continue to try this and continue to keep it up. So the internet greatly helped them and then greatly fucked them, because you have so many people. So as long as people continue to raise their consciousness, raise our vibes, do the things we're doing, love each other, right? That's what stops them. It's not about like, am I going to lose them on money tomorrow? What if they do this? What if this president gets elected over this president? You know, what you have to do is say, hey, I'm going to be okay. And I'm going to keep my vibe the same. I'm going to stay high vibe, man. And I don't mean high vibe in like some groovy way. I mean like feeling good and loving people and doing the best you can with what you can. Not hurting other people. Yes, if you see a bullying other people, you go the bully, pull the people being bullied out, right? Save them, pull them out. Like, but you can't go against everything. And I'm the queen of wanting to go against everything, and I'm having to learn that lesson myself. So it's about saying, hey, they've already been stopped, but the power structure is nowhere near being done. Like, we've only began to break Capricorn. It's still in Capricorn. With Pluto, and it will not go into Aquarius until January, February of next year. And then that's only the beginning of people's deciding, whoa, how do we come together? You got 30 years of that. So it's going to be 30 years of people trying to figure out, how do we come together and rebuild power structures and break down the power structures that we don't like. You've seen them topple. You'll continue to see some more topple. It's about rebuilding what we want in Aquarius, but at the same time, That's a 30-year project. So people are already raising their vibration and raising it into love and hope and peace. And we just have to do that. And we can't let them stop that. Everything else is secondary. Doesn't matter who gets elected president. Doesn't matter who, you vote for who you want to vote for. That's fine. I mean, that's meaningful. But then you have to stop and say,
I don't even get involved in the political game. I just ignore it to a degree.
I think that's the first sign of raising your consciousness, when you start cutting off the news. People that when you stop watching the news and stop caring so much about politics and everything going on and all the conspiracy theories, that the more you can do that, the more you've raising your consciousness. Because
the political system now, it's just used to divide people. It's not unifying people or trying to make everyone win.
Well, it's two of the exact same coin. I mean, you can sit there and say, and Douglas and I have said this before, in America, you can say one's a little better than the other, and I can argue that on certain points. But at the end of the day, I don't know. I mean, I can say one's a little better than the other, yes. But at the same time, I could say, you know what? Are you the one like Biden? Or how much better are you? Because I need something that's standing up and changing what is going on, and it's not happening. And so there's enough we'll do this, and then for the Republicans, we'll do this. It's all about keeping division. So what I mean is it's two sides of the same coin, because it's just about keeping division and doing just enough to keep that side that voted for you happier than they would have been with the other side.
Well, while I was gone, I see some discussion has gone on, which has encompassed ultimately a kind of reductionism, where we are saying that the politics, of course, withdrawal from the system, and that your consciousness goes higher when you withdraw from the news. I mean, certainly what I can agree with definitely is that when you're watching the news, it tends to just make you angry. My gang brother Beaver said it best, is that when he finds himself watching news, he just finds himself getting pissed off. So I can understand where, yes, withdrawing from the news, at least periodically, for spells, for periods of time that are healthy for you, then that is probably the best thing one can do. And it probably does lead to a higher degree of consciousness, if one is willing to pursue.
I think overall withdrawal, what I mean by withdrawal is, yes, I'll cut it on if there's a headline, like I call, the thing about the submersible, cannot say
submersible, yeah, no worries.
Whatever, submersible. That, obviously I feel horrible about, and, I called that, I'll catch it, I called the COVID-19 outbreak, right, eventually, when it was coming, but I was like, I remember surprising someone with that who did not even know. And I was like, no, this is a real thing, COVID-19, look at it. And so, you can cut the news off, but at the end of the day, cutting it off means just not paying attention. You can get headlines that are meaningful. If I cut my phone on, obviously if there was a nuclear bomb that went off in San Francisco or fucking wherever, I'm going to get that headline. But other than that, we need to quit just sitting there like my parents do and watching the news or reading through everything and then going into oh my God, well, I'm worried about, I'm so.
By the way, older people do that. They'll sit in front of the TV and watch hours of news.
I have parents, I know, and I continue to tell them to stop it. They are driving me fucking crazy.
A lot of old people are fucking stupid.
Well, I mean, that's a bit harsh, but yeah, to a degree. Let's put it this way. Most people don't grow wiser. They simply grow older.
Subjected to too much misinformation throughout their lives. Disinformation, so they just become indoctrinated, ignorant fools.
Yeah, like I said, most people don't grow wiser. They simply grow older. So it is sad.
People get stuck. You always say you either become the best to yourself or the worst to yourself. But yes, people stuck in their ways, and then if fear an indoctrination, which is what most of our parents grew up with, which was a religious type thing, which was fear, go to hell, which also means fear of like, oh my God, don't go to the gas station, Brooke. I hear there's robbers there. Or like,
well, there's guys like Ian West buying fucking hoagies at Wawa. I don't know. I think that's a bit worse.
Yeah, I might need to pick my parents back up on that gas station thing, man. I don't know.
And then Joe Ty, the pastrami's great. Yeah, I'm a chef, but I go to my gas station for my pastrami where I refill up on my, yeah.
Maybe it's real cheap, though.
I'm just going to take a case of pastrami with me in my car if I ever am about to get robbed. I'm just going to pull out some pastrami and be like, hey, dude. Now you want to take the car, but I got this whole case of pastrami right here.
Yes, that's right. Oh my God. But
Joe Ty, that's like fucking like I don't know, fucking like $150,000 or something.
I guess it's like gold to him. Yes, it's like it sounds like gold to him. It was like
I've never heard someone be so in love with pastrami.
Yeah.
It is tasty.
I will say I miss.
Is that what's on a Reuben?
Yeah, no, Reubens are corned beef. Corned beef. I know because
The only thing I ever missed when I quit eating meat was corned beef because I like the sauerkraut with the corned beef.
Love that. Yeah. And we don't get that in San Francisco. It's an East Coast dish, so I'm all pissed. Yes, it's so sad.
Have you had it?
What's that?
Have you had it?
Of course I've had it. I had an Irish father, a legal father, the man who raised me. Yeah, he was.
A West Coast, an East Coast dish. You don't have it there. You can't get it at all.
Well, we used to be able to get it, but it's harder and harder. It's like becoming more and more of an East Coast dish. I don't know. It's weird shit. It's like California's becoming more and more. Places are getting more and more regional. I don't know.
A veggie Reuben that I like. I just forgot about this place opened up, and they have like a veggie. They have a
what
veggie.
What the fuck would a veggie Reuben have in it? What would be inside of it?
So they just basically they do the Reuben with like they do like the patty melt or whatever, like the rye bread or whatever, and then I think they do the sauerkraut and the cheese, and then the veggie meat is just like some kind of I don't know. It's supposed to taste like pastrami.
What's that, Mark?
You know what? You know what we would do in the East Coast? We would kill for an In-N-Out burger. We would kill for it.
Oh my God, you're so right. I've never had one, and I so want one. Have you had one?
Yeah, dude, it was incredible. Vegas, they have them in Vegas too, so it's a West Coast thing. They don't come anywhere near the East Coast.
No, I would never even eat. Okay, I don't eat meat, but I might even eat an In-N-Out burger. I just want an In-N-Out. Like it was
incredible.
All the time.
They're consistent every single time.
It's amazing.
Every time.
It's amazing.
It's incredible. Yep.
Yeah, when my parents were alive. Yeah,
They have those in San Francisco, right?
Of course, when my parents were alive, and I remember that we complained about something. Something was not done to our satisfaction, and then they gave us several free burgers to make up for it. Yeah, they're wonderful people. Yeah, they have their own TV channel. It's a TV channel among their franchises where their workers get on TV for each other. It's a weird little community.
Yeah, it's almost like a cult.
It's
very. So you go there and you can order little hacks if you know certain passwords and
That's
codes
true.
or something.
That's true. They're secret. Yeah.
Why not get? Wait a minute. Whoa.
Yeah.
Do you guys have Chick-fil-A in San Francisco?
I don't know. I never bothered to look.
You better fucking not, because if we don't get In-N-Out, you do not get Chick-fil-A.
Probably we don't. Yeah, it's not a familiar term with me, but definitely being
kind of a Christian cult, but either way, we still buy their food because there's apparently the chicken waffle.
Yeah, it's Chick-fil-A in California. I say
it's similar. The similar concept because the In-N-Out has. If you look, I don't know if they still have it. But they have religious propaganda on the back of their bags.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Or at least some, should we say?
Got in trouble. So Chick-fil-A actually hired because they were they got in trouble for being anti-gay because they were promoting whatever that is where you send people to camps. This was 10 years ago.
Oh right, like Christian cure the gay camps or something.
Gay camp. They got in a lot of trouble with that, and so their owner it's like heavily, you know, that started it. It's heavily Southern Baptist Christian. I think they're from Georgia, I believe, not South Carolina, where it started. But either way, the point is, they have hired a diversity person now. They've really grown out, and they actually had a veggie. Now, I know y'all don't really care, but I'm vegetarian. They had a vegetarian chicken sandwich, and I just want to let you know, as a vegetarian, one of the few things I miss is, like, I will go to Chick-fil-A and get their French fries, and, like, I literally sometimes will get the dog's a chicken sandwich and just try to pull the breading off without the chicken, because it's whatever that fucking chicken is fried in. Because chicken tastes like chicken. But I need that, like, whatever their fucking secret goddamn recipe is, I need that on
The
my
batter.
shit.
It's the batter.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
That's what my dad loved about fried chicken. It's just for the batter. Yes.
Yes. Yes. I'm the batter person. So give me a good batter. So they came out with a veggie chicken sandwich, and the only 2 places they came out with it, and they came out with it this year. They did like a 4-week campaign, was in Colorado, which is one of the fucking reasons I talked to that fucking guy, because I was like, hey, will you mail me a chicken sandwich? Because the only other they had actually 2 other places. Charles,
Diddler's in Colorado, right? Josh
Diddler.
Diddler.
Colorado, and they had it in his city, Denver. He was in Denver. He's in Denver, and they had it in Denver, Colorado, like 3 in Denver. And then they had 1 restaurant in Charleston, South Carolina, but that's a 4-hour fucking drive for me. And then they had one in Durham, North Carolina. Those are the 3 places in the U.S. they did it.
Oh my fucking God.
And they did it. But here's the thing. These Christians were completely being like, fuck Chick-fil-A. They're going woke.
What a bunch of dorks.
Boycott them. Like, this whole, like, thing, they've been so Christian, and you, like, line up at the Chick-fil-A, but they're like, oh, fuck them now. Diversity campaign, and they're doing a veggie chicken sandwich for, fuck that. I mean, it was, like, all over Twitter, like, fuck this woke shit. And so I have no idea if my point is, fuck these fuckers. I just want a veggie chicken sandwich. Can't you just be like, I don't give a shit if they're woke or not? Like, can you eat your chicken and, like, have a veggie chicken?
You know what? That's a great point. Why is it always like the religious fanatic type places have the most amazing type food? You know, like, it's just maybe it's just all
having
like
sex,
turmoil.
so they have to figure out a good
Yes,
recipe.
yes, that's what it is. I think that's what it is. We got it. You hit the nail on the head on that one.
I mean, I can sit over my stove all day and make my green beans taste good, or I can make sure my green beans are going to taste good, if you know what I mean, when you get home.
That's a good point. I was going to say, how long they got an awful lot of time, you know, trying to figure that out. They could be doing other things. That's a great point.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
And so
100%.
the thing that always puzzled. First off, there was. So In-N-Out Burgers was right next to the.
Also, I want to say, for them to be a Christian restaurant, In-N-Out should not have been.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Chick-fil-A, I'll like say, okay, maybe like whatever, but In-N-Out was not the smartest Christian name.
Well,
I think they're Mormon. I think, right?
Yeah. I don't know, but they were catering to.
That would be In-N-Out.
But actually, it made perfect sense because they were catering to a bunch of wild teenagers. That was what they said. They used to have the teenagers come into the parking lot and basically so behave like animals while ordering their food. So that's what.
And then you would see, like, we have here, and we'll have like their local restaurants would be like clock number 1, clock number 2, right? So if they were a Mormon, it would be In-N-Out, wife number 1, In-N-Out, wife number 2.
So, that's actually a good point. And the reason, honestly, I know it sounds corny as hell, but the experience going in there, like I said, every time is so consistent. When I was there, it was a line literally out the door. Like, it looks like it was going to be like an hour, half an hour to an hour line to wait. It took literally 5 to 10 minutes for this whole line.
Where did you go to it at?
This was in Las Vegas. So we get in there, and it's literally 5 minutes waiting in line. My friend was like, no, forget it. I'm not waiting. And I got in there, and behind the counter, there's 40 people working behind the counter. Everybody is doing a different job.
Yeah.
Everyone's compartmentalized to doing their own thing.
That's right.
And it's incredible. It's just it's literally like a working It's like an engine.
It's an assembly line. They've got it down to a science. Yeah.
Right to a science. And like I said, it was perfect. It was worth the money. Every person that looked like in line was satisfied. And I've never seen anything like that before. And the consistency that they did for that, and it's just something that you don't have. I've never seen it on the East Coast. We can't reproduce that. I've never seen it.
That's incredible.
I've
never really. I mean, I always. Yeah.
We have cookout, but it's not like in and out.
Yeah.
Right? You have cookouts, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if we do. I mean, you remember, I'm not. Remember, I'm a vampire. I mean, I drink a lot of blood. This food is not.
Cookouts are 24-hour restaurant. Like they're usually 24-hour or close. They're really quick and they're good, but they're just a burger place. But you know, like the best one we have is like the clocks. Like I said, we have like a clock that's done in Spartanburg, and it was on like whatever the fucking Travel Channel. And the clocks are just grease burger pits, but the clock at Spartanburg is great because they actually holler down like the fucking thing, like what he's talking about. When you go in, they'll be like, this guy, he just was a black guy's like, you know, like, what you want? And you're like, chili cheeseburger plate all the way, half and half, blah, 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 and then they yell it down, and you just keep going, and there's like, and they're just completely same thing, like in line, just going in, and you get like the greasiest like onion rings, but they're so good. And fries, and like if you eat a chili cheeseburger, like it would be the best one ever.
Oh my
but
God.
It's complete. Yeah.
Those are the best. Those are absolutely the best places to eat. And it's like for me, it's always been like, you know, you gotta like either know someone that knows where to go, and they're like holes in the wall type of place. So
yes, you would never go in there and do not know it. That's the thing. Like it does not look like somewhere you would want to go.
Exactly. Sketches places have the best fucking food in the world.
Yeah, it's
absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. It's odd how that works, like you said, and so yeah,
except for Douglas's house, it's pretty sketchy. I would. Unless I want some peas and carrots.
Yes, it's so. Okay, so what I'll try to do is spend the last 3 hours, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, doing some monologue. I will.
What do you mean 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12?
It's 12 hours. You know, it's 12. It's like after 12 hours, I have to shut down the transmission because otherwise it won't upload. Yeah. Oh, what was that?
I was just yawning. I'm getting tired.
Yes, you poor thing.
Sorry, I thought you meant it was 9:00 p.m. there, and I'm like, there's no way we're 7. Like, I know the difference in East Coast.
Yeah. No. Oh, no, not at all. It's 2:46 a.m. here. But in terms of the thing that I always wondered about, so In-N-Out Burger was at Fisherman's Wharf. That's where it was located in San Francisco, or the one we frequented. So all the tourists would go there. And one of the things next door was Hooters. And so I think they're both gone now, or maybe In-N-Out's probably still there. But Hooters is definitely gone, I think. But the Hooters was a mystery because it didn't make any sense to... You know, first off, when my gang brother Beaver and I were... Actually, there's several stories. One time at In-N-Out Burger... There was, you know, just to give you an example, of course, my gang brother Beaver is someone who I've seen just blow people's brains out at close range. So we're not talking about somebody who's particularly vulnerable to the shudder factor or things putting him off. But there was this one... young lady, how do I describe her? JonBenet Ramsey, age and look. JonBenet Ramsey, age and look. And she was there at In-N-Out Burger with an older woman, and I mean older, like grandmother figure, like crone. And basically, when I was staring at her, she gave me this wink, and she licked her lips with her tongue in this highly suggestive manner. And I was like, I said, did you see that? And he actually shuddered. And he was just so taken aback by this girl who was like, what, fucking maybe 9? And so I said, hey, look, when we got into the car later with our order, I said, it's not her fault. And he said, someday it will be. But it was that was one memory that I have of In-N-Out Burgers, and no fault of In-N-Out Burgers. That was just one of their patrons, who was some young girl who had obviously been raised basically hypersexualized. Doubtless probably performing professionally for other people exploiting her. Of course, I grew up seeing girls like that. That's how, of course, I ultimately wound up purchasing my son off the streets. But when it came to the other thing that we saw across from right next door to the In-N-Out was Hooters, and they had, of course, just pictures of one of their selling points, which is women's body parts. And so, they had their big poster up, Hooters, and then there was all these asses and tits, and not like you would see at a strip joint where you're seeing asses and tits, but they're clothed, asses and shorts. Yeah, tits behind the t-shirt, that sort of thing. Yeah. I said, what is that?
Most of us have been to.
Yeah, what's that? Honey?
Most of us have been to a Hooters.
Yeah. So when I was looking at it, I said, what does that remind me of? That reminds me of something. What does that remind me of? And that's when Beaver said, it's the kind of collage you see on a serial killer's wall. And I said, yeah, that's what it reminds me of. Yeah, exactly what you'd see in a film conveying a serial killer. But then it was the clientele that we saw going in there. It's one of those times you're waiting for your order from In-N-Out Burgers, and so you're looking out at the place next door, and you see the people going in, the patrons going in there. We saw like families going in, grandmothers with their granddaughters going in, and it's just like we're both there. Yeah. And he voiced what
fathers would take their daughters.
Yeah, that's when he said, what kind of dad would take his daughter into Hooters?
Sick fuck.
It's like he says, is he trying to raise her with the example of, this is how I want you to behave around the home, honey? Dress in almost nothing and serve me food. That's...
Yeah. Their food sucks, by the way, as far as I'm terrible. Absolute garbage.
Nobody's. This is the other thing he brought up.
People are just going there for the ass and tits, not
they're going there for the tits and ass. But that doesn't explain, why are the families going in there? Why are the families going in there? Why are grandmothers with granddaughters going?
That's very weird.
Douglas.
Yeah.
I forgot to tell you this. Speaking of Hooters.
Yeah.
My daughter ended up going to Hooters when she got off work one night. She works in a restaurant, and Hooters is open late. It was one of the few places open once they got off. And so, I don't know, some of her friends, guy friends wanted to go, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. They went to Hooters for whatever fucking reason. Because you're right, their food is not great. And my daughter doesn't even eat meat, so she doesn't eat chicken. But she said, Mom, she fucking tried to call me that night. I didn't answer. I was in bed. Guess who the fuck was her waitress?
You?
The person I also met you in the same parking lot, the same eyes we talked about, Gremlin.
Oh, Gremlin girl!
Was her waitress. She recognized her from the fucking photo from the smug.
Oh my fucking god! So she's a Hooters girl.
Yeah, and so when I had looked her up, her name on her thing, it said she worked. So there's another place called Twin Peaks. I don't know about Twin Peaks, which is basically like a Hooters.
Yeah. Well, Twin Peaks would imply big tits, right? Yes. Go on.
So I had seen on her Facebook where she worked at Twin Peaks. That's just all I knew about her. But no, my daughter recognized from the fucking picture and got her fucking name and everything. And she said she was so nice to us and whatever. She was really nice and all this, serving us and stuff. But she's like, I called you, I started to say something, but I decided not to. I'm like, no, it's better you did not say anything. Trust me, that is not a bitch you want to fuck with. She's already tried to kill 2 people with her fucking car and hit one of them physically with her car.
Yes.
With her body.
Yes.
I was like, no.
Which apparently the police have decided she has every right to do.
Right. I figured it out now, too. I think, you know what it is? She's got a fucking guy, whether she met him in Twin Peaks or Hooters, even though she's not that good looking at all. You saw her picture, right?
Yeah,
but
yeah. She's no looker. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, how many of our Greenville cops do you think are lookers? You don't think she's got a 45-year-old Greenville cop that's married on her fucking payroll, bitch? That's exactly what the fuck it is.
There we are. Okay, that explains quite a bit. Oh my god, I'm appalled. Just appalled. So there we go. That's one factor in how she's literally getting away with attempted murder. So it's
because the officer, when I called even to the sheriff's office and finally got the assistant sheriff, and he said he would look into it and call me back. Did I ever get a call back?
No, of course not. No, it's just awful. I mean, this is just corruption, really corruption, and so there we go. I'm just well, your daughter. Yeah.
Totally that because she said they even gave her a Hooters cup. I have the Hooters cup, like, you know, like the little plastic cups.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all can have the plastic cups to go. Super nice. She was like, she's ugly and fat, but like, I don't know, like, and she was like, but I just felt like I should. I was like, no,
so how did she even? I mean, why would they even employ an ugly fat chick at Hooters? I mean, their whole selling point is busting.
I say like she's like probably about 30 pounds overweight. I don't want to imply that she's hugely fat. Just about a good 30 pounds.
She's definitely not svelte. She's definitely not in shape in the sense.
Like tits, thin, like flat belly.
Yeah. She's not your ideal Hooters girl at all. How did she even? They might as well hire a guy.
For Hooters anymore, apparently, and she's not good enough for Twin Peaks anymore, apparently, because Twin Peaks. Apparently, in our over here, for the people that will go still, very few people will go to Hooters. I do know that there are men that will go to Twin Peaks, because it's supposed to be nicer. Although I've never really been in there, other than one time when my ex-husband was there doing a game, and I went in to grab my son and walked in and out. But
your ex-husband brought your son into Twin Peaks. That's kind of
my daughter, and it was their football. What do you call that? Football. Fantasy football on a Saturday, and I had somewhere to be like, or take my daughter to, and so he's like, I'll take Noah with me to the fantasy football thing, and you can pick up. It's just a draft, like where they were drafting their football teams, and I didn't really know what they were doing. He just told me where they would be, and like I walked in and I just grabbed him and left. I was like, fuck this, man.
Yeah. Oh my God! It reminds me of when my dad was back in his alcoholic days, and all the bars used to let kids in. If the parents would bring the kids in with them, they'd just let the kids sit there and drink ginger ale while the parents were slamming down drinks. And so my dad brought me into multiple bars when I was young. I grew up in all these bars. It's incredible. I didn't grow up to be an alcoholic, a true alcoholic. But then again, of course, the vampire blood, not really interested in the alcohol. But my dad was slamming it down, and
dude, I mean, they were all, that was the thing. Noah was the only kid there, and they were at this long table, all these men, and I just grabbed Noah. He was like 7.
Yeah.
And just grabbed him. And I mean, they're not like naked. And look, the only thing I'll say about Twin Peaks, like I only went in once, and I wasn't there long. I just grabbed Noah and was like, I'm gone. And like, I was really mad at his drinking than anything, because he had these huge beers, everybody did, and had my son there. And so I just got Noah and got out. But like, it's dark in Twin Peaks versus, how like Hooters is so light and lit up.
Yes.
Like, you see the asses very well.
Yeah.
They're walking same way. At least it's a little darker, so maybe he's 6, he didn't notice that they're half naked.
Or it probably just didn't impact him. I mean, he's not developed enough to the point where he's responding to that. Yeah, it's more like, they're kind of like, he's just thinking about, it's like mom, walking from one room to the other. It's probably thinking along those lines if it registered. I'm sure it registered, but just not the same.
Yeah. The same. I mean, I showered with and he was essentially 3 or 4, so yeah.
Yeah.
About. But you talk about alcoholism. I think the best ever.
Yeah.
My grandfather and all 5 of his brothers were the first ones to ever all graduate from Clemson University. All 5 brothers, they were in the newspaper. for 5 brothers to all graduate from Clemson. Now their sister didn't. And their dad, which would be my great grandfather, really had nothing. Came from nothing, and he raised them. But
and by the way, say goodnight to Mark. He's heading out. So Mark, say goodnight to everyone. Or good day.
Yeah, good night, Brooke, and good night, Douglas. It's great to hear you both back on your show again. And let's keep it that way.
Yes,
it's good. It's good to be back on your show.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Yeah,
absolutely.
Brooke, you were gonna say something to Mark?
Great to talk to you, Mark.
Yeah, it's awesome talking to you too, Brooke. And I missed everybody. I missed talking to everybody. And I'll talk to you on our next show.
Yes, we look forward to that. Love you dearly, Mark. Thank you so much. And ask Brooke to unblock me on Facebook, please.
Yeah, Brooke, take care of that because, it takes like another day, 2 days, or whatever to, unblock. It's a pain in the ass.
Yes.
No, it's not. It's stupid. He's whatever. Okay.
Thank you, Mark.
Absolutely. All right, everyone have a great day. I'll talk to you soon.
Hugs. Thank you.
Only because
what was that, Brooke?
That I might unblock you only because Mark said it.
Thank you. That's why I had him say it. Yes. Oh my God. Brooke.
Anyway, my grandfather and my great grandfather. So my grandfather was an alcoholic, and all of them were basically all the brothers ended up being alcoholics, pretty much.
Jesus.
The 5 of them, even though they graduated college and they did well for themselves, but. My great grandfather would lock all 5 of them. Now, all 5 of them and the sister too, so there were 6. They would lock them in the car, and he would go in the bar for like 6 hours.
Jesus.
And leave the kids in the car for 5 or 6 hours.
Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. Just reprehensible beyond description. He belongs in that submarine.
And do you know what he did? He so here's the thing. He left when he died. This is my great grandfather. When he died, I never knew him because he died before I was born, 6'7", but he left all 5 of his sons $25,000 each. Now he made money from nothing. I mean, he came from something probably worse than that. Like he was a Missouri mule trader from South Carolina. Like he would. Like that's how they started. Like he came from nothing. He put all his kids through college. Like they got like some of my uncles, all of my family ended up doing well. All of those brothers, but they had one sister. He had one daughter, and he left her. He left all his boys $25,000. He left his daughter $1.
Oh God, what a piece of shit!
And she blew her brains out.
Oh. God. Oh my God. Well, why didn't the boys come and support her? Were they all pieces of shit?
She had already moved away. At that point, apparently she gotten married and she moved up like more north. I can't remember what state. Like she was above like Virginia or above Virginia. So a couple of states up north away. And she was married, apparently not in the best marriage. And she had borrowed some money from him. That's what my dad were just talking about it again because I was asking about why she killed herself. And he said, why he left her $1. And he said, well, Cleve was my great-grandfather's name. Cleve thought that he had loaned her money. She had borrowed money from him. So he felt like that she had pretty much gotten most of her $25,000 by borrowing it. So he said, so in his will, he was like, you don't have to pay me back the $27,000, but I'll leave you $1.
Oh God. Yeah, there you go. That's it. What a piece of shit. Yeah, that's apparently if he could play games like that with the numbers, there must be other money he left to charity or something. I mean, because if he's given exactly $25,000 to these other guys, that I mean, to even it out like that, one gets the impression he could have given her $25,000. So
I mean, 25 is what my dad said that he thought they each got about 25. Now did he leave a little more than the other, or some land? I don't know.
Okay.
That was on my dad's side. Now he did. So the problem was we owned a huge what was actually at the time one of the things that helped him was the back in those days, like instead of having pools, you had like these big swimming holes you would go to.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, in Greenville, like, it was the #1 swimming hole. Like, so we owned it, and it's still named after us. Like, it's called Gibson Court if you go down it.
Wow.
And so there's this huge place there, and now there's this huge, it's a huge pond lake looking thing, and there's all these apartments built all the way around it.
Yeah.
So that land was sold off, but two of my uncles who lived side by side, and my other 2 uncles ended up building on that land.
Yeah.
So he left part of that land to them where their houses were. So I'm sure they got some of that. So I don't know exactly how it went, but I just know he left her I know the main thing was he left her $1 in his will, and just later on she ended up killing herself. And I told my dad that. I was like, like, it's just so shitty. Like, even if she had borrowed $25,000 or more, like, what more, whatever ever, like, to leave that to your daughter, like, when you die, like, first of all, she was the only girl. I can't imagine being the only girl in that family anyway, what she went through. But then to have to be like, that would be like, my dad hates me.
Yes.
Like, he died,
Yes.
is like hating me, thinking I owed him money.
Yeah. No, it's definitely reprehensible. It's an unspeakable act. And he really showed that he, like I said, he should be on that submarine at the bottom of the sea. So there we have that. So what I'll try and do,
I can find you on fucking Facebook.
Honey? Well, you blocked me. Now you can't find me, right? Oh my God.
I always can unblock you immediately, but because he was talking,
Yeah.
I deleted our conversation.
So
I need the name.
So I'll give you my Facebook name. Maybe that will help. Give me a second here. And it's facebook.com/.
Message me.
I'm sorry?
You can't message me because you're blocked.
Yeah, right. See, this is why
I got the AOISORI. It's not that, is it?
It's here, honey. I'll put it into the text box here in Skype. Let's see if you can find it. Now here's what's going to happen is that you can't click on it. I mean, you can click on it, see if it's anyhow. The name is
Never mind. I'm clicking on it, but it's not showing me a name.
Douglas D. Dietrich. It's facebook.com /Douglas D. Dietrich.
Okay.
All the D's are uppercase.
That doesn't matter.
You should be able to find Douglas Dietrich on your messages, even though you blocked me, right? Or you'd have to find him in your block. Do you know where to find your block names? In settings?
Oh, I could have done that. That's what I did.
Yeah. Go to settings and then look up blocked, and that way you'll find. Then you'll have to look for, Sora Aoi.
I got it. Whatever. I'll figure it out. I know how to do that now.
Yeah.
I just accidentally deleted our messages somehow while we were just talking.
Oh my God, honey, you gotta stop doing this. It's.
How pissing me off.
We're over that now. We're over that now. See, he was probably going to say something about an executive decision where I'm not going to appear when Brooke is on, or something like that. Definitive. Thank God we circumnavigated that. So.
Fine. I will. Oh, I unblock you. Oh, look, the second person that I unblock and I'm not is my ex. So there you are. You were at the top. I unblocked you.
Oh, thank God. Okay, so let me test that and see if that's happened. Go to Messenger and go to Brooke, where she says, okay, blocked, fuck you, with him and his transmission. Yeah, okay, so you unblocked me. So the conversation is apparently still there, and I can, give you...
Yours is, but I bet you when I go, I'm just going to get your last message, because I think I accidentally deleted them.
Well, I see the messages, so... I'm sure that
Can you just send me a message?
I'm gonna try and get a picture to send you. Let me just send you a picture here and some image that you would find.
Oh, by the way, baby, said, "I'm so sorry about your animals. You told me what to do." I said, "What animals are you sorry about? How do you know me?" And he was like, "I'm sorry about your giraffes."
Who said this? Who? What?
One time when you were very busy and you're like, it's probably the enemy, but you had to go. And I was like, I don't know, who's the fuck is this person, JDA Malkovich? And he's like, I'm so sorry about your animals. I'm glad to hear you. Hi, Brooke. Sorry about the loss of your animals. Hope to see you on the show. Great day. And then I put, how do I know you or you know about that? He was like, well, I knew about the giraffe. It means wanting to be noticed. It was a vision a year ago. You should look into them and meaning. It has a lot of meaning for me. And I put, I didn't lose a giraffe. Also,
oh my god. So here's a good image. Yes. So there we are. A nice image for you. Let's see if this. How's that? Can you see that image? There you are.
yes, I got it back, but I didn't get any of our other messages back. Just that. Me.
Oh my god. Well, I got all the messages are still there. I'm sorry.
I just told you while fucker was talking, and I was trying to unblock you. I accidentally left swiped, and it went delete. And I just,
oh my god. And you deleted.
whatever you clicked the X button earlier and X'd everybody else.
Yes. Yes, while the idiot was, yes. Oh my god. Sure enough, but, well, that's a good story.
Is that a giraffe that I lost right there? It looks like a weird giraffe in the distance.
No, I mean, you can see what it is looking closer, right? You know, it's, look closer, you can see what it is. It's a fairy holding onto a dandelion.
What?
It's a fairy holding onto a dandelion.
I need to be high to see this? Because there's no way I see a face.
What? Come on, honey.
It looks like a large chicken, maybe. Okay, I see one of those things you blow. Maybe the dandelions, you like one of those things you blow?
Yeah, but look at the fairy. You see the little girl with the wings. Holding on, desperately.
Like spitting her out. It looks like a chicken spitting the fairy out.
Let's do this. I'm going to share screen. Going to share screen here. You see the little cursor.
This picture.
Okay, so honey, you see tits, ass,
do not
knees,
see
feet.
ass.
Okay, can you see my cursor? Can you see my cursor?
I can see it.
Okay. So our man Nemo, do you see tits, ass, knees, feet, hair?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Oh my god, you're a perv. Where do you see the tits to begin with? Give me the tits again.
Are you fucking blind?
Honey, do you see cursor?
Show me the tits.
Cursor moving.
Yeah,
that's her tits. Wings, the wings, ass in the air, knees, feet, balls over feet, toes, like a ballerina, hair, arms, holding on for dear life to the dandelion. All this escapes you, honey? Are you colorblind?
I swear to God I must be, because I swear to God I see a chicken spitting some wings out of its mouth. It looks like the body is half.
Oh my god! So, honey, head, nose. See the cursor? Cursor.
I'm trying to see. I see the cursor. I said nose. Like,
okay, this is a nose. Eyes, face, hair. Okay. And arms. You see the arms hanging on for dear life? Tits here. And ass here. Knees.
She's just trolling you, dog.
But
no,
balls.
I forgot. I'm actually zooming in now. I'm taking it, and I actually took a screenshot to zoom in.
Yeah.
So I see. I see you're pointing out.
Honey, she's facing.
I see the wings.
Yeah.
I see the wings.
Okay. Yeah.
And that is pretty much all I see. I don't see that in the ass.
Okay.
Oh my god! Oh my god! You have to turn it sideways. Fuck! Now I get it. Never mind. But you gotta turn that almost sideways, and then she's got a hole in the middle of her.
Hole in the middle of her? Well, honey, that's the space between her hair and her toes.
Oh, her hair's flying up. But then what's that little piece coming down hitting her butt? That's her hair?
No, that's her wings, honey. Her wings.
No,
they're coming from her shoulders. The wings emerge from her shoulders.
The wings are below her. You can see
the wings are below her because the wind is blowing.
Blown,
they're being blown in the wind.
Right,
yes.
But I'm talking about that little piece of her hair goes all the way back.
Yes, and then the little piece of the wings is emerging from her shoulders. The rest, of course, blown beneath the body line.
The shoulders part, that's not the part I'm talking about. I'm talking about the part that's touching her actual back of her leg.
with the back of her leg is being touched by the hair. I mean, the ball. You see her feet
falling down, like the little tiny piece of it.
Well, her hair.
Now the point is, I had to turn it. I had literally, if I had not zoomed in and then turned it to the left.
Because
I was just looking at it from a distance.
And you saw a chicken spitting out wings. Jeez, honey. Oh my God. Sometimes I worry about you. It's funny
though. It's funny though how once you perceive, it's perception. So once you perceive something some way, it's like you already knew what you saw in it because you knew how it was. But then I could perceive it and be like, "There's no way."
I immediately could tell.
Yeah. Well, see, we men.
Yeah, like a horny fucking man.
Horny men. We see the shape of woman everywhere we look. Anyway, so
I can see how she's bending down and grabbing it, but to me it looked like I thought it was one big thing. Like the whole thing was a piece. So that I looked like a chicken head.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I thank God I don't live in your world. Oh my God. where I would see chicken heads instead of woman. I mean, this is like
But I would rather live in your world. I'd rather see women all the time.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I prefer my world as well. Oh my God. So, am I, how's my voice? The quality of my voice. Is the quality of my voice all right?
It's good.
Okay.
We'll let you know and do your talking. What are you talking about tonight?
Probably gonna speak more about that idiot Russian Alexander Dugin and his cleaving to this sexually perverse ideology that he claims is part of traditionalism, how this is basically the ideology of Russia today, based on their real perversion behind their homophobia. They're a state of homophobia, which is part of their war strategy, is basically homophobia. That's the lunacy of their policy. That this is where, somebody like, what's his name? Now I forgot his name. Our favorite.
The Romanian guy that just got charged.
Yeah. Oh, John Miranda. John Miranda.
It
was John Miranda. Where and then our lovely Viviana Sanchez pointed out she saw him, on Russia Today. Well, that fucking figures, doesn't it? And, he's a traitor.
It's on Russia Today.
Yeah. Which a lot of these traitors went to, like that General Flynn who was, aiding Trump, and one of his campaigners, and he wound up going to Russia and appearing on Russia Today and shit. And it was like, for John Miranda to do that, it's like he's irredeemable at this point. He might as well defect. I don't understand why he doesn't just go and live there. He thinks they're the future of civilization and shit.
More fighters pretty soon, so he pretty well should.
Yes. What was that, honey, that you said?
They're gonna need some more soldiers soon. So
yeah, that's right. Yeah, he should. Well, he does. He's not in any shape to be a soldier. That's for fucking sure. That's why, actually, now that I think of it, even though Peter Moon doesn't know how bad a shape John Miranda's in, Peter Moon was thinking he was, embellishing about living in the 30.
I don't think it takes Peter Moon's genius level to figure out that was an embellishment.
But Peter didn't know the half of it. John Miranda, he was such a smoker and such a drinker that his, he's like, when he was invited by a bunch of Russians to play water polo, because he used to be an Olympic swimmer, and he just had to keep swimming over to the side of the pool where he could lay down and breathe every every round or so. Yeah, the idea of someone in that shape, living in 30 degrees below zero weather and ice fishing, then you see new levels of the absurdity of the claim.
Right.
Oh my God.
You need to play that because I want to get the temperatures, because I'm pretty sure he was like doing Celsius and it was like worse than like even 30. I don't know. Maybe it was 30 degrees Celsius or Fahrenheit, but it was just such an ungodly number.
Yeah, it was just whatever it was.
Godly amount. He was like, I camped out 3 days.
Did he say 3 days? I was under the impression.
was not like he said I camped out 3 days. He was like, I lived there for 6 months.
That's what. Thank you. That's what I swear he said. Yeah, was that I lived out there for half a year or some shit like that. Yeah, and that's like fuck. At that point, you may as. Why do you even bother coming back? I mean, at that point, you're a fucking Yeti and shit.
Remember how? Oh my God, you think I've ever pissed you off? Let me tell you, I pissed that motherfucker off that night. Remember? Because he was talking about him being in fucking jail and how horrible it was.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he kept flushing the toilet.
He's like, you have no idea how bad it was.
Oh my
they
God.
kept flushing the toilet. I was in there for a week, and they would like flush the toilet like every few minutes. There was a toilet. I mean, going on like it'd be like if I was telling I was raped continually for every 30 minutes by 20 guys train run on me for like 5 days straight. That's how he was acting when he said this, you know, like he was just like he was like almost in tears, and I just couldn't finally stop myself. Like I don't even remember how I said it. I was like, wait a minute, are you saying the worst thing is, because you said it was the worst thing that ever happened to him. I was like, are you saying the worst thing in your life that has ever happened to you is the fact that you were somewhere where you had to hear a toilet flush every 30 minutes for a couple of days? That's the worst part of your entire life?
Oh my God.
Like, it was just, and he was like, well, I mean, it was bad. And I'm like, it was, yeah, I can imagine.
He said it was like a jet taking off. He claimed it was like a jet taking off, which I guess it was. I mean, these are like super hygienic Swedish.
That shows you also, number two, he's lying about sleeping in the woods for fucking 6 months in negative 30-degree temperatures. Because I'm pretty sure that would be worse than, okay, imagine whatever your closest gas station is, okay? Just imagine that. They have those horribly loud flushing toilets. Now, I want you to imagine that. Take your sleeping bag in there with your pillow, okay? And hear the toilet flushing. You're on the floor in front of the sink. And or would you rather be in negative 30 degrees It's a fucking liar, man. Like, it's a fucking lie in so many different ways. Like, it's so bad. Like, number one, neither one of the, like, first of all, I would never lie. Like, you didn't sleep in negative 30 for fucking 6 months. Secondly, you fucking also, if the worst part of your life, like, you've lost your mom and dad, you took care of them, you've seen people killed, you've seen children, like, really? You wouldn't take, like, 5 days of toilet flushing to get rid of one of those fucking things? What is the worst part of my life?
Well, it goes to show you how bad the rest of his life was, which it wasn't bad at all.
That's what I mean. He didn't give a shit about losing his kids. It was worse. He had to be in a toilet flushing area.
That's an excellent point. That's an excellent point. He will.
I would give up my broken heart any day like that, where I've had my heart broken, whether it were an animal or person, whatever. Like losing someone to be like my worst day. Like I went to jail. I went to jail for 24 hours and fucking like no. But I'm saying I spent fucking 2 years there to not lose somebody I love.
Of course, we'd have to. Sorry, go on. I was gonna say we'd have to shorten the length of time for the insane asylum stay. that was
only 2 days. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it was bad enough. Like you said, you said you'd rather go on the run in another country than stay.
They'll never tell cops when they're arresting you for disorderly conduct charge, which, by the way, if you're acting up and you're drunk, is only a misdemeanor and you will get out in 12 hours. Yeah. But if you threaten to kill yourself to not do it, you're then taken to the insane asylum. And you get held for a week.
Oh my God.
That's the only thing I owe that bitch for. Is she did get me out? She was a nurse.
She's talking about her Boldyke girlfriend was a nurse, so she did get her out of that hellhole.
I was like, no, if you do not get me out, like, you need to break this window. Like, I had a note of a window. Like, this is where the window is. Yeah. I'm not staying here. This is it. And like, and she's seen it. She knew how bad it was too. It was worse than a jail. Like, it was bad.
No, that's horrible. I just feel that's incredible. The story is hideously funny. For those of you who don't.
I'm just letting him right now. Don't just go to jail. Don't threaten to kill yourself.
Yeah, yeah. Basically, the cop, he's saying, "You're going to jail," and Brooks said, "No, I'm not." No, I'm not.
Fuck you, motherfucker! And he's like, "You're going to jail for disorderly conduct." And I was like, "Fuck you, I am not." And then when he puts the hand, fucking kill myself. And he's like, "Did you say you'll kill yourself?" And I was like, "Yeah."
No. The way he said it was, "Are you threatening to kill yourself?" At which point she said, "Yeah."
I said, "Yeah." I thought I was getting out of something. Little did I know. I was getting worse.
Oh shit! Oh my god, that's just so.
Disorderly conduct charge got dropped, which it probably would have either way because it was in my yard just to fuck you. But at the same time, we were fighting, and it was bad, and told the cop, "Fuck you, get out of my fucking yard." And he's like, "But did you say?" And cops,
Yeah.
But I was like, "No, we need to put the handcuffs on me." He's like, "You're in disorder." I was like, "No, I'm not."
Oh,
well, I can kill myself. He's like, "Are you threatening?" No, yeah. What did you do about it? He showed me what he was going to do about it.
Oh my god.
You want to go to jail? I'll show you what you don't want to go do. You'll wish you were in jail.
Oh my god. Did he didn't vocalize that though? He just took you there, right?
Never told me at all. As a matter of fact, he didn't tell me. They told me they take you to the hospital. They take you to you think you're cool.
Yeah.
They take you to the regular hospital first.
Right.
Putting these purple fucking scrubs. I realized if you go into a hospital and they put you in purple scrubs, at least in Greenville, that's your crazy scrub. Okay?
Oh my god.
Because everybody that arrived at the crazy hospital arrived in guys arrived in green, but all the girls arrived in purple.
Why the sexual disambiguation in color?
I have no fucking idea because it's crazy. So who the fuck knows what people's crazy? You'll believe me if I come out. You'll be like, "She's crazy. She doesn't even know colors." I don't know. They had a good side and a bad side. I was on the obviously good side, which let me tell you, not good. But when we had to go through to go to lunch, we had to go through the bad side. We had to go through this little hall to walk through the little common area of the bad side to get to the hall. When they opened that door, because all the doors were locked. Oh my god! I was like, "Oh god, I am on a good side." And then one time it was
because what made you realize that smell?
The smell. There was a horrible smell. Yes, it was much worse. The smell was horrible. You could just see the people they looked long term. And then at one point, it was one evening that we were back after dinner because you could sit back out in the hall until you had to in the little main area. Actually, we would sit there. I only sat there because we wait on a smoke break because that was the only things the only things that got me through for those 2 days were going to get smoke 4 times a day outside because it's the only time you could even go outside. You weren't even allowed to go out and breathe fresh air. But if you smoked, or even if you didn't smoke, you could pretend to smoke. You could go out and smoke when the nurse would take you 4 times a day for 5 or 10 minutes in this little courtyard. So it was after dinner, and we were waiting to do our last smoke break, and in our area, which was the good area, and suddenly, fucking longer, the fucking guy comes running fucking through, and he's fucking he's from the bad side. Apparently, something got unlocked.
Yeah.
He starts running through there, and they start putting alarms down, and he's going crazy, and he starts rubbing shit through his hair.
Oh, for some reason, the crazy people do that. They rub shit in their hair. That was
what the fuck? And they had nurses chasing him down. They got him, but I was like, "Oh my god, yeah."
Yes.
When I say bad side, bad side.
Oh, and so I'm just again a true horror story, but a lesson learned. I mean,
Don't kill yourself unless you truly are, because I truly would have rather killed myself.
Oh my god! So I
the only thing I can think of worse than that would be those poor people that are at the bottom of the ocean. Man, that's I hope they did blow up immediately. I truly do, because that fuck.
Implode. The word is implode. You would hope that they imploded immediately, as painful as that would be. Yeah.
The same. I mean, just it would be an immediate death. It would not be suffering. I cannot imagine being at the bottom of the ocean. That just to me is so terrifying. It's that blackness, and it would have been cold because you got to remember at the bottom of that ocean it's -2 degrees, and they had no power.
Yeah.
So they said they kept them frozen to, even if they didn't run on oxygen first, they might have started to freeze to death. So, man.
Yeah.
Fuck,
And-
I'd rather, I mean, like I said, I was just hoping they'd find them, but like if they haven't found them by this morning, like basically this morning's like the last bit of oxygen they would have had. So I'm hoping at this point, if they didn't have a miracle and find them, which I obviously hope and prayed for, like we all did, I think.
I mean, I didn't even really know about it until Brooke explained it. I thought it was some fucking robot, and I couldn't understand what the big fuss was.
Why everybody care about a stupid robot? It'll be fucking, it's a fucking robot. We'll replace it.
Oh my god! But so Nemo, what are these three last links you put in? This.
Oh, just the top, the one above is just a link to webcams on the website I'm looking at. I don't know which one to pick.
Oh, so
I'm just
you're
gonna have to go through them all.
You're considering
Yeah.
purchasing a webcam so that you can display yourself to us the way Ian West does.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. That would certainly pique Brooke's curiosity. Yeah.
And he's doing it now because I've called him out a couple times.
Yes.
Not really, because I plan on masturbating online.
I hope that's just a joke, but that is funny.
Like, this is going together.
So what's this last link?
You know, like people can either tune in.
It's a TikTok meme video regarding the submarine.
Oh,
it's real short. If you look at it, you might find it funny.
Oh God, that's all. How can anyone make a joke of that?
I don't think anything's funny about that shit, man.
It's just I have friends that have already been posting videos about it in Discord.
I know, but they said a lot. Like a lot of people are not happy that people have been making jokes.
Oh my
about
God! By the way, and what it kind of reminds me that there's a bar. It's a real dive, and it's right down a few blocks from me, called Shanghai Kelly's, which is based on the old days of Shanghai and San Francisco when they used to abduct people and then force them to serve as sailors on ships and or crew members on ships. But at Shanghai Kelly's, the day that the Twin Towers collapsed, they put up a sign that said, "No jokes." And I could understand that because, the first thing I heard when those Twin Towers collapsed, the first thing I heard was somebody I knew said, "That's the most radical case of downsizing I've ever seen." And there's clever quips like that came out, and it's just, but it was something like this. So what's the joke?
It's just tasteful to me.
Well, you just see a Mexican using a screen effect that looks like he's underneath water.
And
it's not. Yeah, I don't know.
That's a joke.
That's what I took it as.
Yeah,
I just thought I should share it.
Okay. I mean, yeah, it's odd. I'm not. Yeah.
I think it's distasteful regardless because
just watch it and you'll see.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. There's a 17-year-old boy that lost his life, either was imploded or lost his life at the bottom of the ocean when this died.
Or worse yet, is still dying in the dark. Yeah.
And suffocating to death at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. It's just not funny. A mother lost her son. As a matter of fact, several mothers, even the ones that are older, it'd be like Douglas' mom still being alive, they lost their sons, right?
Yeah.
So you can't. I just don't agree with. I agree with saying, hey, I wouldn't do that. And some of them took risks, but especially knowing that there was, especially the son that went. He was not old enough to know.
Yeah, he was truly misguided. Who
would take their kid on a trip like that anyway? That's fucked up.
Of course, yes. So that's our point. Is that he was a misguided victim, truly a misguided victim.
I just can't make fun of that. I can't think of the mother sitting at home that's just lost her husband and her son at the nose, and the worst possible way.
There may be an element here of, shall we say, just a kind of vindictiveness against the rich. Obviously, these are generally
rich people are hated.
Yeah, so these are generally privileged.
That's what was coming out. That was the problem, and that's what was coming out. Where I heard that guy I told you about, his name is Pierre. I can't remember the one that was he's been the champ. He said it was the best guy, and nobody's really taken up for the CEO at all. But so many people have taken.
I feel sorry for the kid, but I don't feel sorry for the dumb fuck father.
Okay, but even the dad, the man that went on it that's been on Titanic missions before and chose to get on there. I'm sure he's getting paid. You can say we don't feel sorry for him. He was a good person, apparently, like a really good person from every account. Like people were bawling on him, and it's just, to me, we have to. They were what the problem with the rich thing was. The reason that started, Douglas, if you don't know, what happened was they were saying that the reason they were putting all the effort when the Coast Guard started going out and looking, and all these, and they're sending these things down, is because that they're billionaires, right? That's why the Coast Guard's looking, and I don't think that's why. I think that. I mean, I'm sure, they knew if they did find them, like, there's money there because they are two billionaires down there, plus, the other two aren't, and the son isn't. But at the end of the day, I think what they were saying was, like, it's human life. Like, we don't always treat human life equally. We have to admit that. But I do think if it was like if everybody could get on a Titanic mission and it was a normal thing, and let's just say we were all stupid enough to do it, and then one went fucking suddenly missing, I think that our Coast Guard, I truly believe that, like, if it was a random thing like this that just didn't happen, it's just so rare. Now, this is rare because you have to pay for it, but I believe a rarity like that, regardless of thinking of people on the bottom of the ocean. I don't care if it's me and Douglas Dietrich and they heard us, like, cussing and talking horrible sex shit. I just believe that people choose to be like, people don't deserve to die like that. Like, let's try to find them. And so I truly believe our Coast Guard went out and we sent missions, and I don't believe it was all about money. And Douglas will tell you, I'm the first one to be, what do you call me always, Douglas? I'm so...
cynical?
Cynical,
judgmental?
Yes. Cynical. Well, both. I'm cynical and can be judgmental, but I'm very cynical on money and what I believe runs the world. So for me to say that I don't believe that that's why our Coast Guard went out and invested this, our countries did, I truly don't. I mean, it could have a little bit to do with it because I am cynical, but I don't think most of it was about them being billionaires. I think it was truly about all of our worst nightmares, which was imagining, being at that bottom of that ocean and, like, can we get them back, and can we make a miracle? And yeah, there's a 17 or 18-year-old there. Like, can we get them back? I think it was that. But Twitter, of course, immediately built it up into all the people on there just, like, anti-gay or whatever. Like, look at what Biden did. It's already pulled from Fox. But he's this, he's doing that. Like, it's the same thing. They're saying, oh, well, look, the Coast Guard, they're just going out because they're billionaires. And that just became a meme. And it became this huge joke of, like, it's not a joke. These people are dying, or either died like a bad death, and hopefully quickly. But either, like, if they were at the bottom of the ocean, would you not hope somebody'd come fucking looking for you?
I'd bring a gun with me if I was going on a submarine, just in case.
I mean, I already have said that earlier. I'd bring a gun and a fucking shot of heroin or something.
Both.
Cyanide pill or something.
Well, it's like, of course, this is, how would I say it? It's simply building on something that we wouldn't put ourselves into in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
It does,
I'd never think of doing that,
even
if I was filthy rich.
Yeah, but then again, this is...
People that want to go, but, like, I don't even want to walk on the moon. And there's people that...
You're
like,
asking for trouble, that's it.
Yeah.
People that, like, Neil Armstrong wanted to walk on the moon, and there's tons of astronauts, and I think that's the last thing I would do. I can just see myself. I'd be the first one that went to walk on the moon, pushed the wrong button, and I'd be that person like George Clooney just floating off into oblivion, knowing I was fucking done. Like, fucking it. Like, just keep floating here, done. You're out in there now. Like, either way, like, it's an infinite death. Like, you're just waiting, but you're gonna die, but you can't, but nobody can help you, but you're going to, but you can't, but you gotta wait it, but you can't. Like, you don't have a gun, right?
It brings to mind several other types of deaths. There was, I can't remember exactly what it was, but you remember it was Ian West. I don't know if you were on with us at the time, honey, but Ian West was talking about that pool, or the cave in the suicide pool in Florida, where people, they have the sign up, don't go diving in this cave, don't go scuba diving in this cave. And of course, you know, that's only an attraction for many people to do so, but all kinds of people died in that cave. And cave diving, of course, is very different from scuba diving. So, you know, when you're going scuba diving, it's one thing, but cave diving requires a whole new level of training.
Several horrible deaths with cave diving.
Yeah, and
you mean like spelunking in the narrow crevices of caves and shit?
Well, these are people who have.
But they're diving underwater.
These are full scuba diving suits, like you saw in James Bond Thunderball, but you know they're going through caves, and so when it comes to this kind of cave diving, there was one about a father and son who went into that cave and somehow found themselves trapped and just, you know, died together at that point, you know, waiting for their oxygen to go out. I mean, it's like, okay, well, that's fucking stupid. and usually it's, you know, they're doing this on somebody's birthday, you know, like either the son or the father's birthday, that kind of shit. And then, you know, and it was the same thing with that, like I say, the Nutty Putty Cave. That was just a horror story that, you know, it's, again, Darwin Award shit, where this guy was, he was Utah, so these were certainly Mormons at the time, because at that time Utah was like almost like Mormon exclusive and shit. And, but it wasn't that long ago, but, you know, but anyhow, still the same principle. And it's the guy, I think, was highly educated, like an MD or something, and graduated from school, was going to marry his wife like the next day or the day after. And then the bachelor party, the guy said, let's go caving like we used to as kids in the Nutty Putty Cave. And they went crawling through this cave system. And as children, they knew it quite well. They knew it inside out, like the back of their hand, going in and out as children. And then, of course, they're adults now, and he's operating on the memories from childhood and goes through caves that he could easily squeeze in and out of as a child, at which point, one of the caves where he's upside down, he basically, one of these little crevices where he's upside down, his mistake was that he exhaled to go in, and then the moment he inhaled, his life ended, because at that point they couldn't extract him. So once his lungs filled up with oxygen, that was over. And so then he was hanging upside down, and then they had to call for help, and entire teams of engineers and all the rest tried to speculate, do we break his legs, what do we do? And figured they couldn't do anything, and just you know, gave him some sandwiches, which, if you can imagine trying to force down a sandwich while hanging upside down while all the blood's rushing to your head, I'm sure he died delirious. So they couldn't do anything for him. And I'm sure he died with a major headache first. There had to be the major headaches, then the delirium. That's another horrible way to die. Miles underground in a fucking, you know, tons of rock over you and hanging upside down. And then they walled the cave off and just said, no one enter here. So the Nutty Putty Cave story is horrific. And reminds me of that. You know, these are kind of like...
Those diving stories, there's a good many. The Nutty Putty haven't heard as much. I've heard some of the diving stories are horrible. There a lot of those are like that. There's people that go diving in caves like that. That I've seen several that have died. Like they get lost on their way out, and then like the person's dead. But regardless, it's a dark place, kind of like being on those because it's cave. So even though you're not that deep, you're in dark blackness, right? And anyway, I think those are bad. But you know, a story I heard that was one of the worst. I've heard it too. One was just a guy that like broke into a Walmart and tried to jump out, and he jumped into you know how they have those like posts outside that look like posts, but they're like blocks, like a.
Sounds awful. Whatever it was, it sounds like a trap. Sounds like a fucking
block,
man trap. Yeah.
Holding up the front of the building, looks like it is, but it's really not. It's like a big square. It's like, you know, like a, what am I saying? A cinder.
Well, it's like you said, the one fell in the leg of the hollow dinosaur, right, and died at the bottom of the hollow dinosaur.
That's what I was going to tell you about. That's the worst one. The one in the hollow dinosaur. The kid was playing and they smelled something. He was he was getting his cell phone. They finally found out he had dropped his cell phone. He'd been up in the little thing playing, like he wasn't a kid, he was like a teenager or whatever. And the cell phone dropped down into the leg. So he head first down into the leg to try to reach the cell phone. and was stuck. And by the time, obviously, he was found a couple of days later by some kids that smelled something down in there, and they went up in and they looked, and he was down in the leg head first.
I mean, you know, and you got to question that too.
Like that was the other story. Like, it wasn't like he broke his neck. They could tell he had like been in there for a couple of days. It was like summer.
Yeah.
And, just died basically. With nobody fucking hearing him. Like, don't go to your cell phone, man. It's not
ever. Yes, please. I mean, just crazy shit. Oh my God. Thank you. Just so there we are. Just horrible fucking stupid stories.
Well, these are great stories. I feel so much better now. I'm going to bed.
Yes. Well, we love you dearly, and so, my thanks to everyone. All right, honey.
Talk to you tonight, Nemo.
Yeah, have a good one.
Yes.
You too. I look forward to seeing you on camera next time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I gotta wait till next pay to go on.
Yes. He's done his best to help me this month already. So he's been, you know, kind of, expended quite a bit for himself on myself, so he's been up to bat for me, and so honey,
awesome. Anybody that can do that is awesome, that can help Douglas. Like, I would do this month, but I can't right now, but anybody that can help Exceeding, I know he needs it, so and obviously he's awesome and puts up with me, and that's a lot, so
thank you. Yes, thank you, honey, for acknowledging that, and I'm very glad we were able to talk down George Knight from some kind of executive decision.
Sorry, I lost it. I don't know. I know. I did think that was a little funny with the executive. But anyway, I don't want to get into it. I just, I went off a little.
I think we handled it. We did. We handled it. We handled
It's fun.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Yeah. And and everybody grows. Everybody grew as a person through that. We all grew as people through that. So
I think we did. He grew as like a person we knew more, and I grew as a person that literally doesn't.
This is why Joe Ty feels we're his family, because he has none of these dynamics. The dynamics he gets is
are a family, because we are so fucked up. It is such a family.
Yeah, like the Manson family. Yeah.
I love Charlie Manson.
We all had Thanksgiving dinner together.
Oh, God.
Like one Thanksgiving dinner with almost everybody that comes on the show.
Peter Moon too.
That's also where I would like the gun or the heroin. I might need an out. I might need an out.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I think
you all going to bed. Good night.
Yes. Love
Good
you,
night.
John. Bye for now. Okay. Blessed be. Sweet by their dreams. Okay, so with that, we're left with two sleeping beauties, Joe Ty and Ian West, who are entwined in astral copulation as we speak. Yes, an image I don't even want to imagine. Yet, nevertheless, I broached the topic because it was inescapable. I guess it would be equivalent to kind of like two hippos in a pool. Okay, why am I tormenting myself with these visions?
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
So it was, but I couldn't. I noticed that when I was bringing up what Amy Como said with Mark H. and Brooke Gibson, they all just remained dead silent. None of them even responded to that. Right. You remember that, and you noticed that, right? None of them responded to what I said about the.
Yeah, especially. And I remember a silent moment when I said, "Yeah, Peter Moon's a wise man," and everyone's like quiet and just laughed.
So, okay.
He's 70 years old. He's got to be wise to a degree, I guess.
Well, he certainly keeps himself in excellent shape. He's definitely. So a little something here. Here we are. Screen share. Let's see if I can screen share it with you. And just so, can you see that cursor moving?
Yes.
Yeah. So let's see now if we can go towards something here. Okay. Now, of course, don't call out any names or say anything out loud. I'm going to show you something that I've showed you before to a degree. So we go to Amy Como was asking me, so have you ever met any other vampires? You know, logical question, right? A little something to show you with these photos. You may have noticed them briefly before, but probably never really pointed this out to you. Now, I pointed out things, of course, like, you know, the target practice with, you know, multiple targets, using multiple handguns. You know, I told you, you remember all of this. Of course, it's rather unforgettable. So then, of course, just a few photos out of many to make a point. Okay, not their own child, and then of course, you know, again, different ethnicity, not their own child. The thing to notice here, of course, a little bit of things that you wouldn't normally notice. Some baubles, the expression. Then a little further down, just so to make the point. And as I say, these are just 3 out of many photos that would reflect the same subject. Okay, not their child. I showed this to Amy, and she was thinking some sort of trafficking, which is kind of silly that everyone goes there. But if you would notice, of course, both of them wearing hats, not the same ethnicity, not the child, but at the same time they're all wearing tourist hats. Basically, this is a lot of tourism going on here, and the expressions are always quite happy. Thing about vampire saliva is, of course, it's not just antiseptic like a dog's, but it also pumps in DMT.
Euphoric?
Yes, the dimethyltryptamine. And so what's done is basically, again, cat's ears here, tourists.
Yep.
So what goes on is she hangs out in tourist sites, basically spirits away the children of various parents and then returns them within about half an hour to 45 minutes, maybe an hour, maybe 2. The parents by that time are just glad to get the child back. They really take account of the little cut in the shoulder. The little cut in the shoulder pretty much heals very rapidly because of the antiseptic nature of the saliva. And the children are always happy because, of course, they've got the dimethyltryptamine in their bloodstream. So
no real harm done.
Yeah, no real harm done. The parents don't care because they're only happy to get the child back. And then they take a picture. This is the wonderful lady who saved our child, who found our child. Our child was missing, and this wonderful young lady found our child and brought it back. That's vampirism. All right. And then the photo taken of the happy child is published because it's kind of like my publishing pictures of my blood boys. You know, it's our version of people out there publishing dishes that they eat, which, you know, is kind of puzzling to ourselves, but this is what people do. Look at all my spare ribs, or, you know, whatever's going on with them. There you have it. You know, I have met other vampires. We know each other when we meet each other. So,
and they just live like regular people.
Except they hang out at amusement parks a lot or in tourist areas.
Right.
So that, you know, but then again, understand, dampfire, of course, female dampfire, meaning half vampire. Yeah, daywalkers. At the same time, if I wanted to get back to emphasizing something about that, if you take a look at, it's sharing screen again now, sharing screen, going back to, say, for instance, the timeline and some of the photos, one can see, say, for instance, if one goes to photographs, just the difference at some times from others. Basically, here, by the way, you would notice a kind of vaguely non-human appearance.
With the eyes?
That in particular, yes. And going on to
ears.
You notice the need to cover oneself in the sun. to prevent sun sickness.
Yeah.
And
Long hair.
yeah, and of course, other times more normal looking can take a bit of sunlight, but then when you take a look at
Is what's his face aware of this?
of course not, totally oblivious. Yeah, and it's why everyone went silent. Anyhow, going on about some other times, I'm trying to find ones where it's a bit more visible, can easily convey themselves as a member of the opposite sex. That, of course, is again to the advantage. But there's
unisex.
Yeah.
Me either.
Yeah. And there's just times when not enough blood or too much sun combines
and that can make your appearance different.
Yeah, make the appearance different and a little more aged. And so just trying to find ones that are indicative of that. This would be kind of indicative of that vaguely. This one, you really notice the aging. Really notice without the blood.
Holy shit.
Yeah, and it's it
looks like Nicole Richie when she was anorexic.
Yeah, it's something of that nature. Yeah, other times then this one, great example. See, too much sun, not enough blood. Age really, it's like somebody different person. It's. So just a little exercise there in identification.
I'm going to be trying to keep an eye out for this when I start looking at people on a regular basis.
But you'll notice also just the thinness here, the thinness and the wanness when not enough blood and too much sun.
It's as if they got cancer or something in a way.
Yeah, and kind of that kind of ambience. Yeah, that kind of ambience. So what I've been helping our man Nemo Albano do is kind of identify vampires like myself to a degree, and that's always it's always helpful, I guess.
Thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome. So so that being done, we have 10 to 11, 11 to 12, probably about an hour really to monologue. I'm not quite sure if it's worth
Brooke
it.
didn't spare you enough time for a monologue.
Yeah, well, Brooke seemed to be really on a roll and really wanted to talk.
Energetic.
So might as well take advantage of that. And we are back for the first time, so it's kind of like a party night. You might as well.
Celebration,
turn it into kind of a party. So what I'll try and do is maybe, Peter might not wake up and join us. So if he doesn't wake up and join us, then I'll just keep monologuing. So I get
he needs his old man sleep.
He needs his own sleep. Yeah. Actually, it's funny. You do know that theoretically, normally, statistically, when a person gets older, the less sleep they need and the less food they need. So as people get older, they need less food and less sleep. So he does wake up pretty fucking early.
I just thought that because they didn't have much energy, I just thought sleeping would be most of their priority.
Most of their priority. Actually, what people learn the hard way when they're taking care of the elderly is that the elderly will constantly get up in the middle of the night and wander. And then again, if they have Alzheimer's, it becomes even more pronounced, of course. It's impossible to get them to sleep at times.
You got to drug them pretty much.
Yes, it's true. When it comes to Peter, he doesn't seem to need much sleep, but you never know.
He's healthy.
He's healthy. Yeah, well, he's definitely healthy. We know that much. Yeah, he's superlatively healthy for his age. Yes, and could conceivably live to be 100.
He could make 100. Yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, just so people know, maximum human lifespan potentially is 125, 127, something like that. So when it comes to that this is for a baseline human can conceivably reach that level of age. It's certainly recorded in history. So it's not an impossibility. when it comes to someone like myself, should at least be that amount based on my genetics. Both of my parents, by the way, just so people know, both my parents died at the age of 87, but it took massive, super massive amounts of violence to get them to die. And this was like violence perpetrated on them, mostly by the medical industrial complex. And the medical industrial complex, without any sense of drama, no melodrama or exaggeration at all, did everything it could to kill them. And it took everything to kill them. But they just wouldn't stop. They hammered them and hammered them every way they possibly could. But all that being said, that's not going to happen with me. So I know for a fact I'll make it to at least 100. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
You got too much collateral on them for them to actually try to kill you, like physically.
Well, no, it's true. I mean, they do try. I mean, they try once in a while. There'll be attempts, but there's different factions. And there's those that appreciate the collateral and the threat of the collateral, and there's those that don't. But when it comes to the medical industrial complex, that's like a world all its own. But I'm never going to let what happened to my parents happen to me, because I'm just never going to get to that point where I'm going to allow that to happen. With my parents, there were multiple mitigating circumstances and factors, and in a sense, I was responsible, because I brought them into hospitals that then just made the situation worse in so many ways. So having a much better grasp of how hospitals don't work, I'm going to prevent myself from falling into that kind of trap.
Learn from all the mistakes.
Yeah. So what I'd appreciate your doing is hanging out and just interjecting whenever you feel you have something constructive to say. Otherwise, just kind of hanging out in the background. What I'll do is, the first thing I'll do is credit people who have contributed. So I'm going to just look up, my PayPal accounts, log into them, and then...
Can I do a quick plug for my channels?
Of course. By all means. Yeah.
To the listeners, subscribe to my YouTube channel, Nothing at Unseen Sun 3005. I have the links to my BitChute, Rumble channel, and Facebook on the homepage, on the banner on my YouTube channel homepage.
And don't be afraid to repeat it. Repeat that. Tell people about the Rumble channel, how they can reach, the Rumble videos you put up of myself.
Yeah. I have the link to my Rumble channel on my YouTube channel. Like, I have all the links to my other platform channels on my YouTube channel. It's AN 3005. You need information, the channel name for Rumble.
Yes. Thank you. So I want to thank Mr. KP. KP is a pseudonym, but KP said, great stuff, as always. Thanks for being a hero. He sent 30 United States dollars. And so, of course, I appreciate that profoundly. We have, of course, in my other PayPal card, what I am going to now access is several incoming donations recently, or certainly one highly pertinent one, and a few others, of course. Our latest contributor wishes to remain anonymous, so I will certainly honor and respect that. He sent 100 United States dollars. God bless him. I can say that much. It's a he. And so as for the note, he wrote services. So he does count what I do as services. And so the other individual to pay recently, this is an incredible individual who I'm going to see if he's asked for anonymity, but it doesn't seem like he's okay with going public because he hasn't requested anonymity. And when he contributed, Andre Numerzyski. And so this is a very, I believe, Polish name. Andre,
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Yeah, Numerzyski. Yeah, Numerzyski. That's a holy shit. Like Numerzyski. We're talking about the Numer, Nemerschyzky. So if you're Polish, tell me if I'm doing this justice. Andre Numerzyski. And this is in Germany, United Germany. I'm not going to give his city. I'm very tempted to because it's a very historic city, but I'll leave it at that. He says, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. He contributed $52.40. So they took out $2.79 for their fee, leaving me with about $49.61. But this person contributed $52.40, and God bless him for it. So the other individual who contributed recently, 10 United States dollars from an individual who I believe is in the chat, a wonderful human being from Nederland. And I'm going to see if they were asking for anonymity. So apparently not. So basically this is from Dan van der Meulen. Dan van der Meulen from Nederland. And he says, thanks for all the great info. Love your and Peter's work. Love from Holland. Keep up the great work. I believe this is a person who really had a kind of revelatory experience with the sign in the seal of that's a Graham Hancock book. What was the Peter Moon book is more like the Seventh Seal, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal. There we are. That's, the more I think about it, the more odd that title strikes me. It's Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal. And so...
Mike Tweet says in the chat, that's me.
Yes, that's... I didn't know if he wanted me to identify that. Yes, that's Mike Tweet. And I should bring up to Peter Moon his incredibly revelatory experience from Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal. And of course we had earlier in the month from the lovely Nolani Bouchard. That is the lady who basically I was yelling at that time. 30 United States dollars from that wonderful lady in Hawaii. She let's see what she said, and then we'll see if the next guy wants anonymity. She said, God bless you, Douglas. I wish I could share more blessings. So, God bless her in return. Aside from that, let's see what we have here with the other person. See if they're asking for. We know who this is. This is of course Nemo Albano. So he contributed 12 United States dollars recently. That's correct. Anika Cunning. Oh shit. So let me see if she wants anonymity before I read out the name. Portland, Oregon. And that's Anika Cunningham sent 25 United States dollars. Of course, this brings us back to what date was this? June 8th. So a lot of this money had to be just used up in the in the past when I was doing all of this just expenses through the month. So God help us. With your help, we will make it with 100 United States dollars from Holly Kaditis Kiefer. With 150 United States dollars, effectively 148 or 49 United States dollars from T-Tank Berry, who otherwise wishes to remain anonymous. We're heading towards basically meeting my requirements for rent. So we need about, I would say, $166 more. So everyone, if you can possibly help, by all means do so. And with that, I'll go into monologue. Our man, Mr. Nemo Albano, will. Bike Tweet says, love to get on the show sometime. I'm a homeopath, but also work as a nurse. So, okay, love to have you on. like nothing says, make a Skype account and give Doug your Skype ID next time. Yes, and don't be afraid to do so through Nemo Albano either. Myself, just put the, if what you need to do is send me a Skype contact request, and you'd have to the problem is when you might make a account, try and make it so that I recognize it, and you've got to actually make a name. Otherwise, they just assign you all these numbers and letters, and it's impossible to identify. So it has to be a name, and you make a Skype contact request to myself, and it's probably best to do this when we're on air. How can I send that? Well, here we are. So let me give you my Skype ID, Douglas Dietrich 1, and so this is my Skype ID. So send me a Skype contact request right here, if you send me a Skype contact request right now, we'll be able to ascertain it's you. I can accept it, get it on my favorites list, and then we can just bring you onto these calls like we do everyone else. So yeah, by all means, I'll be waiting for that contact request over the next few minutes, and that will be wonderful. And then you can tell us whether you're male or female. Because when you say you're a homeopath and a nurse, the first stereotype...
Most likely a female.
That's the first stereotype that comes to my mind. Doesn't mean we're right. There's all kinds of male nurses. And of course, yeah, it's a big problem for male men because that title nurse really, maybe things are changing now that all the gender lines are getting kind of fluid. But in the past, I knew one man whose life was kind of like destroyed in a sense by that he was a male nurse. And so, was really bad for him because, there was a masculinity insecurity issue that came with, people just stereotyping. So Bike Tweet says,
they need to get over those insecurities and not care what people think about their jobs.
It's true. So he says, I'm a guy. So there we are. See, it
there
is
you go.
Yeah. And our first stereotype of a healer and a nurse, a homeopath, our first stereotype was feminine, but so we'll see if he gets that Skype request going, and then other than that, let's see now if in the time we have remaining 10 to 11, 11 to 12, so we have some time remaining. I may as well get started on some form of this kind of monologuing, and I'm just wondering if I should get started with all right, so let's just get started talking about, say, for instance, anti-modernism in Russia via Alexander Dugin, the kind of hero that he took his ideology from. The foundations of his ideology are based on René Guillon, who almost single-handedly is responsible for turning Thailand into one of the major human child sex trafficking hubs on planet Earth. And so they were all following a kind of philosophy, if we could dignify it by that term, that they insist is traditionalism, also known as perennialism, which refers to the anti-modernist worldview of a loose community of esotericists who believe that the world's major religious traditions share a transcendent unity, and are all founded on the one primordial truth. In other words, there is only one truth in their opinion. And they believe also that these traditions have all diverged from this primal metaphysical revelation over the millennia, and that its full nature has become lost or occluded, it est occulted, so that the exoteric dogmas, doctrines, and teachings of any tradition now offer only a pale shadow of the original revelation upon which it was based. And this has led in turn to a progressive decline of civilization, from a sacralized, hierarchical order to the vapid materialistic consumer society that surrounds us, along with various other pathologies that traditionalists insist infect the contemporary world, which they see as irredeemably decadent. However, the opportunity still exists, as far as they see it, or so they claim, for determined scholars and initiates like themselves to penetrate beyond the corrupted, superficial, exoteric shell to the pristine, esoteric core of the tradition to which they adhere, which in practice has usually been Sufism, Hindu Vedanta, or certain forms of Christianity, and to then perhaps serve as a spiritual elite able to guide society back towards the truth, the one truth. Now, it's in this context that we have to take this concept of childhood sexuality that is integrated into this anti-modernism via the philosophy of René Guyon. Nothing René Guyon wrote caused a stronger reaction than his treatment of childhood sexuality, which Guyon believed, like Freud and later Kinsey of the Kinsey Sex Research Institute, should be acknowledged. Now, understand, my articulating this is not advocacy. Articulation is not advocacy. I am not advocating this perspective. I'm simply articulating the perspective of the enemy being the Russian Empire, which now is beholden to this ideology, which is that children have and are capable of sexual desires, masturbation, and sexual pleasure. And therefore, it is argued that sexual acts are imperious in nature. They demand to be enacted and to be satisfied based on evidence from studies of infantile sexuality, research on ancient Western sexuality, overwhelmingly Greek and Roman, which are, of course, well, heavy-duty gay cultures, highly homoerotic, to say the least, and demonstrated in the contemporary era, among which René Guyon considered primitive societies. In other words, the natives fucking in the forest and shit. Now, in terms of what comes to my mind when people are trying to cite this kind of infantile sexuality, it's something that usually is based on sonograms, and with these sonograms where they can ascertain the sex of the child, one of the things they know about boy children, which should be no surprise, is that just as they begin to form that basic shape of a human being, where you can ascertain kind of like eyes and hands and actually a tiny little penis, well, boys get bored sitting around for 9 months in the womb, and they've identified through sonogram that some of these fetuses are, well, masturbating, just kind of jacking off in the womb. Well, not surprising when you've got nothing else to do and you're kind of sitting around just absorbing nutrients. But they take this as, therefore, indicative that sex is, well, begins in the womb. That, in other words, infants are capable of sexuality. Again, I am not advocating this perspective. I am articulating that of the enemy. Remember that these Russians are abducting thousands of Ukrainian children. All this bullshit about calling everybody else a pedophile and about somehow Putin and Trump are rescuing all the world's children from tunnels underneath Australia and other parts of the world. The real perpetrators of mass child abduction are the fucking Russians, taking advantage of the war to bring kids back to Russia to, quote unquote, save them from gayness. And recall that René Guyon wrote in the wake of Sigmund Freud's own work entitled Three Contributions to the Theory of Sex, published in 1905, which included a chapter on infantile sexuality. Freud theorized that children have a sexual instinct, an impulse they gratify by exciting a selected erogenous zone that moved, depending on distinct periods of development. In this regard, René Guyon shared commonalities with contemporaries such as the Austrian psychoanalyst Dr. Wilhelm Reich, who claimed that the threat of authoritarian political regimes everywhere in the world in the 1930s was, above all, a product of their manipulation of sexual energy, aided by the patriarchal family's repression of childhood sexuality. In other words, they were exploiting the magical force of orgone. Herr Dr. Reich, too, saw a link between sexual perversion and modernity. He defined the modern family as nuclear, monogamous, and patriarchal, whereas primitive societies practiced matriarchal communism and greater sexual freedom. So, Dr. Wilhelm Reich, the man who isolated the orgone energy, the sexual force, like the force of the Jedi, albeit sexualized, the power of the orgasm transcendent, that the orgasm could be harnessed as a power. Dr. Wilhelm Reich was someone who was an ideological communist, but with the concept of a kind of hippie sexuality in a mass collectivization. His ideal as a originally ideological communist was that there would be a communal sex paradigm, that there would be no such thing as marriage and everybody was just having sex to have children for the sake of the collective, which is, I don't know whether any of you would see that as a positive or a negative. At any rate, Herr Dr. Reich, René Guyon, and other psychoanalytically minded scholars saw in primitive societies a sexual freedom that no longer existed in modern Europe. Now, while this may seem, or well, this may have been considered a politically radical position within Europe because it pushed the boundaries of sexual propriety, in Asia it denied the coevalness of racially distinct others. It located contemporaneous non-Western societies at an earlier and more primitive stage of development on the scale of civilizational progress, a scale based on West Europe's historical experience and used to justify imperial rule over others. In other words, the sexually progressive political stance in Europe taken by Guyon and Wilhelm Reich relied on a repressive and normative strategy of representation in which they, as European bourgeois subjects, secured their innocence as objective scientists of sexology, while simultaneously asserting a racialized and gendered hierarchy of power in the non-West. To further explain, whereas Herr Dr. Wilhelm Reich did not dare to elaborate on his theories about childhood sexuality in relationship to race and empire, René Guyon did. Stunningly, his theories about race, childhood, and sexuality ignore the long-standing and contentious debates about child labor, the age of consent for sexual intercourse, trafficking in children for prostitution, and the meaning of childhood itself in empire. Instead of embedding his arguments in these debates, which today are the crux of fucking everything you find on the goddamn internet, certainly the majority of materials on the dark web, Guyon blithely ignores the cultural and legal context of colonial Asia, which is all the more astounding given that he lived and worked as a national-level attorney in Siam, today's Thailand, which is, of course, the human child sex trafficking hub of planet Earth. When he does bring up legal changes that impinged on children, he concentrates exclusively on the activities of Western feminist campaigners at the League of Nations, the early forerunner to the United Nations, and in other venues. He considered them moral Puritans, these feminists, determined to block male sexual access to women, particularly non-Western women, as can be seen in his arguments about children and sex. In other words, white asshole goes to Asia, fucks kids, and says this is where it's at, and all these white biddies back home complaining about it are a bunch of feminazis, depriving me of my right to fuck kids because they're a bunch of backwards reactionaries. This is, by the way, just so any idiot out there listening to what I'm saying doesn't get confused, this is not my stance. This is not what I advocate as any way to live. I am articulating the stance of a madman whose philosophy turned Thailand into a flesh pot, the human trafficking and human child trafficking nexus point for the world economy, and turned Russia today into a revisionist, revanchist empire of mass child abduction.
It's well known that a lot of white Americans, Australians, and whatnot go to Thailand just to fuck underage prostitutes.
Thank you. Of either sex.
Yeah. Mostly boys, though, strangely.
Thank you. Or mostly boys, though not strangely, considering the fact that this is what men really get off on, is the
dominating a young boy.
Yeah, dominating another male. Yeah. So, Guyon slowly built his case about children and the need for them to explore sexuality. In other words, kids need to explore sexuality. In his book entitled The Ethics of Sexual Acts, published in 1934, the year after my biological sire Adolf Hitler came to power, albeit he published this through the fucking French, because he was in Thailand serving as a national level attorney. His books were published in France, because they were the conquerors of Southeast Asia at the time, and Thailand was on the border of French Indochina. He argued that the history of laws and customs around the world reveal that the age of consent used to be low, but has gradually been raised in conjunction with so-called civilization. Understand, of course, people lived, generally speaking, a lot shorter lifespans. So yeah, age of consent was a lot lower for obviously practical reasons. I mean, you're not going to wait for a girl to turn 18 to have sex with her when your lifespan is probably around 20 to 24 years of age. You're going to just basically say, if she bleeds, she breeds. That's pretty much the way it was for a long time. No need for any outrage. As things get civilized and we start living longer, well then, you realize no one ever really matures till they're around 24 to 25 years of age. And at that point, you're really just coming out of childhood, to tell you the truth. Of course, for some of us, that maturity never happens. And the maturation process never takes place. Oh my God. So, in terms of trying to regain my voice, and doing so with this, I notice Mr. Nemo Albano is telling Bike Tweet, nursing is an important job. I would hope Bike Tweet is actually not in the sense of insecurity that we were mentioning about others. Probably does. Yeah, he's probably well aware of that. He's probably well aware of how important the job is. I'm pretty sure.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying good on you.
Yeah, I know. I get it. I get it. I'm just having some fun with it. It's when we do get civilized and people are living longer and we realize people really take a long time to mature, I hope people understand this is why the age of sexual consent was raised. It was a hallmark of civilization. I myself would argue, of course, that at this point in history, what with kids basically fucking each other pretty much as soon as they discover sex on the internet, which is pretty much the moment you hand them a goddamn cell phone. The moment you hand any kid a cell phone so that they can call you for emergencies or for their safety or to prevent abduction so they can call for help, you're handing them a non-stop porn circuit. They're going to be cruising for porn on that cell phone. They won't even need to be looking for it. It'll just crop up on their screen. It's like nothing's going to stop that at that point. And then, of course, they start experimenting with each other. And we have to be realistic here. We may as well start lowering the age of consent because we know everybody's fucking each other well before the age of 18. You got to be realistic. I mean, just.
Oh, in high school, all the young girls would brag about fucking guys older than them.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's like, you know.
And I'm like, why aren't I getting any action? Because these older cunts are taking it all.
Yeah, well, well, thank you. I'll roll with the bitterness I sense there. So historically, among the Romans and other ancient civilizations, individuals were considered adults when they were about 7 years of age. In France, the age of consent was puberty, and that was set at the age of 11 in 1832. Then 13 in 1863. Until 1929, René Guyon was noting in his works that the age of consent in England was 12 for girls and 14 for boys. Somehow they understood that boys took a lot longer to mature. Well, I think that should be fucking obvious. In fact, I think age for maturity for boys shouldn't be till 41 myself. Transpose the number from 14 to 41, you get a closer hit. But anyhow, I think people are beginning to get my point that, well, if you think the West was the it's somehow always at this age 18 number, maybe the numbers I'm giving you from what they used to acknowledge may seem, well, that's way too low. Wow, that's way too 7? Yeah, I mean, like, fuck, your average kid can't even ejaculate at the age of 7. He'd be shooting blank loads if he's a boy. As for your average girl, I mean, yeah, I'd admit I myself think that's a little bit young, but you'd be fucking surprised at how kids are like, all the hormones in the fucking milk and everything else they're eating, they're physically maturing a lot faster than they used to. We're kind of returning functionally back to these numbers, even if not legally. Now, the comparisons between the ancient West and contemporary Asia were exploited by René Guyon to help build his case against the Puritanism of the contemporary West. He recounted that the Quran, the most holy book of the Quran, authorized marriage for girls at age 9 and boys at age 12. Now, by the way, this was extraordinarily practical for that time. As I said, I could ejaculate at the age of 9. So holding off boys till the age of 12 is actually an act of repression on the part of the Muslims in a harsh desert land where most people would die very young. Actually, this is what enrages me when I think of some idiot like Abdul Qadim Haq, who was a Muslim for the greater part of his life, to the point where he had a smooth forehead from banging his head on the ground 5 times a day towards Mecca, then turns against Islam because he read online that it's a religion of pedophiles because of what was authorized in the Quran. I mean, that is practical for its day when you had incredibly short lifespans and people died of violence. So, in terms of India, courts did not intervene in determining the age at which a girl could consummate a marriage, and certain castes would marry their daughters at 5 years old, and under the British Raj, promulgated an act that prohibited girls under 14 from marrying. Took till then. Now, of course, am I advocating this? No, I am articulating. Just so people understand, Douglas Dietrich is not promoting this. He is simply helping you understand the context in which humanity functioned for the majority of our existence. And of course, René Guyon is guilty. Guyon's omission of long-standing debates over child marriage in India is actually quite telling. It betrays him. In the 1940s, he wrote, and here I will quote from his work, and understand the reason I'm delving into this son of a bitch is because this is the foundation for Russia's philosophy today via Alexander Dugin. So, from Guyon's book published in 1941, he wrote, Hindu custom seems to be very popular and had never shocked anyone until a few years ago. It is only under the influence of foreign ideas, especially after the publication of a recent book by Ms. Mayo, of the Mayo Clinic fame, which violently attacked Hindu social customs from the Western point of view without any attempt to understand the racial differences involved, that certain Hindu politicians hurriedly proposed to suppress the custom of infant marriage. These proposals seem to be inspired less by local conviction than by the fear of appearing to outrage the sexual code of the West. Well, no shit. The British occupied India with a military vengeance, after all. What am I getting here from our man Nemo? John Boyle from the John and Jeff. Yeah, went to Thailand to casually fuck the young hookers. Typical white American creep. Thank you. Yes.
There's a picture of it. Opie and Anthony show made fun of him about it. They'd say, why the fuck do you need to go to Thailand unless you have an important business trip? Just fucking young hookers.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, basically, honestly, every American who goes to Thailand needs to be put under a fucking microscope. I mean, this is or anybody going to Thailand needs to be put under a fucking microscope. Yes, this is disgusting. He's got a young girl on his lap who's like probably 12, and she's probably hasn't even bled yet. He'll be the first one to make her do so. Well, maybe that's a little unfair. But
and you see a shit-eating grin smile on his face. Oh yeah, I'm gonna fuck this tonight.
Yeah, he's disgusting. They're all disgusting, and it's racist because they wouldn't do that to a white girl because they'd be afraid of going to jail. At any rate, as a national level attorney working in Asia, René Guyon must have known that debates over the age of consent had rocked colonial Bengal since the 1890s, when a Bengali man raped to death his 11-year-old wife. The fault lines of the debates then fell between a defense of the Hindu custom of child marriage and the enforcement of universal, quote-unquote, moral principles, including the sanctity of the lives of women and children. The British, like other colonizers in Asia, protected the space of customary law, which includes personal and religious law, from direct legal change. As a consequence, custom began to operate as a space of cultural authenticity and cultural nationalism. After the British colonial government promulgated laws in 1890, I think, that raised the age of consent in Bengal to 12, that's not much of a raise, but certainly beats age of 5, and criminalized as rape intercourse with a child under the age of 10, some Hindu politicians considered these measures an intrusion into customary law. Well, that betrays the predators. Now we know which Hindu politicians were baby raping sons of bitches. This is but one example of how the age of consent debates were lightning rods for debates about the politics of cultural recognition and cultural nationalism in defiance of imperial rule and intervention. So get this, the nativists, the so-called freedom fighters from the colonial oppressors, were saying, bring 'em home and bring 'em young. Basically, fuck 'em when they're born to show that we defy our colonial oppressors. I think this should give people an idea of the independence movements in India. People should realize now that they were based on pedophilia. They're not to be sympathized with and were to be put down from a greater moral perspective. Yet René Guyon failed to engage with this literature at all, except to target one American woman, Catherine Mayo, of the Mayo Clinic fame, who argued in polemical, racist terms against Indian self-rule. Instead, he claimed that it was high time to conduct a thorough investigation of children and their sexuality. On the side of the nativists, he was. One of the national-level attorneys representing these nationalist resistance movements throughout Asia that said, we express our cultural identity by fucking our kids. Psychoanalysis, he wrote, has shown to the West what pro-sexual societies take for granted, that sexual activity and pleasure take place long before puberty. But no one is allowed to study this. So he wrote, anyone attempting to study the sexual desires of minors by favoring or satisfying them, the only fruitful method. In other words, you can only study the sexuality of children by helping them get off, which René Guyon was more than willing to do. Encounters such risks due to the existing law that no one dares carry out the experiment. Yeah, well, there's reasons for that. René. He proposed to contribute to Freud's theories by offering examples from non-Aryan races. Non-Aryan races in French North Africa, East Asia, and Southeast Asia, and by supplementing with real data conjectures about children and sexuality. In other words, non-whites. He wrote, with the present work in mind, I have observed, examined, and questioned young people of all ages and all races for a period of 30 years, and I have arrived at the conclusion that Freud's theory of infantile sexuality is profoundly right and is in harmony with the facts. Read between the lines there. What he's saying is that for 30 years, he's been fucking, sucking, and diddling kids and found out that everything Sigmund Freud, this Jewish psychiatrist whom the Third Reich declared profoundly perverse, dirty, because Freud was obsessed with shit, incest.
Scat. Yeah.
Yes. That's why the Germans said we're looking for a psychotherapy based in Aryan morality, and therefore presented Carl Gustav Jung as their psychoanalytical foundation. So anyone who engages in Jungian psychology is engaging in Nazi psychology. Just remember that. and think about it in the positive. Freud, on the other hand, whom the Nazis deemed as Jewish in terms of his paradigm, for obvious reasons, he was ethnically Jewish, was obsessed with girls all want to have penises like their dad and therefore have penis envy, whereas all boys want to kill their father so they can fuck their mother. The so-called Oedipus complex. This is, when you really take a look at it, Freud doesn't seem to be a healthy individual.
Fucked in the head. Just like Einstein, he was attracted to young girls.
Well, I mean, I don't hold that against any guy. I mean,
Well, there's
most
images
guys...
of you see him.
You mean really young, right? You mean like really young, right?
Yeah, teenage, like under 16.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Anyhow, and again, to read from Guyon's own work here, collected a large number of observations, both those of others, such as were contained, for instance, in the reports made by the heads of institutions, or in the reports of criminal cases classed as moral offenses, and those made by himself, either, in parentheses here, either from personal experience or from confidential accounts he had received, especially those obtained in the course of his residence and travels among many races. So there's this guy, René Guyon, traveling the world, fucking kids everywhere he goes, collecting accounts from other people who are fucking kids, from the heads of institutions. These are the people most likely to abuse their privilege as the head of an institution to fuck kids, like the deans of schools and shit. So René Guyon advocated for personally engaging in intimate relations as a way to collect this data. In other words, I'm going to find out, by burying myself some 3 to 6 inches deep in every kid I can. To quote his T, in the present prohibitionistic conditions, the best method is perhaps that of intimacy, especially erotic intimacy between lovers. But of course, he justifies his methodology through abstract references to history, nothing like highbrow rationalizations for lowbrow sex, by which he said, for example, examples of ardent loving and joyous relations between children and adults abound in all the history of humanity. What is lacking is not facts, but the frankness to acknowledge them. Now, these experiences litter his works and frame his contrasts with the West. Again, from his writing. In China, at dinners between friends, children of both sexes were sometimes placed under the table and instructed discreetly to masturbate the guests. The use of child, in parentheses, pre-adolescent, courtesans was at one time quite frequent and still exists, but less openly because of Western criticism. Then another paragraph here. The author has observed numerous cases of pre-adolescent girls in Egypt, in China, in Indochina, etc., who are much addicted to sexual manipulations, with all the variations of which they are well acquainted. Now, this is like the young girl that my gang brother Beaver and I saw at In-N-Out Burgers, which then you begin to notice the apropos nature of the name at that point. This is a girl who's obviously been conditioned to be addicted to stimulation. The point is, what this asshole's doing is he's projecting this as a desire on her part, as if she had initiated this condition in herself, as opposed to it having been indoctrinated into her. So that being said, welcome to the lovely Noticer Relovution. I prefer that pronunciation, actually, to Noticer Revolution. And she says, Guten Morgen, and of course gives us the less than 33 sign. I love Germany and the German people, says, well, that's Nemo Albano. And she says, laugh out loud, I draw the line at scat. Insanity. At 14, I had a crush on my Taekwondo teacher who was 52. 100 years ago, that would have been a big deal. But the context is just too different now. Plus, he was married. Wouldn't have. That's what she meant to say. See, I was going to correct that for her. Yes, 100 years ago, that would not have been a big deal. That is correct. You're correct, young lady. This is one of the things that we're actually pointing out is there is validity to this philosophy. So what I'm pointing out or trying to disambiguate is the validity of the fact that there are certain repressive constraints that our society at this stage of development does need to just outgrow. There are others which we definitely need to enforce. Again, Rene Guyon was focusing on all that he could to rationalize just fucking anyone anywhere he wanted. He would say girls flash their bodies in exchange for change in North Africa. By the way, he would present this as if they just dug doing this. Like, they just do it because they like it. No, they're poor. They're desperate. And they would not be doing this except that they need the money. And perverts like you, meaning Rene Guyon, give them the money to see them flash some more. And as he goes on, where the children spontaneously and with obvious enjoyment seek occasions for sexual pleasure, even with persons much older than themselves. Guyon acknowledges that Western criticism has caused the sexual exploitation of children to go underground, and notes the financial incentive for children to exploit their own bodies, but otherwise completely fails to recognize how imperial rule redefined childhood in ways that reinforced economic hierarchies and reproduced racial differences. Yet this exploitation was well known and widely reported in the press of his day. The traffic in children, especially females, was global cause célèbre by the 1920s and 1930s that tested the limits of imperial responsibility for the child subjects of empire. In fact, the League of Nations, the precursor to the United Nations, and the International Save the Children Union, both founded in 1920, were charged with the goal of championing and protecting the universal ideals of childhood by introducing protective child labor and trafficking laws. The child courtesans in China, mentioned casually by Guyon, had been, like the child brides in India, subject to an exhaustive debate that pitted the protection of local cultural customs against the protection of youth from abusive labor practices and prostitution, most well known as the Muay Thai controversy. This debate engaged officials and the public in British Hong Kong, Singapore, and Malaya, as well as parts of French Indochina since the 1870s, but had become particularly heated after the 1920s. Now, Muay Thai means younger sister in the Cantonese dialect of the Chinese language, and referred to the practice by which female children of typically poor rural families were sold to or adopted by better off Chinese families who used them as domestic laborers or sold them into prostitution. Colonial officials tolerated it as a Chinese philanthropic custom, as some kind of charity, despite evidence of its transracial practice, until they could no longer deny that young women and children were being sold into prostitution under the Orientalist guise of custom. In other words, all these nativists who are saying this is custom, this is traditionalism, this is perennialism, exactly where the Russians come from today with all their crap, they're really all just pedo predators. And
savage scum.
Thank you. There's no value to their fucking traditionalism. It's simply an excuse for them to keep raping children and selling them and trafficking them. Now, Muay Thai and related customary practices in Asia blurred the lines between slavery, child labor, and prostitution, which lent enormous moral weight to the demand by British feminists and Asian reformers to introduce protective legislation. Although René Goyon, himself an attorney who should have been legislating, lived in non-colonized Siam, the neutral buffer state between the British Raj, which included Burma, and the French Indochinese Peninsula, Thailand right in the middle of the two British and French empires. And as it was non-colonized, it was wide open and vulnerable to a single man like René Goyon, turning it into a child trafficking hub for the world. He traveled throughout colonial Asia and Africa to prepare just such, and was a legal advisor tasked with the age of consent legislation at the League of Nations. The same René Goyon that I've been describing, going all over the world, fucking, sucking, and diddling kids everywhere he went. So here he was, legal advisor, tasked with age of consent legislation at the League of Nations, the precursor to the United Nations. And look at the man we're talking about. His omission of treatment of the broader imperial context in which children and young people engaged in sexual activity could only be taken as malevolently deliberate. And instead, René Goyon argued that prepubescent girls enjoy sexual pleasure, which is not necessarily something I argue with, but in context of all else I've been describing, you can understand the disingenuity here.
So I'm going to enjoy it from old creeps wanting to fuck.
Thank you.
Only experiment with people their own age.
Thank you. Thank you. Couldn't have gotten that out without you. I couldn't have said that better than you did. So he instead was saying because prepubescent girls enjoy sexual pleasure, albeit he did not specify it as well as Nemo Albano did, instead saying that ability to enjoy sex offered proof that they were ready for sexual intercourse with old creeps like him. He said, "The present author is acquainted with the case of two girls of 10 years old, of Indo-Chinese descent, who had in this way acquired a more or less complete sexual knowledge, their education having entirely preserved from them all idea of sexual repression, as this is currently understood in the West. They exhibited a surprising accuracy and breadth of understanding, due more to keen observation than to personal experience. Cases of this kind have certainly been very numerous in the societies where children have not been brought up in a directly anti-sexual fashion." And then in parentheses, he says Greece, Rome, the East, China, Africa, Polynesia, prehistoric races, etc., meaning that these were the sexually liberated precursors to a puritanical modernity. He mentions sexual love observed by other men in children of 3 and 4 years of age, and reports of travelers who mention sexual relations with children between the ages of 6 and 7 in parts of Africa. I mean, okay, at this point, it's just getting sick. Now, sex with and by young people, whether prepubescent or adolescent, well, according to Goyon's experience, prolongs the life of both parties. You like that, huh? Yeah, you see, I'm pumping you full of longevity, baby. And I feel younger just by fucking you. Now, writing when he had just entered his 50s himself, Guyon notes, and here I read from his work, a man in the 50s who is old if he has not enjoyed a vigorous sexual life remains young and active in lands where sexual freedom prevails and where he will always be able to find young and desirable partners. This elixir also worked for the young woman with whom he had relations. Yes, it's that love and meat injection, people, full of all that life-prolonging sperm. It's let's turn towards Noticer Relovution. She says, just to clarify, Douglas is addressing and exposing the pedophilia crimes, not promoting or encouraging it. Oh, that's our man, actually, Nemo Albano, saying that. And so Noticer says, of course, I just like putting my 2 cents to people because they're always demonizing the men on the older side, but there are plenty of us younger girls who dealt with the same attraction a bit older. Okay, now that's reasonable. No, I appreciate what she's saying. It's actually, I appreciate it profoundly, because obviously, as a man who's getting older myself, I really appreciate younger ladies like herself who appreciate men who are older. So this will work out fine, honey. So glad you're there. Still intend to call you sometime soon. I've just been so overwhelmed. I pray you understand. A lot going on lately. First time on my own channel in 2 weeks. And, I didn't even have a chance to put up a graphic thumbnail tonight, probably for the best.
It's better just to put your PayPal and website on there in big letters. It'll be more beneficial for you.
Yeah, for the present, at least. At any rate, to read again from Rene Guyon, because, there's no way I can really do justice to this guy by paraphrasing. Experience proves, and in parentheses he writes, as I have personally been able to observe in non-Aryan societies. Basically what he's saying is, he's going to all these non-white places where he's fucking everybody who's colored. Experience proves that a girl who has had the advantage of a complete sexual education that includes practical experience is often, at about 12 or 13 years, a young woman, having a clear understanding of sexual manifestations and ready to complete it by that divergination which will dedicate her sexual autonomy. And note that this policy of rearing the young has a valuable advantage. It lengthens life. He's, by the way, when he talks about this rearing the young with sexual awareness, this is called grooming. This is grooming. Okay? It lengthens life. It restores to existence a number of years that at present are left barren and wasted. The girl...
There's cults too that believe fucking young children, you can parasitize their young energy and harvest it to make you live longer and be more youthful.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Children of God was one of those. Children of God cult. Yeah. And anyhow, I met a girl in Australia who had claimed she had been a victim of that cult. Then for a while, I was dealing with Michael Basham, who I've never really villainized or vilified.
He's a phony. From what I've seen, he's just a phony piece of shit too.
I'm not going to defend him.
That's just my opinion.
I would just say
I pick up from him. Yeah.
I'll just say he was, certainly friendly with myself, certainly helpful with myself, but
oh yeah, he was friendly and helpful, but he's just a phony piece of shit.
He definitely was part of the Children of God cult.
Yeah, exactly.
He was
not to be trusted.
He was raising his daughter in a highly unconventional manner. Let's put it that way.
No surprise.
Anyhow, as Rene Guyon was saying, the girl who begins to live sexually at 20 years of age may have her life reduced by a good third. I mean, oh my God, he's saying this is a matter of life or death. You got to start fucking young, kids. Again, this is not me. This is Rene Guyon, who is the foundation for the philosophy of Alexander Dugin, who is the foundation for the philosophy of Russian imperialism today. By the way, Bike Tweet says all three ended up in a mental hospital, and here in the Netherlands, in Den Haag, we got the European Supreme Court, but not much justice is served here. When he says all three ended up in a mental hospital, who is he referencing?
I don't know. He doesn't specify.
Yeah, if you could specify more about that, Bike Tweet. And by the way, Noticer Relovution. She changed it now to simply Noticer with a trademark. I got to admit, infinitely easier. So I got to check if that's a new channel that I can subscribe to. Is that the same channel, honey? Let me know. If it's a new channel, let me know. I'll look it up. And we'll go on, of course, while I still have time and voice. Let me see if I can look up YouTube here and see if I can find her channel under that Notice Search TM that she put up. And if I can find that, I'll hit the subscription button. And, okay. This is so important, really. I've got to make note of this here. One of the things that I just noticed while I was scanning for some of these notes from Rene Guyon was Armenians, of course, and people know about my surrogate son being Armenian. Generally, there's other strains of blood in him, a small strain of Asian blood, but overwhelmingly, generally Armenian. They were not declared legally white in the United States until 1925, several years after my mother was born. It just goes to show how, fucked up America truly is, and all these concepts of whiteness that are on everyone's obsessive mind. So here we are. Let me enter this here. Did that enter? Yeah. Okay. Now we're okay. I'm not finding a Noticer TM.
Yeah, I can't find it either.
Okay.
I looked it up.
Yeah. Thank you. But doesn't one have to have a channel to enter comments into the chat like that?
I think you do.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. So anyhow, but back to our task at hand. So to assist all these girls living longer by getting them started sexually at a young age, Rene Guyon suggested that an experienced technician, you like that? Experienced technician should ride, or rid was the term he used, rid these young girls of their hymens. And to read from his writ, and that would render a valuable service to all those females who are now destined to become old maids, and who, useless and miserable. Get that? Any woman who hasn't had sex all her life is useless and miserable. Live all their lives without any transports of ecstasy, never daring to let themselves go for fear of breaking a thread. Now, through these examples, ridiculous as some of them truly are, Guyon links the concept of Western civilization with a late age of consent to expose the West as a repressive culture that bans the mere acknowledgement of childhood sexuality, let alone its examination. By contrast, his jocular writing style suggests that the sexuality of the young should be celebrated and encouraged as harmless and healthy, based on his selective ethnographic evidence of sexual practices among and with the young in non-Western society. Guyon thereby undermines the Western rational ideal of enlightenment. He can only accomplish this by denying the dense node of power hierarchies: race, gender, age, imperial, embedded in his own positionality as the national attorney for the kingdom of Siam. and in the context of the examples aforecited. It appears, however, that many political and socially liberal sexologists shared Guyon's blind spots. The ideas Guyon expressed in his multiple volumes sprawl across thousands of pages. Excerpts from his longer pieces, including an article replete with many of these examples of childhood sexuality, found their way into sexology journals such as the Journal of Marital Hygiene, where they were distributed throughout the world, including to China, Asian India, the Russian Empire, of course, and throughout Western Europe. The editors of such journals knew Guyon's ideas were provocative, but also admired them. When a translation of Guyon's reforms regarding marriage appeared in Marital Hygiene, the November issue of 1947, the editors preemptively stated that they had no desire to suppress views, however unpalatable they may be, but Dr. Guyon's reputation as a fearless critic of cant and pious platitudes in the field of sex is sufficient justification for us to have given him space to air his views. Now, Guyon positions himself as a global cultural sexpert and is accepted by his Western sexological and sex-positive peers as such. He deploys his experience in Asia and elsewhere to demonstrate that Western sexual norms are backward and harmful because they fail to recognize the rational, scientific proof that sexual acts, even with the very young, are healthy, normal, and civilizationally advanced. He justifies all of his actions based on his foundational principle regarding the legitimacy of sexual acts. Again, so people just tuning in, this is not something I'm advocating. I'm advocating the legal persecution of pedophilia, but right. Nevertheless, I am also articulating the rationale of the current purveyors of Russian Empire and what their ideology is based on. So let's see.
Also, quickly asking Noticer, just subscribe to my channel and I'll get a notification showing that you subscribed. Then I can click directly to your channel through notification. Then I can send Doug a direct link to your channel on Skype.
Thank you. Yes. So there we are. Excellent. So Bike Tweet said, let me look it up. They talked about Bodegraven. Noticer was saying same channel. Okay, so I'm already subscribed to her. She changed it from Noticer Relovution. She says, I don't think I have a URL set for this channel yet. Okay, so she may not have a URL for this channel yet. Interesting. Bike Tweet says, kids disappeared there, also used for sex. Most ended up dead or as junkies. Interesting. Okay, so what I'll do is later on I can give you the Noticer Relovution channel. I'll tell you where to subscribe. I'll bring that to your attention, Nemo. Anyhow, yep. Noticer says, YouTube just makes it impossible to look people up. It's true. Clarice Claudette says, this is so sad, and there is no cultural program to heal these fractures physically and spiritually. Proper housing, education is also a factor, leaving people to sell their bodies to survive. Yes. And Bike Tweet says, huge plug, a former head off a jail. He was a whistleblower about things going wrong in jails. He was a hero. Now he also wants to know what is up with the crimes taking place within the justice system. He was put in jail. The boss of the jail put in jail for exposing the justice system. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I hate to say it. That sounds like the Netherlands to me. Yeah. Fucking Amsterdam. That's like... yeah, they're like pedo central in Europe is fucking Amsterdam and the Netherlands and shit.
It used to be a nice place to visit. Now it's just a drug junkie pedo place.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. How did you get to know that?
I've just watched a lot of old videos on Amsterdam and a lot of other cities.
Mm-hmm. It's true. What you said is precisely exactly what it's like. Yeah. It's pedocentral. It's disgusting.
And
So-
filled with heroin addicts.
Yeah, all kinds of heroin addicts. It's true. It's just junkies. Everybody is just fucking high out of their brains. You wonder, the first thing you notice when you go to half these places in Europe, from Amsterdam all the way down to the Mediterranean, nobody works.
Yeah.
Everybody's in cafes in the middle of the fucking day. They're all high out of their minds. And it's like, God, how do you afford this? It's
Just
like
selling drugs in their ass.
Yeah, it's pretty much it. It's got to be. They're selling drugs in their asses to each other. Anyhow, so when it comes to what I was talking about, Rene Guyon, he justifies all of his actions based on his foundational principle regarding the legitimacy of sexual acts. So, for those of you who may not be familiar with what that foundational principle is, I'll read it to you now. The legitimacy or morality of actions is not dependent upon age. Well, I guess that's the most important factor to start with. With sexual acts, the fact that those concerned are very young should not modify the appreciation of them, and, in particular, should not prevent them from being considered legitimate and acceptable as long as there is no violence, coercion, or fraud. And now, this is basically, the very act is a violation. It's coercion because a child has no sense of judgment. It's fraudulent in the sense that you're claiming that somehow this is helping them. Anyhow, a new penal code in his sexual utopia would ensure that no person should be liable to arrest or prosecution for having had sexual relations with another person whose consent is manifest and proved, no matter what the age of the consenting partner may be. Which, of course, any child can be threatened into consent. Now, this brings us to the modern phenomenon of pornotropics and racial hierarchies. Like the various forms of religious fundamentalism, traditionalism is a 20th century phenomenon that is best seen as an extreme reaction to the desacralizing effects of liberalism and modernity, as Alexander Dugin himself makes clear in his work titled, it was actually an interview by that title, The Long Path. So understand that Alexander Dugin is known as Putin's brain, Putin's Rasputin. There's been an enormous effort lately to try and de-emphasize his influence. Yet, this is a man whose textbook on geopolitics is, well, just that, the textbook for the Russian Military Officers Corps, the Russian military academy that produces their high officers. So, this is a man with extreme influence, and Putin's ear, if not his brain. And in his interview, titled The Long Path, he says, liberalism is the main enemy and the final incarnation of the spirit of modernity that was always considered by me as the absolute evil in the sense of Rene Guyon. And as he says elsewhere, I share the vision of Rene Guyon, who considered modernity and its ideological basis, in parentheses he says, individualism, liberal democracy, capitalism, consumerism, and so on, to be the cause of the future catastrophe of humanity and the global domination of the Western lifestyle as the reason for the degradation of the earth. So yeah, if we just return to fucking kids, everything will be okay. This is according to Alexander Dugin, as founded in the philosophy of Rene Guyon. Where can you go wrong? Oh, by the way, our man Bike Tweet talks about Europe. He says, we work 28 to 32-hour work weeks. Yeah. Holy shit. How did we get in on that? It's
That's
fucking,
what Japan needs.
yeah. Yeah. Well, if Japan had that, they'd be a bunch of dopers selling their ass to each other,
Yeah.
and they'd all be lounging around and nothing would get done. I mean, thank God Japan doesn't have that.
It's just that they work too hard. That's why I said it.
No, I get what you're saying. At the same time, some cultures, thank God they do that, or God knows what trouble they'd get into.
Yeah.
Now, sexologists, their journals, and other publishers provided René Guyon a platform for his ideas, arguably legitimizing them. Curiously, no one criticizes or even mentions Guyon's extensive use of non-Western societies as examples of sexual activity with non-white, non-Christian children. In part, the seductively defiant language Guyon used to excoriate Western civilizing norms may have insulated him from a race-based criticism and blinded like-minded scholars, in other words, fellow pedophiles, from discerning the troublingly sexist foundation for his utopian society. Now, Guyon rebelliously inverted the civilizational hierarchy that had been deployed to justify the colonization of quote-unquote backward peoples the world over. In Asia and Africa, the low status of women and non-normative sexual practices, such as sodomy, formed part of the arsenal of empire. In the 19th century, Western imperialists argued that it was their duty to intervene in cultures in which women held a low status, evidenced by non-monogamous marital institutions like polygamy, widow immolation, where they burned the widow alive to join her husband in the afterlife, child marriage, and related practices. René Guyon's work reveals the degree to which this narrative had shifted by the early 20th century. He used examples of sexual practices such as homosexuality, childhood sexuality, and the tolerance of sexual intercourse outside monogamous marriage in non-Western countries to argue that Western sexual norms were legally and politically repressive. Asian sexual practices were freer and therefore politically more advanced than those in Europe, which were full of artifice, caused neuroses, and would eventually lead to the demise of European society itself. They amounted to what he called an anti-sexual dictatorship. And for those of you who might remember or choose to forget that George Orwell was heavily influenced by this son of a bitch, one of the ways he portrayed his totalitarian dystopia 1984 was, one of the main characteristics was a member of the Anti-Sex League. So there we are with that. George Orwell, polluted by this idea of a kind of communist free sex society being where it's at. Now, even though the majority of René Guyon's books and essays target the West, they rely on examples that juxtapose the West with a fantasy land in the East. Anne McClintock refers to Guyon's positioning of Asia as pornotropics. The idea that the non-West had for centuries figured in European lore as libidinously eroticized. Guyon's sexual utopia is founded upon a series of oppositions he creates between Western Christian societies and non-Western societies around the world. And these non-Western societies operate as abstract, exotic, and sexually unrestricted spaces devoid of history, hierarchy, politics and morality. On the one hand, the inversions he makes appear politically radical and anti-imperial. The primitive trumps the civilized. The ancients are more progressive than modern society. Colonized peoples are morally superior to imperialists. On the other hand, the very binaries he relies on merely reaffirm extant global power differentials and ignore the social realities for non-Western societies. Asian and other non-Western countries undergird his negative stance on Western morality. They form a springboard for his criticism of Western Europe, but only can do so as exotic abstractions, rather than as sites of historical and cultural specificity. He understands them only as an inversion of Western sexual norms, a sort of primordial past that paradoxically exists at the apex of true civilization for its proximity to nature, rather than at the barbaric nadir. Is that poetic enough for you? I think I'm pretty good at this sort of language. I impress myself sometimes. At any rate, Nemo Albano says, reminder, please give a thumbs up for Doug's stream. Bless you, sir. Thank you for remembering that. Plenty of people have done so, and I appreciate them all.
50 thumbs up. It's pretty good.
Yeah, no, we came back with a fucking vengeance. I mean, people were waiting for us. That's for fucking sure. Nobody was going to Peter Moon's channel, statistically.
Not even his followers.
Oh my god. Yeah, holy shit. But that being said, so to kind of try and summarize this up here, or kind of wrap it up in the last half hour that we've got, typically Rene Guyon clumps these binaries together. To quote us, in other words, to read from Guyon again, the nearer the race is to nature, the less artificial, the less influenced by philosophic speculation, the closer its attitude approximates that of children. This applies particularly to the more civilized of the black, yellow, Hindu, and Polynesian races, the civilizations of the races which inhabit Asia, from the Arabian Peninsula to India and the confines of the Far East, are different from those of the white races. They are not inferior. Now, Alden, meaning the olden Siam, it is today's Thailand, China, Asian India, Persia, the Japanese Empire, and Arabia, all, according to Rene Guyon, possessed a culture, a civilization, a morality, which were not at all inferior to those of Europe. Europe merely considered them inferior because they were different. Guyon argued that non-Western races existed at a lower stage of civilization, yet were not inferior because he believed that civilization itself was a negative attribute. Now, in his book entitled The Ethics of Sexual Acts, arguably his magnum opus, Guyon writes that Asians approach sexuality with rational motives and open minds. However, Western imperialism had introduced increased sexual repression and primitive sexual taboos, especially through law. And so he writes, by a singular irony of fate, it is at this very hour, when the West is beginning to realize that its whole narrow and fanatic sexual policy should be recast, that this same anti-sexual morality is coming to be looked upon as a sign of progress by certain races who are ignorant of the general sexual malaise existing in the West, and who are in all too great a hurry to abandon their own principles, which our own growing rationalism is now beginning to admire. Meaning that all these people are suddenly realizing maybe we shouldn't be fucking our kids, and he's saying that, well, they're losing what's best in life. Now, countries outside Europe and America were modeling their legal codes on European criteria, But Western law, according to Rene Guyon, especially in sexual matters, supports one morality alone and makes it prevalent in all legal fields, such as marriage, family, and absurd, his words, sex crimes. So, sex crimes are considered absurd by Rene Guyon because he believes no sex should be a crime.
Sounds like the NAMBLA affiliates.
Thank you. This is the foundation for MAMBLA, Man-Boy Love Association of North America, and Alexander Dugin and the Duganites, who now rule Russia ideologically. So, with that being said, this brings us to the hatred. Alexander Dugin's hatred of the West was accentuated in the early 1990s after its victory in the Third World War, what we misnomer the Cold War, and the subsequent collapse of communism. This caused him to shift, in his words, from more classical right traditionalism, which directed its rage against the Sowjetstaat, the Soviet state, to what he calls left traditionalism, or national Bolshevism, which directs its rage against the West and the modern world, embracing, in Dugin's words, a total refusal of liberalism identified as the ideology that has proved to be more consistently modern and identical with the very nature, the very essence of modernity. See, all this is traditionalism, the perennialism, the reactionary nativism of these same Asian Indians who wanted to keep fucking their children. Now, the position of LGBTQIA plus people in Russia was bad before the war started and has worsened since then. Russia is literally a state of homophobia. Now, 2022 marked the 10-year anniversary of Vladimir Putin's first legislative attack on citizens based on their sexual orientation. This law, which prohibits propaganda of homosexuality and pedophilia among minors, was adopted in March of 2012 and covered the city of St. Petersburg. The following year, a similar ban went into effect throughout the rest of the Russian Empire. Immediately after the adoption of the federal law on the prohibition of propaganda of non-traditional sexual relations among minors, sociologist Alexei Levinson noted that it encroaches on, in his words, the freedom of all people to express their opinions in public space. Since then, as human rights activists have noted, the persecution of LGBTQIA plus people in Russia has increased every year, mirroring the growth of aggressive homophobic propaganda. In December of 2014, Human Rights Watch published a report on the persecution of the LGBTQIA plus community in Russia. According to activists, after the introduction of the law in 2013, there has been an increase in the number of attacks on LGBTQIA plus people throughout Russia, both by individuals and by organized homophobic groups. In addition, attacks on LGBTQIA plus rights defenders have increased. Activists reported campaigns of harassment and intimidation of LGBTQIA plus teachers, human rights defenders, and most importantly, the total inaction of law enforcement agencies in response to acts of violence. At the same time, a well-known LGBTQIA plus activist, a political refugee from Russia, and head of the RUSA, LGBTQIA plus DC immigrant organization, Gleb Latnik, in an interview with, I think it was Ksenia Kirilova, an analyst focused on Russian society, mentality, propaganda, and foreign policy, noted that those targeted by this law were rarely persecuted purely for their sexual orientation. Many were simply politicized by the government's attack on their free existence. Other activists concur. Igor Kochetkov, the co-founder of the public movement Russian LGBTQIA plus network, also acknowledged that the 2013 law was primarily of ideological significance and is, his words, used in information campaigns to generate hatred, including against human rights defenders. Now, the escalation of aggression has increased over the years in two ways. Firstly, instilling hatred towards people with a different sexual orientation has become the basis for the persecution of dissidents and activists inside Russia as hidden enemies, dragging Russian youth into the abyss. Secondly, homophobic propaganda has become one of the justifications for Russia's confrontation with the West, which is accused of promoting homosexuality as an instrument of political influence in order to destroy Russia from within. Now, such incitement to hate naturally led to an increase in everyday violence against LGBTQIA plus people, not only activists, but many others as well. According to a sociological survey conducted by the Levada Center in October of 2021, the percentage of Russians who would deny adults the right to enter into mutually consenting same-sex relationships had reached 69%. Against this background, violence against people of non-traditional orientation increased every year, reaching its radical apex in Chechnya. Now, I'll go to town on the ravages against Chechnya probably on Sunday or Wednesday, depending on how long George Knight is with us. And of course, hopefully our lovely Brooke will be fine. Here we are with that. Noticer says, different is beautiful. Hey, thanks, honey. Appreciate that. Bike Tweet says, need to go to work. Added you to Skype. I would like to give you all my Dutch view on things. Thank you. On the next show. Take care. Nothing says, hope you can enjoy the next stream. That's Nemo Albano. Have a good one. And Bike Tweet says, should be no problem. Excellent. Excellent. And hopefully I'll recognize him when he tries to. I mean, apparently he's friended myself or something. He's added me, so I need to add him.
Check your notification.
I don't know how to do that. I tried to do that in the past. Maybe I'll share a screen with you and we'll try to figure that out later.
Yeah.
At any rate, since February of 2017, a covert, meaning secret, officially sanctioned campaign against the LGBTQIA plus community has been underway in the Chechen Republic in particular. Those suspected of homosexuality have been beaten, held in secret prisons, even murdered. In April of 2021, representatives of the Berlin-based human rights organization, the ECCHR, the European Center for the Protection of Constitutional and Human Rights, filed a lawsuit to the German Federal Prosecutor's Office. So serious is this situation that the activists conclude it amounts to crimes against humanity. In parallel with this, political repression against LGBTQIA plus activists across Russia has become more frequent, Here, Dan Vandermeulen. Okay, I have accepted him. Now I shall click his info here, and we will put him into favorites. Okay, he is now in my favorites and should be easy to find. And thank God he's got a name, Dan Vandermeulen, so he's recognized as a human being.
Nice name.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Okay, you are now, I guess as Joe Ty would say, a member of the family. And I notice he's dropped off. No, Joe Ty is still
He's
with
still
us.
in.
Ian West dropped off. He woke up. Yeah, I can't take this Rene Guyon shit. Yeah, fuck that, man. Yeah, it's Amy Como says hi. Hey, Amy. She says, so happy you have returned. Yes, honey. So happy you have as well, darling. Love you dearly. Okay, let's see if we can wrap this up in the last few minutes that we've got. As I was saying, basically the how do I say this? I would say that when we've got this lawsuit in Germany to try and hold Russia accountable for crimes against humanity taking place in Chechnya, which is an international situation because Chechnya is technically a foreign nation from Russia. It's a Muslim no-go zone for white Christians, in case you didn't fucking know, supported by Vladimir Putin himself. So anybody who thinks Vladimir Putin is the defender of fucking Christendom, you're talking about a man who established a Muslim no-go zone in the heart of his own fucking empire. Some fucking Christian. And in parallel with this, as I said, the political repression against LGBTQIA plus activists across the Russian Empire has become more frequent, most often under the wide-reaching prosecutor-friendly law on foreign agents. Meaning if you're gay, you're somehow classified as a foreign insurgent. Somehow the foreigners shove you in there, and you're like a fifth column of all things. Oh well, that's creative. And it's also more accurate to say that the Republican Party is a fifth column of the motherfucking Russians. But we'll save that for Sunday or next Wednesday. Now, in November of 2021, the Russian LGBTQIA plus network was labeled as a foreign agent, a fifth column of foreign agents, an insurgency. Its founder, the aforecited Koshetkov, noted that this was the third time he himself had been branded as a foreign agent, twice for the organization and once as an individual. Accordingly, along with the general increase in political emigration observed since 2012, the number of LGBTQIA plus people leaving Russia has also increased, understandably. As immigrants admitted to the foreign press, the most common reason for leaving was fear for their future and the need to stop hiding their relationship from others, against a backdrop of constant worries about violence. Since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, homophobic propaganda has been expanded from one of the supporting pillars of Russian quasi-ideology to include justification for its war of aggression. In particular, the head of the Russian Orthodox Church, Patriarch Kirill, or Cyril in the Romanization, the Latinization, Russian Patriarch Kirill I, whose original name was Vladimir Mikhailovich Gunev, if I remember correctly, a key ally of the Putinista regime, abused a sermon to justify the need for war against Ukraine, citing residents of the Donbass who purportedly did not approve of holding gay parades. I mean, God, I can't think of a better reason to invade a fucking country than that some members in it didn't want to hold a gay parade. Oh my God, we've got to invade to help those poor people. At the same time, according to the aforecited Gleb Latnik, the proportion of Russian LGBTQIA plus people supporting Russian aggression is lower than among the wider population. The exact number of those leaving Russia since February 24th is still unknown. At the end of May, and I'm thinking in terms of yesteryear, really, when the Ukrainian invasion began, sociologists' estimates ranged then from 150,000 to 3.8 million, which is far more likely the accurate number. Moreover, it is impossible to say what percentage of those who left are LGBTQIA+. Most Russians left for countries with a visa-free regime, such as Turkey, Armenia, or Georgia. According to activists, unlike many exiles who view their departure as temporary, members of the LGBTQIA+ community are less likely to hope to return to Russia ever. Nevertheless, Gleb Latnik noted with regret that, according to his personal observations, about half of the LGBTQIA+ community in Russia, not counting activists, exhibit the same Stockholm Syndrome and even homophobia towards themselves as the rest of the Russians, having internalized the state's propaganda themes. So I guess I'll close off with a quote from Gleb Latnik himself. To quote his T via the aforesaid interview, at length and verbatim, he said about these LGBTQIA plus emigres from Russian repression, they consider themselves perverts and agree that they should not publicly demonstrate their relationship. Like their heterosexual compatriots, these people are quite isolated, afraid to actively express their position, and tend to agree with the authorities. Both I and other activists have repeatedly heard from them reproaches that it is we who are to blame for the negative attitude toward LGBTQIA plus people since we openly express our homosexuality. Many people understand that if Russian propaganda lies about LGBTQIA plus members, it can lie about everything else. Accordingly, these people are more active in expressing their position against the war, and that is why they are more likely to become victims of repression. When this law was introduced, I immediately realized that its main goal is not so much to fight against homosexual people, but to create in society an image of an enemy that is convenient for propaganda. Against the backdrop of such discrimination, people began to see themselves as a separate community, and many of its representatives at that moment took an active political position for the first time. It was this position that became the reason for the repression against activists. So understand this. Homophobia is part of Putin's war plan. Anti-gay propaganda has been part of Russia's strategy against Ukraine from the start. So I'm getting a message from our lovely Christine Joanna Hart, who says, don't forget our show, DD. People are glad to see your channel is back. X. We'll see. We'll see. I want to get it done this month. We'll see if I'm up for it. Let me concentrate on making rent first. Then we can consider that. If I make rent, I'll be in a celebratory enough mood where, yeah, sure, maybe we'll conduct the interview. Otherwise, next month maybe, but, probably it'll happen this month. And, she does want it to happen, so I can't hold that against her. I'm kind of obligated. Oh, my God. At any rate, she'll probably talk me into it. Well, we've only got a few
I'll make
minutes.
sure to download all your videos you do with it. I'll upload them all eventually.
Thank you. Well, yeah, they upload, they publish automatically. So long as the site, the channel isn't censored. Or,
Right, but on BitChute and Rumble, I'll share it.
Yes. And thank you. No. I mean, well, you are doing that with the videos that are already up, right?
Everything I've downloaded, I'm just gradually uploading everything.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. And we need all the uploads we can get. Just make sure everything circulates. They're doing their best to suppress us. So, I definitely want everyone is welcome to reproduce my videos.
Yeah, that's what you should say at the start of the show. Download and upload my content, please.
Yes. Yeah. Hey, yes. As a matter of fact, when you're on with me, just say it for me. Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah. I'll do that.
And thank you. Yeah. By all means, the more we can work as a team, the better. Speaking of which, let's bring Amy Como on for the last few minutes. I'll happily bring on our man, Moonrock, Pete the Moon Man, if he's up. Holy shit, we got a few minutes left, and we'll have Amy help us usher out. And hi, how are you, honey? Mwah.
Hello, Amy.
Are you there?
Yes, you sound great.
I don't feel so good.
What happened?
I did too much gardening yesterday, and my stomach muscles are cramping up.
Oh, you poor dear. Oh my God.
I'm an idiot. I should have known better. I really shouldn't have even bothered. I know that when I carry heavy stuff and shoveling, that was just dumb.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
It's like you want to be normal, like you want to do normal stuff. It's been so nice here. 80 degrees and sunny. We love it.
No, you sent me a bunch of messages. Let me see if I can. What? No, I'm not going to read them out loud, but I'm going to take a look at what you had sent me. And it was.
I don't think anything's private.
Right.
I mean, I don't think anything is private. Like you could say it out loud.
Oh, I get it. What you're saying. Okay, now I get it. I get it now. Okay, so you sent me a screenshot. And now I get what the significance of it was. Yes, it was a bunch of Asian Indian men taking over fucking white ass Vermont, and these guys are like commencement speakers and presidents and shit of this is
the whitest state in the nation. The whitest state in the nation. And we had just been talking about that on Peter Moon's channel.
Yes, that's right.
How they're coming into Silicon Valley. Well, they're already here in the whitest state in the nation. They're in charge of the little white students at UVM.
Oh my God, indoctrinating them all with their caste consciousness and their classism. I am appalled. Now I get the significance, because I was thinking, what the fuck? I was like, I didn't get it.
And that's just, I know, like I catch you off guard because you've got all this other stuff going on, and it's hard to like always draw the line to what we were speaking about before, like how we were talking about the East Asians and their caste systems, and how it's, they want to recreate that in America, just like the colonial Europeans wanted to come over here and make sure there's no natives, so they have free reign on whatever lands they can colonize.
Yes, cultural imperialism. Thank you. Cultural imperialism that precedes actual genocide, which Bhagwan Rajneesh attempted to carry out. And so, as I was pointing out, Nemo, I don't know if you know this, but do you remember the Bhagwan Rajneesh cult at all? I take it you probably don't.
No, I don't, sorry.
So what happened in Oregon in the United States? So Oregon is this Pacific Northwest state in the United States, and what happened was a bunch of Asian Indian cultists worshipping a guru named Bhagwan Rajneesh, who then became exiled from basically every continent on planet Earth other than Antarctica, which is useless anyway. He couldn't seek asylum there. He basically purchased large amounts of land in this upstate Oregon area, and basically took over a city by stacking all the votes, by shipping in thousands and thousands of homeless people that they kept in line with powerful psychotropic drugs like Haldol, which they produced at an industrial scale because they had their own pharmaceutical system, their own hospital, and they produced this shit. And then they started producing bioweapons. So after they basically voted out all the other people and took over the city that was in the area, then they started producing biocidals to wipe out a good part of the United States so they could colonize it. So,
Right.
this is like the one of their survivors of that cult, because that cult got busted, but one of the survivors who went on preaching their shit forever and a day is John Hogue. I don't know if you know him. He was on Coast to Coast AM all the time.
All right.
Yeah, so if you ever look up John Hogue, he's just this dweeb bearded fucking gnome, and he preaches their shit. You wouldn't know it because he's always talking about Nostradamus, but that's how he hides his propaganda. But Amy, honey, so
Yeah.
you wore yourself out. Now, forgive me because I obviously I deal with a lot of people. I know the other lady we were dealing with in Mexico was on SSDI because of her back. Like, were your stomach abs ever an issue? Was this an issue for you, or was this just something?
This is the growth that needs to come out is in the way. And so when I try to do anything that is more than just laying in my bed all day,
right,
I have that. It's just a problem where I can't stand up straight. I can't, it starts cramping and I can't. Well, I mean, what can I do, really? They have to go in and take it out. There's no, I can't find a physical therapist that's particularly skilled in that area, working, because there are groups of people. There's a Dr. Jessica Drummond who's doing, she's training life coaches to speak to women.
Yeah.